But those airplanes were then moved over to Bales Field there at Angleton, and the guys put the airplanes together, painted them with mops, and trying to get them to look like something. And then they flew the first show in 1973 at Galveston, Texas. And so 40 years later, here we are at AirVenture.
I was going to say, how did you get to be the announcer for this group?
Oh, my goodness, Eddie.
They found out he was better at talking than flying.
Well, that's kind of right, because I am an active pilot with all the appropriate licenses. In fact, I have a Bonanza and a J3 Cub that I fly pretty regularly. In 1983, take you back in history just a little bit, the Missouri wing of the Commemorative Air Force, CAF, was having a huge air show in St. Louis, and I mean, they brought in the whole fleet. And my friend Mel Reese and I were wing leader in XO for the Missouri wing at the time. And Tora, as part of the Commemorative Air Force, came in to do that show. Well, I, being a local guy and somewhat of an air show announcer, quasi, kind of getting started. You know how that goes, Eddie.
Oh, absolutely.
How do you ever get started in air show announcing? You know,
simple. Somebody shoves a microphone in your face and says you're on.
That's right.
We haven't figured out how to get him to stop.
Thank you.
And so I and Kathy McDonald, a local television personality, we were asked to do the show. So knowing that Tora was going to be there, and knowing that that was going to be the introduction to our World War II reliving history, I did a little bit of research on Tora and the invasion of Pearl Harbor and all that, and put together a little bit of a script in my mind that I was going to use. And as a result of that, Charles Hutchins asked me on occasion to come out and do air shows with the team there in the Midwest. And that just kind of evolved into me.
J.R. Cooper from Spartan College. So where is Spartan College located at?
That's a great question. So we actually have several locations across the country. Our flagship campus is based in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's where we started everything. Since then and recently, we've grown quite a bit to where we now have locations just outside of Denver, Colorado, in Broomfield. We also have 2 campuses in LA. And then most recently, we've acquired 2 new flight training locations. One also in Broomfield called Eaa Aviation, and then one outside just of Chicago at DuPage Airport called Illinois Aviation Academy.
All right, and are these all locations you can get a 4-year degree at?
So, great question. They're all actually kind of different.
Okay.
At our Tulsa location, the original location, we offer both flight training as well as training towards being an aviation maintenance technician. We train in avionics systems as well. All of those programs are degreed. And then when we look at our Broomfield and LA locations, we train also in the maintenance technicians with degree options available. At our 2 newest flight locations, they are Part 141 schools with McAir and Illinois Aviation Academy, but they're non-degreed options, more flexible to more of a working schedule and things like that.
So different programs that offer people different paths to get to where they want to go, depending on what fits them.
Absolutely, yeah. We'd like to try to, especially with our new acquisitions, try to diversify a little bit. There are highs and lows and goods and bads in all the different programs, so just trying to provide a different kind of vast array of different options for people, different locations, things like that.
Yeah, some individuals might come in with a 4-year degree already and not need the full meal deal.
Exactly. And like I said, a big part of it is based on schedule and financing options, different things like that. We also do have different partnerships at each location. So our partnerships currently in the Tulsa location are going to be with American Airlines, where we're a training provider for their cadet academy. We're also a member of the pilot career pathway with SkyWest Airlines. And then at our McAir location, we currently have a partnership with Allegiant Airlines, and we're a part of their pathway there. And with Illinois Aviation Academy, we are currently in our newest partnership is with Atlas. So we offer some cargo opportunities there.
So, with all these partnerships, is that something that you get selected from those various airlines that you listed, and then they send them to you, or do you get into the Spartan School and then you're able to then move down one of those paths?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's kind of a mixture of both. For American Airlines, for instance, their process is very selective, and typically they're going to produce opportunity students for us. They have different training partners across the country, and we're happy to be one of them. But they typically will send students our direction. For the other two partnerships, it sort of depends. We have active students that have currently applied to those partnerships and been accepted. So it's a little bit of a mixture of both.
Okay, and obviously flight schools are in need right now, and I have some friends who are getting flight training, and they're having a hard time finding flight instructors. How are you guys doing with staffing your flight instructors and making sure your students have the instructors they need?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's something that we hear kind of across the board as well. But at this point, I'll tell you, working for Spartan for the past 5 years, and this is something that we've really improved on, is just monitoring all of that. So we really keep a close eye on the number of student population that we have. For instance, at our Tulsa location, we only start 25 students per month, so we keep a cap on our class limits. That helps keep small classes, as well as make sure we never, flood the boat as far as too many students for our instructors and our fleet. So currently we host at that campus, just to provide some numbers, we're close to 400 total student population in our piloting program. We have approximately 80 to 90 instructors, depending on the month. And then, we attempt to hire those instructors from our student population, so that's the way our program works. And then we always keep a constant eye on how many planes we have. We have a great maintenance team that works on all of our fleet of aircraft and make sure that we keep things running so that our students don't encounter those same issues.
And speaking of your airplanes, what kind of airplanes are your students learning in?
It's a great question. So one of the benefits to coming to Spartan is back in 2019, we actually overhauled our fleet. We partnered with Piper Airplanes at that point and purchased a number of those. At the time in 2019, we purchased a total of 30 of those aircraft to add to our fleet. We're currently, though, up to 49 Piper Archers that are in our fleet as of today. We also have 6 Piper Seminoles that students fly their multi-engine aircraft in. And then we still do have 2 of the older Spartan Cessna 172s that they'll do some spin training in. And then at our McAir and Illinois Aviation Academy, most of the aircraft there is going to be the Cessna 172s, some 152s, things like that.
So it kind of depends on which place, and what airplanes they have at that location.
It does, yeah. And our newest location, with Spartan having that history, but our newest purchases have been at the Tulsa location. For sure.
Yeah. Whether it's a Piper or Cessna, it still goes in the logbook.
Absolutely.
Single engine land, they're all the same. I've learned both in my career, and it I don't think that has a big impact in
high wing versus low wing.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say the benefit to our Pipers that we do have, with them being 2019 or newer, they're all equipped with Garmin G1000, so they're definitely industry relevant, sort of technically advanced aircraft that they'll be flying.
Yeah, I had a friend when I was going through flight school, and he didn't like that we had Cessnas, that they were all high wing, and he said, I'm never going to fly a high wing. I'm never going to fly a high wing. Why am I doing this? Well, then he was flying checks in an Aerostar, and then he ended up flying a Dornier 328 high wing, and I was like, what, I thought you were never going to fly a high wing.
Yeah, everybody's kind of got their preference, right. I guess.
Yeah.
But
It's just, still flies the same. All right. So you got locations, partnerships, schools. How long is the waiting list for somebody to get into? I know I've talked to some flight schools, and there's so much demand. They're like, yeah, we have 2-year waiting list. We have, what's the waiting list for getting into your various locations?
Yeah, so good question there. With our McAir location, our Illinois Aviation Academy, that's pretty much a start when you're ready type of a program, so it's less of a formal program. At our Tulsa location, I will tell you, we are currently enrolling for the month of October. So we're a couple of months out, but that's about it. The way that our program works is actually pretty flexible for students because we start our flight training every single month. So each month we have a start date. So we've got some flexibility there and aren't too far out as far as our enrollment process goes.
So your students don't have to just start the fall of every year.
Exactly.
So you're kind of constantly
kind of
spread
a
it
flow.
out. Yeah.
And the way that I feel like the benefit to that versus some other different ways to do it is that we do start every month, which means we graduate every month a certain number of students, typically about 15 to 20 students that graduate, and then we have hiring process where we're hiring multiple students there, and then they're leaving to go to the airlines. So it's this nice cycle that works really, really well.
And what kind of application process if somebody goes, hey, I want to come in and I want to go to one of these schools? What kind of application process is, and does it vary between your schools?
So typically it does a little bit, but our process is fairly similar across the board. With the location that I'm at, which is at our Tulsa facility, it's a little more formal. The application process is fairly simple. I mean, first thing we typically do is we're an interview style of school, so we usually set up either a personal tour of our facility or an online Zoom meeting where we just kind of run through details of all the program. We're very transparent. We go through costs, schedule, our partnerships, obviously, and just kind of paint the picture of what it's like to be a student. And then we'll run through, do an application process. We will connect them with a financial aid representative that will talk about all the details there, and then sort of move forward from there as selecting a start date and essentially getting through the required process like Class 2 medical, things like that.
And what is the acceptance rate approximately for your college? And I'm guessing it's going to depend on each of your locations.
Yeah, and it'll kind of vary. It depends. Students are required by the FAA to meet certain standards as far as a medical process. We do have a selection process and requirement when it comes to things like meeting basis of admission. So, minimum GPA requirements, testing requirements like ACT, SAT, or a college entrance exam. So as long as typically students can pass those and hold those, there's not really necessarily a application denial process, if that makes sense. As long as they can get through that, then we'll work with them on making sure they can get started.
And you said financial aid. That's what every aspiring pilot wants to hear. What kind of financial aid is available for students? Because learning to fly isn't always cheap.
Yeah, definitely an expensive form of training. But at our Tulsa location, since we are a Part 141 degreed program, we do work with the Department of Education. So they are eligible to apply for things like grants and scholarships and student loans. At our locations, we typically have a couple of private lending options. We do work with the partnerships with the airlines that may provide some funding opportunities. And then we work with other organizations like the Veterans Administration and some, 529 plans, things like that.
Yeah, and the Veterans Administration, the GI Bill. So you guys do partner or do take the GI Bill for people who is getting money for aviation training.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's at all your locations?
So I believe it is at all three locations. Definitely at our Tulsa location. We are not only we work with several veterans. I would say about 25 to 30% of our overall total population came from former military. So that's definitely something we're familiar with. We have a VA certifying official that's very familiar with the process and how it works, and are able to help our students through that kind of confusing process sometimes.
And if a student already has their private pilot and wants to come into your program, is that something they can do?
Absolutely. So we have quite a few students each month, usually about 4 to 5 total students out of our 25 starts that come in with their private pilot. That's a great way to get started if you're still in high school, or if you're looking for a way to kind of dip your toe in the water, go get your private pilot license. Then you can definitely transfer that in as transfer credit to our program.
All right. Well, it's great to see all of these schools giving opportunities to get into aviation. We've been talking with J.R. Cooper from Spartan College of Aeronautics, and you're listening to EAA Radio.
Here's one in the EAA Radio archives from 2015.
This is attitude adjustment. Again, I can't believe people haven't had enough of us at this point, but, we thought it was time to do something fun. And I can't think of a more fun person than my buddy James Winbrandt, a guy from New York that I've known for a few years. Amy, do you know this young man?
In fact, I do. Not only do I know him, but I've sat next to him, I've studied his work habits, and I've even come to imitate a few of them because they're pretty good. He's a multi-talented individual, and he comes here to the show both to work it and to enjoy it every year. How many years have you been coming to this show?
I think the first year was 1994 when I came to work on the show daily when the Sclairs with General Aviation News came aboard.
There you go. So, but James is a multi-talented individual. Should we introduce the AirVenture crowd to a little bit of what we know James can do?
That AirVenture may know him for, but not even realize it was him?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
All right, let's listen to a little James Winbrand.
I was kind of nervous, even with air traffic service, though I'd read the FISC procedure like the Bible. 1.6 from the inbound fix. I was set up for the rapid arrival. Already had the ATIS. I said, man, this is the greatest, as I thought about where I was aviating. Yes, ma'am, no, damn, I hit a grand slam. The world's greatest air show is awaiting. Freaking, yes, and I turned off my beacon, but I worried the approach would overwhelm me. But I felt just like Bob Hoover executing this maneuver when I heard the air controller tell me, rock your wings, rock your wings, rock your wings if you copy. Rock them up and down. Rock your wings, rock your wings, rock your wings, everybody. You're looking good from the ground. You're on the route pilots dream about, the whole wide world around. So rock your wings, rock your wings, rock your wings, everybody. You're Oshkosh inbound.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
That will change your life.
If you have ever flown into this show, that just makes your blood start to sing along with it. I mean, that's so cool.
And and it's a funny thing because I knew James as a writer for a long time with AIN, because that's where we all kind of worked there at some point.
Absolutely.
And then one day somebody said, "Oh, have you ever heard? Oh, yeah, but you've heard him do North 40 and all that." And I went, "Huh?" And somebody sent me a link to North 40, which we're going to hear pretty soon here too. And I said, No, that can't be the same guy that the writer. And they went, yeah, that's him.
But James, you're not in this alone. I mean, what inspired you to start bringing the guitar and singing?
Well, before I was a writer, my first career was as a musician.
Ha! Things I don't know about you. Do tell.
Oh, yes. So I always assumed I would also write at some point in my career. It happened a little sooner than I thought. And here at AirVenture, there's a lot of talented musicians as well. And one of them, Rick Reynolds, the editor of AirVenture Today, who I work with, who's a fabulous guitar player. And so we would get the guitars out at the end of the workday and start playing. And, I've always been a songwriter as well as a musician. You don't get that out of your system. Without, though, a venue, you typically don't really write if nobody's going to hear it. And so here I've got this target-rich environment of all these great subjects to write about and some great people to play with. So that's kind of what started it. And the rest goes from there. The first song we did that we may hear a little bit of at some point was AirVenture Blues, that he and I just kind of were sitting around and I started singing some lyrics to a blues tune. And that sort of gave the idea of, well, you could write kind of a whole album. I don't know if you know Red Sovine, who wrote about truck driving, but this is kind of the aviation equivalent.
Truck driving songs come to Oshkosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. And you've been doing, do you kind of write a new song every so often or every year, or how do you do that?
I had been for 3 or 4 years writing a new song every year. Last year, didn't get one written. And this year I don't have anything planned. I don't know if I'll come up with anything before we leave here. But my idea was to then have enough to create an album that I would call experimental music, and then therefore the listeners would have to complete at least 51% of it beforehand, and I could take deposits.
Now that would be a very neat trick. That would be a very EAA AirVenture experience.
Have you ever done a song about EAA Radio?
Not yet. There we go. There's a
the
subject
guys
for...
next door. We're the kids in the house next door.
Well, that is always a sure way to get your song played on the radio. Have it talk about radio, and then all the DJs, oh, yes.
That's right, especially if you mention some names.
Well, I don't have a handle. This is one of the weird parts of my talk radio existence, is that I have no talk radio handle.
I see.
Yeah, it's a little strange, but I'm working on it. I've always been a little strange.
Yeah, well, I think
what my
maybe
mother tells me.
A title, Attitude Adjustment, maybe might be a good title for an upcoming tune.
Attitude Adjusted.
Might, possibly. We'll talk offline.
Okay, all right. You mentioned too that there are a lot of other musicians up here at AirVenture.
Quite a few, and just in the last couple of years, the Flying Musician Association was founded by John Zapp, and he's managed to get a lot of people on board. And so they have events around AirVenture and other air shows where they give chance for the people to hear the musicians. The musicians have a chance to share their dual passions for music and aviation. You'd be surprised the number of people walking around out there with pilot's license and guitar picks in their pockets.
They're not all Bon Jovi, but there are a lot of them. You're right.
So, but there's no recurrent on the Flying Physician's part. It's just kind of always, it's ongoing.
You don't need a medical.
Yes. Although there are a few, I suppose, that seem a little like maybe they're in need of some kind of help.
If they required a medical, they probably would not be allowed to play music.
There you go. There you go. Well, James, we want to play another quick snip. Which one do you think should we fill in here in the little center slot and give them a treat?
Well, why don't we go with the original Oshkosh tune of AirVenture Blues?
Let's hear a little AirVenture Blues.
I woke up this morning just about dawn. I came down and found my gator done gone. I got them AirVenture Blues. I got them AirVenture Blues. From my head to my shoes, Lord, I got them AirVenture Blues. I got a little rowdy with a crazy bunch of fellows. Now I can't eat, I've been kicked out of Fratello's. I got them AirVenture Blues. Them AirVenture Blues. Lord help me lose these AirVenture Blues. Take it, Mr. Rick.
Now that's a classic.
Thank you.
I agree with you. I have heard you play that before. One of the Super 8
the get-togethers, yes. Well, obviously a little not as well produced as what we did in the studio with Rock Your Wings, but I think the spirit comes through.
Yeah, but I'm feeling quite sad after that one.
Well, that's the thing the night with the blues, it kind of gets you feeling a little sad, but then kind of gets you over that and gets you through it.
I feel a song coming, Airplanes and Adrenaline or something.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think you've got another career coming up yourself here,
but
Rob.
that's where I run out of ideas.
Well, does writing on the paper ever give you ideas that coalesce into song?
I can't say that it does. I mean, there's just so many. The thing about writing on the newspaper, people say, "Oh, what did you write today?" And you draw this sudden huge blank. As Amy, you know, Rob, you know what it's like working on a daily, and you're kind of going through, and everything is fascinating when you're doing it. But then you're on to the next thing, and 2 minutes later, you have no clue of what you just did.
I like to call it the mental screen dump, and I feel like I have to do it because I can't focus on the next thing.
Yeah, I think so. So if I went back and looked at the paper, I could probably get some good ideas for a tune.
Do you have a lot of songs kind of sitting in an old trunk somewhere that haven't been finished, or?
Yes, a lot of half-finished songs and a lot that have been finished that people haven't heard and this and that. But typically you have ideas you're working on. And again, unless there's somewhere to do it, chances are you may not finish it. Nolan Bushnell, who started whatever, Pong or one thing, he talked about a trade show being the greatest thing for getting innovation because you had a deadline and you had to do something. And if you didn't have that, you wouldn't. And I think it's the same way with a song often.
Well, you know, so if people wanted to hear more of James Winbrand and his music, a man and his music, where would they go find some of this?
Well, you can find them on iTunes. There is a Facebook page with a couple of my songs on it. On YouTube, there's a video of a Christmas song of mine.
That's a wonderful, wonderful video.
I have not seen
Homeless.
that. Ho, 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 homeless?
It's Homeless This Christmas is the name of it, and there's a video that goes along with it. And then there's an album back of material back from my rock and roll days with a band called the Miamis that they could find online. I was with a group, the Revlons. You can find their music online. So it's out there. I'm not very good about collecting it and keeping it in one place.
Well, that's a shame. It sounds like it's time for a best of.
There you go.
But listen, James Winbrand from everywhere at Oshkosh and AirVenture 2015, thank you so much for joining us.
We want to close with one of your songs.
Yeah.
What do you want us to close with?
Well, why don't we do North 40? Again, this, I know that somewhere lurking around is a live version, and I want people to know I've keyed it down a half step since then.
That sounds great. We'll go out with the North 40 James.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for taking the time to stop by EAA Radio and show us the musical side of Oshkosh.
And thank you, Amy and Rob. A pleasure to be with you.
I'm back in Oshkosh, but I'm not home yet. My friends are waiting and the chairs are set out by the runway that runs east-west, where the campers are the coolest and the parties are the best. I'm talking North 40. So good to be back again. We're gonna have a party and watch the airplanes land. Here's the camp of the Bonanza crew. 5 rows down, you've got the Moonies too. But both groups bond like a band of brothers, 'cause each one knows their plane is better than the others on the North 40. So good to be back again. We're gonna have a party and watch the airplanes land. A waving Jolly Roger marched the row, where the women fly and the spirits flow. They watch the landings where the hungry stare, 'cause when they call for pizza, it's delivered by air on the North 40. So good to see you again. Yeah, everybody, come watch the airplanes land.
Here's an interview from 2009.
And welcome back to EAA Radio's Push to Talk with Magneto Mel. And we are talking with Doreen Schmidt and Jen Hotsko with Angel Flight East. Are you guys still with us there?
Yes, we are.
Wonderful. Thanks for hanging in there. I just had a couple other questions for listeners who might want to get involved. Expenses. Now, I know how this works with Angel Flight West, but all the expenses that are incurred as part of this flight, the fuel, that's all at the expense of the pilot that volunteers, correct?
Yes, they donate their time, their plane, the fuel, all landing expenses, everything, yes.
But they are tax deductible.
They are.
So there's a benefit in there for people. And then if a pilot wants to get involved, what would be the process?
Our application is available on our website at www.angelflighteast.org under pilot information, or they can call our office. Also, our phone number's on the website. They can find us that way. It's really just a matter of completing an application and sending us a current copy of your insurance, and we get you, as long as everything checks out, we get them into the system, and they start receiving, they receive a pilot manual with their pilot guidelines, a welcome letter, and they're paired with another pilot, a veteran pilot, to sort of act as their mentor and answer any pilot-related questions they might have for anything that's not necessarily administrative that it may be best for them to talk to another pilot.
And what about if people don't quite meet the certification, they maybe don't have the 300 hours, or they're not current on the instrument, or they haven't gotten it yet? Is there a way for them to become involved with the organization?
There is. We do accept co-pilots. Right now we don't necessarily have a formal way of matching co-pilots and pilots, but if a pilot registers from an airport where I know that there's an active Angel Flight pilot, I may pair them, put them in contact with each other. That person would act as the co-pilot's mentor, just as if it was a newly registered pilot, and they can start making connections that way. We also have Angel Flight East pilot groups on LinkedIn, Facebook, and a Yahoo group for Angel Flight East pilots, so that they can communicate with each other and pair up with pilots that are within their own home airport and home territory, that they can coordinate. Even pilots who do meet the certifications that just want to fly along as co-pilot, share expenses for the flight, they can find each other that way.
And you say everybody uses their own plane, but say a pilot doesn't have one. Obviously, they can, perhaps rent one and still fly the mission. It's just a matter of it being at their expense. I understand that.
Right.
But is that the case with your? And as far as the condition of the aircraft, everybody, obviously, they have to be maintained to the specifications for certification of the aircraft themselves.
Right.
But some are cleaner than others. And do you have any regulatory process? They check out the plane. You check out the pilot certification, but do you check out the airworthiness of the aircraft? And
no, that's the pilot's responsibility to be sure that their plane is maintained and is up to airworthiness standards as set forth by the FAA.
And of course, heaven forbid this would not be something anybody would want to happen, but in the history, if anything were to happen in the course of the flight, that liability is covered. I imagine you sign waivers. Is there a pretty extensive legal, system, for lack of a better word, behind the flights?
Luckily, we have not had any disasters under Angel Flight East, but we do have a disaster plan in place, so we are ready to respond at any time in case an accident would occur.
And they do sign, all passengers sign a waiver before taking off. Well, they sign a waiver upon intake. They sign another waiver with that pilot prior to departing from their first airport. And if it's a linking mission, they sign another waiver before getting on that aircraft with that pilot's name on it for each leg of the mission. And those are either faxed or mailed back to our office, so it doesn't leave the airport with the pilot and plane.
It's good for pilots to know that all the ducks are in a row when they take off and do this. So
yeah.
I imagine that's something that you guys would have covered.
Yeah.
So fantastic. Well, once again, where can people find information? I know you mentioned LinkedIn and Facebook, but your web address?
Our website is www.angelflighteast.org.
And our toll-free number is 1-800-383-9464.
And I don't know if Angel Flight, or if has any presence on the field here at AirVenture today.
They're actually the Fly for Life exhibit at, I believe it's in Aeroshell Square, is sort of, it's the public benefit flying exhibit, and all volunteer pilot organizations that are registered within the Air Care Alliance are being promoted there. And I know that we don't have a booth there, but there are other organizations that have individual booths at Oshkosh as well.
Great. thank you very much for your time and for calling in today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been listening with Doreen Schmidt of Angel Flight East. She's the executive director, and Jen Hotsko, the mission coordinator. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You do the same.
Bye.
You are listening to EAA Radio. This is Magneto Mel with Push to Talk on 1210 AM, 93.1 FM, and on the web at www.airventure.org/radio.
Now back into the EAA Radio archives for this interview from 2014.
Okay, let's let Dick get wired up here. Everybody relax. Well, he was here, as I said, a few years ago, and I was a moderator on that program, and at that time, he gave me the honor of calling him Dick, so don't get mad at me, okay? I've not been too familiar. Dick, welcome back to Oshkosh and to Warbirds in Review.
Dan, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Man, we're happy to have you. And, you know, you're about to reach a milestone, I hear. I was talking to John the other day, and John, he's about to reach a milestone, a mighty, it's an age with a nice lilt to it, I think.
Well, the next one is 99. Is that right, Colonel Cole? The next birthday is 99?
I guess that's right.
Well, God bless you. I hope you're here to tell this story 1,000 more times for us. God bless you, Dick. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. I ask all people. You graduated from Steele High School in Dayton, Ohio, and enlisted in the Army Air Corps after 2 years of college at Ohio University, November the 22nd, 1940, before the war even started. Why did you decide to do that? Why did you want to enlist in the Army before the war started?
I had taken a civilian pilot training program to learn to fly, and I got a little impatient when about 40 days passed, and so I went down and enlisted, and fortunately about a week or 2 weeks I got orders to go to Parks Air College in St. Louis, and I was lucky enough to wiggle my way through that program, and I went from there to Randolph and Kelly.
Well, I would like to know, how did you get to be picked for the Tokyo raid, and how did you get to be Doolittle's co-pilot?
Well, I could tell you a lot of things about being the best co-pilot and so forth, but it wouldn't be true. I was crewed up with another older pilot from the 17th Bomb Group, and the group was getting transferred to Columbia, South Carolina. And I had some training at Pendleton and at a place called Felt Field, Washington. And on the way to Columbia, he upgraded me to first pilot. And he was an instructor pilot. And after we got to Columbia, and the word was put out that they wanted people to volunteer for a mission, he came around and wanted to know if we could go together. And I was particularly delighted because he was a nice fellow and a good pilot.
John, I'm going to let you take it from here. You know a lot more details than I do, and I'm going to sit back and enjoy, okay?
The only reason I know any details is because Scott and I were fortunate enough to get an assignment to do 4 hours on the Doolittle raid. We did a little mini-series called Missions That Changed the War, which was on Military Channel. So I had to learn some things in a hurry. And again, there's things you hear about the Doolittle raid all your life. You think you know, but then you find out what you don't know. And particularly now, you know, I used to think of Warbirds in Review as great educational enrichment experience. I think it's becoming primary education because they aren't teaching this in school anymore. And for those of you who don't know, our almost immediate response, and certainly coming from the White House after December 7th, 1941, and the attack on Pearl Harbor, was we want to bomb the home islands of Japan. The problem is we had no way to do that in terms of having the range to get there. And within 2 weeks of that attack, there was a meeting at the White House and Hap Arnold, the head of the Air Corps, and as well as Admiral King, head of the Navy, were there, and Roosevelt made it very clear, figure this out, we need to do this. And a guy that was on Admiral King's staff by the name of Lowe, he was a submariner, however that's said, not an aviator, was down at Norfolk, Virginia, and he noticed they had an aircraft carrier deck laid out on a runway for the fighter pilots to practice their passes, and he saw that guys were doing that with twin-engine bombers, and he said, well, we may not have the range, but what if we could give the bombers a ride to Japan, or within enough distance to strike, and go from there? Well, they figured out very quickly you were never going to land B-25s on a carrier, but they figured out with a lot of modification, hard work, and training, you could depart from there. And thus came the plan to get within range of Japan, take off from a carrier, do the job in Tokyo and 4 other cities, and then fly into eastern China, which is a whole nother set of circumstances. China had been under attack by the Japanese since 1937, and that attack interrupted a civil war between Mao Zedong and the communists and Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists. So all of that had to be worked out as how to recover the raiders afterwards. These men were chosen because of their experience in the 17th Bomb Group with the B-25s. It's really been a pleasure. We've been able to meet all of the survivors, and since that great privilege, Tom Griffin has gone on. But Dick, I think these folks would like to know what caused you to be so enthusiastic about going when they told you it was dangerous. They told you didn't have to go. Just tell us a little bit about that.
Well, first off, I would like to say that that time I had not had a job up to after graduating from high school and going to a little bit of college. It was a step up for me. And on a maybe comical side, it was also doing the draft, and it was better than Leavenworth. But the 17th group was made up of about half old-timers and about the other half of new people like myself. And we had been training since July of 41 at Phelps Field, Washington. We got to know everybody. The camaraderie was first class. And on top of that, we had been 4 months in the southeastern part of the United States in a mock war with the Army. And that made our camaraderie a lot more better.
Okay, I think his right side is better, John. He asked about your enthusiasm for Doolittle.
Yeah.
And why you were so enthusiastic about launching off the carrier.
We had practiced at Eglin Field individually in a cruise with a young Navy lieutenant from Pensacola. He instructed us on how to make a carrier takeoff. The B-25 has a negative angle of attack, and he taught us to try and get the nose of the B-25 maybe 1 degree or so, or as close as we could get to it above the angle of
Get
attack.
a positive angle of attack.
And by doing that, that gave us the maximum thrust that the two engines could put out.
Okay, now we're going to get into the mission now.
I know that I learned a couple of things about interviewing Doolittle Raiders. You better be very, very careful with the word hero. They don't like it. And you don't want to say suicide mission. They don't like that. And they have the enormous respect they have for Jimmy Doolittle. For me, trying to do a documentary was absolutely fascinating. And, you know, some of you know the history of Colonel Doolittle, some of you don't. At the time he came to lead this raid and was handpicked by Hap Arnold to do it, he had left the Army Air Corps. He fought in World War I, left, went to work for Shell Oil, saw some things overseas while traveling for Shell Oil, came back. He told Hap Arnold, who had been his boss in World War I, if you think we're going to stay out of this war, you're wrong. You better get ready. I think that was in May, and by the following July, he had gotten a letter from Hap Arnold's chief of staff saying, you need to come back into the Army Air Corps. So, you know, these guys were babies when they jumped out of an airplane in East China. Jimmy Doolittle was not. Nor was Jimmy Doolittle intended to go on that raid. He was hired by Hap Arnold to plan it, but Jimmy Doolittle said, I'm going to fly it, or that's just the way. And Dick can tell you some wonderful things about a man I know he most admires, and Jimmy Doolittle's determination to go on the raid and lead the raid.
Here's a classic out of the EAA Radio archives from 2012.
Well, Ken is still with us. Ken Kreitz. Is that how you pronounce that?
That is correct.
Nobody gets it right, I'm sure. No, I'm Dave. I'm the younger, smarter one.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm the sex symbol of the group.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Eddie.
Wow.
Yeah, we're struggling here at EAA Radio this morning.
We're going to get thrown off the air for sure now.
Well, so much for being invited back next year.
So have you guys changed the routine much over the 40 years that it's been flying?
Not much. There's only so much you can do with 8 airplanes all compacted into a small space like that. And
well, aside from crash.
Well, and we don't want to do that.
Don't want to do that.
We don't want to do
Definitely
that. And we have a wonderful safety history because every year we get the whole team together, everybody that qualified to fly the airplanes, and we get the whole team together and we fly the entire routine over the course of a weekend. And we fly the routines, we fly them individually and with multiple ships. We also do a lot of up close and personal work, formation work, and so all of the guys are formation qualified. All of them have, or most of them have low-level waivers of some kind. We don't do any aerobatics in the airplanes. But you'll, even though I say that, you know, there will be people in the crowd that will be watching us flying this afternoon, and you'll think they're absolutely doing aerobatics, and we are not. You know, we never go past 90 degrees.
Right, the textbook definition.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
When you get a rating in this airplane, are they giving you a T6 rating, or are they giving you a Kate rating or a Val rating?
No, we have to be T6 qualified.
Okay.
With the Commemorative Air Force to fly any of the airplanes, regardless of what they are. You still
Right.
have to have a T6 qualification.
Well, I imagine. I mean, the modifications are extensive enough that they got to behave like different airplanes.
It depends from airplane to airplane. They fly pretty much like a T6. The Kate is different because it's longer. You know, the moment is longer on the fuselage, and the landing gear is still in the same place as the T6. Val is totally different because of the great big wheel pants. It's got a 600 horsepower engine in the front of it instead of a 450. It started life as a Vultee vibrator. You know, the Vals with the 450 horse engines just couldn't keep up, and so they put 600 horse engines in them, and they look a whole lot better, and they fly a lot better too.
You were talking about your big rehearsal weekends. Before every show, Do you have your guys go out and do the dirt dance, the actual walk-through rehearsal before they go and fly the actual airplanes?
Well, not specifically, Eddie. What we do is before every show, excuse me, before every show, of course, we have the briefing with the air boss and the rest of the show participants. And then an hour before we go airborne, the whole team gets together and we literally talk through the entire show. We talk about altitudes, we talk about field elevations, talk about runways, we talk about emergency landing facilities, we talk about radio frequencies, weather, location of the pyrotechnics, any obstructions on the airfield. There's a whole card that Tora Lead has and we go right down the list, and we do that before every show we fly.
So it's true that that back at the hotel they do not sleep in formation, line their beds up.
Here's another question. We all know that aircraft can be rather cantankerous. Have you ever had any problems with having to leave an aircraft and a pilot on the ground because you couldn't get it started for whatever reason?
Yes. I mean, these are 60-year-old airplanes. Now, having said that, each airplane is assigned to a specific pilot. That's the primary pilot on that airplane. They are responsible for the maintenance on that airplane. So, here's the thought process there. If I'm responsible for an airplane and I've got it 1,000 miles from home and it breaks, it's my responsibility to get it back. So, before we ever leave to go anywhere, I'm going to want to be sure that the airplane is up and flying and in good shape, so that we can run them all over the country like we do.
Well, when you say responsible for the maintenance, is he actually the guy turning the wrenches?
In a lot of cases, yes. We've got, I'm an A&P, Dan Reedy's an A&P, Mark Allen is not, Tora Lead, but he's a wonderful technician, and you can look at 118, the newest airplane in the fleet, and that's an airplane that he primarily put together. It originally came out of the Missouri wing, and we took the airplane and then totally rebuilt it into the Zero flying with us today.
Oh, there goes Tora Lead taking off now. Cleverly disguised as a 737.
They're just out there blowing the runway off, so these
drying
it out and blowing all the FOD off it by sucking it through their engines. No.
Now, I'm sure you guys have performed at airports that, because of the geography, have forced you to change your program.
We have. For example, Denver, Colorado, 2 years ago, 6,000-foot runway, 6,000-foot elevation.
Right.
And so at 85 degrees, you're up around about 7,500, 8,000 foot density altitude. And so you have to take some of the bank and turn out of the airplanes and kind of flatten it out a little bit.
You got to be a little more graceful with the aircraft.
That's exactly correct. Now, down low like this, we can yank and bank pretty good. Still not exceeding the aerobatic performance limits.
Now, when you guys originally started this act, did you have pyro back then, or has this been something that has been phased in over the years?
It's been phased in over the years, Eddie. Mel Reese from St. Louis was one of the first guys to... actually, we had some other guys from the Commemorative Air Force who put pyro underneath the airplanes. But as a standalone part of the act, Mel Reese did it for a while, and then Bob West, who a lot of us remember fondly as No Neck, and in fact 2 of his children are on the field, in the pyro field. His daughter Martha and son Ben West, who's a major in the Air National Guard, flying airplanes.
And what do you do on your weekends?
I blow things up.
I blow stuff up.
Let me go back to a question that you alluded to a few minutes ago, and that was somebody riding with us during the show. And of course, the answer to that is that we can't. The FAA is very strict about required crew only in the airplanes, and so when we're in a performance situation, we only have the pilot on board the airplane.
That's just in case.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
However,
absolutely.
in the mornings, like say when we're done our show, you could probably go out.
Under the guise of, well, we got to warm the oil up in the engine.
Yeah, there's a blatant trying to glom a ride. Didn't work.
No, it
Anyway.
never does. Heck, they're not even going to let me out there in the pyro field to hold one of the bags.
The guys in the jump plane offered to give me a ride, but they didn't offer a parachute.
I hate when that happens.
Ooh, Dave.
It's all right. They were expecting me to catch you. Good luck with that.
Right. Not again.
So you guys are going to have 8 aircraft flying around here. You're going to have pyro going off on different passes. What advice do you have to the spectators with regards to videography and photography?
Actually, any place on the flight line where they can be safely, they're going to be able to get good pictures of what's going on out here, because we're going to be flying right up and down the runway. The pyrotechnics is going to be right out in front of Air Show Center here, and there will be about 60 shots that'll take place out there, and typically they go 100, 150 feet into the air with the smoke and the fire ring and all of that sort of thing.
That sounds spectacular.
And it really is, Dave.
Marshmallows are optional.
You bet. But I think anywhere along the line here, I'm looking out at the tents that are set up right alongside the radio station, and anybody in this area is going to be able to get good pictures of the entire program. You want to be able to get to where you can hear the sound effects and everything that's being said about the program, because that's a major part of the program. Because we literally start the show as a war and ended up as a celebration of the young men and women who wore the uniform of our great nation.
Have you had reaction from Japanese veterans?
We have, and they've all been positive. We have had a couple of times where radio and media people have tried to stir the pot a little bit, and once we explain what the program is and they've seen it, that all goes away, because there's, nobody is denigrated in any way during the program.
They were all just doing their duty.
They were doing a job,
right.
Regardless of which side you were on. Now, created a lot of havoc for us, but they were just doing their job.
Yeah, it was the leadership at the top that was misguided.
That's
right.
Exactly correct.
Exactly.
That's exactly correct.
Everybody else was just pretty much following orders.
But we, at the end of the program, and we talk very specifically about patriotism and our nation and how we got to where we are, and the young men and women who have fought and died and carried our flag into battle. They are the ones that have allowed us to be the greatest free nation in the world.
Well, that's great. Ken, question for you. If people want to find out more about Tora Tora Tora, where can they do it?
How about putting a www in front of
ToraToraTora.com? There you go. So if you want to find out more information, get on the web. You can either Google Tora Tora Tora, or you can do www.ToraToraTora.com.
There's pictures of the airplanes. There's bios on the pilots, schedule of where we're going to be, and all of that sort of information is available, Eddie.
Sounds like a good time to me.
Okay, no, it sounds like a good time to be here and watch it.
Absolutely.
And we are looking forward to you burning some holes in the grass out there this afternoon.
And making some noise. By the way,
and educating us.
When you talk about the sound system and everything, they have this earthquake simulator out here. You will be heard.
That's wonderful.
Somehow I think he would be heard without the sound system.
Parts of it anyway.
Oh yeah, you got to get that booming air announcer voice there.
Thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure being with you this morning. Thank you for inviting us in, and please, everybody, at 4:30 this afternoon, come out and watch Tora 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 reenact the invasion of Pearl Harbor.
I don't think anybody's going to be able to sleep.
Not at all.
Not once you start shaking the place.
It's going to be a good time, people. You got to get here.
Here's an interview from 2023.
And joining us now is Mark Hansen, and Glad to have you here. You're with the Air Care Alliance and part of the public benefit flying that we are saluting here at AirVenture 2023.
We are, and thanks so much for having me.
Yes, tell us a little bit about your background in aviation and how you got here.
How I got here, yeah. I started flying in 2010 during the recession when I was bored, and automatically got hooked up with volunteer flying. And since then, I've done about 400 missions for a variety of organizations, and joined Air Care Alliance about 2 years ago to start promoting charitable aviation nationally.
Excellent, excellent. So tell us a little bit about the Air Care Alliance.
Air Care Alliance is a member organization. We represent about 80 different regional public benefit flying organizations. Angel Flight West is a member, Angel Flight East is a member, Lifeline Pilots up here in the central U.S. is a member, and Patient Airlift Services is another example. Also Pilots and Paws that fly animals, conservation organizations like Light Hawk.
Yeah. So, and that's one of the things I guess, me being out of a general aviation background, I knew about Angel Flight and just recently, Pilots and Paws and those kind of things. But there's a lot of organizations doing a lot of good things.
There's Veterans Airlift Command that just focuses on veterans transportation. And those are very, there's an organization, Travis Mills Foundation in Maine, that just does wonderful things, but the veterans have to get there. Right. And they come from as far away as Atlanta and go to Portland or Augusta, Maine. So those are, and they typically don't do well flying in commercial aviation.
Sure.
So, yeah, many, many good examples of ways to give back. It doesn't matter whether you have a RANS, a van, a 152, or a Gulfstream.
Sure.
Anything can help, and do one flight every other year, and you'll get hooked. It's a lot of fun.
Sure. What are some of the flights that you've participated in?
I belong as a pilot, volunteer pilot, to several organizations, and it's very, very easy again to get hooked. I flew a little girl on 1 day's notice that was going for her 8th open heart surgery, and she was only 7 months old. Wow. And her parents were driving 8 hours each way to get to this care in Boston Children's. Okay. So flew the mission, and I've flown her just about every year and multiple times a year. Since then, now she's age 6.
Okay.
So you develop these, interesting relationships with your passengers. The same thing with burn patients. I'm not sure if everyone understands Shriners is a national organization. They have 22 locations, and they do mostly children, burn patients, and orthopedics. Both of those classes of patients need to get back on a regular basis. Particularly burn patients, the scar tissue doesn't grow as they grow. So you get great relationships with these patients, and you just can't complain about anything personally ever again in life.
Right.
what these people are enduring, and even the conservation projects as well.
Sure. You just mentioned this one with the little girl with the heart surgery. Any other missions that just kind of stand out in your mind? I'm sure there are probably many.
There's 400 of them, but
right.
And some people have done more, and some people have just done 20 and 10 years. It doesn't really matter. I had a young guy that there's another organization above the clouds I fly for. That's a regional one in Boston, and it's a surprise flight for disadvantaged youth.
Okay.
And this was a 17-year-old that had a heart condition. Had missed 5 of our surprise events for him. So we got out of the hospital, and the next day we were going to take him flying. They said he never would smile because he was always in pain and discomfort. Put the GoPros in the plane, got him off, constant smile for half an hour. We let him fly the airplane, land, give him a bomber jacket with his name on it, but constant smiles. Yeah. So that's the transformation that I don't know how you measure. It's just one of those events that will stick with you forever.
Oh, awesome. If pilots are here, how do you discover these organizations and how do you get involved?
It's great. So on Saturday, again, EA's been nice, and we have Public Benefit Flying Day for the first time ever. We'll have a static display in Boeing Plaza with 3 airplanes. Please come and see us. We'll give you information. Air Care Alliance has a website and a directory of all the organizations in the U.S. So you can put in your state, and it will give you a listing of who's in your particular area that you can volunteer for: conservation, medical, compassion, any number of solutions. If you need to request a flight, and that's really probably our biggest job right now, is raising awareness about this. You can go on the website, request a flight, and it will be automatically forwarded to the right regional organization. Okay. If you're a pilot and you want to volunteer, you can also go to the aircarealliance.org website, fill out a pilot application. It will automatically be forwarded to all the organizations in your area, and watch out, your phone will start ringing. So,
excellent. Mark Hansen is from the Air Care Alliance. So thinking about this, I'm volunteering, but I'm only a private pilot. Just a private pilot.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, typically it ranges from private pilot all the way up to ATP.
Right.
Most common is private or instrument. Minimum hours typically are 250, which you can get pretty quickly, but nothing more than that. And some of the conservation ones have no requirements. You just have to sign up, and you'll take someone flying doing surveys of rivers, for example.
Are there checkout or kind of things?
No, you just have to prove currency, prove that you have insurance. There's AOPA has a course, online course that most of the organizations that are flying people require you to take, but that's about it.
Yeah.
And then some of the organizations would require an annual confirmation of currency, and that's typically 50 hours a year.
Yeah. With the conservation groups that are flying, again, that's an aspect that I didn't realize was so prevalent. But what are those organizations? What are they doing?
South Wings, Lighthawk, they'll go out and they'll do fly people doing river surveys. They'll look for polluters. They'll do wildlife counts. They'll transport wolves that need to go from one location to repopulate in another location. They'll do zoo animal relocations, things like that. So again, a lot of very fun things that you may never think about needing to do that need general aviation support.
Excellent. With the organization, and did you mention how many pilots approximately are involved?
Yeah, right now, our numbers last year, we did about 40,000 flights across all the organizations. But if there's another statistic that's kind of staggering, just for medical, that about 30 million Americans in the U.S. live more than 200 miles away from the type of care they need for their particular type of illness. And they're driving. They're driving to get there. So that can be 3, 8, 6 hours to get there. And we can do those flights in less than an hour, typically in a general aviation plane. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that it is a need that's there, and you're really working to fill that with volunteer pilots. And again, you've made the entry pretty easy. I mean, it's pretty good requirements. Obviously, you have to have some free time to be able to do it. How do you juggle schedules and things with the pilots?
Yeah, and that's a good question. So all these organizations have different types of software, but it all sort of does the same thing. It lists available flights, and on each flight, it lists the type of flight, if it's medical, the medical condition, the from to airport, the desired date, the desired time of day. Those can sometimes be flexible, but every day, I as a pilot will go on and just look across different websites to see what's available, and I'll pick something 1 week out, 1 day out. There's also a begging process. It's kind of funny. So if a pilot comes off unexpectedly or someone calls the day before they have a need, the begging process can be a text, can be a phone call, can be 10 emails, and each organization has one of these processes, and they have a list of favorite pilots, and they'll start dialing to get people going. But otherwise, you may get an email once or twice a week with a list of all the missions, or you just go to a website.
Wow. How many organizations have you listed as one of their favorites?
I'm not sure I should say that, but probably 4 or 5. I have a unique planes that can do longer distances, so I have a small jet, but I also fly SR-22s. And I've flown DA-40s, DA-62s, I mean, all kinds of different airplanes. Any airplane can do these events, and it's great for anyone, again, to do it, because once you do it, you just have a new why you should fly.
Yes.
And having that excuse to fly is great. So.
Again, where are you located here on the field if someone wants to talk face-to-face?
Right now, you pretty much have to see us on Saturday. We don't have a static booth. Next year, we'll have a static booth.
Good.
And you just go to the website, and you can look us up and email or call me. I'm here all week. Meeting people at different events. Today at 2:30, we're giving in Stage 11 a talk on volunteer flying. And anyone interested can meet me there.
All right. And again, that's Forum Stage 11?
11, yep.
At what time?
2:30.
2:30 at Stage 11. All right. Everybody got it? Good. Be there.
Thanks.
Go see Mark and find out more about the Air Care Alliance. Any final thoughts or words of wisdom that you would impart to a pilot who's maybe on the fence about getting involved?
There's no reason not to do it. We're all welcome. There's a bigger need than you realize. And again, it gives you a really solid why to fly. So we'll welcome seeing you.
All right. Mark Hansen from the Air Care Alliance. Mark, appreciate it. And good luck with Saturday events, and we'll look forward to seeing a bigger presence here next year as well.
Great. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, Mark. This is EAA Radio.
And now an interview from the EAA Radio archives from 2022.
I'm Paul Prydecker.
And I'm Fareed Gio. Welcome to our final segment of Squawk 1200. And joining us in the studio is Candy Bernsketter, who is a national membership chair for the Airline Pilots Association. She's also a member of a congressional board to address underrepresentation of women in U.S. aviation. And she's served or serves on an FAA advisory board for women in aviation. Welcome.
Welcome. Thanks, guys. I'm glad to be here.
Candy, we had an opportunity to meet before this interview. Today is the EAA
Women Venture.
Women Venture Day. So it's appropriate for you to be here because of the advisory board that used to exist. And can you tell us a little bit about your work on that and what some of the initiatives are and what progress are we making to increase women in aviation?
And before you start, I forgot one honorific. You are a captain, Candy Bernsketter.
I am. I'm a FedEx 767 captain, and I represented the Airline Pilots Association on this board. So in 2018, in the FAA Reauthorization Board, this was to be put together, and we were appointed by the Secretary of Transportation. And it took a little while, and then COVID hit, so we did so much of this work virtually. We met for the first time in 2020, and we divided into, there's 30 members, and we divided into 4 subgroups. One of understanding the problem, like what's going on out there. I was on the subcommittee of professional development and mentoring. We had one about recruitment and retention, and then one for success stories. And we worked together independently in those subgroups and then came together for public meetings. And really proud to say in March of this year, our board sunset, meaning we were finished with our work and we turned our report in to the Secretary of Transportation, the FAA Administrator, and Congress.
So you may have finished with your work, but there's more work to be done, right?
Absolutely. A matter of fact, a bunch of us are here at AirVenture, and at 2:30 today in Forum Stage 8, we're going to talk about our report. So we came up with 55 recommendations in different areas of aviation and aerospace, because this is more than just pilots. This is the whole aviation industry. It's manufacturing, it's airport management, it's maintenance, air traffic control. It's everything you can think of under the sun. Jobs you've never even heard of in aviation, we're trying to support and recruit for. And we're going to talk about those recommendations today at 2:30. 13 are congressional, and we were lucky in May to go meet with a lot of our representatives of Congress on the Capitol Hill and talk about our report. Now, we're just being individual citizens, doing our thing, because we're no longer a board. Once we completed the report, the board is disbanded, or sunset is the word they use. But we're really still trying to work to make sure that everything we put together doesn't just get stuck on a shelf and not acted upon.
So I'm sure some of your recommendations go directly towards how we can manage some of the barriers to interest and getting a career in aviation. Can you chat about a couple of those for us?
Yeah, I mean, one barrier is funding. We all know it's expensive to learn to fly. A lot of our recommendations are for increased governmental funding for both minority serving institutions, increasing GI Bill levels, and maybe expanding back into the private pilot level, and just expanding some other government funding programs so there's more access to money for flight training and to become pilots and mechanics and all the professional degrees and training you'd need to do some of these jobs.
So once somebody becomes a pilot like you did, the job isn't done. There's more barriers, there's lifestyle issues. So did your recommendations address some of that?
We did. Remember, there's 55, and they're in four different groupings, and of course, culture is in all of these areas. It's about recruiting and retaining women, meaning we need some family leave policies, child care policies. We're one of the only countries in the world that doesn't have paid family leave or paid maternity leave. But keep in mind, everything we're fighting for, whether it's funding, paid leave, everyone in aviation is going to benefit. These aren't programs for women. These were barriers for women. But if we can knock these barriers down, everyone in aviation, men, women, young, old, military, civilian, coming into the sector can benefit.
Most likely so, the entire family benefits because both parents, if they want to pursue their career, they don't have to worry about having one person deciding, I'll hold off, or maybe I won't do that?
Yeah, and that's a conversation I have a lot. Matter of fact, when ALPA returned to AirVenture a few years ago, I was lucky enough to run into a rising sophomore for the University of North Dakota in your Gateway Aviation Center, and she was really excited telling me about her flight training, and her mom came up to me and said, "Oh, I'm so glad my daughter's finally met an airline pilot." Now, you can tell her she'll never be a mom if she wants to have this career.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, I thought she was kidding at first, and I started to laugh, then I realized she really thinks that airline pilots can't be moms, and no one questions flight attendants being mothers. So we really need to break down the barriers and the stereotypes that people think, well, if I do that, I can't have a family. It's actually not true. There's lots of ways to do it, and we have a supportive networking group amongst like women pilots I know here in the United States. There's a group here in one of the hangars called FAST, Female Aviators Sticking Together. Women in Aviation is supportive, the 99s, all these groups, and we're trying to show people that you can do these jobs and be a woman and have family.
It seems in the general workforce, it's taken a long time for these accommodations sometimes to be normalized, and now this is the work that we're trying. The aviation industry, obviously kicking and screaming, usually at the back end of the pack, is trying to normalize this as well. And I suppose that's some of the thrust of your work.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, we're really talking about some societal barriers or cultural norms. Maybe they need to slide a little bit and change in order to accommodate everyone. There's a need in aviation for diversity of thought that actually makes a group at least 30% safer when people come from different backgrounds and have different kinds of ideas, and everyone should just be included.
Candy, I'm curious about, obviously ALPA is into so many outreach programs and processes and education. So do you have like a mentorship program for women in the pilot group, or maybe in this dispatch group, or any representation? How do you mentor them once they're there to know what to expect and how to accommodate this career?
Well, for ALPA, we do a lot of outreach, and that's what we're doing here at 329 over by off Boeing Plaza. Every day we have 5 presentations. At 10 o'clock every day, we're going to talk about what a typical day in the life looks like as an airline pilot. The next presentation are pathways from classroom to airlines. So once you go ahead and get your pilot ratings, how do you get the time that you need to get an airline transport pilot and get your airline job? And then the next presentation, which I actually got to do today, it was a lot of fun, talks about how to land a scholarship and best practices for filling out those applications. Because again, the funding is really key.
How to land a scholarship so your career can take off.
Did you
get that, Fareed?
Yeah, I got it. That was good.
I did win one in 2000, and it really did change the trajectory of my aviation career. So I know they work.
It's that one jump start. Yeah. We're speaking with Captain Candy Bernsketter, who is served on a congressional committee that helped make recommendations to increase industry participation by women. And what I wanted to ask you next is, in your discussions with your other committee members, it took place during the time that we had a burgeoning pilot shortage, and then the pandemic crushed it for just slightly, and then suddenly it is really, really desperate, it seems like. Did that affect some of your recommendations at all?
Well, I don't believe there's a pilot shortage. There's a supply issue maybe, and things really have changed. I don't think everyone expected the economy to take off so quickly post-COVID, and we're not even really post-COVID in the world, not even in this country. That's
certainly true, isn't it?
Yeah. But certainly maybe we could have managed better planning. Airlines could have managed staffing planning a little bit better. The FAA issued 8,000 airline transport pilot ratings last year, so there's obviously a lot of people available out there to do flying jobs. I don't know about all the other positions, though.
Can you just put some numbers on this for us in terms of what's the percentage of women pilots?
Sure.
And is it getting better, or has it been stable? Can you just quantify that for us?
Unfortunately, the needle really hasn't moved even since the 1980s. It's just about inching on 6%. I actually ran the numbers at the ALPA carriers. We have 40 airlines and 65,000 pilots in our group, and it's exactly 6%. So about 5.8 to 6% is average for U.S. airline women pilots.
have an international comparison?
I'd have to look up some data. I don't have that at the top of my head, guys. But 4.6% of ATP holders, which of course they're not all airline pilots, are women. So 4.6%, and that has also not changed. When you see a big statistic with a big number of women becoming pilots, it's usually issuances of student pilot certificates. But women actually don't stay in the profession as much as men do, and we're going to talk about that at 2:30 today.
All right.
Wow.
I run a summer camp for underrepresented kids, and we often talk. Women are part of that underrepresented group, and I often talk about those statistics. So those really hew close to what I've seen, as far as it's about 5%, and then if you break those groups down more, it just really African American women are less than a percentage point of commercial pilots in the U.S., considering the fact that women are a majority in this country. You mentioned that story about the mom who wanted is like this won't work. Have you seen a change, at least a little bit, in how the parents perceive women being having a career?
I just probably aren't in front of the right people to collect that information or data. I do a lot of outreach. I do go to schools, but unfortunately, I don't get to meet the parents very often. And that would be a great way, actually, to inform parents how things work, how their kids can get in aviation, and encourage them also to send their girls to camps like yours, or even Girls in Aviation Day with Women in Aviation. Of course, your Girl Venture Camp here at EAA.
Yeah. So what else would you like to tease about this presentation at 2:30?
Well, I'm going to be joined. Our panel moderator is Lauren Hartland from Zipline, and we're board members together, and I'm going to be joined by Dr. Rebecca Ludy from the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and with Kelly Yost, who is a managing engineer with CNS companies. She has a really cool job. She does stuff with engineering at airports. So that's a little niche probably a lot of people didn't know existed in aviation.
Thanks for all you're doing, Candy.
All right, great. Thanks, guys.
We've been speaking with Captain Candy Bernsketter, who is with the Airline Pilots Association. I keep thinking there's more words to say in there. We really thank you for coming in. You're listening to EA Radio.
Now here's another classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
Fast Eddie here, 747 dead stick on the moon, no sweat.
Twice.
The first time I botched it.
There you go. And we are joined by Dirk Braun, who has produced a documentary film about flying boats. Now that's cool.
That is cool. And not just any flying boat. We're talking about the world famous Grumman Albatross.
World famous.
Which is a heck of a flying boat.
Yep. I would go with heck of a flying boat, but I was trying to be nice.
Thank you.
Okay, anyway, sir, what gave you the idea to do a movie about Grumman albatrosses and flying boats in general?
It initially started, my friend introduced me to one about 17 years ago, and it just never left me, and I was just inspired by it, and I just fantasized about what I would do with one. And I started this project about 6 years ago, going into production, and just kept running with it. And the more people I met, the better it got.
Wow, a very, very close-knit group, I imagine.
It is. They all kind of know each other. They have separate ambitions and interests as to why they fly them, but they all know each other and exchange parts, and they meet up and get type rated in it.
Wow. What kind of problems did you encounter just filming this?
So many problems. I mean, besides just weather contingencies and scheduling, things like that. It's always pushing as hard as you can to get ahead, get that shot.
Did you have a clear vision of what you wanted your movie to be when you started? And I'm sure it must have evolved as you went along.
Definitely there's an evolution. Started out vague. I knew I had a story when I started interviewing people, and it just kept going from there, trying to tie in stories. And there's so many times when I didn't think I was going to be able to finish. I wasn't sure if I was going to had enough footage or a story, but just kept pushing until we got to where we are now.
Okay.
You've been looking for stories on the Albatross. What are some of the weirdest stories that you've come across?
Well, Julie Fetchko, the Albatross lady, she, the last thing that El Chapo did, the famous drug lord, was try to buy one of her aircraft, actually. That was just a unique situation.
Yeah, she must have been quite confused when she got that phone call.
Certainly. She's just in the middle. She's in an air park in Central Florida, and just got a call. And thought I was going to a museum in Mexico, and it ended up being kind of a big fiasco.
Yeah. I'm sure she was happy to have gotten out of Mexico at that point.
Certainly.
So, wow. And obviously she didn't sell him the aircraft.
No, he got taken away.
Yeah, he's on his own resort now.
Yeah, special. It's club fed.
Yeah, club fed.
Exactly.
There you go. So, how many different pilots did you interview?
10 pilots and mechanics.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 different aircraft.
So I really wanted to develop their characters more. They're all unique, and I wanted to get to know them throughout the film.
Now, I know the film was shown on Sunday night at the theater, right?
Yeah, we had a great turnout last night. It was amazing to see everyone there, and there's no other place I'd rather do it than here for the world premiere. So.
You've got such a willing audience, you know.
They're wonderful.
Well, you get to interview the pilots about flying the airplane. What about the mechanics? They've got to keep the thing flying. It's got to be a lot of work for them.
It's such an effort in so many ways, just from the maintenance standpoint to just having the will to do it. So the mechanics just have a lot to say, and they're all just, they're in it for the passion of the aircraft, and that's what's just so unique.
These aircraft are mostly privately owned, or in the commercial service, or both, or?
They've had a great long history. They started off as open ocean search and rescue, and Pan Am, it was the last flying boat that they flew passenger travel for. So they have pedigree that stretches back to the beginning of the flying boat days. They're just beautiful old Art Deco relics, but now they're in private hands, and most of the ones flying today, with about a handful or a dozen or so, were restored after sitting in neglect in Tucson, Arizona for decades. So people had this vision that this aircraft, derelict aircraft sitting in the desert, rotting away, was to be brought back to life, and just an inspiring story to see that people did that.
I wonder how many times you heard, if I'd known what I was getting into, I wouldn't have. I'm sure you heard that a lot.
It's one of those things. The same thing with making this film. It's like if I thought it would take me a year, it took me 5 or 6.
Right.
Same thing with Albatross. A lot of unforeseen challenges.
Yes, exactly. Opportunities to demonstrate your personal brilliance.
Otherwise known as screw-ups. Screw-ups and mechanical gremlins, of which we've seen a lot lately.
There you go. Very good. So how much flying did you get to do on them?
We did a lot of flying. I wanted to go to iconic locations like the New York City skyline, and then get it to exotic locations. So we went to just beautiful tropical or remote locations. And
it's so tough being a documentary filmmaker.
I was going to say, when does New York become an exotic location?
That's the iconic location.
Yeah,
you have to get it with the Statue of Liberty in the background.
Right.
The film's full of metaphors. So New York's an aspirational place. We built up with skyscrapers, and
that's right.
The Albatross is built in New York.
Was it really?
On Long Island.
No kidding.
Grumman.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a Grumman aircraft.
And something about taking a restored vintage flying boat along the New York City skyline that just appealed to me. So
I'm surprised you don't have somebody's not operating a charter line or something, air tours or something.
Yeah.
There was an airline that was using Grumman Gooses. I think it was Chalk's flying service down in Florida. I don't know if they had Albatrosses or not.
The Albatross is the big brother?
It's the big brother. It's the big brother.
They actually used the Albatross. And
did they?
the one that's
Okay.
here, there are 2 Albatrosses here. One of them is a G111 class Albatross. And it was they were redone by Chalk's, 12 of them. And Chalk's had an accident and with a mallard, not an Albatross, but those were all sent to the boneyard in Tucson. And one of the characters flew the last 7 out. And the one that's here was Chalk's Airlines, too.
Okay, I stand corrected.
That's a tough day.
Yeah, it is.
I wouldn't,
Well, the Coast Guard used to use the Albatross as well, search and rescue, right?
That's what it was designed for, you said.
Yep.
But it's what many people don't realize is it's amphibious. It's got wheels as well. That's got to add to the maintenance woes.
Of course, yep.
Did you get to research the history of why and when it was designed and all that?
Oh, yeah, plenty of that.
So that must have been interesting, too.
It's one of those things, the more you uncover, the better it gets. I mean, this machine's just been used for so many different purposes, and I think that's what's unique about it. Anything from search and rescue to passenger transport to exploration missions. It's gone over the Arctic. It's been to most places on Earth.
Wow.
And it's one of the most diversely capable machines ever made.
Well, I know that there are at least two versions of it. I've heard of a short wing albatross. I've also heard of a long wing albatross. Are there other variants in between those?
There's the short wing, the long wing, and then the G111, which is the Chalks one that's here, and that was designed for passenger transport. And it had they had a couple other modifications, but 2 doors on both sides.
Okay.
As egresses.
Easy to tell.
Yeah.
Red Bull's got one too, as I recall. They use, I think, for skydiving.
They don't have it anymore, but they did, and so did Billabong, and they did surf expeditions with them.
Oh, nice.
In Indonesia and Hawaii.
Now, unrelated, weird question. Jimmy Buffett has, I don't know if it's an albatross or not. Is it an albatross?
It's an albatross.
Okay.
It's called Hemisphere Dancer.
Yeah, I've seen it actually when they flew it in here many years ago, and now it's in Orlando.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, cool.
I told you so.
There you go. But his has bullet holes in it.
Well, good for him. I'd prefer one without the extra vents.
Yeah, right. That's one way to put a door in it.
Yeah.
So, what are the biggest challenges the owners are facing to keeping them going? Just parts?
Yeah, parts are hard to source, and it's a big old machine. It needs a lot of maintenance.
Needs a lot of love.
Yeah.
Definitely. Maybe someday we'll see Bassler make a turbo version.
Don't laugh. It could happen if there was a market for it.
It's just the market and trying to come up with the scratch.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is with everything. Sooner or later, though, they'll run out of radial engine parts, so they'll have to do one of two things: either modernize the power plants or park them. I don't think they want to park them.
It's only a matter, what makes this thing fly? Funding.
Cash.
Yep.
Cubic cash.
So, you said you have 2 here.
There's 2 albatrosses here. One we took to remote areas of the Bahamas, and the other one went over the Arctic.
Nice.
The
other one had the big heater.
Yeah.
I was going to say, going over the Arctic, you had to probably do some extreme preparations just in case you had to make a forced landing or something.
I actually wasn't on that mission, but they went over Greenland and Iceland over that way.
Nice.
That
but lots of preparation.
Flight.
Yeah, they brought extra coats.
Yep.
And hand warmers. I mean, I don't know.
I was going to say, for a mission like that, you'd carry everything under the sun.
But what an aerial SUV,
Well,
you can land anywhere.
It's big.
And you can put anything in it.
Go anywhere, do anything.
All right. Let's see if we can get one.
Why not? We'll go borrow Jimmy Buffett's.
Yeah, there you
it's
go.
It's available.
It's a shame to see it just sitting there.
Yeah.
It should be flying.
Yep.
I know of one down in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, in Coast Guard colors. Maybe we can schmooze
There
our
you
way
go.
into that.
Yep, I think I could afford a gallon of gas for it.
I can swing 2.
Very good.
All right, where are you on the field? Do you have a booth presence here?
I don't have a booth, but
Okay.
I've been hanging around the albatross a lot. So
Well, if we want to see your film, how do we go about doing that?
on Wednesday we're showing it at Marcus Theaters in downtown Oshkosh.
Okay.
Yep.
And
So tickets are
will
available
it be
now.
available on DVD?
In the future, hopefully soon here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
What about a website? Do you have a website for this?
I have a fine art gallery and more on flyingboatfilm.com.
Flyingboatfilm.com. Cool.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Dirk, for joining us.
Yep.
Thank you both.
Dirk Braun here with the Flying Boat documentary. I'm Fast Eddie.
And I'm Digital Dave.
And this is EAA Radio.
Here's an EAA Radio interview from Oshkosh 2023.
And right on cue, we have a T-28 taking off. Now that's one of the perks of working out here on the flight line is we get a great view of the airplanes, but sometimes they kind of take center stage.
Yeah.
John Slemp is joining us right now, and John is from the Atlanta area. He's an EAA member with a chapter there, and he's also a commercial photographer and now an author, published book called Bomber Boys. And John, you've been taking pictures commercially for a number of years, but this book is a magnificent piece of artwork because it focuses on the artwork that was on leather jackets during World War II. And a lot of times we think of the nose art on the airplanes, but this is kind of nose art on the jackets. How did you get involved in this project?
Well, as an Army veteran, I I suppose I had known about them for a long time, but I had never seen one. And I asked around on my chapter, 690, by the way, shout out to them, if anybody had one, I'd like to see it. So sure enough, somebody had their uncle's jacket. They brought it in. It was fantastic. I photographed it. And through one of my clients, Women in Aviation International, I had met Dorothy Cochran, who's a curator at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. Just for fun, I sent her a couple of JPEGs, email, said, hey, this is something I'm working on. 58 minutes later, I got a separate email from their curator of the aviation clothing collection, Dr. Alex Spencer. He says, we have 15 jackets that'll work for your project. When can you be here? Of course, I was shocked, stunned, elated, etc. A few months later, we went up there and shot jackets, and it took on a life of its own from there.
It certainly has. And the book itself, how many different jackets are featured in the book?
There's 104.
Okay.
104 jackets, and we have contemporary portraits of 25-plus veterans. There's a section on the WASP, section on the Tuskegee Airmen. There is a section on the fashion and cultural impact these jackets have had, written by a fashion historian. There's a section on collecting the jackets, written by Jeff Schrader, who's an appraiser for Antiques Roadshow, which I was thrilled to have that. And there's several illustrations contributed by a fellow named John Mollison, who's a wonderful guy out of North Dakota. And there's an FAQ section on care and feeding of the jacket, so to speak, written by a professional conservator.
Wow.
And an index. None of the other books on the subject have an index. So, and we try to include contemporary stories. There's several maps. In the front of the book, there's a section on, how they came about, a little bit of history of the jackets themselves. And I just tried to make it a book that I would like to read, to be honest with you, Steve.
So what started as a project of photographing leather jackets has really kind of taken on a life of its own. It continues to expand. And that was one of the things that struck me reading the book was, first of all, the photos of the jackets are exquisite, but then you've got stories of veterans who have a connection to that jacket or that unit, and that really kind of brings them to life.
That was one thing I wanted to do. I have some of the other books that were done 20, 25 years ago, and they're quote-unquote the standard, have been to this point. But they say, here's John Slemp, XYZ Bomb Group, but it doesn't say anything more about the guy. And I want, I'm a people person pretty much, so I'm like, well, what did he do? Who was he? Where was he from? What happened to him after the war? And so I started collecting the stories as much as I could. We have a small YouTube channel now that has several of the stories on it. And, it just, the stories, some of them have never been published before, but they're all fascinating. And they give you a glimpse into that man's experience wherever he was in the world. The book is broken down by the European theater, the Mediterranean, North Africa, and then China, Burma, India, and the Pacific. So I tried to cover all theaters as well. And there's some differences, too, in the artwork from theater to theater as well.
How did, just looking back at it, the military is usually very possessive of their stuff.
They are
of their items.
They are.
So how did these jackets make it back without having to be turned back in after discharge?
Usually. So that brings to mind an interesting point. A lot of the jackets were quote unquote customized. Mm-hmm. The liners were written in or replaced. The art was put on the jacket, that sort of thing, because the thought was that if they're customized, the Army won't want them back. And that's not always the case with military thinking, shall we say. So a lot of them were either lost or stolen, or I'm sure just flat paid for. I want to keep it and I'll pay you for it, which can be done. And in 1943, I believe, there was a meeting at the Pentagon with General Hap Arnold, and I read that he threw it on the floor and said, I want something better. So at that point, no more contracts were let. And they developed other clothing, after that. So, but my best guess is there were about 750,000 produced. They came into the inventory in 1931. So they weren't new to the Army, Army Air Corps, whatever. And because of the Depression, records were not kept for several years. So there is no actual number on the number produced for several years during the 30s. But asking around several people, and there are some published numbers. Best we can tell, it's about 750,000.
Wow. From 1931 to 43. Okay.
But they continued to issue them until the stocks were exhausted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that, you also mentioned in your book that there's different variations between the jackets themselves. They have little slightly different colorations. They're all to the same standard, but they're all slightly different for a couple of reasons, right?
Yeah, there were 18 different manufacturers. Most of them were in the Northeast because that's where the garment industry was located. And the way the procurement system worked at the time, the government procured the leather, the cuffs and waistband, the zippers, the snaps, the liners, and gave it to the manufacturer, and a diagram said, build us a jacket.
Yeah.
And for about $8.25, they produced a nice leather work jacket. That's what they were, was work jackets. And they surprisingly, they've survived. If they've been cared for, most of them are in pretty good shape.
Good.
Some I learned were lost kids taking them to school, and they were liberated there, or lost in divorces and thrown in fires and things like that. But so people ask me all the time how many are left, and there's no way to tell.
No.
But I would like to make a plug for museums. If you have an interest in the jackets, go to your local museum. I shot the tail gunner of the Enola Gay's jacket at the Indiana Military Museum in Vincennes, Indiana. Little tiny town, small museum, but they actually had 2 jackets associated with the atomic bomb mission on Hiroshima. So you never can tell where you're going to find them.
Right.
And I think EAA actually has several in their museum.
I know that there was at least one in the Eagle hangar for a number of years. Whether it's still there or not, I don't know. But it was beginning to show its age as well. Right. And it's just part of the aging process for leather jackets and for all of us.
Right. And the one thing I discovered working with the museums in particular is that most museums only display 3 to 5% of what they actually have on hand. And so by photographing them, that allows them to digitally show them off in different manners. The 390th Memorial Museum in Tucson actually did an Adopt a Jacket campaign where folks would adopt a jacket, quote unquote, contribute a sum of money, and they used that money to create new display cases for the jackets. And apparently it was quite successful. And when they pulled the jackets out to put them in the new case, a moth flew out of one of the cases, horrifying the curator, and they went back to my pictures in 2018 and compared it to the present condition, and fortunately there was no big change, but that was a use that I hadn't contemplated.
Sure.
Because each museum got copies of the files.
Exactly.
Which again, they probably couldn't have afforded otherwise.
Right. John Slemp is our guest right now, and he has written the book Bomber Boys, World War II Flight Jacket Art. You will be at Author's Corner on Thursday at 4 o'clock and Saturday at 3 o'clock,
yes, sir,
signing copies of the book and answering questions. And you're also doing a presentation at the museum's Skyscape Theater, and that is on Friday at 11:30.
Correct.
So a couple of opportunities for people to find out more. But you mentioned the moth in the display and conservation, but if someone happens to have one of these, it's grandpa's or great grandpa's jacket that they found in the attic, what kind of steps do they need to take to stop the degradation of the jacket?
Well,
themselves?
according to Rachel Waters, who has a master's in professional conservation, she said don't wear it because it's easily torn that way. The threads are pretty fragile, actually. Put it in some sort of archival box if you can. Hangers are not good because the weight of the jacket, pulls down, and eventually you'll see the outline of the hanger on the shoulders. Don't put any leather treatments on them. There's a lot of discussion online about this or that leather treatment to soften them up. And I asked her specifically about that, and she said, don't do that. And I said, well, tell me why. And she said, leather treatments are great for things that are worn every day. Ball gloves, coats, shoes, that sort of thing, because the treatment wears off. But if you put it on a jacket and then store it, she said that attracts dust over time, which then actually accelerates the degradation process. So she advised not putting anything on it. Put it in an acid-free box. One of the cool ideas she had, I thought, is probably common in conservation world, but take a long sleeve white T-shirt, wash it, unscented detergent, and then stuff it with some sort of generic, cotton or some sort of acid-free material in the sleeves, and then stick the sleeves down inside the sleeve of the jacket, so it gives it some form. And then put it in an acid-free box, out of light, out of humidity, normal temperature control, nothing too hot or cold, normal humidity, that sort of thing, and they'll last a long time. And it's all common sense basically, but it's things you might not think about immediately when you have one.
Exactly. And you had also mentioned the leather jacket and its influence on fashion. I mean, we talked, previously about Indiana Jones, of course, the famous leather jacket, which is not actually the A2 jacket.
It's a knockoff.
It's a knockoff, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they were around in the 30s, but continue to influence fashion even today.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There are hip-hop artists who have made a lot of money, creating jackets based off that basic pattern, shall we say, but they've customized it to a large degree. And, the movie impact is unmistakable. 12 O'Clock High, The Great Escape, all the classic World War II movies, Indiana Jones, and it has become an American icon, a symbol of masculinity, et cetera, And it's funny, we have two British fellows staying with us in a house this week, and I asked them the other night, I said, did the Brits paint their jackets? And they said, oh, yeah, but, I haven't seen any painted up like ours. And it seemed like a very American thing. A little bit of bravado, a little bit of chutzpah, a little bit of, I'm here and we're going to finish this, that sort of thing.
Indeed. Any final thoughts before we kind of wrap things up here today?
No, if people have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I don't know everything, but I know people who do, so... whether they want to talk about the photographic aspect of it or the history aspect of it. I was always interested in military history since childhood. And we lived on Okinawa for 4 years as a child, and my dad was in the service. And, please, if anybody has any questions, have them seek me out.
Good. John, absolutely a labor of love that started with one picture of a leather bomber jacket and has evolved into this book and just opened. When you read the book, there's just so much information on it. Like you said, you have an index, a lot of information about the jackets themselves, and you've even photographed the tags of the jackets because they're all different as well from the original. So it's really, really great. Come see John, Author's Corner, Thursday at 4, Saturday at 3, Skyscape Theater in the museum at 11:30 on Friday. John, thank you, and please send our best wishes to all our friends down at EAA 690 in the Atlanta area.
I will. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. This is From the Stand. I'm Steve Buss on EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from AirVenture Oshkosh 2015.
Hello, I'm Digital Dave.
Hello, Oshkosh. I'm Fast Eddie. And here we are back again on Thursday.
This is a hot start. You're listening to us. I don't know why, but anyway.
Yep, they're questioning that all right.
Exactly what is a sporadic thunderstorm? Like it storms and this is,
It's like occasional furniture. Is it furniture occasionally? What is it the rest of the time?
Exactly. And we have with us Bob Mackey today from EAA Insurance Solutions.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
Doing great.
Now, we jotted something down, or you jotted something down, and it's non-owned / renters insurance. Now, as a pilot trainee that may want to get to fly, I'm not going to be able to afford an airplane anytime soon. Is this something every pilot that rents should have? I mean, aren't you covered by the place you're renting from?
That's a great question, because what happens is a lot of times people are either renting or taking lessons, and they go to the flight school and they say, hey, do you have insurance? And they answer, yes, we do. And they're not lying. They do have insurance, but it's for them. It's not for you. And some of the places will have like a minimal little attachment to have coverage for you, but it's nowhere near what you need. So whether if you got a 15-year-old you want to learn to fly, or you want to learn to fly, or you just a renter, you're in between airplanes and you want to maintain your proficiency and you're renting airplanes, you need to have insurance both for the liability exposure and for the physical damage exposure, because it's basically otherwise you're going naked. And I don't know about you, but that's not pretty. But you need to have the coverage. And what's interesting also, the insurance companies for the flight schools and rental operations, they're fairly aggressive, just like the rental car agencies are fairly aggressive on recovering from the individual who had the vehicle, or in this case the airplane, and had damage. If they see that there was some negligence on your part, they will come after you for the value of what the insurance company has to pay.
Wow.
So we help people sort it out. We get them to the right limit of liability. Generally, we recommend like 50% of the value of the physical damage. So, like if you're renting a $50,000 airplane, you should at least buy $25,000, because even in a worst case scenario of a total loss, the insurance company's net loss might be 35. So if you got 25, they'll be more than happy. They're not going to pursue you for the difference. But if you have nothing, they're going to come after you.
Okay, now when I get renter's insurance, they're obviously going to ask me, what am I flying?
No, they actually don't.
Okay.
When you buy your insurance, the base policy is built for single engine, standard category, light sport, and experimental aircraft. And airplanes, I should say airplanes, not aircraft. So you're talking fixed wing. It can include retractable gear, and they really don't rate it based on whether you're going to pay the same price whether you're a student or you're an ATP. It's based on the actuarial numbers just weigh out that you can charge the same price for all those categories regardless of age, regardless of experience. And then then if you need it for multi-engine or a seaplane, they have those you can expand out. Those going to cost you more. Or rotor wing, which is either helicopter or gyrocopter. It's going to cost you a little bit more, but they can include that. And it also includes trikes and powered parachutes. So if you're learning to fly a trike or a powered parachute, the insurance company has that included in the base policy.
That's interesting, because I would think that most gyros, well, they're not that cheap, but they're a lot cheaper than a lot of the fixed wing stuff you're going to encounter. So carrying that larger number of insurance would not be necessary.
Right. Right.
And so I would think it would cost less, but such is life.
Not true, because with rotor wing, seaplane, it's more expensive, because if there is an accident, there's going to be more severe damage to the aircraft.
And that's something I think people don't realize, just how easy it is to run up, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 worth of damage on an airplane. I had a buddy of mine nailed a runway light turning off of onto a taxiway, took it clean out, propeller and engine right there. Yeah. Of course, there was an FAA guy looking at it, but immediately he said, "You've got to change the propeller, and we want you to change the engine as well." And a prop, I saw one here yesterday for, I think it was a Cessna 182 or 185. It was $2,000.
That's used.
No, it was brand new.
Oh, okay.
Brand new.
I thought you were going to say, when you fly into the supermarket and the shopping cart rolls over and smashes your airplane. I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, we had one experience. I got a call from a family. The son was home for college and had been taking flying lessons and got his license during the summer at the local flight school. Went on to college, was going to an aviation college, came home for Christmas break, lived up in the Northeast, and came home for Christmas break and went out to rent an airplane. They knew him as a renter. They were renting him an airplane, went out and overprimed the engine and got an engine fire.
Oh.
And it was like $5,000. It wasn't serious, but it was $5,000 pretty quick. He had no renter's insurance. And here's a college kid and didn't have any money, but
he's still washing airplanes, huh?
They came after him.
Wow.
Yeah, they came after him. So they called up and said, we didn't know. And that's it's unfortunate, because a lot of people don't realize. And I've written several articles about it. We include it in our forums, and just to keep people up to speed on it.
Would you recommend that for a student as well? I mean,
Absolutely.
Not even a fully rated pilot?
Absolutely. Even though you got the instructor with you, if the student's at the controls and the accident happens because if the student runs off the runway and the instructor couldn't catch it, the student's going to be the one that they're going to go after, even though they're dual. Now, needless to say, when they're supervised solo, then they are on their own. They haven't got the instructor sitting next to them. But biannual check rides and stuff, things like that. You need to think about those things. But if you got your own airplane, of course, you got your own aircraft insurance at that level. But and it's not real expensive. It's not like insuring an airplane like you own. It's less expensive. And we got it set up with the EAA website. People can go there. There's a couple of options for them to look at. They can get the pricing. They can see right there. Okay, if I want to get $20,000 in physical, if I want to get $15,000, or I want $25,000, you get the pricing right in front of you, and you can kind of plan it according to your budget, how much money you want to spend flying. Both insurance, and you can buy it online and print out your policy, and 24/7. You decide to do that at 3:00 in the morning, you can go do that.
Now, what about the scenario where, and I don't know how many times this would happen, but you borrow a friend's airplane. Yeah. Now, technically, you're not renting the airplane. You're flying your friend's airplane with his permission, whatever. I imagine his hull insurance is not going to be real happy if you bend it up and they may not even cover it because maybe you had to be on listed as a pilot. I mean, I don't know how this works at all. I'm just guessing.
Aircraft insurance policies, if you are a named pilot on the policy, typically their insurance will apply to you, and their physical damage coverage will also apply. But you want to make sure, because that's not always true with all companies. So if you're borrowing other airplanes, you do need to have a non-owner's policy to make sure. It's like if you were to say, hey, use my car, I'm assuming you have car insurance. But that's a big assumption. And all of a sudden I have an accident using your car, you have no insurance. And I'm like, what? I assume, why didn't you have insurance? Well, it's too late. I'm already on the hook. I've already caused damage to the car. I've always hurt somebody. So best way to know that you are covered is to have the coverage. And like I said, it's priced competitively so that it's not going to break the bank.
What about if I'm flying an airplane that's above my ability? Now, I guess that's not such an issue because you're supposed to have all the ratings in place and all that stuff.
Well, it also depends, too, because a single-engine land airplane, that covers a lot of categories. You know, what if you're first time out in a tailwheel airplane?
What if I'm first time out in a retract?
Yeah.
And I forget to put them down.
There's no exclusions in the non-owned policy.
Okay.
So I mean, your non-owned policy would cover you, and if you went out and you've got a private license with a single-engine land, and you've only flown tricycle gears, and you go to another person's house and you say, hey, go ahead and fly my Cessna 140. Now, the owner of the airplane is not real smart to do that because they probably got issues with their own insurance doing that. But you get in it and you taxi around and, like you say, hit a runway light. No, nothing serious, but you got a sudden engine stoppage, prop damage, and everything else. It's going to be an engine tear down, $15,000 real quick. And the owner's aircraft insurance is probably going to say, well, he's not an approved pilot. He doesn't meet the pilot warranty. Your coverage is no good. So the owner of the airplane, who used to be your friend, no longer now, comes back and says, hey, you busted my airplane. You're covered.
Okay.
So.
Wow.
It happens. I mean, it doesn't take much to run up thousands of dollars in damage on an airplane.
Yeah, and I don't like to promote insurance on the basis of fear factor. I just like to promote it on the basis of reality.
Yeah, being prepared, kind of.
Yeah, and if you have a question, call us. Let's talk about it, because if you don't need it, we're not going to sell it to you.
Okay.
It's better to have it and never need it than the other way around.
Yeah, that's true.
It's it's preventative maintenance. It's like wearing a seatbelt.
Yep, absolutely.
Where do we find out more?
We've got a booth over by the B exhibit building. The exhibit space outside is 262. Just as you're walking toward the B building, turn right. We're right there. And I'm also doing a forum tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forum's tent number 11. We're going to be talking about cost factors. What causes insurance to go up, what causes insurance to go down, how you can be a smart consumer on aircraft insurance.
Very cool. And also on the web?
Yep, on the web too.
Very good.
Got several articles on EA's website.
All right, Bob. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Great to see you guys.
Yep. This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
Let's go back to 2013 for this classic interview.
Coming to you live from the Roscoe Morton deck at Air Show Center. And we've got a couple of guests coming up this hour, including John Cudahy, who's the ICAS president, General Patrick Brady, Vietnam veteran and Medal of Honor recipient. And right now, we are going to be talking with Kirby Chambliss. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
I am well, and you're ready for a fantastic day here at Oshkosh?
Oh, yeah, super stoked about flying today. I mean, it's a beautiful day. I always love being here, so, yeah, let's go.
All right. What time are you flying?
They always kind of keep that a secret until after the briefing, so, but I've been told it's somewhere around 5 o'clock.
All right, good. We've got Warbirds today. The tentative schedule is Warbirds are going to kind of start things out, so you're toward the end of the show, but that's okay. It's a great show.
You seem to know more about the schedule than I do, so there you have it.
Well, put it this way with the schedule. I've had 2 versions of the schedule in the last 20 minutes. So
it's a fluid schedule. There you go.
Like they say, everything at Oshkosh is subject to change. We just know when the start time, the start day, and the end day. Everything else in between is negotiable. So Kirby, obviously Red Bull is your sponsor. How long have they been with you?
11 years now. Yeah, they've been great to me. I mean, Red Bull literally gives me wings. I mean, without them, I couldn't do this for sure.
Exactly. How did you get started in aviation? I mean,
From the time I was 2 years old, there's pictures of me dragging airplanes around. So I always considered myself really fortunate because I always knew what I wanted to do, So all I had to do was just figure out how to do it. I knew I wanted to be a pilot. I don't know that I knew I wanted to be an aerobatic pilot, but definitely wanted to be a pilot. And then, the way that I got into aerobatics, it's kind of hard to believe, but it was from a safety standpoint. I was 21 years old. That was just like 4 or 5 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, right. Anyway, but at 21 years old, I was flying a corporate jet, and our chief pilot was a really smart guy, and he's like, hey, that jet ever ends up upside down with the CEO on board. We want you to be able to turn it right side up. It made sense to me, so went out in a decathlon, an aerobatic airplane, turned it upside down, and I was like, wow, this is the coolest thing ever. I mean, it totally changed my life and my focus, and I still had to go and fly for the airlines to support my new habit, which was aerobatics, and bought a pits and got some instruction, and probably not enough instruction early on, but anyway, got some instruction and and sort of taught myself.
Okay. A lot of the airshow performers and aerobatic competitors that we talk to have a mentor or someone that they were looking up to when they were coming up through the ranks. Is there someone that stands out for you?
I mean, there's so many people, but I still also go back to Leo because, just Leo is flying was, especially at that time, was just one step above everybody else's, and he's just so accurate and aggressive but accurate, and so I could always appreciate that, and I've tried to model my flying about that. I still do the crazy gyroscopic tails over nose, but I always try to make it like it's a purpose instead of the airplane's a fish kind of flopping out of water. I still think even the layman can appreciate the accuracy and the precision of it all, in addition to the wild stuff too.
And you were also part of the U.S. aerobatic team.
That's correct. From let me think to date myself here. From 1997 until 2005, and I was very fortunate to be able to represent the United States, my country, and so it was a great experience. And I look back at it, it's just a wonderful experience.
How does working as a team, U.S. aerobatic team, how does that kind of compare and contrast with normally an aerobatic competition? It's a one-on-one sort of competition. Now here you've got a team coming together.
Yeah, I mean it's true, and you do, and that's the thing is that I also look back. People always ask me, is competition flying? Is it fun? Is it fun? Probably the most fun that I have is actually practicing, which is all the time with my friends, because at a competition you're there for one reason, especially at a world championships you're there to win. So it's not going to be fun. You're there for a purpose, and I always tried to, I was there to win. But as far as the team goes, basically you're taking your highest three pilots, and that's what your team score is going to be. So it goes together that it's still sort of an individual thing, but we're trying to win the team medal. So for instance, David Martin, my teammate for many years too, is if I go up and I go, hey David, the winds are like this strong, or this from this direction, or on that maneuver it was an unknown. I've already flown it now, so I know, and I'd go back to him and say, you might want to show that just a little bit steeper, or this, or whatever. So that's how you would help. For if David and I were at the Nationals, which we've been many times, I probably wouldn't tell him anything because I'm trying to win and beat him out there.
Exactly. And after the aerobatic competition, you're getting into air shows. You're on the air show circuit for a number of years, and then got hooked up with the Red Bull Air Race Series.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great experience too, because my background. I'm an adrenaline junkie. I love speed. I raced motocross as a kid. I love aerobatics. I love low-level display flying. So the Red Bull Air Race has every element of that in it. And when you're going 200 miles an hour and these gates are whizzing by and you're just barely getting through them, and you're pulling 12 G's and you're 20 feet above the water. They can't help but be exciting, and it's very, very exciting. And we're hearing rumors these days, really, 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 really strong rumors that in 14 we'll be racing again.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Now, the Red Bull races took you to places that you don't normally think of as being centers of aviation.
Mm-hmm.
What were some of the places that stand out in your memory as fun to visit?
Well, I go back, everybody's like, what's your favorite race? We did 52 races all over the world. And so in 2006, we had a race in St. Petersburg, Russia, which is a beautiful place. It's absolutely beautiful. And because of the politics of it all, they'd, set everything up, the track's all set up, and my guys are in, everybody's, their airplanes were in Finland waiting to come in. And every day it was like, oh, no, something's happened, so they're not going to be able to come in. So anyway, I spent a whole week in Russia, going through the museums, and every day the plane was going to come, And unfortunately, it never worked out, so the plane never showed up, and so we didn't race. And everybody's like, well, golly, didn't you miss a race? And I was like, well, I was leading the series, so it was just a chance to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. We ended up winning the series anyway. So, yeah, so St. Petersburg Rushville was my favorite race.
And you got to see the sights as well.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Good. What kind of hobbies do you have besides flying?
Boy, I don't have a lot of time for hobbies, but I still like to ride motorcycles. I mean, I don't race them or anything, but I have fun with that, dirt bikes and stuff. But probably my new passion is skydiving.
Really?
I love to skydive. Yeah. So I just have a ball. I'm not very good at it. I'm what you call a buffoon skydiver, you know. So, but. Yeah, I just, if I go out and make a jump and, we do some free flying, sit flying, and I'm trying to learn to fly heads down and stuff. But, my goal is if I don't break my leg, it was like, that was an awesome jump, So I don't have really high expectations of, my skydiving going anywhere other than just having fun, but I have a ball doing it.
Excellent. In your act today, will we see the flying wing with you?
Yes, yeah, the guys are both Saturday and Sunday here. They'll take off. There are two guys on high-speed chutes, which is really cool. They'll be what they call swooping, so they'll be going about 60 miles an hour, right down the flight line at the very last part, and it's really exciting to watch that. And then there'll be two wingsuit guys in wingsuits. We call them squirrel suits. I don't really like that, but I do that anyway. But anyway, so I'll be chasing two squirrels, and I'll actually be doing loops and rolls around them as they go. And they're not under canopy at that time, So then once they go under canopy, then they'll spin down, and I kind of spin with them a little bit, and then right as they're finishing up, then I go ahead and fly my air show.
When someone came up with the idea for that act, and maybe it was you, how do you sell that to someone saying, okay, now you get in this flying suit, you jump out of the airplane, and you start gliding down, and I'll roll around you or spin around you or whatever it is?
These guys that I work with, I mean, I'm very lucky. The skydivers at Red Bull, the lowest skydive, the fewest. The guy that has the least amount of skydives has 16,000 jumps, okay? So that's the guy that has the least amount. Majority of them are former world champions and stuff. So they always seem to be game for just about anything that we come up with. And so we went out to try that, and it worked out really well. It's a little bit different because, on that angle, they're still only going 60. Well, I can't fly at 60, so I got to take up the space for not only rolling around them, but sort of looping and rolling around them. But, we'll probably make, if we get a good spot and everything, 8 or 10 passes around them, and they love it. I mean, they said it's crazy when they see the airplane go boom, zipping up under them and stuff, but yeah, they're game for it for sure.
That must have been good when you came to the FAA to say, here's a new act that we have, what do you think?
Oh, do I need to ask someone?
No.
Yeah, okay, I didn't do that. No. Hey, I got a formation card, so no. It's fun flying around them for sure.
Good. And just in the few moments we have left, I know your wife and daughter are here with you. Do they have a chance to fly or to be with you at other air shows?
Yeah, and especially my daughter early on, and now she spent all over the world. It's been an education for her, but now that she's in school, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So, but the air shows, for sure, they probably attend at least half of them.
Great. Good to have the family here, and makes it for, I suppose, very nice for you because you're not away from home. They're with you.
Yeah, it's great. And, I mean, that's the thing about Oshkosh. It's a family experience. I mean, everybody's here that loves aviation. So, again, this is our favorite air show, and thanks for having us.
Great. Talking with Kirby Chambliss today. He'll be flying in the air show. Watch for the Red Bull airplane and also the skydivers and the wingsuits, and who knows what else we'll see this afternoon.
There you go, for sure.
All right, Kirby, thanks for being here, and we'll look for you in the sky this afternoon.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it.
And you're listening to From the Stand on Eaa Radio.
Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2022.
We are on the fly, and we are at the Blue Barn today on a beautiful Thursday here at AirVenture 2022.
Wednesday
already?
Screwing up your days already.
Oh, man, I'm lost in the hemisphere. David Lighting is the manager of the Young Eagles program at EAA and the Eagle Flights program. Welcome to the show. Thanks for hosting us down here.
Thanks for stopping by. We always like having you guys here.
Yeah, every couple of years we come down and say hi and find out what's going on in this venue. So let's catch up. It's been actually a couple of years since we've been here. So tell us what's new, what's been happening, where we've been, and where we're going.
Yeah, absolutely. So here at the Blue Barn, this is the home of EAA chapters and Young Eagles. This is the go-to location on the ground for everything that falls under that umbrella. Whether you want to join a chapter, you're a chapter member, you're a chapter leader, we got forums going on, we got volunteers and staff members here to answer questions about all the Young Eagles and chapter programs. This year specifically, our big highlight is the Young Eagles 30th anniversary. We're using AirVenture 2022 as the launching pad into the next 30 years of the program. As you know, it was launched in July of '92 here in Oshkosh, where Tom P. flew the first Young Eagles, so that's one of our big highlights of the year. And then we also have an RV-12 youth build in here, courtesy of EAA Chapter 1522 down in Cynthiana, Kentucky, which is used to highlight what I would call the next steps after a Young Eagles flight, where the kids can come back out to the airport, get back involved, get hands-on, and continue that learning. So those are two of the centerpieces that you'll find in the facility this year.
Well, and it looks a little different than last time I was here, which was even last year. You've made improvements in here. Why don't you tell us about what is all in the Blue Barn?
Yeah, so the barn's been evolving since we first opened it. I think it was 2017 was the year we first opened. And it's great to have our own facility, and as each year passes, we are able to improve it. Our forum space, we've improved that a little bit recently with some better acoustics back there. You'll also notice you got some over here to our right. I think there's some out front as well. These Adirondack chairs. And if you'll notice, every single Adirondack chair is a little bit unique. They're all brought to us from all over the country by different EAA chapters. They make these at their chapter with their chapter members. They bring them, they customize them to their chapter in their local area. And we now have some nice relaxation space inside in the shade, out here in the breeze, so you can watch the airplanes, watch the air show. And just bring some of that chapter spirit and chapter flavor to the grounds.
It's awesome. It's nice. And we are on Knapp Road, north of the tower, just across from the Forum buildings. It's easy to find. It's
very
big
easy
and
to
it's
find.
blue.
I think there's a tram stop right out here somewhere, too.
Oh, yeah. There's also a charging station here, so if you come by, you can charge your phone and, like you said, take a break, hit the Adirondack chairs, and just chill out.
Absolutely.
So tell us what's all in the building.
So inside we've got, if you kind of walk the perimeter, like I said, we have the chapter program. So we have Young Eagles as our one of our big programs in there. Adjacent to that, you'll find our Ray Aviation Scholarship Program, where we're highlighting the scholarship program that provides $10,000 flight training scholarship to various youth at local EAA chapters. I think we're now upwards of 400 race scholars that we've had. I think we've got about 200 that have already earned their certificate. You move on from there, it takes you over to the Flying Clubs and Eagle Flights section, which is more of the adult pathways into aviation. So there, talk about free introductory flights for adults into aviation, as well as Flying Clubs, which is, of course, one of the most affordable ways to get into aviation. Similar to EAA chapters, the Flying Clubs tend to offer more of a community atmosphere and more of a welcoming space for individuals interested in either A, finding affordable access to an airplane or learning to fly. So that's kind of our pathway side. Again, we have the youth and Young Eagles and the race scholarships, Eagle Flights and Flying Clubs for the adults. And then if you move over to the other side of the barn, that's more focused on volunteer resources and what EAA is doing to support the chapter members out in the field, because we want to make it as easy as possible for these chapter leaders to run their local organizations. We want to keep them focused on aviation, sharing aviation, educating youth, educating adults, and let us try to handle some of the heavy lifting, the legwork. So we talk about a lot of our resource systems like roster management for chapters, online registration for Young Eagles, some of the ongoing training sessions we do around the country on an annual basis. We get out in the field about 6 to 7 times a year to do chapter training sessions, highlight that in here, as well as our webinar series, as well as all the other miscellaneous resources we have, everything from marketing materials to chapter websites and everything in between. I mean, it really is a whole host of resources. And like I said, in the back, we also have daily forums, anywhere between 4 to 5 daily forums a day. You can hear from EAA staff members. You can hear from chapters from around the country, how they've become successful and how you can get involved.
Yeah, it's great. And you also have some double duty here, right? So Four Corners, you've got some more stuff going on. It kind of ties together.
We do. So over at the Four Corners, we have a facility that's now in its second year. It's actually changed locations this year. It's now where the Pilot Proficiency Center used to be, and that's the EAA Learn to Fly Center. So that is the go-to location on the grounds for anybody that's got an interest in learning to fly. In there, we've got CFIs that are there to answer your questions. Because as you and I both know, oftentimes people, they don't really know where to start. What is the first thing I need to do to learn to fly? Is it do ground school? Is it meet a CFI? Is it this? Is it that? And the fact of the matter is, the answer can be different for each individual.
Yeah,
so we want to work
true.
with you one-on-one and try to tell you what your pathway is. In addition to the volunteers down there, we also have some Redbird flight simulators and Honeycomb flight simulators, so people can just kind of get behind the controls. And we're also doing daily Learn to Fly forums down there.
Oh, you're a busy guy, David. You got a lot going on.
In the best way possible.
In the best way possible. So let's talk a little bit about some numbers. Do you have them stored in your?
I do. I'm a walking encyclopedia of EAA numbers.
In
Jeff.
your nebula?
Yeah.
Okay. So we started out, let's say, I remember when Young Eagles hit that magic 10,000 mark. Well, that was a long time ago now. Where are we at now?
So I thought I had this number committed to memory. Let's see. 2,264,804
Okay,
Young Eagles.
That sounds pretty exact to me.
So just coming up on 2.3 if you round up. We're coming up close to 2.3 million Young Eagles over the course of the last 30 years, which I said it at the Young Eagles dinner last evening. I said it at my forum that I just did here earlier today, that we talk about those numbers a lot. We hit 2 million back in 2016. Now I've been saying 2.1, 2.2. And because we say it so much, I think those of us within the organization, you almost become numb to it because you understand the mass of it. But I'm encouraging people, don't become numb to just how crazy impressive that is, and continue to be proud of that. And just look what, over close to 50,000 volunteer pilots have done over 30 years.
Yeah, it's amazing. And it's going stronger than ever. Stronger than ever.
It is. We hit a rough patch in 2020, as did everybody. Our flight numbers really dipped quite low. Which, again, to nobody's surprise. But we saw some good rebounds in 2021, and we're now using 2022 and the 30th anniversary as the opportunity to really, promote the program, try to welcome in new pilots. I tell people all the time, we are always going to have enough kids to fly. There will never be a shortage of kids with an interest in aviation. But what we might run into is a shortage of volunteer pilots. So we're always trying to recruit new pilots and new volunteers.
So you and I, before the show started here, we're talking a little bit about the more recent addition to the flight program. That would be the Eagle flights. I say it's fairly new, but it's 10 years old, we were saying. But to a lot of people who have been in the organization for 30, 40 years, it's still kind of new. Where has that gone, and what's that trajectory like?
Yeah, so the Eagle Flights program has come a long way, even in just the 10 years since we launched it. So if you look at the Eagle Flights program, it was our opportunity as an organization, as EAA members, to do something to try to welcome in adults. Everyone's excited about introducing kids, and rightfully so, because they're at an age when you can really impact them and mold them and set them on a trajectory unlike any other. But there's also a group of folks out there that they've been sitting on the fence for a long time. They've always thought airplanes are kind of cool. They drive out to the airport when they see something flying over that's kind of cool, just to check it out, take pictures. So what could we do as EAA to get them on board? And that's when we launched the Eagle Flights program, which is the free introductory flight programs for folks 18 and up. Just by taking the flight, they get a free EAA membership, and if they continue their aviation journey, they also have the opportunity to get their FAA knowledge exam paid for by EAA. So we'll step in and help there financially. And then 4 years ago, we also launched the EAA Flying Start program, which is an add-on to the Eagle Flights program. And Flying Start is a chapter-based program where chapters host a morning at the airport. They invite the local community out, give them a short presentation on what it takes to learn to fly, what local resources exist in the way of flight schools, flight instructors, flying clubs, and try to pair those interested folks up with an individual that might be able to help them. And then we cap that event with an Eagle flight. So they get the education up front, they get the inspiration from the flight, and then after the flight, we try to provide them with that community and mentorship.
And are chapters doing that along with their Young Eagles days, or are they trying to separate that?
For the most part, they're separate, and we do encourage them to be separate because they're very separate style of events. Young Eagles rallies, you fly anywhere from 20 and in some cases 150 more Young Eagles. It's much more of a fast-paced, let's get the kids in the air, let's show them what flight's like, let's introduce them, let's inspire them. Where the Flying Start program, again, like I said, there's a lot more education built around it, and that presentation is really the key part of the day.
Well, I'm excited for stuff you have lined up for us today. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and talk to some cool people.
Sounds good.
All right, J-Mach on the fly. We are at the Blue Barn. You're listening to EAA Radio.
Let's go back to 2009 for this classic interview.
And with us here is somebody that we watched.
Somebody that we grew up with.
We grew up with watching him on television, and that's Mort Krim. Good morning, Mort.
Good morning.
You are attempting a very serious journey here in an LSA.
Well, it should be a fun trip. I started from Jacksonville, Florida, which is my home base at Craig Field, about 1,000 miles to Oshkosh. I did it in 2 days, flew 7 hours the first day and about 2.5 the second. The goal is to do 7,400 miles in commemoration of my 74th birthday, which will be tomorrow.
Well, happy birthday in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy birthday.
I can't think of a better place to spend it.
Well, I can't either. And people ask me, why are you doing this cross-country? And I'm going to be camping all the way, as I'm doing here. I have my tent set up by the LSA in the North 40.
Well, today they've provided running water.
Oh, yeah. I woke up to a gentle rain and thought, well, it's going to be that kind of a day.
Yep.
But it wouldn't be Oshkosh without at least a day of rain.
Well, this is my fault because I built a trike that I used to get around here, and yesterday I washed it. So this is my fault. I freely admit it. And, we apologize to all of you out there with wet bedding this morning.
Let's back up and say what aircraft are you flying?
It's a Skylark built by the Dova Aircraft Company in the Czech Republic. And I bought it new, and I've had it about a year and a half. I've put 120 hours on it, and I'll put about that many on it during the month of August as I undertake this trip. People ask me why I'm doing this, and first of all, let me explain exactly what I'm doing. I'm flying, leaving here Sunday, flying down to Lake of the Ozarks, which I can do in about 2.5 hours, and I plan to camp all the way along the route. After Lake of the Ozarks, where I plan to do a little fishing, I have a retractable fishing rod in the back of my
the old Popeil pocket fisherman?
Yeah, there you go. That's what I've got. And then after a couple of days at Lake in the Ozarks, I plan to fly down to Springfield, which is just south of there, and pick up the old Route 66 and fly that, what's left of it. And, of course, it's been replaced in many places by freeway. But parts of the old route are still there, and I'm going to fly at low altitude where I'll get a 1,000-foot off the ground perspective of this country that you don't get from an airliner, you don't get from a car. It's been done many times by other pilots, but for me this will be a new experience, and I'll fly that to Santa Monica, and then I plan to fly the coastline north to Eugene, Oregon, where my son lives, camping at various airports on the water. There are some beautiful ones out there. Then I will come back by way of Las Vegas because I have, Vince Leonard, who was my co-anchor in Philadelphia. Right, Vince and Frankie are retired in Las Vegas, and we see them regularly, a couple of times a year. And they're both doing well, in good health. Vince is 84 now.
Wow.
And, hard to believe. But I plan to spend a little time with them. Try not to lose too much money.
Good luck with that.
And then I'm going to come back down.
Don't gamble the gas money.
No. Well, fortunately, it doesn't take much on this LSA. About 5 gallons an hour on a little Rotax engine.
Oh.
But why am I doing this?
Yeah, why are you doing this?
Why don't you ask me why I'm doing this?
All right, Mort, why are you doing this?
Well, that's a good question, and I'm glad you asked me. I give people a multiple choice. Number one, Krim has too much time on his hands. Number two, he's entering a second childhood. Number three, he's just plain nuts. And number four, all of the above. So that's the multiple choice.
That all sound good to me.
I'm going with all of the above.
It probably is a little bit of all of that. But I have, in the last 5 years, had 2 bouts of cancer. I had prostate cancer 5 years ago, colon cancer about 3 years ago.
Whoa.
And I've done very well. The doctors at Mayo Clinic, where they've treated me, say that I've been surgically cured, and as far as they can tell, I'm cancer-free, and all of the tests come out well, and I feel great. So I thought, I'd like to prove 3 things. Number one, that the LSA is a real airplane, and you can make honest-to-goodness trips with it. I had a great trip coming up here from Florida. Had to dodge some weather, but I've got XM weather radar on the plane, and I mean, it was like playing a video game, just going in and out between and it worked beautifully well. And I wouldn't have attempted that kind of a trip without that feature. So I want to prove the value of the LSA, because I think it's a wonderful thing for those of us of a certain age to be able to transition to that kind of flying again. Number 2, I want to prove that health issues don't necessarily have to stop you from flying or slow you down from pursuing any of your dreams. And number three is I want to prove that age doesn't have to be a barrier.
No, you look very well for 74 years old. I hope I look half as
73 and 12, 11 and 3/4 months.
Well, 74 is the new 73.
Yeah, really. And 74 is the new 50. So, we may grow old, but we will never grow up. That's
there
for
you
sure.
go.
And aviators.
If we grew up, we couldn't come to Oshkosh, right?
Oh,
That's right.
Yeah, and as for a second childhood, if my guess is right, you never grew out of the first one. So
my wife would probably concur with
I'd
it.
like to suggest a fifth reason, and that's just because it's there.
It's fun. That's right.
Yep.
That's right. And I have to say that my wife, Renee, has been incredibly supportive. All except volunteering to go with me on the trip.
That's what.
Well,
she's
sanity and logic prevail.
But I'm actually only 17 pounds under the gross weight of this plane. I weighed everything on a scale. When you're dealing, with any plane, you should be careful. But with an LSA, you want to make sure that you're not overloading it. And so I weighed everything, even the batteries and the propane tank for my little one-burner stove, so I could have my coffee in the morning at the tent. So I'm 17 pounds under gross. If I could find a 17-pound person, I guess I could take one other person.
Yeah, that might be hard.
Now, you're going to do this trip, and I'm sure you've got a camera on board. How can we, as EAAers, keep an eye on you as you're going and doing this trip?
Well, I have a high-def camera, and I'm planning to produce a video of the trip.
Okay.
Because I've been in that business all my life.
Yeah, really?
Right.
And I got a remote unit so that I can set it up on a tripod and do stand-ups. Now, that's the way we did when I started in the television business. When you were a one-man band, you'd set the camera up and aim it at a tree and then stand in front of the tree and do your stand-up. So I will be able to talk to the camera in various situations and also do some interviews. You meet some real characters at these FBOs.
Oh, yes, you
along
do.
the route.
Are you planning to be able to shoot in-flight video as well?
I've done some of that. Yes. I have autopilot on this little plane. This
sounds
little
like a nice
LSA,
little airplane.
I've got autopilot. I've got the 496 Garmin, and the autopilot is interfaced with it. I have the I think it's pronounced Zion, Xion, that little traffic alert system. I've had that panel mounted, so it's permanent, and it interfaces with the 496. So I've got just about everything on that
You got all the
little
bells and
plane
whistles.
so it makes it pretty easy to do in-flight video because I can just hit the autopilot.
Exactly. Well, Mort, we wish you good luck with your venture.
Thank you.
Be careful out there, have fun, and hopefully maybe you'll think about this. We'd love to see a website where we can see daily updates, where you are, how it was, pictures and video and stuff like that. Think about that.
Well, I'm not technically sophisticated when it comes to the computer stuff. Somebody asked me, "Are you going to do a blog?" And I said, "How do you do a blog?" Because I have a website, but I have somebody who keeps that up for me. It's called mortkrimspeaks.com.
I was
might
there looking it over last week.
Oh, did you? I guess we
yes.
could probably post some things about the trip on that website. I imagine.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
If I knew how to do that.
Well,
Wait, what's the new game? Where's Mort?
Yeah, really. That would be very interesting. Mort, listen, you have a safe trip out there. Have some fun. Well, yeah, how can it not be fun?
Try to suppress the grin.
Yeah, and good luck to you.
When I called my wife Monday from my first stop, she said immediately, "I don't have to ask you if you're having fun. I hear it in your voice." And and I am. Even on a rainy day like this, I woke up in the tent to the gentle sound of the rain, and it'll pass.
Yep.
That's right. And you get a chance to meet some more people on the ground.
Right.
And the characters at the radio station.
Well, thank you, guys.
Mort, you take care. Be careful out there. And
well, Mort's going to hang around for our next segment, I understand.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Oh,
what else do we have to talk about?
Well, something about a little rocket landing on some little chunk of rock out in space. You were there?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. That goes way back.
40th
40 years
anniversary.
ago. Okay.
Yeah. Well, let's go to break, and when we come back, we'll talk about that.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2023.
We are joined now by EAA's Jim Busha. Jim, you are in charge of a lot of things here at EAA, aren't you?
Well,
your title just keeps expanding.
Yeah,
as
just
over
a
the
little
years.
bit. I like to tell people I just sweep floors here, but no, I'm the vice president of publications, membership, marketing, retail, and facilities.
And you actually have time to sit down and talk to us?
I have. I'm going to
5
give
minutes.
you 12 and a half minutes.
Okay.
That's it.
That's good. And for those who know Jim, he retired from the police force here in Oshkosh a number of years ago. Started writing articles for Warbird magazine, and then sort of became the editor of Warbirds and
2007.
In 2007, and things have just progressed since then. But what I wanted to talk about today was your other career. And that is as an author, and you helped write a book called Rosie the Rocketer.
Yes, this is actually my fifth book, and a little background is I consider the veterans of World War II kind of my heroes. Those are the guys that I really targeted, and I have interviewed over 350 of them, and early on I had one individual on my hit list, is what I call it, and that was Major Charles Carpenter, who flew a bazooka-armed Piper L4 named Rosie the Rocketer. My journey to interview him was very short when I found that he had passed away in 1966.
But the story doesn't end there.
No, it doesn't. No. And ironically, in 2016, I received a phone call from a woman in Ohio who said that she would like to submit an article about her father, who had served in World War II and was a pilot. So obviously that piqued my interest. And she went on to say that he flew in Europe and was part of Patton's army. And, oh, by the way, his name was Charles Carpenter. And I think she thought I hung up on her. The phone was very silent for 30 seconds. I couldn't compose myself because I couldn't believe I was talking to his last living relative. And Carol told me that she had a few letters at home and some newspaper articles. And, of course, I welcomed that letter. And her article, and that was published in Warbirds in 2017.
And when you say a few letters, he was a very prolific letter writer from overseas.
Oh, Charles Carpenter, from an early age, was a voracious reader and was a master of the English language. He became a high school teacher in Moline, Illinois. And was also in the Army Reserve as a second lieutenant. And then when the war broke out, he was sent to Miami to actually train officers how to become officers. He had a brother that was serving in the Philippines, was eventually captured by the Japanese and became part of the Bataan Death March, and was actually tortured as a POW and died in Japan.
But he eventually gets overseas and becomes a liaison pilot.
So he doesn't want to become just a training officer. Right. So he decides to jump to gliders. Well, the glider pipeline was so long that he saw a posting for a brand new program called liaison pilot. So he signed up. He had no idea. And remember, Charles Carpenter was a little older. He was in like his late 20s. He was like 29 years old. So he would actually be considered an old man.
Right.
So he becomes a liaison pilot and gets trained at Fort Sill and Aranca L3s, Piper L4s, and Stinson L5s. And eventually joins Patton's Army, is sent to Europe. And he is bestowed a brand new Piper Cub, which had been built in April of 1944, and he names it Rosie the Rocketeer in honor of Rosie the Riveters back home.
Yeah. And with a little bit of ingenuity and some trial and error, figured out how to mount the bazookas and actually aim them at a target in the field, right?
So Major Carpenter, like many and probably all the soldiers, their number one goal was to come home, to end this war. They didn't want to be there, but it was duty, honor, country. But they wanted to finish this war. He also didn't like the idea of flying an 800-pound fabric-covered tube aircraft unarmed. And he was not a guy just to say no. And he asked his commanding officer if he could mount bazookas. And of course they called him crazy because you'd blow your tail off. Well, he proved them wrong. And so much so he mounted 6 on there. His commanding officer says, I'm not going to give you permission, but I'm not going to stop you. You're nuts.
Yeah.
And so he became known as the Mad Major as well.
And interestingly enough, Carol, his daughter's circle into this story was she was surfing the internet one night and looking at some of the chat groups, and people were debating whether this ever happened or not, that someone really put bazookas on an L4. And she's like, no, my dad did. And that's kind of where she discovered all this information.
Oh, Carol is definitely her father. She has her father's DNA, and when she read the negative comments about this was all made up, this was all a publicity stunt. So I eventually get invited to Carol's house, and she lets me interview her and decides we will do a book together. Those few letters she talked about were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of letters, photographs, diaries. There is just so much information that her mother had saved. These were all in pristine condition. And again, Charles Carpenter was a prolific writer.
And through all of that research, the book eventually is published. It's now available, and you're going to be signing copies tomorrow, right, at the EAA warehouse from 11 till noon.
Yes, both Carol and I will be there, and it's titled Bazooka Charlie, and it's a great read. But it really tells, it's the only story that's ever been written now, a true story about Major Carpenter and his L4 Rosie the Rocketeer.
Did he just have the one aircraft, or did he have multiples that he flew?
This was the one that was assigned to him. Okay. I'm sure that if this aircraft was damaged, which he received many bullet holes through the wings, because lo and behold, when Carol wrote this story, an individual by the name of Joe Shield, who is a serial number hunter, just for fun looked it up and found it hanging in a museum in Austria, and eventually his best friend Rob Collings was able to purchase it, bring it back, and restored by Colin Powers in 2019, and Rosie flew again in 2020, and really is probably one of the last veterans of World War II to return home.
Yeah. And Carol had an opportunity to actually see the airplane after it came out of restoration. I'm sure that was quite an emotional moment.
Not only did Carol see the aircraft, her daughter, which would be Major Carpenter's granddaughter, who she missed meeting him by about 4 years, actually painted the nose art, Rosie the Rocketeer, on her father's aircraft. So it's a full circle.
Definitely, we were hoping that the airplane would be here, but as happens with 70s, 80-year-old airplanes, they sometimes get a little finicky. So,
well, the airplane is fine. Actually, Rob had another conflict with another aircraft that was finicky, and he is just beside himself. He wanted to be here, but the airplane is in Stowe, Massachusetts at the Collins Foundation. He welcomes all to come to that museum and see that aircraft. And I'll be out there in September as well with it.
Good. Were there any revelations that came out of all of this research? I mean, aside from the story itself, that kind of opened your eyes to different aspects of history?
I think I think the liaison guys are really a lot of unsung heroes. I mean, nothing against the bomber pilots or the fighter pilots. You know, they got all the glory, but these guys lived 2 miles from the front lines. They slept on muddy fields, in snow-covered fields, in tents, and they went and did their job every single day. And I don't think we can minimize the dangers they face, like many of the soldiers on the ground and the bomber pilots and fighter pilots. But again, all are cut from the same cloth, where they will say, again, I've interviewed many of them. I just did my job. I didn't do anything important. I mean, these are Medal of Honor recipients that have said the same thing. So they're truly the greatest generation.
Indeed. With all the interviews that you've done with veterans through the years, are you finding, and the numbers are diminishing, but are you finding that these veterans are now more willing to tell their stories than they may have been 20 or 25 years ago?
So when I first started doing that, it was interesting. Each veteran I talked to, I said, I wish I would have talked to you 20 years ago. Yeah. And they said, I wouldn't have talked to you 20 years ago. The only reason I'm doing this now is so my grandchildren know what I did during the war.
Yeah, it's amazing that they're sharing their stories, but it's also a little bit heartbreaking of so many veterans who didn't share their stories before they passed on, and many of those memories are just lost to the sands of time.
So with that said, I encourage any family member, if their loved one served and is deceased, but there's letters and photographs, don't throw them away. Preserve them. Do your family history, or at least donate them to a museum. That is history, and we cannot afford to lose it.
Thank you very much, Jim Busha, the author, and again, you and Carol will be at the Author's Corner tomorrow in the warehouse, 11 till noon. Come by and check out the book. That's going to wrap up our show for this morning. Tomorrow, F-18 Rhino pilot Lieutenant Wes Perkins will drop in. He's going to share his Oshkosh story. General Jackie von Ovost will provide insights into the U.S. Transportation Command, and we'll meet the great-grandson of Ensign Jesse Brown, the subject of the movie Devotion. That is all tomorrow here on From the Stand. I'm Steve Buss, and this is Eaa Radio.
Now back to the EAA Radio archives of 2014.
An interesting thing about wind, the militarists in Japan had told them for centuries that they were protected by a divine wind, that the homelands would never be hit. And it goes back to literally, I think, the 1100s when they started to tell them that. And that the word kamikaze, as I understand it, means divine wind. Well, here are our raiders realizing that they don't have the range to get to dry land after they have delivered their bombs, and on all 16 airplanes did deliver their bombs. But then a storm came up, or you found yourselves in a storm, and you had a little divine wind of your own that changed the headwind.
Yeah, we did not have any storms until after we'd flown pretty much of the mission. After we left Japan, we flew south for maybe 100 miles, so that any Navy vessel, Japanese, wouldn't maybe not think we were going to China. But after we were maybe 4 hours into the flight after we left Japan, Hank Potter, the navigator, passed a note up to it, and he said that we had we were going to be 180 miles short, based on his fuel consumption figures. But what we didn't know was that that storm had formed over Japan and created the tailwind, which made it possible for us to make China. But without knowing that, we were cruising along, and based on Hank's figures, Colonel Doolittle said we will practice our ditching procedure, which we did. But at that time, he spoke and said, if we have to ditch, we'll ditch by a friendly vessel and get to a friendly port. If we have to ditch by the enemy vessel, they'll take us aboard and if things work out, we'll try to take over that vessel. Now, considering what we had to protect ourselves with, which was 545s. And I've wondered ever since how we were going to do that. But anyway,
I would not have betted against you.
One of the good things that did come out of that was I started thinking personally, if we have to go down in the water, how do we survive? My mind reverted back to my Boy Scout handbook, which explained how you can get water and you can eat by trying to catch fish, which I remembered one procedure was to take some piece of clothing big enough and punch holes in it and make a net and catch a mini or two.
So you were preparing for a fish dinner.
Fortunately, we didn't have to ditch.
Well, because of the storm, there were a number of factors. Again, as I understand it, and I want to be corrected, and I know I will be if I'm wrong. Not only were they in a storm, it's at night, it's pitch black. The Chinese in eastern China, hearing these airplanes arriving, thought they were Japanese and cut all electricity. But more than that, the field where they planned to land, there was supposed to be a homing beacon there, and that was not there. Is that correct?
That's correct. C-47 was carrying the homing station, crashed on the way there. Of course, the sad part was they killed all the people on board. So we had no homer.
So they have no beacon, they're out of gas, it's pitch black, and there's no lights anywhere. So there wasn't much to do but fly them out of gas. And maybe you could tell us how you entered China without a passport.
But fortunately, we all bailed out successfully, and we're all together the next day. And we were picked up by some friendly Chinese. We were in occupied Japanese territory, but the people that picked us up were able to keep us ahead of the Japanese, and we finally made it to a place where the American Volunteer Group, or AVG, had a flight of P-40, and they also had some communications equipment.
Dick?
Yeah.
How did you spend your first night in China?
Well, it's not at all as bad as it sounds. My chute drifted over a pine tree, and I ended up about 12 feet off the ground. But I'd like to relate a little bit out what happened that was of benefit to the mission. The fact that we did bomb Japan caused the Japanese to reconsider all the troops and equipment and stuff that they'd scattered out over Asia, because they definitely had Australia and India and Burma in their sights. What happened is that they withdrew a lot of equipment, and for some reason they sent 2 carriers to Alaska, and at that time we only had 4 carriers. They had 6. But by sending the two to Alaska, it evened up the odds between the Navy and Japan on Midway. And the Navy was able to gain the upper hand, and that was the beginning of the Japanese downfall.
I think the Japanese lost 4 carriers at the Battle of Midway, and this was 2 months, less than 2 months, after the Doolittle raid. And I don't believe they ever had another victory in the Pacific after that. So yes, it was a great morale boost for the country what these men did, but it changed the outcome of the war in the Pacific. This was an incredibly important and historic mission. And I know that we're short on time, but there's a couple of things I'd like to say if I could. I listened to General Brady the other day say, I think the way he put it, when you pick your heroes, pick good people. And I have 2 Dick Cole stories. After we spent all this time together, and if you think these guys haven't been interviewed and put on television before, you're wrong. The guys like us come along all the time, but we went down and spent time with him at his home, and eventually we got this 4 hours done. It was on the military channel, and I think it played in the fall sometime. And I came home the following New Year's Day, and there was a message on my home phone. And I don't think I ever gave you my home phone. And I hit that button in a hurry, and it said, "This is Dick Cole." I said, "I want to thank you for the wonderful program you did and wish you the happiest possible New Year." I was never so sorry I missed a phone call and never so glad I had a tape. So, and here's my second Dick Cole story. Naturally, when we interviewed him about the Doolittle raid, I asked him what he did after the raid. He said, "Well, I stayed in the theater. I flew over the hump. I flew transports, C-47s. And not being the brightest bulb in the tree, I dutifully wrote that down. And then I started on the way home. I went, wait a minute. Why would they take Jimmy Doolittle's co-pilot and make him a transport pilot? And, not all the stories of the China-Burma India Theater are well told, but you may know the story of the 1st Air Commandos. And the 1st Air Commandos were the first special ops unit ever by the U.S. Army Air Corps. And the reason they were formed is because Burma fell in, I think, May of '42, and that was the western terminus of the Burma Road, which was China's supply lifeline. That's why these guys had to make these very risky flights over the hump, over the Himalayas. They call it, I think, the aluminum highway or something like that. But there was a very bold plan developed by a British officer to go in behind Japanese lines and disrupt enough to undo that situation and open up that supply line back to keep China in the war. It would have been a horrendous circumstance had China capitulated, and that's a whole nother history lesson. But sometime Google, and I can't believe that's a verb, the 1st Air Commandos in a thing called Operation Thursday, which is an operation in which the 1st Air Commandos put 10,000 troops, 500,000 pounds of material, 1,000 horses, 100 mules, construction equipment, and they did it with gliders. They towed gliders. And a little light bulb went on in my head finally, and I said, "Dick, were you part of the 1st Air Commandos?" "Yep." I said, "Did you have anything to do with Operation Thursday?" And you tell them.
Well, first off, I didn't want to be a permanent co-pilot. I wanted to be my own man, in a sense. That was another chance to be with a bunch of good professional guys, good camaraderie, and it was worth the effort.
Well, part of the point of my Dick Cole 1st Air Commando story is he wasn't going to tell me if I didn't ask. That's not how he rolls. That's not how the Doolittle Raiders roll. They just do their job. And I'm blessed to know you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, before you leave, I got a couple of announcements. Do not forget your medallion, Vietnam veterans. Come up here and form on me. Only in Oshkosh and only here at Warbirds in Review are you going to hear history like that. Thanks for watching Warbirds in Review.
Here's an interview from 2012.
We have Chuck Whiplinger. That's Chuck Whiplinger. You can tell it's day 5.
How can you go and foul up Chuck? That's easy.
I can foul up anything.
We won't ask about
So
that.
I bet the company slogan, Whip Air, they build floats. It should be, you make it fly, we make it float.
You know, that's not bad.
Hey,
we get 10%.
Thank you.
You heard it here. Well, Chuck, good to have you with us this morning. How did Whip Air get started?
Whip Air got started back in the early 1960s. Actually, prior to that, my grandpa, Ben, he was in the conversion business. He'd take the old Lockheed Lodestars of the day, convert them into business aircraft. And about the late 50s, early 60s, he sold out of that business. He had an old 180 on Edo amphibs. He used to entertain pilots with when they were there with their aircraft, getting them converted. And he'd take them up on fishing trips and such. And he decided he wanted to go into sales of floats. And so he contacted Edo, and Edo was still busy with government contracts and didn't really want another representative anywhere, and declined him, I believe. And he said, well, I'll build my own then, and started building his own floats and came up with the Whipline 3900 and put it under 180, and there's still 3900s out there flying out in various places.
Do you still build that product?
No, that product has been retired. We're on to newer, lighter, better hydrodynamic designs now. But
the 3901.
There you go. What's the biggest airplane that Whip Air has ever put on floats?
Biggest airplane that we put on floats is the, now would be the Viking Twin Otter, the de Havilland Twin Otter. We still produce the floats for that, and there's with the restart of the Viking 400, it's a very popular product.
Now, the one thing I've always wondered about, the float has the front section, and then it has that step, and it cuts to nothing.
Yeah.
What is that all about?
The step is just your planing surface. Your typical boats, they get up on plane, they're towards the back of the boat and the aircraft. You have to have a pivot point so you can adjust your pitch with the elevator, and that's where it planes and pivots about, basically.
Makes it easier to get it off the water,
Yep.
I imagine.
I noticed something very interesting on the website the other day. Was looking at this. I might even have a picture of it in here with my stuff. Yes, as a matter of fact,
that wasn't the right website.
Yes, it was. You've got a new float here called the Fire Boss. What is that all about?
The Fire Boss is a wildfire fighting product. We developed that, it was about 2000 or late 90s when we started. It was 2000, 2001 when it was certified. And that is a float that is essentially a shortened 13,000 for the Twin Otter. It's shortened down a little bit, and we put it under an Air Tractor 802. And it's got a scooping mechanism in it. You can scoop 800 gallons of water up into the hopper of the aircraft in about 14 seconds.
That's 800 gallons per float?
Nope, that's 800 gallons. It goes all the way up to the fuselage.
Oh, I thought the float was the actual tank.
No, and we did do a similar that concept on a Twin Otter, and that was, you got about 250 gallons a side, so it was for a total of 500 gallons. The Fire Boss is a newer product than that, and holds more water and has been very effective to date at fighting fires.
Yeah, because all you have to do is just fly, and according to the information,
snorkelers.
Yeah, really. Basically, you just find yourself a lake, do a touch and go, fill the tank up, and you're back on scene again.
You said that was like, what, 15 seconds?
It takes about 14 seconds to fill the hopper and about another 10 seconds to get off the water. And it's comfortable in a lake with a couple miles long.
Right.
You can do it shorter, depending on
Well, it's got to be a little tricky from the standpoint of the weight change that's going on.
There's a lot going on, and you do have to be on top of the game there while you're scooping. I've done it myself before, and it's pretty exciting, but it's manageable, and it's more of a fun ride when you drop it and you're not anticipating that weight change.
Yeah. We sold a lot of those.
Yeah, there's about 47 of them over in Europe. That's been the biggest market for them, and about 13 in Canada, 12 or 13 working in Canada. Now 3 of them working in the U.S. here, and we expect that market to start growing now. One going to South America later this year, and there's one operating in Australia.
So it looks like you're pretty busy building these things then.
Yes, we got a product line of 9 models, and we're constantly building them. We try to keep some inventory to the more popular models. So.
What is the latest airplane you've equipped?
We've just introduced the Whipline 1450 float out here, which has float a plane about in the 1,650 pound range. So that's for all your LSA type aircraft. We'll end up eventually TSOing that, putting under J3s, P11s, Little Cubs, those kinds of aircraft.
Looking at your information here, stuff that I pulled directly off your website here, it says that you guys are doing more than just float manufacturing. What else is Whip Air involved with?
Over the years, we've sold new aircraft for Cessna. We've since gone away from that, and we do sell and brokerage used aircraft. Big other major part of the company is the services side. We do maintenance, paint, interior, avionics. We've got about FAA repair station, certified repair station. So I think we have probably around 30 employees in that side of the business, if not more.
You've got a busy shop going then.
This is kind of a technical question. Do the floats have bilges? I mean, most things on water leak a little bit. You get water in them.
Yeah, water does work their way into them. Sometimes you'll develop leaks over time, or just even through the top decks. If you get a real heavy rain, you'll get some water in there. Condensation forms. So we don't have an electric bilge system. People get real fussy about weight because you're already adding so much weight with the floats. So what it is just a little pump out cup on the top deck, and you take like a canoe pump and just pump it out. You get a couple pumps of water out. That's about it.
Lifetime expectancy of a float?
As long as you take care of it and maintain it. Like I said, we've still got 3900s out flying. And they were built in the early mid-60s, 70s. So, and especially if it's in fresh water, it'll go as long as you maintain it. You get it out in the salt water, if you don't do your maintenance well, you will start to see corrosion just like you would on anything.
All right, here's the question then. How do you maintain your float?
You do an annual on them like you do your aircraft every year. You go through, inspect the cables, inspect pulleys, check for leaks, that sort of thing. Just inspect the general condition. You do regular greasing of gear parts, lubrication, maintenance, and clean them. If you're in salt water, we recommend you wash them down every day. Get the salt water off of them. If you can, spray out the inside of the float a little bit, pump it out. So other than that, make sure your tire pressure is inflated and your bearings are packed right, and you're pretty well good to go.
And obviously you're talking about amphibious floats there.
Mm-hmm, yes.
That's got to be an interesting manufacturing process there, because the wheels are always exposed to the water.
Yeah, they are exposed to the water. We generally use 2024 aluminum, and it's all anodized, and do corrosion protection as best we can. We are developing a composite float product as well, but you still got metal gear parts in there, so you still have to do your maintenance.
As always, maintenance is important. What about repairability? What happens if somebody prangs a float?
Well, yeah, they bang the dock or something like that.
Sure, it's pretty much standard sheet metal work. Nothing too super secret or hard about it. If you can work with doing a standard aluminum pair on an aircraft, you can do it on a float as well. Some of our older generation floats, they do have a bonding process between the side skin and the top deck, and the sides of the floats, the various sides. And there it's a little bit different process to just unbond it, and usually Pete just rivet it back together with good sealant. So it's again just standard sheet metal process.
Nothing spectacular
It makes
about
it sound so easy.
Yeah, really.
think I'll design some floats.
Are you guys talking about doing any inflatable floats for ultralights or LSAs?
No, we just introduced our LSA float. That's an aluminum float as well. Have not really looked into the inflatable float market. It's a little bit beyond our area of expertise, I would say. We are looking at, like I said, developing composite float line. We're working on a 3,000 size, which would be for your 182s, 185s, 180s. And then once we're done with that one, which is expected to be TSO'd this September, we'll continue through the rest of the product line with that as well.
The movie 6 Days and 7 Nights.
Yes.
Were those your floats in that?
I saw the movie once a long time ago, and I don't think they were.
They were Japanese floats found in a tree. Come on.
Oh, come on. This is Hollywood. Do you think they actually found that airplane hanging around in a tree?
We did have
They
one
didn't?
of the...
No?
Oh, man.
We did have one of the airplanes from the movie come through and get fitted with floats, though.
Oh, okay.
So we did have one sitting in our shop for a while.
Yeah, we had to lash it on with the bamboo and the vines.
Vines and all that good stuff, yes. Harrison Ford was very innovative.
Anyway, where can we find you here at Oshkosh?
We are outside Hangar D, and just outside, you can't miss us there. We have a caravan parked on Amphibs there.
Let me guess. You should look for the floats?
Yep. it's the airplane sticking above everything else. So
Yes,
there you
the
go.
caravan on floats is pretty imposing.
Yes.
All right, sir.
Well, that's great fun. Hey, you have a website too, right?
No.
Yes. www.whipair.com.
There it is.
Okay, spell that. WIPAIRE.
Yes.
.com.
That works better than some of the alternates.
Well, you can just Google. That'll take you pretty much anywhere you want to go, and then some.
Yes.
I do believe we tried to get some of the common misspellings, so if you type that in, you'll find us
Oh,
as
it'll
well.
still bounce you there?
I think.
Well, we'll have to check that out later.
You guys try it and let me know.
All right.
Okay.
We can't type anyway.
Back now on EAA Radio with a 2010 Classic Interview.
Fast Eddie live at the Baraboo Dells Air Show here for EAA Warbird Newsletter. Fast Eddie live at the Baraboo Dells Air Show in Wisconsin, talking to Cliff McKeithen from the Army Aviation Heritage Foundation. Good morning.
Good morning, Eddie. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Anytime Mama lets me out of the house to come play with the toys, it is a good day.
Well, we're speaking of the toys. We're standing in front of a Huey helicopter here. I understand you get to fly this toy.
It is my privilege.
How many hours do you have in it?
Well, in the Huey, I've got a little over 1,000 hours. I started out in aviation in fixed wing flying Mohawks. So most of my Army flight time was in fixed-wing aircraft, and I transitioned into Huey later in my career during my second tour to Vietnam.
Oh, so you're also a Vietnam veteran then, a combat pilot.
I had 2 tours there, Russ.
Oh, man. Well, thank you for your service to the country, sir.
It's an absolute honor to be able to do it.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of footage of Huey helicopters used in combat and everything over there. I imagine it's a lot different flying it now in civilian life.
Absolutely. The experience in Vietnam was sort of guns free. You're able to do just about anything you want to do without a whole bunch of supervision. Here, of course, for safety reasons, we adhere strictly to the federal aviation regulations, and we have oversight by the FAA at these shows. They come check us out and make sure aircraft is properly maintained, the pilots have the proper credentials, and we're always operating as if someone were watching us.
Oh, so in other words, you get pretty much ramp checked every time you come out to an air show?
Just about, yes. One of the normal things is they will check your pilot's license and be sure your medical is up to date, that all of the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, check the log books to see that the weight and balance computations have been done for the varying number of passengers. Since we may do a lift anywhere from, say, 3 to 10 passengers, the center of gravity of the aircraft could shift considerably in that, and so we pre-calculate the weight and balance for different passenger loadings so that we know that that loading will be within the acceptable center of gravity range for the aircraft.
So in other words, you have this already pre-planned. You just look at a chart and you say, okay, this is where we are, this is good to go.
That's correct. We will figure out our current aircraft weight, our loading, and we know then that we are safe. We check the current weather conditions, the temperature and density, altitude, to be sure that we have sufficient power to be able to hover out of ground effect with that load on board. And at some air shows on a really hot day, say down at Dayton, we'll reduce our passenger load to be able to have control power margin for the operation.
That's very important. Safety, of course, being key.
That is number one.
Now, how did you people get a hold of all these helicopters?
Well, it's an interesting process. The Army started flushing them out of the system as the Black Hawks and the Apaches came along. The Army was still operating a lot of Hueys, and they made a decision several years ago that they were going to take the Huey out of service. So a lot of them started getting available on the surplus market, but what we were able to do, since we're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, we were able to then acquire some of these directly from the National Guard as they were about to put them in the boneyard. And so the aircraft came to us in fairly good condition. And then we, of course, refurbish them. We tear them apart, look at all the parts, make sure everything's up to snuff. In fact, they're probably in better condition now than they were when they were actually flying in the Army.
I imagine in Vietnam, being under combat conditions, a lot of maintenance was deferred depending upon how urgent the need was for the helicopter.
Absolutely. And my personal heroes are these young men who, in hot days, dry days, wet days, whatever, worked all night to be sure that those aircraft were ready for the mission in the morning. The guys were absolutely phenomenal. Some maintenance, yes, you deferred it, but the critical things were always taken care of.
Oh, that's good. Reliability, of course, being the key in a military operation.
Certainly. When you're flying over triple canopy jungle out there, you really don't want to have to set it down somewhere out there, especially with the VC wandering around armed to the teeth.
Yeah, there was a lot of bad guys back then, but fortunately there are no bad guys now.
Not here.
Wait a minute.
Of course, now if we flew over a turkey farm or something like that, the owner might get a little irate and pepper us with a shotgun shell. But we're careful not to do that.
Well, you have to be respectful of the neighbors.
Oh yes, in fact, flying cross country, one of the things we are careful to do, if we see what is obviously a poultry farm ahead of us on our route of flight, we will divert around that, to be sure that we don't scare the chickens or the turkeys or whatever.
The noise profile from a Huey has never been one of stealth, that's for sure.
No, it isn't. A little interesting tidbit, I used to teach chemistry in college, and every once in a while during the middle of the lecture I would stop and say, gentlemen, in about 3 minutes you're going to see a Huey helicopter pass by the window. They'd look at me as if I were totally out of my mind, and sure enough, here it came. And they said, how did you do that? I said, well, first I felt the pressure wave. You can actually feel the thump of the blades before the sound gets to you. And as it got closer and closer, then you start picking up the sound. But you can actually physically feel the thump of the rotor blades as it's going through the air.
That is one of the things, one of the very distinctive things about the Huey helicopter is its noise signature.
That's correct. There's nothing like a Huey.
That's right.
A Black Hawk has a totally different sound. An OH-6, all of them have their own unique signature.
But the Huey, that thing really rattles your ribs when you're up close to it.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things that when you, at these air shows, you run into a lot of the old vets who come in. And the comment that we get from a lot of these guys is, I was out there in the bush and I felt it coming. And my spirits went up because we knew you guys were coming to get us.
I imagine that lifted a lot of spirits, especially those of the wounded, too.
Oh, absolutely. If you look at the wounded, the mortality statistics for the various wars, the ones for Vietnam went way down because of the ability of this aircraft to quickly get them back to good medical care.
It was amazing the things that they were able to do with this helicopter.
Oh, yes, indeed. Some folks don't realize this, but this aircraft was never really originally designed as a utility aircraft for general use. It was due to a requirement for the Army Medical Corps to be used as an air ambulance originally. And as it was developed and people started seeing the capability of the aircraft, then it was expanded further into other roles such as cargo, then hanging guns on them, making the Huey Hog gunship, which preceded the Cobra. And so it went into a lot of roles. I would characterize the Huey as being the C-47 of the helicopter world.
There you go. That is a very good comparison. The C-47 did just about everything in World War II.
Right.
And, well, of course, this has vertical flight capability, which puts it down just about anywhere, but helicopters were in their infancy during World War II.
That's right.
And, of course, helicopter warfare and everything came to be because of Vietnam.
That's correct.
You had some pretty awful terrain over there.
It was really the only way to go. Trying to do anything in that sort of terrain would have just not been possible without the helicopter.
Well, it sounds like you probably got several hairy war stories that you got.
We have a sort of habit among aviators when they get together with a adult beverage at the end of the day, and we remember with crystal clarity events that never happened.
Like everybody else, there's always hanger tales.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stories out there. Probably my most frightening thing actually happened in the OV-1 Mohawk rather than the Huey. I was flying Mohawks in the first cav during my first tour. And we were unarmed, of course. Go back to the Air Force Army fight over armed aircraft, and we were required to take the guns off, and we gave them the Caribou in return for unfettered development of armed helicopters. Well, I was flying this one mission, not allowed to carry any rockets on board. Spotted a few people down that looked suspicious, so I dove down to check them out. Of course, they scrambled and headed for the ditch. I got up on the radio and called in a couple of Marine jets from Chulai to come hit them. So they asked me whether or not I could hold them in position while they got there. So I started making low passes, keeping them down in the ditch with my props and just doing return to target. On my last pass, when the jets arrived, suddenly the windscreen exploded. I happened to see something off to the left, and I turned my head to look. That windscreen exploded. An armor-piercing round came through it, buried in the headrest behind my head.
Wow.
And showered everything with glass inside. Looked out the front, and the windscreen had crystallized. You know how a car, when it breaks, because it's got laminated glass, you'll get cracks all in it. Well, the sunlight shining on that prevented me from seeing out of the front of the aircraft. And so I got on instruments, climbed out, started heading back to Ankei, and I called him and said, look, good chance that we may have to eject over the field and trim the aircraft to fly out to sea. One of my buddies said, hey, hang on, I'll be right up. He grabbed another aircraft, came up. He said, just fly on the wing. So I got in formation with him. He took me back to the airfield, told me when to drop my gear, my flaps. He flew me down to the center of the runway, and then he peeled off so I could land the aircraft.
Nice.
It was a save. Yeah.
I imagine you bought him all the beer he wanted that night.
That man had unlimited credit at the club.
Yeah, that's quite a story.
Time for a look back at a classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and with us in the studio, I want to snap to attention when I read this, Lieutenant Colonel...
He's an impressive sight.
Trevor Boswell. He's tall.
Tall.
And he's with NORAD.
Yes, sir.
The guys that are always watching Santa Claus over the holidays.
That's correct. Yeah, that's their main duty.
Of all the things we do, yes, that is probably what we are most well known for.
So NORAD grew out of the Cold War, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we started back in the late 40s, if you will, after the end of World War II, and obviously we identified an issue with needing to protect the homeland, probably more than we had previously, and from there it kind of grew, and you can see all the stories of Russian bombers and the Soviets and everything else of that nature throughout the time, and then all of a sudden the world changed, and that was 9/11, and that's where our mission stayed the same, but just kind of a little bit bigger of an emphasis item, not just looking outside, but also looking in as well. And that's kind of where we're at today.
Okay, so you're saying that your original mission did not really encompass keeping watch on within the continent.
Definitely, it did, but not to the scale. Okay. I think that it had, or it does now, I should say.
Right.
And so we, in our presentation that we give, we show 2 different slides showing the radars and the sensors that we utilize to identify the aircraft and all the other airborne threats that we potentially could have coming at us. And prior to 9/11, it was pretty much all outward facing. And now we have a blanket coverage in coordination with the FAA in air traffic control, utilizing their radar capabilities as well.
Okay, so you are a mix of ground and airborne surveillance.
Correct. I mean, it's typically all ground. The only time we really ever do any sort of airborne is if we have a limitation with the ground sensors at that point.
Okay.
Are you? Now I remember reading about the DO line.
Yep.
Many years ago.
Mhm.
Is that still in operation?
Still there, and this is kind of an application of that. So those are the radars that kind of cover the northern tier of Canada, around Alaska and whatnot, and that is still all there. And we've just added now the Canadian and the North American, basically, air traffic control system on top of that.
NORAD is based inside of a mountain facility, as I recall.
That's famously where we are from. So if you ever saw the movie with Matthew Broderick, War Games, that's
Right,
where everybody
War Games.
that's where everybody thinks we are. We are no longer primarily there. That is still a location that we operate out of during more contingency operations. But we're actually at Peterson Air Force Base, which is a joint use field with Colorado Springs International, and so we have a separate building there. And it's a regular kind of office building looking place, and we have that same setup, big room with the big screens and TVs and whatnot, and the command and control is all out of that building now.
Now, I'm assuming that you don't give tours to the general public.
Typically not. They do tours in Cheyenne Mountain because obviously it's a kind of a cool thing and everything. But with COVID and all the restrictions in place with that, those have shut down. But in terms of in building 2 is the building number that we work out of, no, there are no tours given in that one.
Yeah, I can
A lot
imagine.
of classified information. in
Correct.
there.
Everything.
Correct.
Super classified. Double secret classified.
Double secret. Okay. So, and what are you guys looking for? Just anything out of the ordinary?
So our first kind of line of defense is the air traffic controllers that are out there, and they do an amazing job of identifying aircraft that don't check in on the right radio frequencies, are going a direction they shouldn't be, and we typically focus on temporary flight restrictions, the TFRs that are associated with a president or a fire or any of those kinds of normal what you would expect a TFR to be located to, the Super Bowl, those types of events.
Right.
And they're looking at people that aren't squawking the right code, that aren't talking to air traffic control, don't have a filed flight plan, or are not following the plan that they filed. And so those are the kind of the generic starting points for where they begin to, the hairs in the back of their neck kind of perk up a little bit.
I imagine that happens several times a day because there's an awful lot of people flying.
There's a lot of guard calls out there, 121.5 is your friend. For anybody that's listening out there, please monitor that when you are able to do so if you have a second radio, and just listen up for your call sign or just an aircraft over said location, and hopefully that'll keep you safe as a bottom line. But we try to emphasize doing the right mission planning or the flight planning ahead of time first and avoiding that. So using ForeFlight, checking the NOTAMs, and you can go to www.norad.mil/general aviation, and that will give you kind of the starting point and checklist that you need to follow to help your cause.
So are you the guys that would be calling the escort aircraft if this unidentified doesn't cooperate?
Yeah, so the general timeline of events, an aircraft does something they're not supposed to do, or at least they are looking like they're going to do that. Air traffic control starts making radio calls, trying to get your attention, get you to do something different, i.e. not go where you're going. And if it gets to the point of no return, a TFR is typically a 30-mile ring, which is you can go as long as you've done the flight planning and you're talking properly. A 10-mile ring inside of that, which is you will not go in there. And if you are still heading towards that 10-mile ring and we haven't gotten a hold of you, then you can expect some kind of aircraft to come visit and see what's going on.
Yes, say hi.
Yeah. But air traffic control is the one that will initiate that process via the communications over the radio, and if they can't get a hold of them, then they'll let us know. And that was one of the highlighted items in 9/11 that we realized was a weak point in that coordination process, and now that is very streamlined, and they have a direct line to us, and we can alert launch fighters as needed, or if we have airborne fighters, depending on the type of TFR it is, they may be able to scramble and check them out as well.
Right. So how many people are on duty at any one time? I mean, that's kind of a vague question.
Sure. So
big.
Within the realm of classification, the alert status fighters, we have multiple Air National Guard units around the country that typically fill that role. Sometimes it's active duty, but it's primarily Air National Guard. So it could be F-16s, F-15s, or F-22s if you're up in Alaska. And on duty at NORAD itself, hundreds. There's typical 24/7, 365 days a year. There's a crew on status, and so they're ready to do what they need to do to keep America and Canada, North America in general, safe.
Hopefully that escorting is the most you've had to do.
Correct. Yeah.
Not like, hey, we got to fire a warning shot to get this guy's attention.
Absolutely. No, and the procedures, you get intercepted by an aircraft, you'll hopefully be aware. But one of the things that we have trouble doing is figuring out what the intentions of the aircraft pilot in command is intending to do. And so you can't really do that if you're not talking to them. So you need to get eyes on. And so we typically scramble 2 aircraft at a time, and they'll go intercept the threat aircraft as we identify it. And one aircraft will come by the side so that you can see him and rock its wings and get your attention. And hopefully, as it turns, you're going to go and follow. And that's all well and good, but if you keep going straight or you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, not responding properly, then it will get elevated a little bit. There may be some flares that are expended to continue to get your attention. And always remember that the one that you see is not the one that you should be the most concerned about, because it's the one that's about 2 to 3 miles behind you that is the one that wants to make sure that you're not going to go do something bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I've heard of intercepts where F-16s have done afterburner passes. That tends to get your attention.
Depending on how close you are, yeah, they're pretty loud.
Yeah, and hopefully you don't hit the turbulence.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
152 versus F-16.
Not much of a contest.
No, not at all.
Those 152s are rugged, man.
Yeah, they are.
Wow. How do you get to go into NORAD? Is it like an MOS you can apply for?
Well, so I'm an F-16 pilot by trade, and so in my organization, the current ops organization, we typically take 11 Fs as the Air Force Specialty Code is labeled, and those are fighter pilots of any shape or size, essentially. And from there, we are the planners. We do the standards and the training and everything else for the National Guard units, but it is the National Guard units and the alert pilots that are out on the ground that are the ones that are doing the job, flying out there, doing the missions and stuff. So I know there's a Wisconsin National Guard plane out here. It could be one of them that is sitting alert and waiting to launch as appropriate.
Okay, but how do you become part of a NORAD?
Part of NORAD. So I'm actually a reservist. I'm a part-timer.
Okay.
I fly for a commercial airline on the outside, and so it really just it's a target of opportunity. There was a spot that was open at my rank and in my specialty code, and I applied and was fortunate enough to be able to get to go do it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Boring, that airline flying, isn't it?
It's not the same.
Right. I wonder
quite
why.
The same. That's right.
Well, you fly an airliner. You're also flying an F-16. How the heck did you get the call sign boat?
Yes.
Normally, you don't associate this with the Air Force.
No, not at all. Not at all. Well, so we kind of live by the adage, it either makes sense with your name and it's something funny, or you've done something stupid.
Yeah.
And so boat and Boswell, not the best combo, but stupid absolutely is applicable in this situation. In fighter aircraft, when the weather is poor, you'll take off and typically use your radar to lock onto the person in front of you, fly the departure, and then once you're above the weather, you'll rejoin visually and continue flying on the way. I chose not to communicate that I didn't have a radar lock, and essentially went a little too fast for the normal prescribed speeds, and ended up passing my flight lead about 50 feet over top of his head, and ended up being about 2 miles in front of him when I should have been 2 miles behind him. And that procedure is called a radar-assisted trail departure. And so for all those folks, aviate, navigate, communicate, fly the airplane first, stop fiddling with all the sensors. That's kind of the lesson learned on this one. And so my call sign is blind on assisted trail.
Oh, jeez.
That's funny.
That's right.
Did you hoped you would never live that down?
The only time you get a new call sign is if you do something even more stupid. And so, fortunately, I guess that's as bad as it got. But it wasn't a great situation to begin with.
But it wasn't too bad. I mean, I'm sure you had trouble sitting for a few days afterwards.
And I'll tell you what, there are probably people out there done worse things. So.
There are for sure.
Yeah, none of his efforts cost the Air Force any extra money.
No.
No, thankfully enough. Absolutely not.
We appreciate that.
Sure.
They're expensive and hard to maintain.
That is very true.
I guess my nickname should be Dare because I keep hitting them.
Yeah.
All right. It's been great to have you, Dirk. We've been speaking with Dirk Braun from NORAD. Whoa! Wrong
Lieutenant
ticket.
Colonel Trevor
Sheesh.
Boswell.
Do your prep, man. Do your prep.
There's your call sign, Doofus.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
This is Digital Dave.
I'm Fast Eddie, and I'm not the one screwing up on EAA Radio.
Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
We are on the fly at the Seaplane Base, and it is another spectacular day at AirVenture 2024. Today marks the last day for On the Fly, and this year we are at the Seaplane Base as we have been for many years. Shane Albers is the chairman of the Seaplane Base and a volunteer, not
correct.
a staff member.
Correct.
So thank you for hosting us out here this year in your beautiful paradise.
Well, thanks for coming out again here, Jay Monchi. It's a beautiful day here on Lake Winnebago. Western shore, the winds are soft and the lake is calm. We've had some aircraft moving throughout the bay today. I'm expecting more visitors down here on our free bus ride from Gate 21 or the main bus park. That's how you get down to the Seaplane Base. It's a very Caribbean-esque, relaxed feel here at the Seaplane Base. Opportunity to relax, take a nap. 43 people I found laying on the ground this week taking naps along
Are you
the
keeping
shoreline.
count?
I was.
Good.
It was an interesting number that I really wanted to, find out.
Well, I want to know some other things other than the people sleeping on your ground. I want to know how many seaplanes you had this year.
Fantastic. So yeah, we have 82 registered aircraft here at the Seaplane Base. At one time, we can moor 49 airplane in the lagoon. Our numbers are up about 22 from last year, and that is specifically related to, I'd like to think that our Canadian friends were able to come down because the smoke wasn't interfering.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's a good number. And you had some really cool airplanes here this year, I know, because I was here and I saw it. You had a Kodiak on amphibs here this year?
Yes, yeah, the Kodiak.
Is that
fantastic.
a first for the Sea Base?
No, we've had the Kodiaks down here in the past. It's been a couple years since the last Kodiak that I've seen, and it's just such a beautiful airplane. We had Caravans down here, and interestingly, we have a electric Beaver moored out in the field.
An electric Beaver, tell us about that.
It's Harbor Air, and they are a experimental aircraft, and they operate over on the western side of North America. And their biggest thing is trying to get out and offer harbor tours. And by going to an electric airplane, they're able to charge it versus using fuel.
Wow, that's cool. So I have seen some literature and some media hype about that program. I know it's kind of in the testing phase right now, but when they get that done, that's going to be an interesting solution to some green technology in aviation.
Correct, and I think that's their goal, is getting ahead of the curve as things have started to change.
You know, interestingly enough, though, if you come out to the Seaplane Base and take a boat tour, you cruise on by that thing, the floats are quite low in the water. There's a lot of battery weight.
There's a lot of batteries there, yes, sir, yes.
That must be a little interesting and challenging. So tell us more about the week's activities out here at the Seaplane Base.
Yeah, you bet. So this year, actually last night, we're right on the heels of our annual Watermelon Social. It is our most popular event that we host down here. Last year and in the years prior, we had 700 tickets available for the event. Sometimes we would sell those tickets right up until the event. However, this year, we bumped the number to 750 tickets, and we were sold out Wednesday morning.
Yeah, it's popular.
It is. So if you're listening, next Friday at the end of convention 2025, that's our Watermelon Social. Tickets are available for sale only at the Seaplane Base.
Right. So you have to come out. You have to make that journey, which is a wonderful excuse to come out here to Paradise get your tickets, wander around the seaplane base. It's also your awards ceremony.
Correct.
And your annual raffle.
That
and
is
things like
correct.
that,
You
so.
bet. Yeah, it's a wonderful time, beautiful camaraderie, which is absolutely wonderful people, seaplane pilots, and just the aviation community as a whole.
So we're going to talk a lot about volunteerism because the Sea Base, like all the venues of EAA and Oshkosh AirVenture, are volunteer run for the most part. Your entire organization out here, including yourself, are volunteers. And so with that, you have volunteer coordinators, you have different areas where people can volunteer. You also have some vendors out here too.
That is correct, yeah. And our biggest vendor and our sponsor of the seaplane base is Whip Air. They support general aviation, EAA, and the entire seaplane community.
We would be remiss if we didn't talk about the Vetty family a little bit. So
yeah, that's
we
correct.
should talk about the origins of the seaplane base for those who might not know, and how it came to be and how it continues to thrive every year.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. So the seaplane base was founded in 1949. 2024 marks our 75th anniversary. EAA and seaplane base have a wonderful relationship. This property is actually private property. So for 1 week out of the year, the owners of the property, John and Susie Vetty and Gary and Burley Blust, allow EAA to operate the seaplane base down here. Their generosity towards EAA as a whole is many things.
Yeah, and I see people from the Vetty family participating.
That is correct. Suzanne Vetty Mosley is my office administrator. She would love for you to come out. We have many items that are only available, t-shirts, hats, and things of that nature, only available here at the seaplane base.
And there's some really cool special designed shirts, like for the Watermelon Social, a special designed shirt. Those are available out here. There's plenty of them left for sale from what I understand. So if you're looking for something to do on a very nice Saturday, just get on the bus. Tell them how to do that.
Yeah, so the bus at the main bus park, or Gate 21, which is down in kind of the amphibious vintage area. Hop on that bus. It's a $3 round trip bus ride. You pay over at the main field. You come on over. The buses run every 15 minutes here. Bring your swimsuits. It's getting hot out. We have a beach that you can go take a dip out in the lake and cool off and just enjoy the relaxed atmosphere of the seaplane base.
And you have some good food out here too.
Yes, the Mile High Pub has pulled pork sandwiches, gyros, and all kinds of other fare.
It's awesome. So let's talk about some, you talked about airplanes. We're going to talk volunteers later, but how about some interesting facts that people might not know about the seaplane base?
Well, it is considered EAA's best kept secret. You will not find nicer volunteers, nicer staff. Our guests down here are just absolutely wonderful. We have a free harbor boat tour. There's not many things you can do for free at EAA, and we have it right here at the seaplane
Let's talk
base.
about the harbor boat tour.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So it's sometimes, about a half-hour wait. It's a very popular event that we have down here. The boat ride's about 10 minutes or so long, and we don't have a flight line like they have over at the main field. Our flight line is out there in the lagoon. You really want to get up close and personal to the aircraft. There really wasn't a way for it. So that's where the harbor boat tour concept started. It has now grown into how we do it today, and our pontoon boat tours will take you directly right up to and through our mooring field. Our captains and our helpers on the boat give a little bit of a tour, talk about the base, talk about the airplanes, and just try to make it the most wonderful experience possible.
I would imagine that these harbor boat captains that you have, and we'll talk about the boats in just a second, but years and years of experience volunteering.
That's correct. And even to take it one step further, all of our drivers are U.S. Coast Guard captains. They are certified captains operating those boats.
Wow, that's impressive.
That's a big feat and a lot of dedication to do that. And all of them did it just to volunteer here at the seaplane base.
That's awesome. The boats themselves. Let's talk about the boats. You have different kinds of boats here because you have different missions, right?
That's
so
correct.
You have the pontoon boats, you have the the boats that actually secure the aircraft and tow the aircrafts around. Let's talk about the different kinds of boats.
Yeah, you bet. So we have, yes, like you said, the pontoon boats for the tours. We have our own PT boat. It's painted in a beautiful aircraft World War type paint job. We have a couple patrol boats that we'll take out in the bay that we use to just connect with local community members that might be in the bay, helping everyone stay safe as aircraft are moving around. We have a very large flatboat. It's on pontoons. It's 12 feet wide by 28 feet long. That's actually our work platform. It's what we use to do any type of maintenance in our mooring field with our anchoring system. And then finally, we actually have our towboats. It's such a cool operation. They're little 12-foot fishing boats, and you kind of look at them. They're all yellow and red. It's like, that's going to move my airplane?
Yeah.
And it certainly does. And again, I would say we have the best boat drivers in all of Lake Winnebago.
So, yeah, one of the seaplane pilots was asking me the other day, here's like, you pull in here, and we're going to talk to Don later about water operations, so we don't need to get really specific on that. But he said, are these experienced? Can they, do they know? Absolutely, they know what they're doing.
That's right. Best boat drivers. They can actually, with our current system, they can take an airplane under tow. And, over at the main field, you just hit the brakes, you stop and wait. Well, we don't have that option. We're on water and we have wind. The boat drivers will actually take the boat and put it 90 degrees in front of the aircraft, and they can orbit in a circle without moving anywhere. It's kind of like hitting the brakes on the main field.
Wow. Well, Shane, it's awesome out here today. We're going to take a break, and then we've got a bunch of people, you and I, to talk to coming right up. J-Mont on the fly at the seaplane base. You can take a bus. We'll reiterate that here in just a moment. You're listening to On the Fly on EAA Radio.
Were you in Oshkosh in 2022? Here's an interview from that year.
Fly at the Blue Barn today, and it's an awesome Wednesday, as David pointed out to me. I keep trying to get a day ahead. I don't know why.
Well, don't rush it.
I
Don't rush
know,
it.
right?
Slow down.
Yeah.
Enjoy the week.
Right. David, you are the membership. You're the director of the Young Eagles program for EAA and the Eagle Flights program, and you have put together some cool array of people for us to chat with today on the show. What have you got for us?
So next up, we have two really, really special and inspirational individuals, two people that are huge supporters of not only the Young Eagles program, but a lot of different facets of aviation and make a lot of impact. We have our Young Eagles chairman, Mr. Sean D. Tucker, and our other chairman, Mr. Jimmy Graham, with us today.
Woo!
Well, the job's so big, it takes two of us.
Yes.
Right, Jimmy?
No doubt.
Well, I'm going to tell you that he just spouted off out of his nebula the exact number of Young Eagle flights we've had so far, and it's a big. You need at least two to process that number.
Here's the deal. I think this is the greatest outreach that has ever happened in aviation to the youth of America, and just importantly, to the volunteers who volunteer, because the way the youth get inspired is the adults have to open the door for them.
Right.
And we do that through flight, and I just love our volunteers. They wake up every morning with a purpose. They wake up, and that purpose is to love a kid and to share what they love, the magic of flight. And they're so hardworking, and I am such a supporter and a fan of all these volunteers. Jimmy?
Obviously, our volunteers are truly amazing. Just the selfless sacrifice that they give each and every week, and I don't think people understand everything that goes into giving out these flights, coordinating these flights, and giving these opportunities for these kids. And then, for me, obviously, the most important thing is our next generation. Inspiring them, giving them that spark. It's something that happened to me when I was a kid. The first air show I ever went to, a military air show, got me obsessed, opened my mind to what's possible, and now I'm sitting here being able to give that opportunity, and I'm able to give that to kids all across the nation. It's truly unbelievable.
So not only are the two of you champions for our program and for aviation at large, but you're both volunteer pilots yourselves for the program. Is there a flight that sticks out in your mind that you remember giving and you're like, man, that reaction is why I love doing this?
Well, Sean was a professional pilot. Me, I'm just more of a hobbyist.
We all are. We all are.
He's been entertaining people for so long, and his stories have to blow mine out of the water. But one of my most special flights was actually with him in formation here at Eaa Oshkosh AirVenture. I was able to fly extra 300 over the show, during the show, with the air boss, and her reaction whenever we landed with this big high five. That was one of my more memorable flights because, one, that was my first flight here. It was with Sean D. Tucker, and it was with this organization, and truly for me, that was one of the most special flights I've ever done.
And it was full disclosure. I own an extra 300, and Jimmy has an extra 300. So I said, Jimmy, you can fly my extra 300 and fly this kid, and I'll fly the Seneca, and we're going to get this great photo. We got it was a front page for Oshkosh Northwestern, and a big Jimmy Graham smile. And everything was perfect, man. I thought it was great until Jimmy told me the rest of the story.
No. Well, I mean, I have an extra 330 LX, and this is extra 300.
Better airplane.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit more underpowered, so I had to chase them down a little bit, but I mean, absolutely unbelievable, and to be able to come in and just borrow a plane from him, and to be able to do that with the air boss and with her, I mean, just the smiles and the laughter. And I mean, the video is unbelievable. We still have it online somewhere, and it's truly special.
And what's so great, is when I first met Jimmy, and his story is fabulous in terms of he came from adversity. He had somebody that believed in him, and it's very powerful. And he's a superstar Hall of Fame football player, and that's not who he is. When he looks himself in the mirror, he's an aviator. He's an American, and he was just perfect to be co-chair. And I'm so honored to be flying this pathway with Jimmy and the rest of EAA volunteers for the Young Eagle program, because we are the best Air Force in the world. I mean, 2,300,000.
2,264,000.
No, 2,300,000.
Pretty close.
We got to get there. Got to think
We got to
positive.
get there.
All right. Well, I have to ask. Since Jimmy Graham is here, I have to ask. And all aviators have heard this rumor for a long time. Did you really fly your seaplane to practice for the Seahawks?
Oh yeah. That was surely documented. My first practice actually with the Seahawks, John Nordstrom. He was our old owner. He came in a Beaver, and he asked me, "Hey, have you ever flown a seaplane?" I said no. So we went right off the dock, and then the following weekend, I ended up getting my seaplane rating.
The following weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I had
you don't
to
waste any time.
No. Well, if you've flown in a Beaver on amphibs, and you're able, to land on Lake Washington like we did, you're surely going to get yours the next weekend as well. And so literally I rebuilt one that flew Vietnam, and it was a 45-minute drive to work, but it was a 5-minute flight after a 5-minute warm-up. So, it just kind of made sense, and I did it about 3 days a week.
Well, and you may not realize it, but for a kid who loves football, that's also aviation inspiring to say, hey, this football player flies a plane to practice. Maybe I want to fly too. That unknowing to you probably was some inspiration as well.
Yeah, I talk to a lot of young kids about it, about the sacrifice that I've had to give to be able to get the license that I've received. After my rookie year, most people, they go on vacation. Most people, they take a break for the first time. People go out and party and do these things. Me, I went to flight school, and I went to flight school for the next decade, for 10 straight years to get a new license. And for me, more or less, I try to tell kids and I try to tell people, to always challenge yourself, to never let anybody, put a cap or a ceiling on where or what you could be, and truly reach for the stars.
And moving back to Sean, you have not only supported this Young Eagle program for a long time now, but you personally, within your own endeavors with the Sean D. Tucker school and group, you have also provided opportunity for kids, especially aerobatic kids.
Well, we brought the Stars of Tomorrow a couple times here to Oshkosh, and that's a mentorship program. For 7 years, I've been involved with the Bob Hoover Academy, and it's I'm just so proud to say that it's successful because I did it to honor Bob's legacy, and it's a full-on high school, academic high school. We're teaching vocational, we're teaching them to fly, but what we're really doing is enabling them to be the best versions of themselves and have them have the self-esteem to get out of bed in the morning. And if you have hope, you get out of bed in the morning. This is what I think is so great about what we're doing here is because David, our newest big man on campus who's running the whole Young Eagle program, is 2 years younger than when we started. So they're coming aboard, okay?
Yeah.
And David's our future, okay? He's articulate, he's passionate, he's going to bring other articulate, passionate people into this community. And so we're all here as a team. And I think every EA member who puts their time in, and they just about all of them do, feel that they're a part of this team because this is the house that Paul Poporesny built,
Right.
okay? This is the house that Tom held steady, and we got Jack.
Thumbs up.
And all the outreaches that's going on through EAA is everything that's righteous about America. And this is a great country.
Yes, it is. And David, I know you have something on your mind you wanted to ask these guys.
Well, I want to know what's next in aviation for the two of you. You talked about flight training for 10 straight off seasons, Jimmy. Is there another certificate, another airplane in the future, another restoration? What's next?
I mean, well, right now my outlook is the next 2 weeks and see if I want to continue to play in the NFL. I'm going to make the decision either to retire or to try to go on a run for a ring, because that's the one thing I haven't done in my career is I won a Super Bowl. So for me, that's first, and then after that, I don't know. There's a lot. I mean, I know I do want to get my glider license. That's something that's going to be a must. But I'm going to continue to do the work through my foundation, the Jimmy Grant Foundation, and giving these flights to young Eagles, giving these flights to underprivileged kids, and to share them, and being thankful for the veterans that we do have in this country.
Well, if nothing else works for me in the future of aviation, I'm going to become Jimmy Graham's bodyguard. You better watch out. I'm going to be protecting Jimmy Graham. I've had this dream since my airplanes I gave to the Smithsonian. They took it. It's gone. It's upside down. It's safe and sound. And I started a 4-ship team. And unfortunately, we started the team during COVID. And we had 9 months. We flew almost a little over 400 times together as a team. I've surrounded myself with just as passionate, as reverent human beings. And we had a blast. But because of COVID, we didn't fly any shows. We lost a sponsorship. I still have the airplanes, and we're working on that. So that's my dream. And if it comes true, great. If it doesn't come true, I did the best I could. And I still have an aerobatic flight school. I love teaching. I love sharing my knowledge. I love mentoring. So I'm all in. I wake up every day, and I go to the airport every single morning, and I go flying.
Every morning?
Every single morning. Unless it's a good ski and powder day in the wintertime, and I might be up there in the mountains.
You're down in King City?
Salinas in the Monterey County, Monterey Valley.
Yep.
Yeah, Salinas Valley.
Yeah. And that's where your school still is?
Absolutely.
And I'm sure it's as busy as ever.
It's busy enough, okay? You don't make a lot of money, but you save lives. And that's cool.
Yep. Well, man, I can't thank you guys enough for being on the radio with us today and continuing to inspire youth, continuing to get the message out, continuing to advocate, because that's what this is all about, right, David?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to echo Jeff. Thanks for joining us today. I know it's kind of last second, so I appreciate you guys stopping out. I think the greatest thing about Oshkosh and AirVenture and EAA is no matter how accomplished the two of you are in your own respective lives, we're all, we were talking, we're all aviators here. We're all pilots. We're all peers, and it's just fun to share that with each other.
100%. Thanks for having us.
It's awesome.
200% thanks for having us. God bless America.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Sean D. Tucker, and thanks for coming today. Appreciate it. And we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back and talk more about this whole amazing place which the Blue Barn houses.
Yeah, and the lives it's impacting.
And the lives it's impacting, like we just talked about. We have some living examples coming up next. So we're going to take a break. J-Mont G on the fly at the Blue Barn. You're listening to EA Radio.
Here's one first broadcast at AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
On the fly at the Seaplane Base Hello. It's such a nice day out here. Saturday, AirVenture 2024. Shane Albers is with me. He's the chairman of the Seaplane Base, and we're going to talk about some of your volunteers out here, because that's how this thing happens.
The entire Seaplane Base is operated solely by volunteers, and today we have a very special person with us.
Yes, why don't you introduce us to her?
This is Lindsay Anderson. She is our volunteer coordinator, and she truly is the heartbeat of the volunteers.
Lindsay, hi.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me with you today. So I am Lindsay Anderson, and I spend my year coordinating our volunteers for the Seaplane Base and keeping us operational. Some of the interesting things that we had for 2024, we have 211 volunteers supporting us during the week of convention this year. Pre-convention, in the 4 days leading up to the show, just first Thursday through first Sunday, we had over 1,200 hours completed by our volunteers.
That's a lot, yeah.
Well, and that goes back to, with this being private property for 51 weeks out of the year, it takes a lot to put it together.
With our volunteers being such long-standing members of our area, they're able to roll in on that first Thursday and get the ground set in incredibly quick time. They are so used to knowing exactly what needs to be done that they're able to roll in, and we know that first order of operations is get the picnic tables out of the way. We know we need to have access to our buildings. So as soon as we've got those picnic tables out of the way, we can start putting all of the buoys out into the harbor, so we can start accepting aircraft as soon as they roll in. We can get everything else kind of moving. We were set and ready to go by 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon.
And what would the norm be? Like, when are you normally ready?
Well, we're usually working to the end.
Friday?
Of the end of convention sometimes.
The end of convention, yeah.
That's great.
Very good. So in addition to the 211 that we have working here with us this week, we have an active roster of 370 volunteers who help support us through our work weekends, that keep us closed during the winter months, and then help bring us back up starting at Memorial Day weekend. This year we had a bunch of rainy weather, as I'm sure everybody is completely aware of. So our volunteers actually just worked straight through all of that rain on all of the weekends that we brought them out here. And we still were able to accomplish great things. We got lots of additions built. We did a lot of repairs. We do so much maintenance with being closed down most of the year. We have a truly incredible force that assists us. So far this week, we've got 4,484 hours of volunteer time that's been completed, and we're not done yet.
Wow, that's great.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Lindsay, I put you on the spot here.
Very good.
What's your favorite thing about being the volunteer coordinator down here?
The family aspect. The fact that we get to come in and everybody acts like we saw each other last week.
That's not putting her on the spot. That's like the easiest question for her to answer.
It's the easiest question. We have a truly wonderful family out here. Everybody knows so much about everybody else. We celebrated the birth of a new Seaplane Base grandchild this week. We all care enough that we make a giant announcement to welcome new members to our family, because that's so much of what our volunteer force is made out of. We have long-standing family traditions at the Seaplane Base. Our volunteerism is not supported necessarily by only people tied to the aviation community. So many of our volunteers just have family ties that have brought them back to this location. We've got Shane with his 30-plus years of family tie to this base. We've got family that has been passing on co-chairman titles over our grounds area for 30-plus years. We truly are a family event here.
Now, you say you are a family, which is true. However, you're always welcoming of new volunteers, right?
Absolutely.
To join the family.
All week long, I've been fielding phone calls for new volunteers. I have been plopping people into my schedule and bringing them into the fold all the way up through today. I just met some new people helping out on our docks this morning. So we're always looking forward to having those new faces and bringing them into our little group.
You know, something we don't talk about very often over here at the seaplane base is where do the volunteers stay?
So camping at the seaplane base is a little bit different than what we see in some other areas. Because our area is so separate from main field, it's really challenging for our volunteers to make it in a really quick manner over to the seaplane base. And that's not so much because our bus system is inadequate or anything like that. We have wonderful transportation back and forth. But we start our operations by 7 a.m. every day, and that's prior to when that bus system starts running. So we keep our campground specifically to seaplane-based volunteers, those dedicated to keeping this place alive, and then the pilots that fly into our location.
Right, which makes sense. So if you decide you want to volunteer, then there is space for you to camp here.
We can always try to create some space, although we are very full this year. I noticed a lot of new faces, a lot of new campsites. It was great to see.
That's awesome. So what other benefits are there to volunteering at the seaplane base?
Oh, you get to stay cool. You feel that breeze? It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
it's nice.
We just have such a unique environment out here. My first experiences volunteering at the seaplane base, I would do 12 hours a day giving pontoon boat tours. Nobody else can say that they spend 12 hours a day at the air show.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Sometimes we forget this is an air show. You know?
It is an air show, yes.
Well, and that's what makes the seaplane base so special, is that you do get away from the continuous bombardment of aviation over there. Come over here and you have aviation, but you also have other aspects like boats,
like a 206 flying
like
over in the middle of a radio show.
rides. That's Samaritan. Just real quick, let's hit on Samaritan because we should plug them because we see them flying a lot here.
Yeah. So Samaritan, they offer, it's a really, really neat organization. They offer humanitarian aid to Papua New Guinea. What would take by vehicle several hours, 12 and over hours to get medical attention, they're able to do it in about an hour. It's incredible.
Yeah. And then what brings them here to Seaplane Base?
Well, being their organization, this is a fundraising event for them as well. They want to highlight what they do for the world and for Papua New Guinea specifically. But they take this opportunity to connect with people and really build the backbone of their organization. They've been here for, it's got to be 10 years plus now, I would imagine. And they really are great partners down here. It's so much fun to see them. They're always flying.
Yeah, I see them flying a lot, yeah.
So it's fantastic. So you get an opportunity when you're down here with the weather good and the water conditions good like they are right now. They'll probably be flying yet for, I'd imagine, a couple hours yet this afternoon.
So back to the volunteers, if someone does decide they want to volunteer at the sea base, where do they normally start? Well, I know the answer to that. The main answer is they start as a young son or daughter of a current volunteer, like you did, Shane.
Yes, sir.
And then they progress through the generational shift. But that's the number one. But let's talk about people who may not actually be related to somebody volunteering here.
That's absolutely correct. A lot of them start at infancy and just grow up on the base. But for those who are new to our area and have not been out here before, I love to see people start on our grounds crew because you get to learn where everything is and you start seeing all the faces and being able to point people in the right direction. I love to put people on our golf carts. You get to start greeting people from the parking lot up in our handicap parking area and grab people from our bus stops and bring them down to this beautiful base. And you get to watch their faces as our guests see the water for the first time when they get down here. It also kind of depends on what your skill sets are. Because we are so independent from being over at Mainfield, we have volunteers in all sorts of different positions. We have first aid down here. We have our dock workers. We have our boat drivers. So depending on skill sets, we've got everything.
Right. So if you have something to offer that you think the seaplane base might need, maybe this might be a fun place to volunteer next year.
And, actually, I'm going to take this opportunity to put it out there. We are looking for that U.S. Coast Guard captain. We need captains to operate our boats. It's a fantastic opportunity. You will meet people from literally all over the world. You get an opportunity to drive boats. It's really our biggest need down here at the Seaplane Base is certified Coast Guard captains.
Well, when she said she drives a boat for 12 hours, I'm thinking, man, my union would never allow that.
We get sandwiches and water, so we're good, right?
Yeah, right. You're bribed by food and water.
Absolutely. Popsicles, too.
Oh, popsicles. Oh, awesome. Well, Lindsay, what would you like to say in closing in the volunteer segment here for the next minute or so? What would you like to close up?
Just that we love our Seaplane Base family, and our Seaplane Base volunteers are our family. I'm thrilled to come back every year and get to see these people and give all the hugs and receive all the hugs. It's truly a wonderful place to be. This year I asked our volunteers, what brought you to the Seaplane Base the first time? And while 99% of the answers were, my family brought me here, I think one of the most special ones was the woman who said, I took a mysterious bus trip to paradise. And I never left.
That's pretty cool. Okay, well, that's awesome. Lindsay Anderson, volunteer coordinator at the Seaplane Base, thanks for sharing 15 minutes with us and your passion for this beautiful place here.
Thank you.
Shane, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to talk more operational stuff about how the Seaplane Base ticks when we come back.
You bet.
Jay Monchi, we're on the fly at the Seaplane Base. You're listening to EAA Radio.
You're listening to the voice of EAA, EAA Radio, EAAradio.net.
Green Bay Austin Strabo International Airport is proud to sponsor EAA Radio. They look forward to visiting with you in Hangar C while you're here. GRB is just 50 minutes north of Oshkosh. 2 FBOs with 280,000 feet of hangar space, fuel, and maintenance on site. 5 major airlines serve 11 nonstop routes, and all major car rental brands. Enjoy EAA and explore all that Northeast Wisconsin has to offer. FlyGRB.com.
Check out the EAA Aviation Museum in Oshkosh, Wisconsin all year long. With a collection of over 200 historic airplanes along with world-class galleries and displays, the EAA Aviation Museum is a year-round destination, combining the passion of aviation's past with the promise of its exciting future. Hours of operation, ticket prices, information on special events, and current exhibits can be found at eaa.org/museum.
Hey, I have it on good authority that it's Wednesday. Did you know that, Rob?
Have you verified that, though?
I have verified it. Here's why. I want to give a big shout out to the women over getting their picture taken at the plaza right now, because I wish I was there. I really wish I was there. But I'm here because we're live radio, and that's how that works.
Well, we'll note that in your annual review.
Yeah, well, we note it every year ever since I got this time slot. Today we've got Keith Chatton. He's the CEO of Superior Air Parts. He is a mechanical engineer, and he's a pilot. He's flown everything. Is that correct? At least a piston-powered everything. Keith, thank you very much. Welcome to Attitude Adjustment Hour.
Thank you very much, Amy. I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Well, you are here with us today because there's a lot of people on this airfield that use your parts, and we want to know how the supply chain is maturing after what has been kind of a bumpy couple of years.
Yeah, it definitely has been a couple of bumpy years, Amy. The supply chain obviously got interrupted with COVID, as did the entire world in one way or another. And we've struggled to keep up, but Superior Air Parts has done a pretty good job of staying ahead of the market and being able to keep things there. Some of our competitors have had struggles also, and that's left a little bit of lack of supply in the market, and that lack of supply has led then to the demand actually going up because of I think sometimes just because of panic.
When did the supply sort of start to get back together? I mean, because people keep saying, gee, it's been a couple of years. You guys aren't caught up yet. I don't mean you, but I'm saying the supply of part world, they haven't caught up yet.
Well, that's somewhat accurate that, yes, the supply hasn't quite caught up yet. Some of these products take literally years to go from raw material to finished. As for instance, a crankshaft in an engine starts as a raw forging. You have to buy steel for the crankshaft. You have to create a forging. Then it gets machined. Then it gets heat treated. Then it gets some finished machining at the end. Well, at one point, the supply chain for specifically the chromoly material that's for the crankshaft took about 1.5 years to get.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll mess you up.
And once you have that raw material, it's probably about 6 months till you actually have a final crankshaft. So because of that, even though you say the supply chain has caught up, the process of actually manufacturing parts takes that much longer.
Wow. I think we probably both have aircraft owner friends that have been waiting for some parts, but I have one that was looking for a crank, and they told him, maybe 6-8 months, and he went, how can that be? And so I promised I'd ask, but that's a very good explanation of that.
Yeah, so things are catching up. As for instance, people ask us on a regular basis, when are you going to have this cylinder? When are you going to have that cylinder? Right now we're in weeks, a few weeks, 6 weeks. Some, if a new customer orders a new cylinder today, that supply is about 6 months out. But we sell through distributors, as does most engine manufacturers and parts manufacturers. And those distributors are now starting to have parts on the shelf or close in the pipeline. So the panic is, I'd say, somewhat over.
Through pure dumb luck, we actually replaced an engine in late 2019, November 2019 to be exact. And one more time, through pure dumb luck, we've had an engine that's been pretty solid, I would say. And that was just good for fortune. Nothing else. Yeah, because it was January, February 2020 already where those things were starting to be disrupted.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And in early 2020, we all got the news that hey, we're gonna. I think we're gonna have 2 weeks to flatten the curve, if you remember that correctly. That 2 weeks took a little longer. It was a little more like 2 years, but at that time, at Superior Air Parts, the management team actually stood around the table and looked at each other and said, what are we going to do? And we were considered vital to the manufacturing sector, so by law we could go to work, and we did. And we never stopped. So we're fortunate, because then when things started going back again, we were ready with parts, but then the demand just kept rising and rising.
We're speaking with Keith Chatton. He's the CEO of Superior Air Parts, and he's explained to us how you really gotta figure how long things take from the raw material side when you're thinking about aviation parts, because we have very specific needs. Everything has to be tracked, right?
Absolutely. The material, all the way from the raw source through the forging, through the machining process, is tracked, and we know exactly what lie it came from. We have tested the material. We know exactly what's in the material and that it meets specification. And that additional tracking and additional requirements narrow the field of what you're looking for. So it's not like I can just go to my Home Depot and pick up a piece of steel and melt it and turn it into a crankshaft.
I was wondering, we spoke about engine parts, engine cranks and all that, but what are the parts today that are kind of still really out of sight in terms of demand?
Cylinders have been very high demand. Of course, cranks and cases have been very high demand. Really almost anything, though. Even gasket sets. As soon as we put a gasket set on the shelf, it's gone. It's the demand is there, and customers need these parts. You need every part to build an engine. If you're short one gasket, it doesn't matter. If you have everything else, you still don't finish the engine.
That just says it right there. on stuttering.
So imagine
I mean,
if-
I'm like, wow, okay.
Imagine if we had no lead in our fuel. Would that help engines last a little longer? And I don't want to put you out of business, but I mean, would that help the issue of maintaining engines?
Actually, well, that's a pretty wide question.
Okay. Maybe you can
I'll try to narrow
tighten
that
it down for
Try
us.
to narrow that down a little bit. So the lead in the fuel is there to prevent detonation, which is, some people refer to that as knock, or you've also heard the term pre-ignition. All of these sort of meaning or roughly meaning the same thing. The lead increases the octane of the fuel, which is the fuel's resistance to detonate, and detonating means it goes bang before the spark plug goes. When that happens, it can be extraordinarily damaging to the engine. Lead does a great job of managing the octane in the fuel. We don't particularly like lead in our environment or necessarily want it everywhere, but it's there was a reason why they added lead in the fuel. It wasn't simply, hey, we decided that we could throw some lead in there. The lead does a fantastic job of managing the octane of a very high octane fuel, because it's substantially higher than what goes in your car, and they're actually rated a little different as well. So the because the lead's in there, it's helping one part, but you do get lead deposits in combustion chambers. You get things in valves. You've heard of people saying, my valves are sticking. Unfortunately, the other things that you can put in the fuel that help control the octane have some detrimental effect to the combustion process as well. So just saying I go to unleaded fuel doesn't necessarily mean my engine's going to burn super clean and everything's going to be great. Instead, now I'm worried about detonation margin, and there's some compromise there that has to happen.
What are we seeing in the modern unleaded fuels that make us think we're going to be able to pull this off?
Well, there's been a lot of testing done. The FAA has put a lot of effort into funding some of the programs through the PAFI program. I think they've learned a lot about what not to do, and that's part of testing. And I actually have spoken to a couple of the engineers who've been involved in the program, and they've said they've learned an immense amount in a relatively short period of time. But we also don't yet have one solution that does everything. I know there's several companies out there working on fuels. All those companies have a slightly different tack, but the obvious goal is still, hey, let's replace this leaded fuel with something that has a high enough octane so that our engines will run well.
We're coming up on the time when we want to make sure that if people have questions about this, they can find you. Where can they find you here at AirVenture this week?
We are just outside of Hangar B on the corner. You can see the Superior Air Parts flags and our booth there, and we'd love to have people come by and visit.
That's terrific. And what about the people who are listening to us right now online? Where can they go online?
SuperiorAirParts.com is our website, and we'd love to have you come visit as well. A lot of good information there. A lot of information about the PMAs, the eligibilities, and parts availability, and other ways to contact us as well.
Keith, thank you so much for coming to visit us at EAA Radio.
Thank you very much for having me.
I'm Evan, and I'm flying home to Rockville, Illinois in an L-39.
I'm Tom, and I'm from Colorado, and I flew in a CRJ 200.
I'm Nate, I'm from Tennessee, and I vlogged 10 or 12 hours.
Ron from Ohio. I drive.
You're listening to EAA Radio.
Support for EAA Radio comes from 88.1 FM KVSC in St. Cloud, Minnesota. KVSC provides yearly support through its production facilities, equipment, human resources, and consultations. For over 50 years, KVSC has provided alternative music and educational opportunities to college and community members. More information can be found at kvsc.org. Thank you to KVSC for their continued support of EAA Radio.
Love aviation? If you love aviation as much as we do, you've got to check out EAA's podcast, The Green Dot. The Green Dot brings you personal experiences from hosts and guests, along with EAA news, general aviation topics, and history. They also cover all kinds of fun, interesting, and cool things happening in the world of flight. You can find The Green Dot on iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, and other popular podcast channels. Or visit inspire.eaa.org and click on podcasts for The Green Dot.
Here's an interview from 2024.
We are at the Seaplane Base on the fly today, and it is a beautiful Saturday afternoon. We couldn't ask for any more, could we, Shane?
Oh, it's gorgeous out here. We have a soft breeze at our backs. The sun is shining bright, and I don't know if you can hear that. The steel drum in the background.
Steel drum, yeah. It's just like the Caribbean out here.
Beautiful.
It's harkening back to days of any beach paradise, basically.
You know, a quick story off of that. I was just walking through the grounds this morning, and I heard a guest say, I feel like I just got off a cruise ship at port somewhere.
Yeah, right. It does have that kind of vibe, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Well, Shane Albers is the chairman of the Seaplane Base, and you've invited a couple of your locals, I'm going to call them, to talk to us today. Who's up next in the hot seat?
Yeah, so we have Tim Kreitz sitting right here next to me. Tim has started with us on the docks, just being a dock volunteer, grabbing airplanes, assisting our pilots as they come in, and our full concierge service that we offer them. And now has worked up to a dock coordinator position that's utilized on our docks.
Let's talk a little bit about that, and we're going to talk about water operations in the next segment, but let's talk about once water operations gets them to the dock, what happens next?
Well, thank you for having me very much. I appreciate it. And when it comes to having everybody come to the docks, we are a full concierge service. Pilots that come in, we guide them right to the docks. We give them a service that they can probably don't get on their own time. So when they come in, we greet them with a smile on our face. We help them get out their luggage. We have the kids that are actually volunteering on the base. They grab their luggage and we'll actually help them get to where they're going, whether it be a bus or a campsite. And then from there on, we take care of their plane. We'll actually secure it up. We have our excellent boat drivers. We'll actually go and take their plane, put it right out on a plug for them, so they don't have to worry about anything.
Now, you say plug. For most people, that would mean a buoy, right?
That's correct. Yeah. Buoys out in the harbor. Yep.
Right away, I get into the lingo because I'm just learning this position, but I'm enjoying it. It is such a family.
Well, and thank you for volunteering at EAA. What do you do normally the rest of the year?
I wait for another 51 weeks till we can come back to here is what I really do, but I'm currently retired.
Oh, good for you.
I was in transportation for 30 years, and I got out of that, and now I just wait for EAA every single year.
Wow. Well, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah.
It says a lot, right?
What am I doing wrong?
So let's talk a little bit about your start as a volunteer and how you've climbed the ladder, so to speak.
Well, that's kind of a long story, but I know we don't have unlimited time, so I will shorten it up the best I can. I started out coming to Seaplane Base back in 2009, and that was through the Civil Air Patrol.
Oh, okay.
I was actually come out here for search and rescue when we were on duty, and within 2 years I ended up becoming the commander of our squadron out here running the search and rescue missions. Once 2020 came around and COVID had shut everything down, the unit was then pulled off of here to go to other places that were highly needed, and our wonderful chairman had asked me if I'd like to come on to this side and join as a volunteer to see exactly how this all worked. And with his guidance and direction, I've learned everything flawlessly. So he's been an excellent leader on everything.
Oh, come on, Tim. No.
Well,
thanks, bud. Yeah. So, Tim is.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, dang, man, you're making me blush. Tim has been absolutely fantastic. Immediately offering that leadership skill that we need on our docks. We have 5 docks that we can accept aircraft at. Each dock has 2 people, and we have 5 boat drivers running around at the same time, as well as our departure area for planes that want to leave. there's a secondary communication that happens there and the point. But it takes somebody to be able to look at the schedule, look at where they're at in their skill set as everybody continues to grow out here at the Seaplane Base, and really make sure the operation runs smoothly and flawlessly.
That's awesome. So let's talk a little bit about, so we kind of skimmed over the concierge service, but really I was out on the point the other day, and I noticed that an airplane was coming in, and there was, and I fly airplanes for a living. We have, we call them guidemen or women that direct us in, and I saw wands and the whole 9 yards, and it's a very professional operation.
Yes, when someone does come in, they do not have to be familiar with the operations. They will actually talk to our point operations that'll guide them right in through the cut. Once they come in, they'll be given a dock assignment, 1 through the 5, and they will actually see a dock operator right out there with the batons and actually marshaling them, letting them know exactly where to go. So anyone that wants to fly in, whether they're just on straight floats or if they're an amphib or even a CB or a lake, you're more than welcome to come right on here. We will guide you to the place that you need to go. We can accommodate just about everybody, with the exception of a couple larger planes that are out there.
Yeah, and actually those out here in Willow Bay on Lake Winnebago is where we operate out of. We do get the heavy iron in every once in a while. We'll have the Albatross. Back in 2016, we had the Martin Mars that stayed here the entire week. What a cool aircraft. And they just anchor out in the bay. And we will accommodate them however we're able to. We'll send boats out to them to pick them up off the aircraft, take them out to check their airplanes. Really just make everybody feel welcomed here at the Seaplane.
It does sound like concierge service, 100%.
We try to take care of everybody that we can, whether they're on the water or on shore. We actually provide everything.
So I'm a seaplane pilot. I've decided this year is going to be I'm talking about next year, going to be my seaplane adventure year. I'm going to go to Seaplane Base. I'm going to take my plane. I'm going to camp there. So we're going to talk about water operations with Don Smith here in a little bit. But once you get to the dock, the kids greet you. They take your luggage, and you go to aircraft registration, which is 2 steps away from where you get off your plane.
On the lake.
That's unlike over at main grounds, where you've got to hike and hunt for a registration booth. So you register, you get your armbands for EAA, you do everything right here, and then you're off, guided to the camping site, or to, like you said, the bus or an Uber, what have you, and off you go. It sounds fantastic.
And quite honestly, most people that I see that get off the plane just are in awe of looking out at the lagoon, all the planes that are sitting here, and some of them get their campsite all set up, and they may have intentions of hitting the bus to go to main grounds, but you see them wandering here for a little bit longer than what they intended because they just don't want to leave. But they always come back.
Well, sure, because they're camping here.
That's true.
So let's give the plug to the bus service again, Shane, while we have a second here.
Yeah, absolutely. So the buses run from Gate 21 and the main bus park. Gate 21 is kind of down by the amphib area. It's over in the vintage section down there. They run every 15 minutes throughout the day, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The last bus leaves the Seaplane Base to go back to the main field. They're looking for a place to relax and take a dip in the water, enjoy the steel drum, the breeze. Seaplane Base is a place to be.
All right. Now I'm going to put you on the spot and say, what is your favorite thing about volunteering at the Seaplane Base?
Well, I'd hate to sound like I'm echoing Miss Lindsay answers it, but she did coin it very well. It is truly a family down here. I did not start out in the aviation family at all. Seaplane Base is actually what encouraged me and inspired me to go out and buy a plane. I became an ultralight guy.
Okay. So what did you buy?
I have a Max Air Hummer, and it's built in '81. And my dream is to actually get on floats, but since it's an ultralight, I can't just go down to any shop and buy one. So I've been searching for several years. So if anybody hears anything out there, I'm all ears.
I know that they have inflatable floats for ultralights that keep it in Part 103.
Yep.
There's that little phenomenon. some people would call a loophole, but we'll call it a phenomenon.
But yeah, that is really what it was. Seaplane Base just taught me a whole different world. I didn't know it even existed. So because of that, the family, it may be the property and the planes we come and see, but as a volunteer, I will have to say it's truly the family that I get to see every year, only once a week, but that's what it comes down to.
Well, I think Shane will agree with me here. Your experience would be not a lot different if you fly your own airplane in here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's we had 15 first-time visitors at Seaplane Base, and as they were leaving throughout the days, and I had the opportunity to speak with them, I got confirmation they're coming back. They loved it. They're coming back. There really is no better place to be on EAA grounds.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
Now you started a cool thing this year, or maybe you didn't start it this year, but I know you were doing it. You organized an event for not straight floats, but for amphibs.
Yeah.
Specifically to draw them over here. Don is over there putting his hands up going, me.
Yeah, that's not me. That is not me. And in fact, we can talk about that one when Don comes up here.
Okay,
but,
good. Yeah.
What a wonderful event, and Don will share all the details of that.
Yeah. Tim Kreutz, thank you for number one, volunteering for EAA. Number two, thanks for sharing your story with us today here.
Well, thank you very
Radio.
much. I appreciate having me, and you have yourself a wonderful day. Enjoy it.
And we'll look forward to seeing you next year out here at the Seaplane Base.
It's the only place I ever want to be.
51 weeks.
Thank you.
J-Mont G, we're on the fly. Shane Albert's co-hosting. He's the chairman of the Seaplane Base. We're going to get really into the meat of the operation when we come back in just a moment. You're listening to On the Fly. J-Mont G, you're listening also to EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2023.
I think the fun part of having guests is learning about what they do and where they fit in the industry, and we try to read their bio. And if we spent every second reading every element of Karen Kalashek's bio, we wouldn't have any time left to do what we want to do. I mean, but you have so many jobs. Karen, welcome. She's the chairman of the board of the National Association of Flight Instructors. She's a DPE. She's a master instructor. She's a fast team lead rep. In fact, I became a fast team rep myself, so I know just nothing. But she's a major in the CAP. She's had 2 or 3 other careers. Holy smoke, how did you come to be one of the operational people at the Pilot Proficiency Center here at beautiful downtown Oshkosh?
Well, Rob and Amy, thank you for having me. And it's actually pretty easy to get very involved with EAA when you live nearby.
Aha, there's a key. There's a key. So you're local, sort of.
Almost. I'm a mere 20-minute flight or 45-minute drive up the road out of Green Bay.
Oh, lovely. Lovely town. Nice football team.
And you have an RV6?
Yes, I
Did you build
do.
that?
I didn't build it, but I like to say I rebuilt it. I've had so many upgrades, so many changes since I purchased it. In fact, it's now sporting a brand new, gorgeous panel with 16 Garmin products in it.
Fantastic. Fantastic. We'll take that.
Well, Karen, tell our listeners just a little bit about the National Association of Flight Instructors.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So the National Association of Flight Instructors, or NAFI we call it, we're celebrating our 56th year this year. So, as you might guess, we're the oldest and largest association of professional flight instructors, but actually anyone can join. And we have a good number of non-CFI members, including student pilots, because we have so many wonderful benefits, educational programming available. In fact, every month we host a increasingly popular live broadcast, professionally produced for any pilot, called Mentor Live. It's the third Wednesday, and we have all these best and brightest in the industries, and we'll have, over the archive, we may have 26,000 or so people viewing or reading and listening to that every month, which is phenomenal. We actually recently looked, we had people from 105 countries tune into one of these. Think about that.
That's incredible. And you also, I like the format because you can do the webinar, and to get the credit, you just take that quiz right afterwards. It's kind of nice that.
Absolutely. It has a really very committed following, and growing, of course, because we have hundreds of thousands of viewers at this point that have tuned in over time, and it is consistent. We've had 70 of those, and they're all archived.
Wow.
So it's a huge educational resource for anyone.
How many members does NAFI have?
We have over 7,000 members currently, and of course we're always looking for more, because the more members we have, the more attention we can gain, advocacy. We're being asked, contacted by the other alphabet groups. We work on initiatives with them. The FAA comes to us as a voice of the flight instructor community. Obviously, training is a very important component of everything we do for aviation safety, isn't it?
Wow. It certainly is. And of course, this week we've had an opportunity for those of us that are here on the grounds to experience the Pilot Proficiency Center on the south end of the EAA Museum in the Education Center. And tell us a little bit about what the Pilot Proficiency Center is for and what it's trying to accomplish.
Yeah, well, the name actually says it all, doesn't it? The Pilot Proficiency Center. So for currently certificated pilots, it's a wonderful location where pilots can come in and they receive an entire hour with a flight instructor on a Redbird. We use the term simulator. It's actually advanced aviation training devices, very high-end, with wraparound screens and either analog or G1000 panels, where we have a series of excellent exercises, and these are 98 of the best and brightest and committed professional flight instructors in the country. Year after year, they come back and they volunteer to provide the instruction. There's also a crosswind trainer. In fact, this evening, there's a CFI open house at the PPC, which is going to involve refreshments and a program just for the CFIs.
And what time does that start?
That starts at 5 o'clock.
So you have to be a NAFI member to show up, right?
No, not at all. It's for any CFI.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's air conditioning and free refreshments for any CFI.
And indoor plumbing,
and
something really special.
Plumbing.
Yeah. But if I can mention now something else, and that is co-hosted by EAA and the National Association of Flight Instructors. So that's who's hosting it. But something else for any flight instructor is an upcoming national conference.
Do tell more. I want to hear about this, because I'm a flight instructor. I mean, it's like, I'm a flight instructor. He's a flight instructor. She's a flight instructor. Sorry. Okay, I digress. But tell us about the conference, because that's coming up in a couple months?
Yes, it's in October. In fact, talk about flight instructors, Rob is one of our pilot proficiency flight instructors, too.
In the crosswind simulator, which I helped manage to break the other day, but that's okay. I mean, it turned out it was repairable, but it's a fun experience, and it's really fun to meet people that walk through the door. And in fact, I don't want to lose track of that for people that are listening to us live. If someone's around the grounds today and they say, "Wow, I'd like to go visit the PPC, but I don't know, maybe they don't have room for me," or how would they register for a slot?
Yeah, and let me mention, in addition to the hands-on pilot training, there are 78 presentations this week at the Education Center, which is part of the pilot proficiency area. So that is adjacent to the museum. It's the brand new 35,000-foot edition that was built last year. So if you take the museum bus, it'll drop you off right in front of basically this education center. So just look down the hill, attached to the museum. You can walk right down there. Very welcoming, open doors for everyone. So
we're talking with Karen Kalashek, who's the chairman of the board of NAFI. And which is the National Association of Flight Instructors, and it's you're a regular here. I mean, how many air ventures have you been to?
Oh, actually, I've been to quite a number of them, but really I look at the volunteer
That's really a
experience.
tacky question to ask a lady. I shouldn't have even said that. I should have said...
It's like asking how old are you? Come
yes,
on.
I just realized. This is when people say, Rob, just stop talking. But, Amy, I'm sure you can jump in here and save your co-host.
Yeah, what I want to do is go back to the summit. I want to hear more about the summit.
Yeah, as I was starting to mention, so we're so excited about this because this, in its 56-year history, this will be NAFI's first national conference, which we understand is actually the first national conference for flight instructors in history. So it's going to be a very large event right at the Sun and Fun campus, and it's over 3 days, and we have 30 presentations, including the big names. We have Bruce Landsberg of the NTSB, Richard McSpadden, Gary Reeves, John and Martha will be dinner speakers for us, and on and on.
That would be the Kings for those of you that didn't grow up with John and Martha.
Okay.
For the rest of us, it's John and Martha. You're absolutely right.
Who didn't grow up with John and Martha?
I still remember their videotapes.
They were wonderful. Are you kidding? I did my flight engineer rating and my ATP with John and Martha.
Who even knows what a videotape is anymore? I mean, come on.
Well, they're right next to your 8-track tapes.
That's right. That's right. Billy Joel. I heard a lot of Billy Joel one summer that way, over and over and over. So, Karen, as we're talking about all of this, the NAFI Summit's going to be at the Sun and Fun campus. That's Florida, October. Hopefully by October, Florida will be civilized again. And then here this week is a great time to go to the NAFI booth and find out more about it. Can you tell us where that is and what you've got going on there?
Yes, the NAFI booth is actually, our footprint is 40 by 80, so we're a little hard to miss. We're right next to the Garmin tent, so we're at, technically they call it booth 354 and 355, but we're just one block off of Boeing Plaza. So it's a big white building with a big NAFI sign on it. We have 33 presentations. Many of them, we have well over 100 people attending. But that's why we have a larger space this year. So we have daily drawings with wonderful things like a Bose A30, flight bags, handheld radios, 4 flight subscriptions, really, and we have a NAFI member breakfast on Thursday morning, tomorrow.
Oh, and where is that?
That's at our booth.
What time?
It's at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And anyone can join NAFI. It's not just for flight instructors.
That's really important to understand, is that this organization has such strong educational, first of all, cred from way back, but also you really pushed the envelope on education moving forward. So if they're not here at the show, where can they find NAFI online?
Okay, that would be at our website, nafinet.org.
Wow, I think this has been really incredible. And so, Karen, thank you so much for joining us. And it's EAA Radio, and we'll be looking for the breakfast tomorrow with NAFI.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and I look forward to seeing many of you visiting our booth. Thousands of people come by. Remember, you don't have to be a flight instructor.
Let's take a listen to a classic interview from 2019.
We've been at it again. We've been guest swapping. Guest swapping is so much fun at AirVenture here at EAA Radio. I now have Paul Harrop, a good friend of mine, who is doing, are you doing all of the video for AOPA?
Oh, goodness, not all me. We have a big team. I'm happy to be a part of that team, but we put out a lot of content. I could no way in the world do all that myself.
Well, he's a master videographer.
Oh,
he knows how to get cameras where they need to be on aircraft so that you can absolutely get the best video. And he seems to make people look pretty good even in, the AOPA live stuff that you guys do.
Well, I found that if you don't make them look good, they don't let you come back. So it's been a craft of necessity.
Now, you've been here pretty much all week at AirVenture 2019. Tell me what you've seen that was the coolest.
My friends, the people that make aviation awesome are the people that have a passion for it. And to me, the people are much better than the equipment. That comes second. I've seen some really cool things. My favorite airplane in the world is here, Beechcraft Starship, and I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen it on social media, and I'm going to go find it.
Oh, it was over at Boeing Square. In fact, it was getting ready to fly when I walked by Boeing Square earlier today.
That's amazing. The most amazing time I've ever had in the air was right seat on a Starship.
Oh, I hate you.
I also
You've
shot one
actually
air to
been
air.
there.
Yeah, there's 4 still flying, and a man named Raj has 2 of them down in Addison, Texas, and I got to fly right seat on one of them, and we shot the other one air to air, and then Robert Shearer has the one that's here, and then there's another airworthy one in Tulsa that doesn't fly that often, but 4 of them left out of 53, I believe.
Oh, man. See, now I missed my seat on the Concorde because I just wasn't intelligent enough to know that I needed to go fly that airplane before it stopped flying. I cannot miss my chance to get a ride on a Starship.
That's fine. You can ride on mine someday. I'm just, a little bit short on making that happen yet, but we'll get there.
It's a deal.
All
it's
right.
a deal. So, Paul, one of the reasons I wanted to bring you on the radio this week is because we really have had this theme of where are we going to get the people to do our jobs tomorrow? Now, I am a retired journalist who I fail at retiring a little bit, and a volunteer here at EAA Radio. I love it. I love my volunteer jobs. But you have a very interesting niche that I don't think people think about, which is being an aviation and aerospace videographer. Can you tell me, where are we going to get the next generation?
We've got to find people that are passionate about storytelling, because stories are what give these airplanes life. We project a lot of things onto airplanes. We give them personalities, we take their histories, and we romance what they used to do, and we keep them alive today. But it's really not about the hardware. Yes, those same rivets flew on That's All Brother across the English Channel, but they flew people. Those are people stories. And the people that they flew went and changed the tide of that war. So that airplane is incredible, but the stories that it has in its history are stories of people. So if you have a passion for telling stories and you like airplanes, then you can combine that into being the next generation of aviation anything. We need still photographers, videographers, writers, radio reporters, but I think it needs to start in a place of storytelling, because if you're in it just for the hardware, oh, that's a cool airplane, let's get a cool shot of it, you're missing 75% of what I think makes a piece compelling, and that's the people stories behind it, the people that maintain it, the people that built it originally, the people that fly it, and the people that look at it and admire it. I'm not saying ignore how cool the machines are. I'm just saying take a moment, look around, and look at all the human beings involved in that airplane throughout its history and at that moment in time, and you'll find a much more compelling story.
I'd have to agree with you. I've seen the montages that come out of this show that all of the big magazines do, for instance. And some of my favorite photographers ever, the Mike Feisers, the Russell Munsons of the world, they seem to have that knack for taking what would have been a chrome propeller, but that photo is magic because of the people that you see in the reflection of the chrome. Something as simple as that really brings the picture to life.
Absolutely. And gives it soul. I mean, at the end of the day, these machines don't have a soul. The soul we assign them is something we're projecting. So that's us. We're becoming a part of that story. Other people's story are a part of what you're experiencing there. So never lose sight of the fact that people make this whole thing interesting. People are my favorite part of AirVenture. People are my favorite part of airplanes. So if you love people, then I think that's the best level to enter into the next generation of storytelling about airplanes.
So let's talk about skills, though, too, because you wouldn't have this job had you not acquired
Sure.
some skills, some very specific skills, I'd guess.
Yeah.
What do they need?
So you have to be good with your craft. Your craft, if in this case, is video. So you need to be able to understand what makes a good shot, what makes a bad shot, what's going to lead to acquiring good elements to be able to tell that story. The very baseline is be able to get the building blocks to put a piece together. So everyone has an iPhone or an Android or something that takes video. That's a great place to start. You don't need a $10,000 cinema camera to get started in this and to build those fundamentals. But I learned the craft of visual storytelling by watching a lot of really talented visual storytellers. There's groups on Facebook. There's people that have done it for many years. You can just watch stuff and see what is good and try to emulate it. Learn the rules of videography. Learn the National Press Photographers Association, NPPA, shooting standards. Once you know those rules, then you can start to break them. But have the building blocks of videography. I learned mine, and I learned my craft and paid my dues in the television news world. Started out as a cameraman, became what's called a multimedia journalist, where I was basically shooting all my own video and the reporter. Moved on to become a news anchor after that, but I still shot my own stuff. That building block of being able to do visual storytelling is to hone your craft of using the camera. So you can't ignore that. And it makes it really easy these days with the technology. It's a lot easier. Well, I'll say this. It's a lot harder to get bad video than it was 20 years ago.
Well, and it's also probably not going to kill your back like it used to because you're not carrying these heavy cameras around.
Yeah, no more beta cams, no more separate decks, 3/4 inch. That's a little before my time, but no more videotape. Just from a standpoint of not having to mess with something that will make you go bonkers, no more videotape. Everything's recorded to a disc or a hard drive or a card, and that's really, really nice.
Oh, I can only imagine. So, can you go to school for this?
You can. I didn't, but you're certainly welcome to. I learned by doing. I think TV news is the best place to go if you really want to be good at visual storytelling, because you're going to do a lot of stories and you're going to have a lot of deadline pressure and you're going to become good and efficient. That's where I went to school. I went to school chasing down breaking news. So I'm sure there are wonderful higher education opportunities. I just never availed myself of them.
Well, we have to give a shout out to St. Cloud State University's broadcast journalism program, because all of the producers and the engineers and the people who are going to work on this recording that we're making right now are those students.
Awesome.
And they are actually
Thank you guys,
they're cutting their chops right here
Sure.
at EAA AirVenture. They are the hamsters that make this
It's a lot of
radio
work.
station go. And they're terrific, just absolutely terrific. So the answer is, yeah, there are some broadcast journalism schools out there. I know in my local area, in my town, Florida Gulf Coast University students, I see them on TV all the time because they're interns at all the stations. And my husband keeps going, well, who's this one? Where'd he come from? And I keep laughing at him going, honey, all those guys out there doing the news, they're all students. That's why they keep changing. You know, they're getting internships in the news stations.
Yeah, you start out in typically in a smaller market and work your way up by market size. But I have the good privilege of getting to tell stories of people that fly and airplanes and being at Oshkosh and finding people's stories. And the foundation that I built in TV news made it to where I am at this point. I'm very fortunate for that. And I would encourage other people to join the aviation trade press. I mean, we need more people to talk about aviation, general aviation all the way up. It's such a broad and dynamic field, and it's growing. The demand for it's growing. Look at eVTOL. That's going to be a whole other can of worms.
Yeah.
I don't even know much about that yet. I still think that that's going to be a tremendous growth opportunity. There's going to be stories around eVTOL. There's going to be people that have interesting things and do interesting things with them. So that's a growth opportunity in the same way that traditional piston-powered fixed-wing aviation was way back in the day. Maybe we're seeing the dawn of a whole nother thing. Maybe there's going to be an air venture for eVTOL in 60 years, and they're going to look back on the good old days. Think about that. So there's definitely going to be stories to tell with anything in aviation or aerospace.
Well, eVTOL will solve the AirVenture traffic problem.
Oh,
I
my
can
goodness.
assure you of that.
Let's not even go there.
It's gotten better through the week.
It has. But I think that just shows the demand. People want to come out here and interact with their friends and see all the amazing things, go to the workshops, the forums. It's encouraging, if maybe a little frustrating, but encouraging to see so many people lined up to come here in the morning.
Now, you're shooting live. You've been shooting all week over at the AOPA tent. Where is that? Can you tell people where it is on the field?
Sure, yeah. Flight line at the Brown Arch. If you've been to AirVenture, you know right where that Brown Arch is. Just to the west of that is the AOPA campus. We'd love to see you come out there. There's a cool little ice cream shop right next to it. Get an ice cream cone, watch the air show with us. That's what we're all doing. AOPA is filled with aviators. We're just as passionate as you are about it. So we love to just geek out about stuff, and we want to hear your story. We want to know what's going on and tell us what's happening in your little neck of the woods.
Well, and you've been cutting AOPA live over there all week, haven't you?
Yeah, that's why I'm on tape delay here. I had to push back because we were recording AOPA live this week and had, as you do in television, you have some delays from time to time. And so we just got done taping, and we're going to edit the show, and that will be up shortly at aopa.org/thisweek. And then the show that I host called Flyby, it's kind of a more fun, younger, fresher look at aviation and what's going on in the world. We'll have that up on our social media channels at some point soon.
Oh, that's terrific. So they can find it at, what is Twitter is at AOPA?
At AOPA. On Instagram, it's Fly with AOPA. On Facebook, it's AOPA, Your Freedom to Fly. So just put it in there and you can find it. If you have a screen and an internet connection, doesn't matter the device, we have content for you. And we hope you'll take a look at it, because we've been working hard all week to bring you the stories from here at AirVenture. And there are hundreds of thousands of stories here, because everyone's got multiple stories.
Oh, you got that right. Well, thank you, Paul Harrop, for coming over and telling your story.
Thank you, Amy.
On EAA Radio. Come back and see us again next year.
Oh, it would be my pleasure. Thank you.
Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
We're on the fly at the seaplane base, and what a spectacular day on the water at an air show.
Right.
Shane Albers, the chairman of the seaplane base, co-hosting with me today. And we saved the meat and potatoes for last.
Right.
Because the meat and potatoes are always so good. Right? Don Smith is the co-chairman of Water and Communications Operations. Why did you introduce him to us, Shane, and say some of your magical words?
Some of the magic, huh? Yeah, so Don is, he'll let you know too, but he's a seaplane pilot. He's been a longtime volunteer of ours. Don's a really critical piece. So we have two people out on our point operations, and Don is a very critical piece to help keep all of the communications and operations running smoothly without conflict and incident.
Well, and it's great. Don Smith, welcome back to EA Radio. It's been a couple of years. But
it's been a couple of years, yep.
But I know that from your perspective, not a ton has changed out here. But our listeners, a lot of them may be new, a lot of them may not know what goes to the specific. And pilots are always curious about the nuts and bolts, how things actually work, And that's what you do here. And to run that type of operation, you need a lot of experience. How long have you been at the base, Don?
So I've been flying for well over 25 years. I started volunteering in 2007 after I saw Mark Baker in 2006 flying with his Caravan. I said, wow, that's pretty cool.
Did you go out and buy a Caravan?
No, I bought a Husky. It's a two-place. He had like 10 seats in his. But flew in 2008, and I had a bunch of friends waiting for me on the dock. It was the coolest thing. Felt like I was coming back to see family. And I started volunteering the very next year. Started, tying knots in the dock and working at first aid, and just more and more doing operations around here and flying and being a pilot. Next thing you know, they've got me in our traffic control center. It's pretty cool.
I see you're in a pink shirt.
Yeah, it really doesn't say
very
power.
Classic
it says
air traffic
point on
control.
it. We're actually making fun of the guys at the tower, the world's busiest tower, because they stand pretty tall and look pretty sure of themselves, and we're giving them a little bit back.
Yeah, well, I saw some of them over here today, and they were chuckling at your pink shirts.
Yeah, it started out as kind of a joke, and we use pink on the point anyway, so people know who they're talking to, and one of my volunteers out on the point decided they'd take a little step further. And they think it's funny. At least we think it's funny.
Well,
anyway,
that's all that matters.
And the shirt says what? Lagoon Traffic Control.
Lagoon
so, yes.
Traffic.
and that's literally what it is. We don't tell people that they can land or take off. You know, all we care about is the traffic control on the water.
So let's talk about it, Don. So someone's going to fly into Oshkosh. The first thing they're going to do is read the NOTAM.
Yes.
Which is not called the NOTAM anymore. Now it's called the
Air Mission.
The Air
Notice to Air Mission.
Notice to Air Missions. Or EAA has changed completely the name of the document now.
Yes.
I don't know if it's called the notice or something, but anyway, they're going to read that because you have to familiarize yourself with
Page 18, page 19.
operations. So page 18, 19 will tell you that you're going to come out here and land. Are there times when they cannot land here?
So during the main air show, there's going to be a TFR in place. And one of my friends told me we're not supposed to fly during the TFR. No. And so people arrive well before the show. And if they want to depart, they take off after the show. It's really quite easy. It's actually extremely easy to come and go from the seaplane base. You know, all you have to do is get permission to leave the lagoon. And that's just to make sure the two planes don't end up head to head. Because
it's not very wide.
Yeah, the opening is only wide enough for one plane, which, by the way, protects us from waves on Lake Winnebago. And we're protected from the wind. It's a very safe place to harbor. You know, we're tied up to mooring balls out in the lagoon, and you come to a dock, you get set up to go, you get permission to start, which means that opening is clear. And once you have opening to start, then or permission to start, you can go right through the cut out into the bay and take off and go flying. And it's pretty easy to fly every day while you're here, which is a lot harder if you got a tent under your wing and people all over the place, like on the main field.
Well, sure. So they land out here per the notice, and they get permission after then. They contact 123.3,
yes,
which glider pilots have been saying is a very recognizable frequency.
It's an air-to-air frequency, yep.
And then you actually welcome them to Oshkosh, to the sea base, and what do you do from there?
Yeah, so like 123.3 is actually, we use it as a common traffic advisory frequency, a CTAF. You know, so we encourage everyone to self-announce their position and their intentions. That lets everybody else know. The only thing we add is we talk about water conditions. You know, any other traffic we see that they don't. There's a lot of boats out there. For some reason, everyone likes to fish in our little bay. But we try to let them know of things they may not see if they're still like 5 miles away. Because normally you self-announce about 12 miles out. So we just keep in the loop of any known traffic we have. But besides that, as far as they're in the air, it's a common traffic advisory frequency. Just like a small, uncontrolled airport.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, go ahead.
And beyond that, really the only thing we control is the stuff already on the water, people that have already landed. There's nothing in the air. You know, and basically it's permission to enter the lagoon or permission to leave the lagoon.
And then you're also going to give them their dock assignment that you get on your radio from operations, which, by the way, you're not dock operations, but you are water and communications.
Right, right. So our point operates with 3 radios. One's Marine Band. It's always on channel 16, so we can hear the Coast Guard. We operate on 123.3. One of my guys will be talking to the air side. And then the other one works with the dock radio, and he's talking to docks. So when we give a plane permission to enter the lagoon, they're almost always heading to a dock, and we use that dock radio to make sure we've got a crew waiting to receive them. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So we're working with 3 radios out there.
And that's a new protocol that we put in place about 6 years ago, because all the operations used to go on 123.3, and it was just too much chatter, too much communication. So we wanted to get that cleaned up so that the experience coming into the seaplane base, it is one person at the point talking to the pilots out there on the water.
Yeah, if you're flying VFR and you're out by Warbird Island south of here, you want to hear about the other planes. You don't want to hear about boats here or boats there. And you don't need that until you get to the bay. Because if you're looking for other traffic to see and avoid, kind of nice to have a little quieter frequency and be able to talk to those other planes.
Right. Let's talk a little bit. You're an experienced seaplane pilot. You have a couple of seaplanes, don't you?
Yeah, I've had 2 Huskies, and I've got a Boss 182. Whip Air has the conversion to put a big engine in a standard Cessna 182. It's a beautiful plane. My wife and I go camping in it frequently. You know, I live on a lake in Michigan. You know, I can literally, before I came here, I pump my floats, make sure I was good and clean. hopped in the plane and came here.
So over at the main field, people are worried about wind conditions relative to the direction of the runway, especially tailwheel pilots maybe. But you know what? You don't have that issue at the seaplane base. Tell us about some of the things that a seaplane pilot would be concerned about flying in here.
So in most lakes, you don't have to worry too much if the winds are low. Let's call it 6 knots or less. You really don't need to think about water conditions. The only problem with Lake Winnebago is our main bay points right exactly like north-northeast out to like 010, 020. And even with calm winds, like let's call it 5 knots, you can get a small ripple starting, north towards Appleton, and it'll just work its way into our bay. And out here we'll have whitecaps. But if it's any other direction, from the west, which it is normally, from the south, we have a beautiful quiet bay to land in. It's nice and easy. We do have an alternate landing location though. About 5 miles south of here, it's a place called Warbird Island. And Warbird is actually an IFR reference point and a VFR visual checkpoint. And that actually faces southwest. So in the rare case we have that northeast wind that causes waves in our bay, we actually have a little bay, a little crescent on the southwest corner of Warbird where people can still land in the lee of that island, land in nice quiet water. And we just have towboats that go out there and help them moor and bring their luggage in, and they can bring their planes later to the base, or they can just leave it there for the week.
I was at Wentz's on the lake the other day, and guess what? A beautiful view right out their window of
Warbird Island.
And your buoy's there.
That's right.
And there was about 4 seaplanes tied up out there.
Yeah, that's true. And it was the exact conditions that we're talking about happened, Monday, Shane?
Yeah, it was Monday, yep. And
and it worked out pretty well. We had drivers and towboats down there to help them out there more. Yeah,
we take our concierge service even off base in situations like that. We really do. Our ultimate goal here is to make sure that our guests that are flying in here have the best experience at EAA.
So we got a couple minutes. Tell us this concierge service. If you buoy out at Warbird Island, how do they get here?
So when they get in the area, this is, by the way, in the notice, they'll have a procedure that's there. It's actually directs you to the website to get a full details with pictures from up above, from Google Earth. And once they talk to the point, we'll know they're going to Warbird Island. We'll immediately send a driver down there for a boatman or a boat driver to pick them up. And we keep boats down at those restaurants you talked about. Ours are at TJ's, not far from Wentz.
Yep.
And they know they're coming. They know what color. They know the number of souls on board, how much luggage. And we're ready to get them. We'll be down there about the time they're getting ready to turn off their engine.
Wow, that's impressive.
It's an incredible addition, and it's not an addition. It's something that we've been doing for almost 30 years now. The thing that changed, though, is we actually used to take a boat out of the seaplane base, and we would drive that 5 miles through the rough waters. Now, with the switch of protocol, it's a shorter ride for pilots. It's a much safer ride for our volunteers. And again, it's that, hey, welcome to Oshkosh.
Yeah,
you made it.
Thanks
awesome for being here.
Well, Don, thank you for explaining a little bit behind the scenes of what goes on here, nuts and bolts, at the seaplane base. And Shane Albers, thanks once again for co-hosting and
thanks for coming
having
down.
us at your beautiful paradise out here at the seaplane base. JMIG, that wraps up On the Fly for 2024. A lot more action going on at AirVenture, though, with all kinds of excitement this afternoon. Night air show tonight on Main Field, and then, of course, another fantastic show tomorrow. So we'll see you next year, 2025, On the Fly. Jamon G signing off. You're listening to EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2009.
We were going to talk about the 40th anniversary of landing on the moon. As a broadcast journalist, you had to be behind the scenes and in front of the camera. What was going on in the studio?
Well, actually, there was a thing called radio back in those days.
Oh, yes.
And so I wasn't in front of the camera.
Oh, well, okay.
I was Merrill Muller. I don't know if you remember him. Red Muller used to
do the news on the Today Show when Dave Garroway was hosting the Today Show way back before your time.
Before color television.
And, it was well before color television. And Red, as he was known, Merrill Muller, eventually made his way over to ABC. And in 1965, I believe, or maybe 64, Merrill and I were named as the space team for ABC radio networks. And Jules Bergman was the television anchor for ABC. And we would go down to the Cape and get a couple of rooms at the Holiday Inn and set up a network newsroom about a week before each launch. I had the privilege of being there for everything from Gemini 3 through Apollo 12.
Wow.
So I spent a lot of time going down covering those space launches and had a chance to get acquainted with the astronauts. I have some wonderful photographs of me in the swimming pool at the Holiday Inn with Alan Shepard and Frank Borman and Wally Schirra and Jim Lovell, a lot of these guys.
Geez.
In fact, when they were all here at Oshkosh for the reunion several years ago, it was right after Apollo 13 had come out, I knew they were going to be here. In fact, Tom Pobresny had asked me to host the news conference that they had out in Aeroshell Plaza. I think it was called something else at that time.
It used to be called West Ramp.
Yep, that was it. And I brought all those old pictures out and got the guys to sign them.
Oh, nice.
And so I have that, and I have a commemorative album that ABC put out. Do you remember vinyl discs?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Still have them.
Of course
I still
you do.
have some.
33 1/3.
Yep.
Well, they put all of the highlights of all of our coverage from radio on a vinyl disc, and then I narrated, put it all together. And it's a picture album that has pictures of Collins and Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. So I got all three of them to sign their picture in that book, and this is a real keepsake that I value highly. I won't even tell you where it is.
Uh-oh.
An unnamed source.
It's in a safe somewhere with an
unnamed
armed
location.
guard.
But those were wonderful days, and of course Apollo 11. I remember very, very well being at a little restaurant that morning, the day that Apollo 11 left, with Walter Cronkite and David Brinkley, and everybody sitting around having coffee and getting all geared up and ready for the big day. And it may be hard, if not impossible, for young people today who take space travel for granted. The space shuttle, the moon flights, that's all been done. But for those of us in that particular year, in that particular setting, just to contemplate, we're actually going to send somebody up to the moon. It was exciting, it was exhilarating, and it was scary.
Yes, it was.
It was very scary because you looked at that little LIM, the Lunar Excursion Module that was going to land on the moon, and the technology. And, of course, we weren't nearly as advanced, as far along in electronics and computers then as we are now, 40 years ago.
Yeah, they have said that your average cell phone has more computer power than the computers used on the in the service not the service module, but the command module and the LEM, which is kind of scary.
I heard a futurist, one of these people who talks about technology.
Yeah, what
and
will
where
be.
we've come. Yeah. And he made an interesting observation. He said one of these greeting cards that you open up and it sings, these musical greeting cards, has more raw computing power than existed in the world in 1950.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yes.
That's scary how technology has come along. Well, the other thing that was interesting, too, about Apollo 11 is that we were still fresh in our mind was the accident with Apollo 1.
Yes.
Because, the Russians had several problems with their stuff, but nobody knew about it. And our space programmers right up front. And I can remember one of the Gemini launches. They had her lit, and she shut down on them. And everybody's, whoa, panic time. And it was a plug of some kind, either unplugged or not plugged in right. And they did fix it, and a couple of days later they launched. But
well, I had just joined ABC as a correspondent. I'd been working for WNEW local radio in New York, and I had just gone to ABC days before the Apollo fire. And with Gus Grissom and Ed White and Chafee, and In fact, I was sent up to West Point to cover Ed White's funeral, and that was
tough.
That was very tough, not only because of the loss of three very fine and brave young men, but because of the pall that it just cast over the program, particularly in the minds of civilians out there who thought, my gosh, if we can't even protect our astronauts when they're sitting in the Apollo on the ground, what happens when we start shooting them off into space?
Yeah, we found out with Apollo 13 that space flight is by no means routine.
Yeah.
There are tremendous risks there, but to NASA's credit, they pulled it all together. They learned from the mistakes, and of course, unfortunately, we've had several disasters since then.
They've had to relearn those things.
And
that's right.
We're every day they're getting better, and it's never going to be as safe as walking down to the local grocery store.
No.
But there's always a risk involved. But the people that fly these, they accept those risks and they do it anyway.
They're incredibly brave, and I think they're visionaries. And there's no way to eliminate risk from that kind of activity. But then you can't really eliminate all risk from life either, can you?
No, you can't.
Shouldn't.
No,
because with great risk comes great reward.
So let's shift gears.
Okay.
Spaceship One. Now you're looking at a whole different way of accomplishing the same mission as Mercury. Mm-hmm. Does that amaze you? It amazes me that I understand the entire crew was like 200 people to from end to end on the whole mission. That just blows me away.
Well, it is. It's fascinating, and I think these guys are going to make it. Because, the Rattan brothers are pretty amazing themselves, and the team of people that has been assembled to make this happen. It's always exciting. I mean, if you think about it, and I'm sure you have, it's just a logical extension of what EAA is all about, the Experimental Aircraft Association. I mean, these guys have just moved it up a notch to the space level.
That they have, and they've done it. And the thing is, they've made it look easy. You see Spaceship One and you see the design and everything, and you're thinking, I could have done that. Obviously there's a lot more to it. But these guys they've done their homework, and they've made it look easy. That's the thing.
Well, I'm sure they spent quite a lot of time poring over NASA data of those who have gone before them.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. And Burt Rutan, who is famous for designing aircraft on napkins, probably went through a tractor trailer full of them.
Took a whole roll of paper towels to do White Knight 2.
Yeah. But and to see these ideas and dreams come to fruition, in my opinion, this is just as exciting as watching those first Mercury launches.
As kids, we were glued to the
television.
We
were glued to the set. The space program, I was there.
Oh, yes.
It was awesome to watch this stuff.
One of my earliest recollections is we went to the 1964 World's Fair, and we stood under a full-size mock-up of a Saturn V first stage. Mm-hmm. And I can still remember how big that thing was.
And going down to Washington Mall and seeing the F1 engines from the first stage of the Saturn V, and being down there at the Kennedy Space Center, actually looking at a full-scale, laying on its side Saturn V. And I was on camera, the girlfriend is rolling, and I'm pointing, and I said, these are 5 of the most powerful engines ever built.
When I first started covering space, and I went out and was introduced to the press site, and getting familiar with the location. And it was 3 miles from the launch pad, and I'm thinking, oh, gee, do we have to be that far away?
Yeah, you're not going to see
3
anything.
miles, what are we going to see? I'll tell you what, when that first Saturn went up, I was so happy to be 3 miles. I thought, gee, do we really want to be this close?
It had to be an awesome amount of thunder. It literally had to rattle your ribs.
Oh, it was incredible. A funny little anecdote, one morning, I don't remember which launch this was. It was one of the Apollos, and I'd gone to the restroom, to make my last necessary stop before we all settled in for describing the launch. And I heard the door to one of the stalls being rattled, and I heard this grumpy voice behind the door, and I went over, and the door was stuck.
Oh,
and
geez.
This guy was obviously determined to get out. So I kind of lifted up on the door and helped get it open, and out walked Walter Cronkite. And he was just minutes away from, and he had come there for the same reason, of course. And
the thought running through his head is we can build a rocket, but we can't build a bathroom stall.
That's right.
that actually works. Well, Mort, it's a pleasure to have you here. We could probably spend the rest of the day shooting the breeze with you about various and sundry things. But unfortunately...
You're really going to send me out into the rain, huh?
I'm sorry.
Nah, you can hang out.
Yeah, you can hang out at the radio station.
Oh,
we don't
thanks.
mind. Maybe we can learn a few things
It's
from
been
you.
fun, and I'll keep listening to you guys.
All right,
Appreciate
thanks a lot.
that.
Thanks a lot.
This next one was recorded in 2014 during AirVenture Oshkosh. This is Meet the Administrator, the AirVenture Oshkosh 2014 forum, hosting FAA Administrator Michael Huerta. This session was recorded on Thursday, July 31st at 11:30 a.m. in Honda Pavilion 7, and it was introduced by the Chief Executive Officer of EAA, Jack Pelton.
So let's get on the formal introduction. It's my honor to introduce Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration, Michael P. Huerta, who assumed the role in 2011. Michael's responsible for the safety and efficiency of the largest aerospace system in the world. He oversees a $15.9 billion budget, and if you can imagine, over 47,000 employees located in all parts of the United States. He's focused on ensuring the agency and employees are the best prepared and trained professionals to meet the growing demands of the requirements of our industry. He also oversees the FAA's multi-billion-dollar next-gen air traffic control modernization program as the United States shifts from a ground-based radar to the state-of-the-art satellite technology. Michael is more than qualified and experienced as a transportation official who's held many key positions in our country. His reputation of managing complex transportation challenges led him to the international stage when he was tapped to be the managing director of the 2002 Olympic Winter Games. That was over 2,400 athletes from 78 countries that came to Salt Lake City, where he managed all of the planning, the construction of a variety of the transportation facilities, as well as the development of a highly successful travel demand management system that was operated safely and efficiently. Before joining the FAA, Michael also held positions at the Affiliated Computer Systems and the position of president of the Transportation Solutions Group. He was also commissioner of New York City's Department of Ports, International Trade and Commerce, and he served as the executive director of the Port of San Francisco. Michael and my background go back to one common location that EA members might be very fond of, and that's Riverside, California. Michael grew up in Riverside, attended the University of California, Riverside, and has a master's in international relations from the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton University. So he knows Chapter 1 in Flaybob intimately well and actually visited it just recently. And let me make one other comment. Last year, we typically have these sessions every year, and I had the honor over the last few years to serve on his management advisory committee. Last year, and I think this is in true EA values, Michael's son is very active in the Boy Scouts, and he had been training for quite some time for a very, very important hike that I think that was on the Eagle Scout path. It was part of it. It happened to occur during the week of AirVenture, and he was very, very torn, and we had talked at length about it even before I assumed the chairman's role of EA as to what are you going to do, and I also encouraged him, which wasn't hard to do, that he gets that one moment with his son to be able to do that hiking event and be able to pursue his son's goal. And as a father myself, I know how important that is, and so he got the year off last year, but he's here this year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Huerta.
Well, good morning, Oshkosh. It is great to be back this year, and you heard from Jack. Yeah, I was so disappointed not to be here last year, but we did complete the hike, 84 miles, and a place called Philmont, New Mexico, Philmont Scout Ranch. The only thing, I think the thing that I remember the most about it is the horrible pain you experience hiking uphill when you have a 50-pound pack on your back is different than the horrible pain you feel when you are hiking downhill with a 50-pound pack on your back. And, they said we ended up in the same place we started, but it seemed like we went uphill a lot more than we went downhill. But it is great. And by the way, my son did get his Eagle. He was just awarded the Eagle Scout last month. And I can't tell you how proud I am of him and what a wonderful organization the Boy Scouts of America is. But it is good to be back in Oshkosh this year and to have the opportunity to spend time with all of you. Events like this help us to reconnect with the fun part of flying, the wonder of flight. And for me, I'm a little bit of an historian. My team will tell you that I will often share historical anecdotes. And so, not surprisingly, I think about how far aviation has come. 50 years ago, Beech King Air flew its first flight. In 1964, the King Air became the first U.S. light twin-engine turboprop to be type certified, and it was the very latest in business aviation. Also 50 years ago this year, the founder of EAA, Paul Poberezny, moved the organization's headquarters out of the basement of his home. He moved it to a new building in Franklin, Wisconsin, which was the first home for EAA. The interest in experimental and light sport aircraft was growing, and the association needed to grow with it. Now, in the last 50 years, the entire aviation industry has matured and has grown. Change is a constant, and it's part of that pioneering spirit of aviation, of wanting to explore and to push limits. Now, to make GA safer and to make it better, we need to work together and we need to listen to each other. I value the chance to spend this time with you, but also the opportunity to interact with you on a regular basis and hear what's on your mind. I'm interested in knowing your opinions, and I'm guessing that there's no shortage of them in this facility today. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I look forward to working together with you, with the AA, and with the AOPA in a partnership to address the needs of general aviation, the general aviation community, because we share a common objective, and that objective is to help GA grow, to help it mature, and to help it continue to be the pioneering part of aviation. Now, one of the important issues on everyone's mind is the third-class medical certificate. I've heard you loud and clear on this. As everyone knows, EAA and AOPA submitted a petition to exempt recreational pilots from needing a third-class medical certificate. We asked for public comment on this, and we received more than 16,000 comments. An exemption of this nature could impact approximately 39,000 pilots, according to AOPA and EAA's own estimates. We spent a lot of time at the FAA talking about it. Fundamentally, what you're trying to achieve is a long-term and lasting policy change, right? A change that affects this many people is something that's typically not done using the exemption route. Why is that? Well, exemptions are usually for very limited circumstances or for limited durations of time. We do major policy changes through the rulemaking process. Now, the easy thing for us to do would be to say no. Our objective is to try to get to yes. And so we've begun the rulemaking process to address this issue. Now, the downside of the rulemaking process is that it does take time. But that is how we get what you want, which is a fundamental change of how we deal with this. Now, we haven't ruled out the exemption as an interim step, but we don't want to have an unintended effect of that, which would be to prevent us from expeditiously completing the rulemaking process. My leadership team at the FAA has worked hard to draft a notice of proposed rulemaking. I signed it out last week. It's now going through administration review, but our goal is to issue the notice this fall and to receive your comments on it. Now, the proposed rule is going to lay out the parameters that define how a person could fly without a third-class medical certificate. As you know, if you fly a glider or if you fly a balloon today, you aren't required to have a medical certificate at all. We're trying very hard to take a reasonable approach to ensure that we maintain the highest levels of safety, but at the same time, do what we can to support recreational flying. As we all know, everything in aviation changes and it grows. Nothing is static. And I was reminded of that when we visited the Innovation Pavilion this morning on the way over here. We checked out the electric airplanes and other inventions. The rate of change in engine technology and navigation is exponential. And I'm pretty sure that soon what we were looking at this morning will be yesterday's model. Maybe we'll see it over in the vintage aircraft area in the years ahead. Well, at the FAA, we're living that spirit of transformation by modernizing our nation's airspace, and we're doing that through NextGen. The changes that we're making are going to allow us to take advantage of the benefits of new technology and to make our airspace safer and more efficient. You may know this, but this year we finished one of the most critical foundations for NextGen, and that is the installation of the infrastructure for Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, or ADSB. We've installed more than 630 transceivers nationwide. This represents a key milestone in transitioning from a ground-based radar system to a satellite-based GPS technology. ADSB Out is one of the foundational elements of NextGen, and it allows us to bring you many benefits. Now, I know that many of you are concerned about the mandate, the 2020 mandate to equip with ADSB Out. There's still a 5.5-year window to get that done, but the date is firm. As a nation, we need to modernize our airspace and to take advantage of superior GPS capabilities and the enhanced safety and efficiency these capabilities bring to all of us. I encourage you to equip before the deadline to avoid delays at repair stations as the deadline draws closer. I also want to remind you that equipage for ADSB Out will only be required in certain airspace. That's airspace where we require a transponder today, so controllers can see you. This, of course, will include the airspace around our busier airports. But if you fly in uncontrolled airspace where no transponder is required today, then you don't need to equip. We're doing what we can to facilitate lower-cost alternatives for the general aviation community.
You're listening to a replay of the AirVenture Oshkosh Forum, Meet the Administrator, with FAA Administrator Michael Huerta. We'll be back in just a moment. Here's an EAA radio interview from Oshkosh 2023.
So, hump day?
That's what you keep telling me. I have not independently verified it, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, Kayla Hunt, our next guest, has most definitely verified it for me. Kayla, welcome to EAA Radio and Attitude Adjustment Hour. It is so glad to see you here.
Thank y'all so much for having me. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Not a problem. Kayla is the social media marketer and writer for Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. But recently, she also got appointed the restoration manager for the 2023 AOPA sweepstakes aircraft, which is a 1953 Cessna 170B. All of you antique and classic people, you got to go by the tent and see this airplane. Kayla, tell us a little bit about what a restoration manager for the sweepstakes airplane does.
Yeah, well, I think the better question to ask is, what do I not do? What don't I do?
Okay, we can go in that direction too.
No, I'm kidding. So yeah, let me back up just a little bit and kind of go through how this all came to be. I've only been at AOPA for about 2 years, so literally the last year at AOPA, I have been in charge of managing this restoration. And, you know, I didn't know anything about 170s before I got into this, but the airplane was located down in Alabama. And a gentleman that I knew had the airplane. AOPA bought it from him, and my boss called one day and said, hey, do you know of an AMP that can go down to Alabama and do a pre-buy on the next sweepstakes airplane? And I was like, well, yeah, absolutely. So I lined my friend up to go down there, do the pre-buy, bring the airplane home to Falcon Field, just south of Atlanta. And from there, I was appointed restoration manager.
Oh boy, be careful what you wish for,
yes,
huh?
I had no idea what I was getting into.
Do you own an airplane of your own?
So my husband and I, we are part owners in our family's Cessna 180. So the family has a T-34 as well, 2 T-34s now, the Cessna 180, so and a Piper Cub as well.
Well, so then with all those extra airplanes, you probably came to the show today to tell us that either Amy or myself are probably going to go home with the restoration aircraft.
Oh my goodness, I so wish I could tell you all that today. Everybody here at Oshkosh has been asking, when are you bringing me my airplane?
Oh. Well, you've done some great stuff to the panel so far. Talk about what had to change.
Yeah, a lot had to change. Truly, the team at Gardner Low Aviation Services on the south side of Atlanta redid everything. I mean, all the wiring harnesses, every little switch, knob has been replaced. We really tried to keep a lot of the vintage feel, but it's kind of hard to do sometimes with these modern instruments that we're working with. I mean, they're so action-packed with all this technology and everything, but there were certain pieces of the panel that we really wanted to keep. We kept the original yokes in the airplane with the faded Cessna logo on them, and people were like, oh, aren't you going to replace that? And I'm like, no, it's nice to have some original pieces of the airplane still there, like the rudder pedals, the ashtrays in the back. Those will probably be gone when the interior is redone. But no, our team has put together an amazing panel. Garmin, obviously, Aspen Avionics, PS Engineering. We couldn't have done it without them.
We are speaking with Kayla Hunt, and she is the restoration manager for the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association sweepstakes, Cessna 170B.
Do you know what I've always wondered is when they complete a restoration or even start it, I mean, who decides what's going to happen inside the airplane? We'll keep this, we'll replace that, we'll put these avionics in place. I mean, who is that, a committee or what is it?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's a question I get quite frequently. So we have a very small team that works on the sweepstakes every year, and the team pretty much differs year to year. The only constant is pretty much my vice president, Colin Stagnito. He heads it up, and he pretty much has his thumb on everything with the relationships and the contacts. So it's a kind of a team effort. I've had a lot of say in the airplane and what is going in and what's not going in and that sort of thing. So that's been a lot of fun having that say. I was the one that said we're putting a V-brace in the airplane. I was the one that pretty much finalized the paint scheme and had that original vision. So I've had a lot of say, believe it or not. I didn't think I was going to. But yeah, it's a combined team effort, and the team changes year to year. So next year we'll have a new team. I will not be working on the next one, but that's okay. So
that's really by design, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
They don't want to overtask anyone. It's such a huge ask.
It is, and the other thing to keep in mind is we're working our day jobs on top of managing this airplane. And when the engine upgrade was happening, when the avionics install was happening, I was out at the airport a lot. Supervising the project, running aircraft sprues, getting the parts, kind of just overseeing the entire thing.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about what went into choosing the paint scheme. What was your vision?
Yeah, so this is my favorite question. So there was So Scheme Designers has always pretty much designed the scheme. They have done a great job for, I think, 25 years. And Craig's just an amazing talent up there. And I didn't know Craig, though. When I got involved with this project, I was very close with an artist down in Alabama. And he's gotten really popular on social media lately. And he's done a couple projects for me, illustrations, that sort of thing. So I reached out to him first because I didn't know know Craig as scheme designers. So I reached out to my friend Michael Garber, and I said, hey, would you have any interest in potentially designing the scheme for the 170? And he said, oh, absolutely. But Colin, my vice president, he had told me, oh, we have this long-standing tradition with scheme designers, and, I really want them to be involved, but let's see if we can involve the both of them. So that was really absolutely incredible to be able to work with these two amazing individuals to put this paint job together. Michael Garber came up with the scheme. I told him I wanted a classic Cessna 170 scheme with a backcountry twist.
Ooh.
It's exactly what I told him on the phone, and he said, okay, give me a day to think about it. I'll send you some ideas. 5 minutes later, I kid you not, he texted me a picture of a Peterbilt truck driving down the interstate that he saw on his way home from work that day. And that is where the inspiration from the colors, the lines, the 1950s turquoise, it was inspired by a Peterbilt truck. And then we took the trees and everything and the AOPA logo on it, of course. And then, that's truly how that scheme came to be.
I love, though, that you got these two totally different people together. And in the end, I'm sure the collaboration has worked out really well.
It really has. It's been one of my favorite things because Craig and Michael are, Craig's teaching Michael a good bit because Michael's fairly new to this scene. He's raising funds from these projects to pay for his ratings. So it's a really cool story. Craig took Michael's scheme and really did all the technical renderings and gave all the advice and, hey, we need to take this line down a little bit because this crease or this rivet. So it's been absolutely amazing. I've learned so much from Craig. So it's been great.
He really does know what's going to work on that particular fuselage and where things translate well and where they don't.
Yeah.
Some things just don't translate. So you really have to go back. The concept's great, but you have to back up and you have to find a new way to express it on the airplane fuselage. That's critical. Otherwise, it just doesn't look right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He brought up things that I never would have even thought about. Like, people, when they look at a strut, the strut kind of disappears in a way. And, you don't really want the strut to stick out because then it looks weird. But I'm not a painter. I'm not an artist. I don't see that sort of thing. But talking with a real professional like Craig has been absolutely amazing. And I'm really looking forward to Craig coming down to the paint shop in Zephyr Hills, Florida, to Hawk Aircraft Services with me when the airplane's down there so that we can kind of make sure everything's going smoothly and learning about the paint application process as well.
Yeah, there is a lot to learn about that. There's no question at all. So you're on the field here very close to the EAA radio station. Can you tell people where they can go to look at this airplane and meet you, by the way? You're often sitting right in front of it, right?
Yeah, I am. So we are really not hard to miss at all. We are right across from the Brown Arch. So we are right there. Come see us and come check out the airplane.
Well, you've got a couple tents there. So you have a seminar tent, right?
Yes.
And there's seminars running every day?
Yes, there's multiple seminars running every day. And then our other tent, you can buy AOPA t-shirts, hats, renew your membership, become a member, all that good stuff.
So if they're not here on the field, because we do have listeners out there in the Ethernet, can you tell them where to go to find more information about the sweepstakes airplane?
Absolutely. AOPA.org/sweeps. And we're also online on our social media platforms as well at Fly with AOPA.
We have been speaking with Kayla Hunt of AOPA. She's the restoration manager on their Sweepstakes 170B. Kayla, thank you so much for being here at EAA Radio.
Here's a classic out of the EAA Radio archives from 2017.
Good morning. This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And with us is Richard Zadow, president of RAFE, which... doesn't sound right. Right.
It took me a while to figure this out, and I thought, well, I'm doing a little digging, and then it dawns on me. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Internet. It's the Rutan Air Flying Experience. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Doing great.
I believe when we talked to you last, you were just getting started.
We've been actually an entity for 2 years.
Okay.
2 years ago, I showed up here. Actually, I emailed Dick Napinski, and I said, hey, I got this crazy idea. I'm going to save all the Easies from extinction. I bought the Cozy Jet, and I'm going to come up there and stand on it and tell everybody about this organization. So that's what we did. And everybody thought I was crazy, and I probably am. But it's really working.
Good.
Things have we've grown tremendously. The organization is part of a 501c3. It's a nonprofit, and we actually are incorporated in Texas now to be a standalone 501c3. It's grown to the point where it needs to be its own entity.
Okay.
And people are starting to recognize what we're doing. And the fundamental reason for doing this was about 3 years ago. I was walking down the flight line, having been a Very Easy owner for 35 years and seen the heyday of the Easies and Burt Rutan Revolution and all that stuff. And where I used to see hundreds of Easies parked in the flight line, I counted 12. And of course, there were more in camping and this and that. But I asked all my friends that I've known for 30-something years, I said, where is everybody? And they went, duh, Richard, they're all old. They don't fly anymore. And I said, okay, well, where's their planes? Where's the stories of these people? And so we started thinking about it. And I didn't come up with this idea on my own. It was a bunch of people that were, discussions and inspiring. And I said, well, let's do something. Let's get more people involved. And that's what we're doing. And I'm just amazed at how well it's being received. Our website's up now, RutanAircraftFlyingExperience.org. The shorthand version is RutanAFE.org, and there's a lot of information on there. We've had 4 Long Easies donated to us. I've actually got, the organization has 9 Very Easies that were donated to us in various stages of completion. If you come to the forum today at 11:30 at Forum Building 3, and tomorrow, Forum Building 9 at 2:30. Tomorrow's forum is going to be the jet guys talking about the Long Easy Jet. Give most of that to them because so many people have so many questions, and we work very closely with those guys. But we have a sponsorship program. The way the organization works, it has lots of objectives, but one of them is to get people involved in flying airplanes, to get more airplanes out there, get the airplanes that are sitting back in the hangar and garages and back out into the world and flying again. And the people that are building, keep them motivated. The David Brown airplane that we brought in here last year, it was just the embodiment of home building. David Brown spent 30 years building that airplane. The human spirit, don't give up. And he eventually built a gorgeous airplane. And the family, after David passed away, wanted his spirit to live on. They got this gorgeous Long Easy. What do we do with it? Well, they could sell it. But somebody told them about us, and they thought about it and got a hold of me and said, well, tell us more about your organization and its mission. And they really embraced it. And they said, okay. And they donated this just gorgeous airplane. It's really, I thought it was an award winner. We had 17 judges' signatures on our little card last year, and I really thought it would win something. But I don't think the EA's ever given an award to somebody posthumously. So I've talked to one of the judges. He says, I'm not sure what we're going to do here because you don't own the plane. It belongs to some organization. He's gone, whatever. I said, okay, thanks. But I was honored. The airplane's parked at the Brown Arch right next to the Jet Easy. I appreciate that real estate. EAA's been very gracious. When I brought the Cozy Jet in here, they put us in Boeing Square for the whole week. And that's kind of what we were hoping for this year, but we got here a little bit late, and they were already set up for the concert and everything. But, I mean, where we are is just awesome. So please come by, look at the Jet Easy, talk to us about the Rutan Aircraft Flying Experience, and see how you can get involved.
I guess you're in a unique position in that the composite airplanes never corrode. So they're not going to rust away, per se. The airframe will always be there, maybe the fittings and attachments, but they've got to be easier to bring back to life.
Aging aircraft all have their own concerns. And you're right, composite airplanes, they persevere a little bit better. But we still have all the other things. We have engines on the back and engine mounts and brackets and belt cranks and things, and everything that needs to be looked at. That's one of the things is David Brown airplane was a unique experience. I literally got in it and flew it to Oshkosh last summer. Most of the airplanes that are being offered to us have been sitting for a while. And so what we do is we work closely with the jet guys down there. It used to be called the Easy Hangar. Robert Harris, who's got decades of skill set and knowledge on Easies. I jokingly say he knows more about Easies than Burt Rutan does because Burt's busy. He's doing other stuff. And Robert sees this every day. So every one of our airplanes goes to Covington. We go through it nose to tail. We work with the potential sponsors. We tell them what we have here, what obligations there might be to get the airplane back in the air, and then ultimately we assign that airplane to a sponsor group, and they take it on and they support the mission with the airplane. We're not asking anybody to do anything they don't already do. We already go to fly-ins and pancake breakfast and go visit mom and all that stuff, but you're doing it for a different reason. You're doing it for the organization. You're supporting the routine aircraft flying experience.
Explain what a sponsorship group is.
Well, a sponsorship group is anywhere from one to, how many people want to get together and sponsor an airplane. I'm a CAF guy, a member of the Air Force. I literally stole their business model. It works. It's been working for about 50 years. If you want to fly for the CF, you have to sponsor an airplane. You have to be qualified. There has to be a need. They have to, decide that, we want you to fly for us. And it's the same thing with us. And if you go to the website, I literally plagiarize the CAF's manuals because they work. And I talk to them, say, hey, can I do this? They go, yeah. So we, massage the literature there and developed our own sponsorship manual. And so if you go to the website, you can read about what a sponsor is. But fundamentally, if you want to be part of the routine aircraft flying experience and fly one of our airplanes, you sponsor it. There's a very nominal sponsorship fee for long easy. It's $2,500. It's a charitable contribution. You become a sponsor for that airplane for life, just like in the CAF. And if you're qualified to fly it, you get to fly it. Now, we'll train you. We have that is one of our biggest hurdles is training. If somebody goes out and buys a long easy, they can jump in it and go fly if they have a private pilot license with a single engine land rating. They're qualified to fly it. But for an organization like this, we got to do things to make sure that we're safe and we represent ourselves to the public, right? So we sat down and realized, well, wow, if somebody approaches us and I want to sponsor an airplane, what are we going to do? Well, we got to have to train you somehow. We actually have an aero canard down there at Covington where we'll put somebody in a right seat. Now, why the right seat? Well, long easy has a right stick, a left throttle, and if you're sitting in the right side of a cozy or an aero canard, some side-by-side easy, well, that side of the airplane is just like a long easy. So we get them exposed to that, and we train them, and we launch them off in their long easy. So our first sponsor group is being formed right now. It's very exciting to see that this is actually going to happen. And
so the sponsor group doesn't own the airplane.
Right.
Do they keep the airplane in their own hangar? Yes. Okay. So
just like the CAF has little squadrons around the country, we call them canard bases. Okay. Sponsor group comes to us. We have this airplane available. We work with them. We get them trained. We get them set up. They take the airplane back to their hometown. They become canard based Topeka, Kansas. And from there, they launch off to fly-ins and pancake breakfast, and they represent the routine aircraft flying experience. And we ask that they show up at Oshkosh with the airplane to participate in things that we're doing. And they become custodians of that airplane.
Okay, so they take care of maintenance and all that stuff as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I was going to say, are there any hot button airplanes that you guys are looking for?
Absolutely, all of them. One of our objectives, is to collect up at least one flying example of every what I call Burt Rutan's legacy home built designs, the ones he sold plans for, and that's the long easy, very Viggen, Quickie, Defiant, Solitaire, and we're going to put those airplanes together and fly them. It's never been done. Burt stuff's been around for 40 years. Have you ever seen those airplanes fly together here at Oshkosh?
No.
Why not? So we're going to put together a flight demonstration team, because if we're out in front of the public and we're showing these people these airplanes still are cool and they fly and the different models. And I mean, I've got lots of very easies. I told you about. I've got 4 long easies. We had 2 that are being donated. We're picking up right after Oshkosh. One was a Wright Brothers Award winner way back when. Gorgeous airplanes. We're going to get them restored and flying again. We're going to put sponsors in them and qualified pilots and fly them at the show. How cool would it be to see all that stuff fly together?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, are you guys looking for a Starship by any chance?
Well, there aren't any out there. I mean, there are some out there, and nobody's willing to donate one to us yet.
Yeah, that's
but
high end.
The thing is, you don't have to be a sponsor to participate. Aircraft owners can do this also. If you own something like a Viggen or a Quickie or a Long Easy and you want to fly with us, come talk to me. We would love to have you, because honestly, I don't really want to have to own all this stuff. And I say I mean the organization. It's a burden. I mean, having a bunch of airplanes, you got to hangar them, you got to take care of them, you got to insure them. That's why the sponsorship program is so important, because those financial obligations go on to the sponsor. The routine aircraft flying experience has a very limited income stream. It's my wallet basically. But we've had a lot of support. We've got some donations coming in. We got a lot of stuff going on, and the website's got it all on there.
You talked about if anybody wants to donate a half-built project that never got finished, you'll take that.
Sure.
Who finishes it? The sponsor group?
We try to pair that project with someone who's going to finish it. If the project's been sitting in a garage for 20 years and is never going to get done, we're not going to pass it on to somebody who's never going to get it done. If you're interested in finishing a very easy, we have, like I said, we got probably 5 of them in half completed stages. Come talk to us, because we'll work with you. And what the difference is everything you do with that project becomes a charitable contribution. So if you're in a position where that works for you, well, come on over here and let's talk about finishing this. And we have one of the ones that's hardest to get is a Defiant. And one of the very first things donated to us was a Defiant. A doctor owned it down in Memphis, and he was never going to finish it, so he'd come get it. Defiant's a huge project, okay? And the only way we may get one is to build our own. So here's an airplane. If somebody ever wanted a Defiant, now's a opportunity to get involved, get sponsored that airplane, and they can wind up being a pilot sponsor for it and fly it like it's their own.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
Where
great
can we
idea.
find you on the field?
We're parked at the Brown Arch.
All right. Well, I mean, you have a booth somewhere?
No.
Okay.
Our airplane is our booth.
All right. So go look for them at the Brown Arch along with the Jet Easy.
Yeah, it's the most photographed place in Oshkosh.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
This is. We want to thank you for coming in,
Thank
Richard.
you for having me.
This is Digital Dave,
And I'm Fast Eddie.
and this is EAA Radio.
Now let's dip into the EAA Radio archives with a classic interview from 2004.
Joining me now is Marianne Ife and Steve McCullough. Marianne is one of the first women to be certified as an airframer and power plant mechanic and a founding board member of the Women in Aviation International. Has received the 2004 Phillips 66 Aviation Leadership Award, and also Steve McCullough is also here from ConocoPhillips. He's the General Aviation Manager. You're one of the early women to be certified as an airframe and power plant mechanic, and obviously, at least historically, women, of course, were not in most technical fields, but I'm surprised that someone so young would be just one of the first people to receive to be certified as an A&P.
I'm not as young as I look. I received my official A&P in 1980. However, I had worked as an airplane mechanic for a long, long time before that, restoring antique airplanes. I actually cut my teeth on the Wiley Post, serial number 3 and number 13. There were only 13 Wiley Posts ever built. And I helped restore 2 of them back in the 50s.
It must be fun as a woman mechanic telling a male pilot that his left-handed Framus is broken, and you know he has no idea what you're talking about. It must be like turnabout is fair play.
My husband is also an A&P, and whenever we go, and we're both pilots too, and it's fun to go into an FBO, and he says, ask her. They always go up to the man and say, what kind of fuel do you want, and so on. He says, ask her, she's a pilot.
What is the experience like when you take your car to get fixed? Or you just rent
I don't leave my car. I never leave my car. I stay with it. Right. They have the rule that you can't go into the shop with them. So I stand at the window and I watch them. It's a fun thing.
So you're following in the strong tradition of American tinkering, and as you like to tinker with machinery and so on.
Always have. I had my tricycle apart when I was small. I have a picture of my daughter at 2 in front of an airplane that we were restoring. She has her tricycle upside down with a wrench in her hand. Ah. I have that same picture with my granddaughter who starts A&P school this fall.
Oh, congratulations.
Wow.
So you've started a technical legacy, at least on the female side of your family there.
Well, my daughter is a maintenance manager, parts manager for a large FBO that does corporate airplanes. Mm-hmm. And my granddaughter wants to work on the shuttle or whatever replaces it.
Whatever replaces it. Steve, I heard Bert's hiring.
Yeah. Bert offered my son at 12 years old a job.
Wow.
When he got older.
How did you become connected with Bert Rutan?
I'm not connected with Bert Rutan. We just met him here sitting on the grounds one day. And my son was 12 years old, and he says, Mom, that's Bert sitting on the other side of this airplane. We're watching the air show, and he goes crawling over to him and sits there beside him, and Bert started talking to him. Next thing you know, he says, well, when you're in college, come see me. I'll give you an internship for the summer and probably hire you when you get out of school.
That'd be wonderful.
Well, now my son is working on UAVs for a different company.
Oh, there you go.
Steve, how did ConocoPhillips get involved in the Aviation Leadership Award?
It's a long tradition, probably about 10 years ago, that we've been involved with this award. We have had a long heritage of and a commitment to the aviation industry within the Phillips Petroleum side of the house, and this is just aligned with that commitment. We enjoy recognizing the leadership that Mary Ann and others like her over the years. It's a long tradition, and this is something that we enjoy and will be a part of for many years to come.
Phillips is one of the biggest suppliers of aviation fuel. How did you come across Mary Ann's particular nomination?
I wish I could tell you it was a super formal process, but we have a fairly large network of FBOs throughout the U.S. We supply almost 600 branded Phillips FBOs, and through that network, as well as our in-house expertise, if you will, we go through a number of names and experiences and qualifications, and Mary Ann was very easy to identify, I can tell you. And this is really all about her and her contributions or leadership to the aviation industry.
So she's gone well above and beyond the standard A&P calling, if you would call it.
I would say so.
That.
I'm in awe of the technical expertise that she brings to the table.
What is your particular focus? I know that there's a big shortage of general aviation A&Ps. To not misuse a term, but the mom pop type of shops out there that just fix general aviation airplanes. Is that your focus? Is that where you mostly worked?
No. Well, I've worked as a mechanic in general aviation. Now I teach mechanics at an airline, at ATA Airlines. I've covered the gamut from little tiny airplanes to 737s and 757s and L-1011s.
Well, have you run into problems of the male ego there? Then you're the teacher.
Not at ATA.
That's impressive.
We have about 40 to 50 female mechanics there, and I think that some of them are my age even. So they've had A&P mechanic females there for a long time. But I did have problems at some of the universities. Acceptance with faculty and acceptance with some students even.
Well, you're obviously not working on general aviation at an airline. You're working on big turbines and things like that.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about your training. Was it on the job? Was there also some schooling combination?
I did a combination. You can do it all through Hard Knocks, and I had enough Hard Knocks training from the time I was 12 years old working on real airplanes that I could have legally gone out and gotten my A&P. I chose to go to a university and take the classes that I felt short in so I could get 196 on the 3 tests for the A&P test.
So you don't do anything halfway?
No, no, there is no halfway.
Okay.
It's total commitment.
All right. So are you home building something at this time or considering?
Not right now. I did 2 Booker Youngmeisters. I did restorations with high school kids, a Taylorcraft, a Tri-Pacer, and a Cessna 120.
Do you ever have time to sit down and do other things?
Sit down.
Doesn't sound like it.
The only time I sit down is when I beg for scholarships for women in aviation.
Let's talk a little bit about women in aviation. It says here that you're one of the founding board members of Women in Aviation. How did that organization come about?
For 5 years, we had conferences every year, meeting. In fact, I was an A&P from 1980 to 1986, and I had never met another lady A&P. And at the second Women in Aviation conference, there were 2 other lady A&P mechanics there. And that was the first time I'd ever met other ladies that were doing what I was doing and had been doing for 6 years. So I decided that we needed an organization, not just a conference once a year, but a way to meet these people and mentor other people into doing these jobs that, I mean, I didn't want anybody else having to go through 6 years of not meeting another lady A&P. So we pushed and got Dr. Chabrian to form the organization. And Dr. Chabrian's on the board of EAA.
So you've had support from EAA all along?
I've been with EAA since Rockford. I did presentations at Rockford. Yes. Well, Jane Sheik, the first female that was on the board of EAA, was my mentor.
Marianne, congratulations.
Thank
on
you.
your award, and we thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Marianne Ife is the founding board member of Women in Aviation. She is one of the first women to be certified as an airframe and power plant mechanic. Also joining us was Steve McCullough of ConocoPhillips. You're listening to EAA Radio.
Here's one first broadcast at AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
I am Digital Dave.
And I'm Grandpa Eddie here.
Grandpa Eddie.
On Silly Sunday here at EAA Radio. And with us in the studio today, seeing as how
Who is it?
We've got
Who is it,
Rachel.
Grandpa?
We've got Rachel Ferguson. Did you get your onion at the desk?
Oh boy, I'm in it for a treat with this interview, I think.
Yep. You sure are.
You shouldn't have stood still this morning.
Obviously, you were the slowest one this
Something
morning.
like that, I would say. Yeah, the yes person apparently.
You can beat up him on your I would say handler, but she's not handler.
Oh, she's been awesome. She's behind the scenes a lot, but she's worked a lot of magic this week.
I'm security.
Oh, security's here. We're in trouble.
Boy, are we ever.
Anyway, you're part of Air Force Material Logistics
Support.
Stuff. Right. I told her she rented the U-Haul truck they used to get here.
And then she said they came here in a C-17.
Yeah.
Some truck.
They only did that because they wanted to come in style.
I mean, a C-17 is way cooler than a U-Haul.
It only had 2 backpacks in it. I mean, I don't know why you needed that.
Boy, oh boy, you should have seen the back of that thing. It was packed full. Those crew did an amazing job getting our stuff here. They brought all of our crates. They brought our golf carts. We brought an F-22 engine. We brought all kinds of stuff on that C-17, excuse me.
Where's that engine now?
It's actually still in the back of the C-17.
Oh,
it was
darn.
part of the displays we had.
Let's see, I've got a toy hauler
showcase.
trailer. I think it'd probably carry that.
It'd help us get home a lot quicker,
I was thinking,
too.
especially around Chicago. But anyway, so what kind of planning does it take to do all this?
It takes quite a bit, actually. A lot of things that are not necessarily visible to most eyes. We started back in December working with the EAA crew about what all, this looked like. We came to visit in February and got the lay of the land and talked with the team here. But we've been working since then to build out our displays and the people to come and the aircraft here. So that's a nutshell version of the things that go into the planning to get everybody here.
Well, do you bring Air Force personnel strictly to help set up and tear down?
Well, if you signed up to be part of this event, you're pretty much part of the setup and tear down as well.
That's what I figured.
Yeah. It's
comes with the territory.
It does, exactly.
But you'll love it anyway.
Oh, it's been awesome. It's been a fantastic week. Everybody's had it's been very, very good.
Is your first time here?
This is my first time here, yes.
And what do you think?
Oh, man, I've been blown away. I really have.
I mean, you saw it in February when it was empty.
I did see it empty, and they said it will look very different in July, and I imagine that would be the case.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
It definitely has been, obviously, a very different experience with everything that's here, and it's just been very, very well executed.
Well, we try.
It's been our pleasure to be here.
I was going to say, you probably started putting a checklist together back in February, and by now it's probably the size of the New York phone book.
Yeah, it certainly has been, and of course, in any event, there's always all the changes, be it along the way, last minute, all kinds of change-ups. So that phone book just grows even when you're at the event.
Do you have a standard show setup that you can just pop in the plane and take, or do you have to work everything out and design all the displays for this show?
This was designed specifically for this show. It's been a real privilege for Air Force Material Command to be able to do this. I don't know that we've had a lot of opportunities to be, as a MAGCOM, showcased individual centers all together like this, and so we have put together everything specifically for this show.
Okay, now when you're not doing this show or other shows, what is your job?
So my job with the Air Force is I actually work at the National Museum of the United States Air Force.
In Dayton?
I do, in Dayton.
Hey, I heard she could get us in free.
You know what? I think I can work that out. That museum, if you do not know, is actually free to the public, and it's absolutely beautiful. It's an incredible experience to work there. 4 hangars full of aviation history, and I have learned so much just being there on that staff.
Have you done the whole museum? Probably not.
Well, that's probably a more lengthy answer. I have certainly been in every hangar. I have been exposed to much of the history there. I've done tours with the director, who's got so much knowledge. But I learn something new every week there. It's just there's so much there.
Well, my wife and I visited her later last year. Anyway, we were there opening to closing, and I think we saw 1.25 hangars.
Oh yeah,
that's it.
They say that you should give it 4 full days if you want to like read all the pieces and
you
learn all
have
the
to
things.
there's so much cool history with all the different things you have.
There really is. There really is. So that's my day job. It's a lot of fun. I plan special events there, and so I've had the privilege of being on this team. for this
Eaa
event.
Radio Day.
Hey, I'm down with that. How about Honda Valkyrie Day? Get my motorcycle picture taken with
the B70.
with the XB70.
Yes, I knew that was coming.
You betcha.
You know, it's funny. You look at so much stuff like the B70 still looks futuristic, and then you get close to it and you're like, wow, this thing's old.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, and just the different the span of time in aviation in general, and seeing here what we've been able to even showcase here has been just quite the experience. Yeah.
Were you have you been around small planes a lot in your life prior to Air Force?
No, I have not.
So it must have been interesting seeing how many of them were here in the
Oh
different
my
types.
goodness, the whole campground in and of itself with all those little planes, and then what we put out on the plaza, like all the different variations that come throughout the week. So it's just a span of aviation. I have learned so much because aviation itself is not my specialty category, and so I've really absorbed a lot about all of that world, which has been very important and very interesting. I love it. It's been great.
And now you're going to go back and look at all those Air Force experimentals that were like, wow, this thing was actually a home built. And then we started playing with it.
Yeah, it's like, I learned something. I know something about that aircraft.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty amazing.
I was going to say, I keep meaning to get out there, and the last time I was out there, I was coming back from Tulsa, Oklahoma. My entire goal was to go and see the XB-70, my favorite airplane, and I would like to
They
volunteer.
caught him hugging the tires.
I was hugging the tires, yes. I would like to volunteer to help clean the airplane sometime. I'm not good at dusting at home, but for the Valkyrie, I will change.
Yeah, you make the exception. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, definitely come visit us out at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at Dayton, Ohio. And, all of our personnel that have been here have been so excited to be a part of this, and it's just been really great.
They got out of the office for a little while.
There's that, too.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
definitely different from
How many
the
of them
desk
have
job.
told you they want to come back?
Pretty much every conversation I've had, the people have said, "Yep, this is very cool. I would come back not working." Because during the day we're tied
Yep.
up and showcasing who we are as the Air Force, and so we take breaks. We get to see what's out on the field, and in the display tents. But our focus is to showcase the Air Force, and so a lot of people have mentioned, "Hey, it'd be awesome just to come back just for fun, to like experience it in a deeper level where you're not, where you're able to have a different, I guess, perspective, different focus."
Well, I'm sure every time an F-22 flew over, you wanted to run out and look.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, we all do.
That's the Oshkosh
It's the nature
thing.
of it.
Yep.
Exactly.
Did you get the air show burn under here, under your chin?
Probably. Probably. Yeah.
Did you see the night air show at least?
Oh, it was incredible.
Isn't
I
that
did.
wild?
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing.
And nobody can blow up grass like Oshkosh.
Yeah.
I don't want to be one of those people out there doing cleanup. So
Oh, yeah.
got to give them props.
I think they had to put out some fires last night. I'm not sure.
I believe they did.
No, we didn't go out there, but we got interviewed the guy that used to do the pilot.
Yeah,
years
he
back
invited us to go out there and help them set it up.
Uh-huh.
But we just never did. I don't know why. Dumb, I guess.
Time.
Anyway.
Time, I think.
Yeah, time, sure.
Oh, sure. That's a good excuse.
The thing being is last night they probably blew up enough avgas to fuel the C-17.
Well,
Oh, wow.
I saw a T-shirt once that said "Avgas is evil and must be burned."
Oh, boy.
So you're going to start planning for next year, next week.
Well, as is the tradition in just about any event world, that's about how things work. So, depending on what the needs for the Air Force look like for next year, I'm sure those conversations will start pretty immediately.
Okay.
And the first thing that you're going to avoid is us here at Eaa
Right.
Radio.
Oh, no. This has been awesome. You guys have been fantastic.
It's the drugs. You're fine.
It was all.
Or is it that it's at the end of the week and
Yeah, you're just
exhaustion?
tired.
Okay, I got
You're
it.
hallucinating.
I got it.
See, it was all AI.
Oh, yeah. You think with a whole year to prepare, you wouldn't have to be doing anything at the last minute.
You would think.
Oh, definitely not the case.
Yes, no kidding.
No.
It's always the night before.
Yeah, or the morning of.
Or you forgot to pack it and have to fly another C-17 out here with that box of Kleenex.
Yeah, see, better than a U-Haul.
Much handier.
Quicker, too.
Yes, that's true.
And
Boy,
you get
what a camper.
And you get style points when you pull up to the pump and say, fill her up.
Yeah, they wouldn't quite know what to do with that, probably.
I think the pump pulls up to them.
Could be.
That's a lot of fuel.
Yes, it is.
How many, technical question?
Ooh, I don't know if I can answer.
How many ping pong balls can a C-17 carry?
I cannot answer that.
That's the standard unit of measure,
I feel like there's a trick behind this question.
No trick?
Well, the C5 can hold over 12 million.
Oh, my.
So that's tough shoes to fill there.
Yeah. So how many is it?
I have no idea. I think it's
okay.
probably about 6.
Yeah,
yeah. But they're stowed and packed perfectly.
That's quite interesting. Well, I'll have to
You'll have
investigate
to ask
that
it.
with the crew.
Yeah, where's the loadmaster? Get him over here.
Exactly.
There you go.
Oh, it's great having you.
Yeah, thank you for having us. It's been a great experience this week, and it's been fun talking with you guys this morning.
We've had a lot of fun with the
that.
Air Force this week.
Yeah.
They've been here, pardon the pun, in force.
Oh.
And it's great to know all the opportunities that there are because
there's so many.
There are.
And especially on the civilian side, I didn't
There really
realize
are.
it. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's incredible how many opportunities. That's what I do. I'm a civilian in the Air Force. I've worked for the Air Force for 10 years. And, a lot of people just don't realize that there's those opportunities outside of active duty. And especially inside of Air Force Materiel Command, we have many across the board with people of different talents, experiences, and things. So definitely check us out. I think our
Do you need 2
partners
grumpy old men? Is that position filled?
they fit perfectly in there.
Perfect. Let's go.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Especially if it's at Dayton.
Especially Dayton.
Yeah, especially in Dayton.
Yep. You got to go to Dayton. Dayton was quite a happening town.
It is.
Dayton's full of aviation history.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, we visited the Waco Museum.
Yeah.
We visited the
Yeah.
the original Wright Brothers bike
Yeah.
shop and all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to go.
Yes, so much there.
Yep.
Come see us.
Please.
Definitely.
All right, let's go.
I'm
Tommy,
in.
you fill in, Tommy.
Tommy, fill in. We're leaving.
He's
Show
over
me
there
the-
going, oh, thank you. All right, this is Digital Dave.
And I'm Grandpa Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
Let's take a listen to a classic interview from 2019.
Welcome to Squawk 1200. I'm Afterburner Al, along with...
I'm Paul Pradecker. It's great to be back with you.
Yeah, it's been a few years since we've hosted the show together, but I'm glad to be here with you all week.
Well, when they talk about the spirit of aviation, EAA Radio is a part of that, and we're anxious to have our first guest, so let's get things going.
Very good. And all week during Squawk 1200, we'll, of course, have great guests, but one of the things we're focusing on this year is diversity and inclusion in aviation. And our first guest is a great way to kick this off. Cortland Savage is the founder of Fly for the Culture. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization focusing on promoting diversity within the aviation industry. And Cortland spent some time in the military, 2 different branches.
Yes.
He's taken the tour. And also he's from Mount Holly, North Carolina. And also flew for the airlines, and then has then founded Savage Aviation, a staffing and consulting company. Welcome, Cortland.
Thank you for having me.
Cortland, we're delighted to have you, and of course, thank you for the service you've given our country. We appreciate that very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
That's perfect. Let's jump in. I've been on a number of aviation committees in the industry talking about pilot shortage, and then there might be another committee meeting talking about pilot diversity. If we're talking about pilot shortage and pilot diversity, isn't diversity one way to solve the pilot shortage problem?
Yes, it is. It's actually the reason I created Fly for the Culture. I knew there was a pilot shortage upcoming. So basically what I did is utilize social media like Instagram and TikTok and all Facebook and just to reach the youth. And so that's what we're doing here with Fly for the Culture. We also like to do introductory flights and take the youth up and different events and just meet with them and speak with them.
When you talk about meet with the youth, put that in perspective for us, if you would. What age? When should we get started here?
Oh, you should get started as soon as they can comprehend what an airplane is. I think you should get started immediately, and that's honestly what we do. We'll take anyone up, even the young kids. They want to go with their big brother and just give them an experience to remember.
Well, I remember my first flight was in a small Cessna when I was 9 years old, but I didn't take flying lessons until I was 34. And, there was this big gap, but I never forgot what that first lesson was like. And that's what we're trying to do, right?
Yes, exactly. And the way we can really keep that going is reaching the young people and meeting them where they are, and they are on social media. So a lot of times these young people just got to believe it, see it to believe it.
What about you? How did you get enticed into aviation?
It's actually a very, very funny story. So I'm about to graduate high school in the year is 2008, and there's a black man running for president. And I joke with my friends. I said, if a black man becomes president, I'm gonna go fly a plane. That's how much far-fetched I thought it was. I'm just saying the most craziest thing I could think of. Sure enough, President Barack Obama was elected, so I have to go through on my bet, and I did an introductory flight at my local flight school. As soon as we took off, I fell in love with aviation. I knew that was what I wanted to do for the rest of my life.
And you're doing it.
Yes, I am, and I'm sharing it with others.
So how does your organization increase participation? You talked about the introductory flights. I noticed on your website, which is flyfortheculture.com, you also have an extensive magazine. There's lots of people who have written there. Tell me about some of the outreach that you connect with people.
Yes. So also, like, using social media is my biggest tool right there. Mm-hmm. Like, I did a TikTok video of me flying one of the young people, and it's at 4.2 million views. So I touched a lot of young people just with that video, and other on Instagram as well. Also, I do introductory flights. So basically, I just invite the community to the airport, and they show up, which sign a waiver, and I just take them for a lap in a pattern and introduce them, and I keep them entertained using social media and keeping them engaged.
So you just mentioned a little bit about that follow-up. In addition to social media, have you thought, what other types of follow-up do you do to maybe keep the momentum for those who show that interest?
Actually, they just hit the follow button. It's so easy. So once they hit the follow button on Instagram or TikTok or any of that, they can actually send me a direct message. And it's actually me. I'm actually the one answering the message. And I will give them the advice that they need. I'll actually send them to our website, and it has a whole page dedicated to how to become a pilot. I also created a magazine, Fly for the Culture magazine, where we feature diverse people in the aviation industry throughout the world. And I wanted to create that so young people could go read a story about someone that looks like them.
So you're one man, and you have your organization. Who else out there is doing this, or who else should be doing this?
Oh, we have amazing other organizations that's doing the same thing. I was inspired by OBAP. They're amazing organizations such as Tuskegee Next, Red Tail Scholarships, Sisters of the Skies, so many other organizations. I could name a ton, but they're doing amazing work, and I support it, and I share it on my page so others can know about other organizations in their area, like OBAPs in Chicago. So if someone is interested in aviation in that area, I will turn them on to OBAP in Chicago.
And OBAP is Organization for Black Aerospace Professionals. They're one of the national. They're pretty enthusiastic, and obviously they do their ACE academies all over the place. How have you been, other than linking, have you been also in communication with them? Because one of the things I see here is we have all these people trying to row in the same direction, but is there coordination? Especially, how do we connect to industry?
Oh yeah, we're all coordinated. We all have the same vision, the same mission. So we all work together and to get to that goal, and just really inspire the youth by just exposing them to aviation and all the opportunities and careers in the industry.
What does the industry now have to do to reach? You're reaching across the table. What does the industry have to do to complete that handshake?
One thing that will really help is creating more scholarships to help flight training. Flight training is very expensive. We can't lower the cost of flight training, but so low, because then we're touching safety, and we don't want to do that. So the biggest thing we need is scholarships, and then also just inspiring and just inviting the youth over and doing different events and everything.
We talk a lot about education in the inner schools. is there an initiative where aviation, and when we talk about aviation, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a pilot. There are so many other careers associated with aviation that we need to address. So are there programs in our schools, or should there be more programs in our schools, just to provide some education on what's available and how to do it?
Yes, there are currently programs available. AOPA actually has one, the high school curriculum. And then also, yes, we need to create more programs. And that's actually what I'm trying to do now through maintenance. So right now I just added some more board members who are more talented. That can really help me with this mission. So what we're looking to do is start a maintenance program and actually build a facility to train some of these young people to become maintainers, because actually I started out as a maintainer on a C-17 Globemaster in Charleston, South Carolina, and I worked myself up to become a pilot in the Navy and also a pilot in the airlines.
Were there some challenges with that?
Oh yeah, there's challenges with anything, but all you got to do is just keep your head up and just keep pushing forward. And if you're really passionate about it and it's something that you really want to do, you'll make it happen.
It seems like you did.
Yeah, certainly did.
That's good for you.
Well, go ahead.
No, please.
Yeah. One of the things I was thinking about is what do you think now of some of the industry initiatives like Aviate coming out of United, and they're looking to hire 10,000 pilots, and they want half to be women and people from historically underserved communities.
Yes, programs like that is amazing. We need programs like that. I actually just was over there with United Aviate. They flew in today, and it's an amazing program. I'm glad they started it. I think this will really get more diverse individuals in the aviation industry. So I'm very happy with United.
And a quick note, we will be speaking with United, a representative from United Aviate on Thursday during this program. I also wanted to branch a little bit into, we're talking about historically underserved communities. What do you think is the disconnect from the people in these communities where they maybe see aviation as this very distant thing that they don't connect with?
They don't even see it. You have to go there, and that's what I do. I literally, when I was working with United, I would use my flight benefits to just literally go there and say, hey, look at me. I look just like you. I'm a pilot, and you can be one too, so you just literally just have to go there.
We're speaking with Cortland Savage, who is the founder of Fly for the Culture, and we'll be back in just a few moments. We'll have more discussion with you. We'll be speaking about what maybe you can do to get involved a little bit more and assist Cortland and other organizations around the country in getting people who may not have thought that aviation was in their future, whether as a pilot or a mechanic or any other sort of aviation professional. You're listening to Squawk 1200 on EAA Radio.
Here's a classic interview from 2010.
So what is it like to fly a Huey helicopter?
It is different. One of the things that fixed-wing drivers learn real quick is a fixed-wing aircraft is easy to fly. It's nowhere near the level of intensity of a helicopter. A fixed-wing aircraft, you can trim it up, take your hands off the controls, and pretty well it's stable enough to stay where you put it. A helicopter's not like that because it is constantly trying to turn over on you. And so you fly it 100% of the time. Anytime you move one of the controls, the resulting reaction throughout the dynamic system means that you're going to have to adjust another control. For example, in a hover, when I pull up on the collective to go up, that increases the torque and the fuselage starts to turn. In order to counteract that, I have to push on the pedal for the anti-torque rotor to correct for that. Well, that creates a side thrust. Now I have to move the stick in one direction or another to keep it from translating laterally.
Oh, geez.
And when you do that, then you upset the thrust, the downward thrust of the rotor, and so you have to make another adjustment. So you're constantly sitting there making minor adjustments to all of the flight controls to hold it in a stable hover.
It really is a ballet on all of the controls.
It is. And getting that skill to where you do it automatically by instinct takes several hours of actually getting out there and doing it. When you first start flying helicopters, I couldn't hover within a football field.
Oh, geez.
I was just going all over the place. And the instructor, very brave man, just sat there and said, hang on, you'll get it. So a couple of sessions in, finally one day I picked it up to hover, and it just stayed there.
It finally clicked.
Yep. The helicopter learned how to hover me.
I imagine that was quite a sweat festival learning that.
It absolutely was. It's very stressful, and it's awful hard for a person to relax, but that is the key to it. If you let yourself relax and let your instincts take over, then it becomes a lot easier. But anytime you're sitting there consciously thinking, I've got to move this or I've got to move that, then you start over-controlling and you get into what are called pilot-induced oscillations, PIO.
PIO, yeah.
Right.
And then the helicopter does all kinds of things you don't want it to do.
Exactly. And so you wind up having to correct for stuff that you created, not the helicopter.
I have a few hours on radio control model helicopters, and I can sympathize with you. Trying to control one of those is difficult at best.
That's interesting. You talk about radio control helicopters. I can't fly a radio control plane. And the reason is I want to be in the aircraft looking in the direction that I'm flying. For me to detach myself and be out on the ground and look at that and visualize what the aircraft's got to do and how to move the controls became a difficult thing for me to do. I just sort of had to give it up. You get in the aircraft and fly the aircraft itself is easy.
Mm-hmm.
But flying from a different perspective, sitting on the ground watching the aircraft go around, for me was a very difficult task. And so actually I think it's harder to fly the RC aircraft than the real thing.
There is a transition between the two, that's for sure. I did it with a radio control model helicopter. I got an hour in an Enstrom TC, and I wasn't all over the football field hovering it, but I kept it within 90 degrees of heading and 6 feet of the liftoff point, which I thought was amazing.
That is phenomenal.
That is. It was a wonderful experience because the Enstrom flew very much like the radio control helicopter. It would turn one way better than the other, and there were the dynamics of it were pretty much as I knew it from RC flying.
Right.
Now that does not qualify me to fly a Huey.
No, it'd take a little while.
Yeah, I would say it qualifies me to sit in the back, but that's about it. I have enjoyed watching your helicopter here during the flight demonstration at this air show. It was very interesting. You did a demonstration yesterday of basic helicopter flying and everything, and there was a gentleman in the back, probably the crew chief, who waved very nicely at us. We're hoping that once again the crew chief will wave at us as well.
Oh, we'll make sure he does.
Please do. I know you can't take your hands off the controls because bad things would happen.
That's right.
So, last question here. I'm going to hit you with this. What was your best day in aviation?
My best day in aviation was the day I got my wings.
There you go. That's a good day.
There's nothing like it.
I'll bet you were walking on air.
Absolutely. Even though I was coming out of fixed wing school, I was at a hover without an aircraft beneath me.
I know the feeling. It's wonderful.
Absolutely.
Well, Cliff, thank you very much here for taking the time to talk to me here. I know you got a busy schedule. You still got a lot of checkouts to do on your aircraft here.
Right. We want to make sure everything's right, so when we take these folks around for their ride, that it's done with the utmost safety.
And I do appreciate that because I'm going to be one of them.
Oh, absolutely. We'll try to give you a good ride.
Oh, I guarantee you will. It's going to be fun. You wouldn't happen to have an M60 laying around that I could swing out the door, would you?
Well, we didn't bring them. In fact, we do have M60s that mount on the door gun mounts.
Nice.
A lot of the venues we go, but the other two aircraft with the mounts are at a different event, and this one does not have the mounts. For our Vietnam demonstration flights, when we do an air show and actually do about a 26-minute air assault demonstration with various aircraft in the mix, we have gas-operated machine guns, so that as you come in on the assault, the door gunners are hammering away with the M60s.
Nice. That's got to be something special to watch.
Oh, absolutely. I hope you'll be able to see one of our shows. I think the one that's going to be closest to here is at Scott Air Force Base in September.
All right,
down in Illinois.
Well, I'll have to get on the website. What is your website?
Our website is www.armyav.org.
And you'll have the schedules and
The
everything.
schedule
ready
is
to
on
be.
there, a lot of information about our organization. And I encourage people to join us and become a part of this. We have members all around the country who, when we come to an event, converge. For example, 3 of our crew chiefs live within about 400 to 500 miles of here. They drove in to be part of this event.
Nice. Well, that's dedication.
And then there's all sorts of jobs to be done, from restoring the aircraft down to sweeping the floors. We even had a brigadier general retired one day manning a broom sweeping the hangar.
Wow.
There is no task too menial
Please
for
tell me-
volunteers to do.
Please tell me you got pictures of that.
Oh, absolutely.
That's great.
General Brady is a gentleman, and he picked up the broom and helped along with everyone else.
He motivated people,
Right.
just like a good leader should.
Absolutely.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking to Cliff McKeithen here from the Army Aviation Heritage Foundation. You're listening to EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2024.
I am Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
Well, you weren't so fast that time.
Oh, shut up. It's Silly Sunday. Give me a break.
And joining us is Miss Elena Hall of the NBAA. You know, letter organizations always sound so impressive.
Yeah, let's hear it for the alphabet organizations.
There you go. National Business something.
Aviation Association, absolutely.
Okay. Wow, I got half. I get half credit.
I was close. I had aircraft instead of aviation.
I was going to say, you got the hard part there.
Is that the national?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So, what are you guys about? And we have a guest, an unnamed guest.
We do. Most of the time, I like to stay behind the scenes. But
Yeah.
I'm glad to be on the air with our shenanigans director and chief banter officer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
jeez.
Oh,
We've
boy.
got titles now. Tommy will expect things from us.
Yeah, I want to raise.
Good luck.
Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. National Business Aviation Association, we represent over 11,000 businesses and professionals in our industry that use general aviation aircraft for business purposes. And
Well, when you say that, are you talking like FBO businesses or corporations that have jets?
Yes.
Like my wife used to work for Quest Diagnostics, and they have a fleet.
yeah, absolutely. They are one of our members. So we're looking at Part 91 flight departments, 135 charter operators, if you're using aircraft to do things, or if you're supporting those that are. So FBOs, manufacturers, fuel suppliers, the whole nine.
Okay. Do you cover everybody?
Yeah.
So if I wanted to start a flight department in my company making whiz bangs, I
Mhm.
would call you.
You would call my buddy, yes.
Your buddy. Don't call her.
I got an operations department, but I connect the right people, that's for sure.
That's all you need to wait.
Oh, yeah.
How long have you been that?
Just about 2 years.
Okay. And how big is the NBAA?
So we've got 11,000 companies and professionals as our membership, but those companies might have, between 300 and 500 members within themselves. So
It's bigger than it sounds.
it's pretty large. Yeah. Business aviation makes up about 1.1 million jobs in the U.S. And
Wow.
yeah,
That's a lot of people working.
Yeah, can I get one?
Good luck.
we'll find a spot for you. That's for sure.
I'll
Yep.
take it.
Yeah, his job.
I'll be wheel chocks.
Wheel chalk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm better than that. I'm both wheel chocks. Anyway, you can tell this is day 7.
Oh, this is day 9 for me.
9.
Oh, jeez.
Glutton for punishment.
You must be scorched.
So, your presence here is to let everybody know what it is you do.
Yeah.
And hopefully get some new members.
Yeah, so we've got a beautiful, big air-conditioned tent with lots of snacks for our members and anyone that wants to stop in, right on the flight line. So we've got a beautiful view of the air show, really just supporting our members that are here and then talking to people about the different programs we do. So one that I'm really involved in is our Young Professionals program, or as we call them, Yo Pros. Kevin is here as one of our Yo Pro, and
Okay.
that program is turning 10 this fall. So we're really excited about it. We really just wanted to get a place for young professionals in our industry to connect with each other and really grow that network, because aviation is so much a who you know organization, like industry.
Now, would you say that you're looking for the young pilot that's not necessarily looking for an airline career?
Yes, but I'm also looking at the ones that have the goals of airlines and making sure that they understand that it's not their only option. So a lot of our members are going to be small organizations that are less than 500 people, probably only fly one airplane, and don't necessarily have the same recruiting and marketing budgets as a Delta, United, and American. We love them, don't get me wrong. I fly commercial all the time. But we really want to make sure that when students are looking at becoming pilots or young professionals are looking at their options in the industry, that they consider some of those smaller guys.
I want to stress that it's not just pilots, too. I mean, there is a role out there for almost everything you can imagine within business aviation, whether it's whether you're flying the airplane. I'm a pilot myself, so of course I am a little pilot bias, but we also have schedulers and dispatchers, sales, maintenance, big need for maintenance side, both on the technician and on the MRO, maintenance control. Anything you can imagine, marketing. We've got logistics coordinators, so all across the industry. Pilots, of course, are a big need, pilots and mechanics, but for everything you can imagine, for almost every field, there is a way to apply that to aviation and business aviation especially.
Okay. How you fixed for wheel chocks?
Well, I'm glad that you explained the YoPros, because I was looking at that and I'm thinking, YoPro, is that a new camera that I missed out on?
No, it's a sea shanty they wrote.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll work on that.
You got a lot of downtime, huh? How many flights per year? You guys track anything like that businesses do on average?
We probably do. I don't know those numbers.
Okay.
But,
I'm here to stump you.
I heard the ping pong question.
Yeah,
earlier,
right.
so-
It's cruel, wasn't it?
Now, here's a question for you. I'm going to start a company, and I'm going to have a Part 135 charter operation in it, and I know nothing about it.
Mhm.
Can you people help me with the basics of setting something like that up?
Yeah, absolutely. We have an amazing operations service group. I think it's 5 or 6 people that have that background and that knowledge, and we also have our standing committees of volunteers that work in that field every day. And so anyone that's got questions on that can come to us and say, hey, I'm looking at doing this, and we've got people that have resources and support for setting those up. We've got a lot of stuff towards the Part 91 field too, because sometimes we find that it can be a little hard to justify why I should have a private jet as a small company or whatever it is. And so we're really there to help provide the facts and the data to help support setting something like that up, if that's what
and
someone
proving
wanted to do.
to me why it's a good idea for my company.
Yeah, absolutely.
And making the numbers work out right.
Yeah, I mean, business aviation contributes to just such increases in productivity for the members that use it. You can go to, say you have to go on a business trip, you can go to multiple locations in a single day or a couple of days versus spending, 2 days in the airport, 1 day at the location, and then going to the next one. Then you can also meet on the plane and talk about secure data or information without, worrying about your competitor who's sitting 2 seats over, maybe overhearing you and all of that. So
spies, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Well, there is a lot of advantages to using business aircraft, obviously. For one thing, you don't have to worry about the TSA hokey pokey and the whole time lost in that.
Oh, yeah. You just walk up, you get on, and
Boom,
you're ready to go.
You're off into the
Wheels
wild.
up
And I get the full can of soda?
Yeah, full can of soda.
Damn.
And you've got a comfortable seat as well.
Yeah, there you go.
No screaming children.
Well, unless they're yours.
No, mine have grown up, thank you.
Yeah, you have to bring them with you. Anyway, you have like offices everywhere?
So we have our main headquarters is in Washington, D.C., and then we've got a handful of regional directors around the area. So Christy Ivey is the one for Wisconsin. She's normally here, but she's back in Montana this week.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But they're all based kind of in their own ways, but most of us are out in D.C. But we have a lot of local and regional groups that partner with us to have that presence and support business aviation in their local areas.
Are you a resource for like companies that might only just want to charter a flight every now and then and need to know, who do I charter an airplane from?
Yeah. I mean, we get all sorts of inquiries of, I want to charter a plane. Who's in my area? We can connect them with people.
I was going to say there's resources for chartering, but really kind of any aspect of business aviation, because another one is obviously the conventions. I'm sure that's what a lot of people know NBAA for, be it BASE, be it the Professional Development Leadership Conference, or the PDP courses that they have for obviously the big part is how do I get into business aviation? How do I get a career in business aviation? But then another big aspect of it is continuing professional development with courses that you can take or getting involved in the industry with advocacy, with our Young Professionals organization, various committees and subcommittees. Obviously, the one I'm most familiar with is the Advocacy Committee because that's what I got to help out with our DC fly-in a couple of weeks ago. But lots of different ways to continue to further your career as well with professional development courses.
Yeah, and for clarification, our DC fly-in is not like an EAA fly-in. We're not bringing our airplanes in. It's a DC term of bringing a large group of people to Capitol Hill to advocate on behalf of whatever issues that we are very focused on.
In other words, you're tasked with tackling congressmen and telling them, we need this. Professional development courses, does that include extra type training? Anything that sophisticated?
So we're not quite on the technical side. We have members that do that kind of training, but ours is more on like leadership, operations. We've got a couple of certificate programs that people can take online that provide specific training in the business aviation industry. So the two that we have right now are our business aircraft scheduler certificate and a safety manager certificate, because these are things that people can't really go to school for. You don't need a dispatch license to be a scheduler, and there's no real good way to learn all the basics. And so we try and find those holes and fill those in as we can on the educational side.
Well, that's good stuff.
Well, I was thinking that a dispatcher is a very safety-related job to begin with because obviously you don't want to rent somebody an airplane that's too big, but also you don't want to rent them one that's too small.
Absolutely.
Too many incidents of overloaded airplanes and unhappy
too
endings.
small?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, we're seeing a lot more demand for those safety manager programs as well with 135 operations now being required to get.
Well, it's a
SMS
liability
and
issue, and they're trying to limit their liability.
Yeah.
Well, we've been speaking with Elena Hall of the National Business
Aviation Association.
See, I still only got the first half. I'm Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is EAA Radio.
From the back corner of the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2017.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is EAA Radio.
Most of the time.
And joining us is, go ahead.
We have Tom Jones and Ray.
Not the singer.
Not the singer. Damn, that's a disappointment.
I didn't want to throw my underwear at him anyway.
We have Ray Kastner here. Tom, you're from, what was that, Langley?
NASA Armstrong.
Armstrong,
California.
I was close. And Ray Kastner is
about
from
3,000 miles.
From Cleveland. I mean, I never knew NASA had a research center in Cleveland.
Yes. We have about 3,000 employees there and 3 or 4 large wind tunnels.
Now, you had said that you specialize in supersonic research. I would have thought by now that we know everything about supersonic flight. This is obviously not true.
We do know a lot about how to fly supersonic, but we are still working on trying to making it quiet. So the sonic booms are the problem, why we can't fly supersonic over land right now.
It makes everybody angry.
It does. Sonic boom, they think, oh, it's going to thunder outside. Here comes a rainstorm, and they look at some blue sky. Uh-oh, something's wrong here.
I think there was something about windows being broken, too, that kind of upset people.
Maybe. Hearing loss, broken windows, shattered dishes.
Oh, yeah, you're in a wind tunnel. Darn, we don't get to go out there and hear any. I think I've heard one sonic boom in my life.
Come to NASA Armstrong. We'll boom you.
Okay, cool. I want to hear that.
Me too. I hear, when I'm at an air show and somebody goes by in an F-18 just under the speed of sound, you not only can hear it, but you can feel it as well. You feel the pressure wave.
Sure.
And that's what you guys are trying to control, right? That pressure wave coming off the aircraft?
Yeah, but, I mean, you can't stop an aircraft from making a pressure wave, so you have to find some way to diffuse it so it's not such a sharp shock pressure rise.
So most of the airplanes that are built today that fly for the military and fly supersonic, they tend to create what we call an N wave that you hear on the ground. So all the shock waves that get produced off all the different surfaces of the aircraft, they end up combining so that by the time they reach the ground, they sound like the loud ba-boom that we're typical to hearing. And what we're doing these days is trying to design the surface the airplane in a different way, the outer mold line of the airplane in a different way, so that the shock waves don't coalesce into this big, strong N wave. And so you end up with something that looks more like a sine wave, and it's much more soft on the ears.
Yeah.
You get more of maybe a soft pump.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
Well, you know, this
How do you
brings-
do that, though? I mean, first question is, well, it comes to my mind because I'm weird. Who comes up with these ideas? You guys sit around and get out the bag of napkins and the beer and say, well, what if we try this?
Back of the envelope, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the inspiration.
Well, NASA's been doing research for decades in supersonic, ever since we broke the sound barrier. Now we're working on fixing it. So.
Yes, exactly. That's one of our promos. Hey,
I was going to say, one of the finest supersonic aircraft that NASA ever had access to is the XB-70 Valkyrie, a personal favorite of mine.
Big airplane.
If you want a sonic
Yes,
boom,
that must have
that's
been
the
something.
one that's going to generate it, because that thing was humongous and also Mach 3 capable.
Yeah, they actually have. We have a lot of the data still from sonic boom recordings of that from back in like the '60s.
You need new ones. Is there any way you're going to resurrect this airplane and fly her again?
Yeah.
The XB-7. No,
No.
she's in the museum back
For a
in
good reason.
in Ohio, I think.
Yeah,
Dayton.
Yep.
How much does a sonic boom change the amount over Mach 1 you're going? Like, is a Mach 1.1 sonic boom radically different from a Mach 2 sonic boom?
Well, you wouldn't really get one at Mach. You do get one at Mach 1, but if you were flying at 30,000 feet, it probably wouldn't actually reach the ground, so you wouldn't hear it. But,
Okay.
But yeah, if you were flying, like the pressure wave magnitude is kind of somewhat proportional to the Mach number. So by the time it reaches the ground, you might be able to tell the difference between, say, a Mach 1.5 boom versus a 3.3 boom.
Okay. You probably got one guy out there that swears he can do that, too.
Yeah, a couple, yeah.
So yeah, NASA just worked with Lockheed Martin to design a new demonstrator vehicle, and that's what we've got on display over at the NASA display. We're actually staffing a booth there, and we just finished wind tunnel testing that in Cleveland, up to Mach 1.6.
Wow. Super Cruise, that's like a big hot button amongst the fighter guys. We want to be able to go fast without using all that fuel. Why is that so difficult? Just because of the tremendous drag increase as you accelerate?
Yeah, but Ray can probably talk to it the best, but I mean, generally, Super Cruise is just a fancy way of saying we've got a lot more thrust in our engine, and we don't need to use the afterburner.
Okay.
Right, in the last 30 years, engine technology has become much more efficient.
Okay, so bigger engine.
I was going to say, there goes the mystique of Super Cruise.
Yeah, right.
Everybody, wow, it's got Super Cruise. Well,
now you guys are working on sonic boom research per se, the shockwave. What about aircraft stability? That's pretty much been worked out as you transition through into supersonic.
Yeah, most of the major airframers that do develop supersonic aircraft over the years, they've gotten it all figured out.
And that was one of the things we just did in our wind tunnel. We did about 2 months of stability and control testing in our 8-foot by 6-foot supersonic tunnel.
Wow. Typically, you're using scale models made out of stainless steel and.
Yeah, so the airplane's supposed to be 100 feet long, and our model was 9.5 feet long. It was actually the biggest full airplane model we've ever run in that wind tunnel.
100-foot long supersonic
demonstrator.
What exactly? This must be for like Amazon.com to get packages there really quick or something.
Well, actually, the airplane that we're still designing and hope to be building here shortly is really just a technology demonstrator. So it's only a single-seat airplane. It'll be flown by a test pilot, and it will just be used to verify the analysis that all the design tools have shown, and the wind tunnel data has shown that we can design an airplane that produces a quiet sonic boom on the ground.
Well, that's another question too. Verification of your computer models. I mean, have you had any surprises where the measured data is like, whoa, this is way off? What happened here?
I think actually NASA's spent about 8 years developing wind tunnel data and comparing it to computer models. So early on, yes, there was a lot of head scratching, and over time, they've definitely been able to figure that out.
They're approaching.
Yeah.
And now some 6-year-old kid's going to get on his IBM PC and go, oh, look at this, I can do this.
Probably.
And you guys will be all out of work.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of where
that would be awesome.
Why we think it's kind of the right time to go and build this airplane is our computational fluid dynamics technology has advanced to the point where we're actually getting reliable matching between the CFD and the wind tunnels for quiet shaped booms, right? So when we can design these airplanes, they look long and pointy, real like lawn darts, long and pointy, but they're quiet sonic booms on the ground. And when we can design them in the tools, and the data looks like what we predicted in the wind tunnel, then we think we're finally onto something. And so, we've done research for decades now, and the design tool technology has finally advanced to the point where building this airplane and going and demonstrating the tools is really the next step.
Okay, well, computer horsepower has gotten a lot cheaper.
I was going to say
you don't need a Cray anymore.
Well, a Cray wouldn't hurt you guys, that's for sure, because you've got to be, trying to figure out millions of data points on this stuff.
Yeah, they start the simulation and then they go home and come back a day later to see if it's done crunching.
Or days later. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does still run. We do still run on big supercomputers up at like NASA Ames in Mountain View, California.
Nice. No tubes though. It's all solid state finally.
I was going to say, how did the Cleveland Research Center come about? I can understand California because you've got great weather there for flying experimental aircraft and doing research and stuff. Lots of open land. But Cleveland
they
for a
got their
research
building
center?
cheap.
Yeah, Cleveland started, just in a quick nutshell, as an Army Air Force research lab back to do propulsion testing. And I think they put it in Cleveland because they could build big wind tunnels there, and power was cheap from the Tennessee Valley.
Okay.
Wow. I would have never thought of that as being the driving force.
I was going to say,
But yeah, you must use a lot of electricity.
Our 8x6 wind tunnel pulls 60 or 70 megawatts of power every hour.
So do you have to call the power company and tell them, yeah, we're going to start it
Absolutely,
up today?
yeah. You can't just turn it on willy-nilly.
That's one hell of a hairdryer.
I was going to say, I'd like to be the guy who flips the switch. That thing's got to be huge.
Yeah, the whole grid groans.
Yeah, the compressor is 40 feet in diameter.
Wow. So that's one of those blowdown tunnels?
It's a continuous flow.
Okay.
So the air turns in a loop.
But you're saying compressor, you're talking of a fan in my lingo.
Essentially a big fan, pushes the air through the wind tunnel.
Okay.
Yep.
You got to be real careful in this thing too, because the one thing you don't want to do is to have pieces come off of your aircraft or just any kind of garbage in the tunnel from working in there. You don't want that to go through the compressor because that'd be really bad.
Exactly. Although our wind tunnels are a little different because since we're a propulsion lab and we do a lot of jet engine testing, we the folks back in the 40s who built that wind tunnel were very smart. And they thought about that, and they said, we're going to put the compressor upstream, so when we're testing jet engines and parts come off, they're not going to hurt our compressors.
I'm sure there's some interesting dents in the first turn wall.
Oh, I'll bet.
So, how long have you guys been involved in this? You're both relatively young.
I've been with NASA for over 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
You look good.
No, thanks.
However, when you go,
I'm Tom Jones, right? So I
got to keep up the image. Yeah. However, when you go into the bars and the girls go, "What do you do?" and you say, "I research sonic booms." How many second dates did you get?
Yeah, their eyes glaze over. That's a short conversation.
That's it.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, luckily, I could also lead with that. We fly a supersonic airplane, so I do. I actually do get to ride in them.
Are you pilots?
I am a pilot. I own a Thorpe T-18.
Okay, nice choice. Supersonic Thorpe T-18.
Yeah, still working on the propulsion for that.
And this just brings up the one point about NASA, and it's not all rocket science. You guys are involved in a lot of stuff.
They've had their fingers in everyone's pie.
Well, and this research is particularly relevant because it seems like every 5 years somebody comes up with the idea of, let's build another supersonic transport.
Yep.
And the whole world seems to go, oh, no, not again.
Not again, yeah. Well, Tom and Ray, I want to thank you guys for joining us, and I'm assuming you're over in the NASA tent.
Yes.
Yep, we'll
Very
be there.
Good. Very good.
Amongst the forums and whatnot, I'll put in the plug. I'm giving a talk on our X-plane tomorrow at 11:30, I believe.
Very good. Well, we'll have to go on over there.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks again. This is Digital Dave.
I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is Eaa Radio.
Welcome back to Squawk 1200. So it's always fun to have the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers with us, and so I'm going to go around the room and ask you guys to kind of introduce yourselves and talk about what you do.
Okay, my name is Jim Ullman. I am currently NACA's Director of Safety and Technology, retired controller out of Seattle Center, retired about 3 years ago. And myself, along with ALPA's Head of Safety and EAA's CEO, Jack Pelton, are the three judges for the Archie Leagues, which we're going to talk about today.
For the Archie League Awards, right?
Archie League Awards, that's
all right. And let me ask you guys to introduce yourselves as well.
My name's Evan Monroe. I'm air traffic controller at Miami Center, and formerly was at Fort Worth Center for about 5.5 years. And excited to be up here for EAA Air Venture this week and talking with you guys.
Evan, welcome.
Hey, my name's Carlton Wickstrom. I'm out of Phoenix Tracon, and right with Evan. Just excited to be here. It's a fantastic air show, so thanks for having us on.
Yeah, well, it's great that you're here. So, Jim, talk a little bit about the Archie League Awards.
So the Archie League started many years ago and named after Archie League, the first air traffic controller. And what we do is we get submissions from all the facilities, accidents and incidents, and we give at least one award per region every year. So it's a grueling task, let me tell you, because there's a lot of amazing things that happen out in our national airspace system. We have some amazing men and women, pilots and controllers that do some incredible things. And we hear this, and we get the video replay. We have the radar. We have notes written up. We have the communications. And we basically sit there. I think it probably took us about 8 hours to go through 60-something submissions and it's hard to rank them. It's hard to rank them. That's what this Archie League is, and it's something I got to tell you. It's a formal event that we have the last day of our conference, Communicating for Safety, which is in October, and it's an emotional night. It's an emotional night, no doubt.
And Jim, I have a question. I'm a flight instructor. This is my normal job, and I'm always interested in training and how to improve training. When an air traffic controller is going through the program at Oklahoma City and becoming an air traffic controller, is it scenario based? Do you start out by kind of learning the mechanics of it? I'm guessing there has to be scenario based training where you're presented with a variety of situations.
That's exactly right. It's done in phases. You have to hit certain marks to even get in the academy, and then once you're in the academy, you have to go through classroom instruction, book, learning 7110, learning rules, regulations, and such, and then you go into a scenario based training, where you sit in a lab with an instructor and you run scenarios. And they are graded, cumulative. You have to reach a certain score before you can release from the academy, and they get progressively harder. You know, it starts off in, they call a 40% problem, then a 50, and then a 60, and then the 100% problems are, they're pretty intense. There's no doubt about it.
I bet.
Yeah.
So one of the things we're going to listen to today is Air to Ground from one of those award-winning Archie League honorees, and actually, Carlton, it's you. Sorry, I'm messing up on my sheets. So Carlton Wickstrom, it's you that we're going to be listening to. And so let me ask you to set this up for us. It's January 19th, 2016, and there's a winter weather system moving through the northern half of Arizona.
And that's we're working the airspace that's principally over Flagstaff and Prescott, and so in the valley, everybody comes down for the nice weather. And that night, the weather was up north, and so it was a modestly quiet evening. We were just kind of waiting for the weather to come on through, and I get a phone call from Albuquerque en route Air Traffic Center, and they say they have a IFR aircraft that's having some trouble maintaining heading and altitude.
Sure.
And, okay, I'll go ahead and talk to her, and, well, there we go from there.
Skyhawk Mike Echo, check your altitude immediately. Minimum vector altitude in your area is 9,000.
Mike Echo, trying to climb.
Skyhawk Mike Echo, roger, ma'am. And do you have the terrain in sights?
No, Mike Echo, no terrain in sight.
Skyhawk Mike Echo, okay, ma'am. Climb and maintain 9,000.
Mike Echo at 8,400. We'll keep climbing to 9,000.
So she closes there saying she's at 8,400, supposed to be climbing to 9,000.
Exactly. And we were pretty fortunate that evening, not only myself, but a few others have plenty of flight experience, and so we were able to do the assist. That was the other two gentlemen that were part of the award as well. And the terrain in that area, we lost her right behind some of the hills. She did not have ADS-B out, sure, which works very well up there. And yeah, we were very happy to, 45 minutes later, get her back on the ground.
Well, in that 45 minutes, we're going to listen to a few other bits of that conversation. You asked this question.
Skyhawk Mike Echo, does it appear your instruments are working, ma'am?
Mike Echo. I mean, it appears so, but I know I'm getting tossed around a lot, so it probably doesn't look like it on your head.
So she says it appears so. She's getting tossed around, although it probably doesn't look like it on your end.
No. It was a start turn, stop turn, and what we ended up finding out later is that the VSI was inoperative, showing about 500 to 600 feet a minute up.
Oh.
And that's what was causing.
Yeah. Well, we'll hear that part of the conversation as well. But she's saying that it probably doesn't look like she's being tossed around. Is that because she didn't think you could see her changes in altitude and direction, or what?
It's at night, and we're over pretty featureless terrain south of the Prescott Valley, and so it falls away to a lower area. And so without being near the town, she's in the clouds and, may not even realize that she is being tossed that much. And,
Then this happened.
Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, radar contact lost. Skyhawk 7 Mike Echo, Phoenix approach.
What were you thinking then?
Definitely thinking that, the five of us standing around, I'm about 2 inches from the scope, see if I could see her any better. And it's still heart stopping. You can hear it in my voice now.
Sure,
I mean,
sure. Was this a classic VMC into IMC event?
She had filed IFR, but was not overly proficient.
Okay.
And so this was an unforecasted weather event. So
yeah. So do you recall how long she was out of radar contact?
Felt like about 3 hours, and but it ended up being, I'd have to look at the replay, but probably no more than about a minute or two.
Okay. So once radar contact came back, were you getting all the data that you would expect to get at that point? I mean, did you kind of figure out where she was?
Correct. And we have a secondary map that's, we call it our emergency vectoring map, and it actually has the actual geographical, like a topographical map. And she was right behind, last reported altitude is right behind what is a very firm hill.
Okay, let's listen to that.
Skyhawk Mike Echo, okay, ma'am. What altitude are you showing?
I'm showing 6,600, so I don't know the obstacles.
Skyhawk Mike Echo, roger, ma'am. You need to climb and maintain 8,000 if able.
Okay, but it's going to take a while to get there, so if there's obstacles, can you back to me?
Skyhawk Mike Echo, radar contact is lost, ma'am.
Understood.
I wonder how that made her feel. Well, silly question, but yeah, like I'm alone.
Right. And, it was just, that was tough.
Yeah.
I'm talking to her, but I know she's right there with the hills, and there's no lights out there.
Yeah. So let's listen to the next cut. Maybe a different individual talking on this one, but I know that someone else was engaged.
Correct.
Right?
Two of the other winners that evening, you'll probably hear Mr. Aaron Phones. So.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, 7 Mike Echo, if you could, I need you to turn to the northeast, maybe about a 070 heading. If you could turn just a slight left turn to about a 070 heading, as you go to the northeast.
Slight left to 070. Still climbing. Thank you.
Still climbing.
Correct.
So was she out of trouble at this point, or was she still having some?
Still quite a few issues. We were starting to figure out the group of us standing there that are we talking amongst ourselves? Do we have a DG issue, or are we wanting to get her with a compass, or our main thing was we need you to climb. The terrain is the big one. Yep.
Yeah. Let's listen to the next part.
Okay, 7 Mike Echo, if you could just level the wings off momentarily, level the wings, and then look at what your heading says on your compass.
It looks like about, I'm climbing, 100.
So at this point, you had determined that some of her instruments were good and maybe some were not?
Correct. And the supervisor on duty that night just finished his commercial and was working as single eye, and then the other person that was awarded that night is a double eye, ME-double-eye. And so four of us are trying to figure out what's the next best question to not task saturate her to make sure we get the best response we could.
Interesting. So let's listen to the next one.
347 Mike Echo, once you start a VFR, I just want you to start a descent. I want you to make a slight power reduction and continue straight ahead and start descending.
Mike Echo, roger that. I have noticed that my vertical speed is completely off. I think that's what's blocking off. It's saying that the 10 is actually it's a climb, but it's a descent.
So she knows she's climbing, or she feels that she's climbing, right? But the gauge is showing that she's descending.
Correct. And then so she thinks she's level, trying to push the VSI back down, but would actually be in the descent at that point. So when she's level, it would show up, so we go back down.
And Carlton, what airport are we aiming for now?
We're going for Prescott.
Okay.
And we're coordinating with the tower at this point and trying to do the best we can to see if they can see her out there.
The tower says they can see you. Are you able to see the airport?
7 Mike Echo, I see the airport. I'm flying over it there on my left.
7 Mike Echo, are you in VMC conditions? Can you take over visually?
7 Mike Echo, affirmative.
So there we go.
So she, at that point, could see the airport and made her way down.
Correct. And the tower is very helpful. We were able to give them a call, get the lights up as bright as we could. Now, the unfortunate part that you don't hear with this is the wind shift. And so their runways are 2-1 and 3, and the wind's right out of the east at about 30 knots. And so now, poor pilot can, see where she's going, and now we got to fight a nasty crosswind.
Yeah.
But the outcome was a good one, and it's so encouraging, and to hear stories like this, to see examples of the great work that you guys do. So, thank you again, Carlton Wickstrom, Jim Ullman, and Evan Monroe from NATCA. Thank you so much for spending time with us today.
Good job, guys.
Thanks for having us.
You're listening to EAA Radio. Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
I am Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie here on Silly Sunday at EAA Radio.
And joining us is Miss Paula Blackwell. I hope I got the pronoun right.
That is correct.
And you're with Air Force personnel, civilian personnel.
Civilian personnel at the Air Force Test Center, yes.
Okay, just the one facility.
I work for the Air Force Test Center, but we manage 3 Air Force bases: Eglin Air Force Base, Arnold Air Force Base, and Edwards Air Force Base.
Oh.
Yeah.
All the cool ones.
Yeah, exactly.
How many civilian personnel do you have?
We have across for AFMC 70,000.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Across the Air Force, about 170,000 across the Air Force.
I mean, that's way more than active duty people.
Well, it's very comparable for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
these are all the people that are doing all the behind the scenes stuff that support the current active duty Air Force personnel.
Yeah, a lot of them, they're not just behind the scenes. They're program managers for the F-16. They're aircraft mechanics, maintainers for the weapon systems. They do a lot of cool things.
Now, that's interesting because I would have thought all that would have been handled by active duty personnel.
A lot of people think that, and that's been why we've been here, our 12-member recruiting team, just getting the word out, because it's not just military who serve in uniform, it's civilians who serve out of uniform.
Oh, darn, I thought you were going to say we get a uniform. Like, that's not too shabby.
Right. Yeah.
You're in charge of maintaining the civilian personnel, so you're hiring and all that stuff?
So yes, my office of one of many centers. We have 6 centers, and I'm at one center. So one of my centers, I'm at AFTC, and I'm the HR director there. So I handle a small part of hiring for civilians for that section. But all across AFMC, we're charged with hiring those 70,000 civilians to support those efforts.
Now, are you hiring right now?
We are hiring. The Air Force is hiring, and AFMC is hiring. We've
Really?
got positions. You could imagine what you do off of a military base. We do it within a military base. So we need people to take care of childcare issues, financial management. We need HR type like me. We need engineers, software, mechanical. We need pilots. We have test pilot school at the Air Force Test Center. So
Do you need somebody to just ride around and cut the grass? I could probably handle that.
Maintenance, we need maintenance. We need janitors. We need all types of disciplines, contractors. We have it.
Sounds like the Air Force is growing.
The Air Force is growing. Cyberspace, IT, coders, all of it. We need it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Good pay?
Very good pay and even better benefits as well.
Sure, you get to watch tests flying out your office window.
There you go. Yeah.
Better than what I get to see. Anyway.
Not only do you get to work on it, but you get to see it fly.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Very cool.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, Edwards Air Force Base, though, I mean, how many people are there?
Yeah, we've got about 4,000 civilians there alone.
Wow.
Yeah. Big base.
Must be some. I don't know where they all live because we drove through there and we actually drove right up to the entrance and oh, that's an airbase. We can't go in there. And we turn around.
Right in the Mojave Desert, right?
There's not much else there.
Yeah, not much else there. Yeah, for sure.
It's not necessarily sure this is a promotion.
I was going to say, are you people hiring ballast? Because he and I are ex-ballast.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're working on wheel chalk.
Well, you don't have to be in the military to be a civilian. You don't have to have prior military experience. People really, during our week here, the outreach has shown that people just don't know. There's no prerequisite. The age is not a matter. You can become a civilian at any age, and you don't have to do basic military training as well.
Well, that's a break.
It helps
I'd
if you
fail
know
that.
It helps if you know which end of the hammer to use.
This is true,
well, that's
right?
the test. If you can fall off a log, we'll hire you.
Yeah. Must be a specialist position. I missed that one.
What about job security? I mean, we all know administrations change, the winds change, the budget changes.
Right. Yeah. So that's one good thing we can say about government service is job stability is there. Defending our nation, the DoD is counted on. And so you can talk about our benefits, but job stability is right up there with that.
It's huge these days.
Yeah, super huge. We will know, unlike other entities in private industry, you're going to have employment opportunities. Not only that, you get to serve your country either stateside or overseas. I recently returned from an assignment performing HR duties in Germany, so at Ramstein Air Force Base, Spangdahlem Air Force Base. So you get to serve not only in the U.S. but overseas as well.
Okay,
so there could be travel involved as well. How cool is that?
Yes.
Yeah, Antarctica is in your future.
Yeah. Hey, if you're a skier, great place to be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say the HR duties in Germany are pretty much the same, except they're in German.
Well, German and English, because we've got to hire those military spouses who come over there with their husbands or spouses to work, and so we provide employment on military bases as well.
Do we get the deadhead on transports going places?
Oh my goodness!
I mean, can I get a free trip to Honolulu out of this deal?
You got to be employed. So we are recruiting. We're hiring. Check out our website at airforceciviliancareers.com. We definitely have opportunities for employment in many careers.
Many careers. And long-term employment and
that's the
chances
key
for
one.
Advancement.
That's the key one. Long term. I was a gypsy for many years.
Yes.
It sucks.
Long-term employment with retirement and pension and all of those great things that go with
that. And a cool job.
Very cool job, working on very cool things, whether it's AI or cyber. We've got it.
Or just the next generation whiz-bang flying thing.
Exactly.
Whatever that might be.
And actually those people to create those next things, what's next? Yeah.
That's a big part. And they're all doing a lot of thinking right now, watching what's going on in Ukraine.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in our world today.
Yep. Yep, you guys are busy.
We all are busy, yes.
So I got a question for you.
Okay.
We went from F-22 to F-35. What happened to all the numbers in between?
Good question.
Did they get... They feel very, very disrespected.
Right? Yeah. No, they're very good question.
Probably
not in your purview, though.
Probably various prototypes that just didn't cut the mustard.
That's a lot of them, though.
Yeah,
My goodness.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
Well,
anyway.
it sounds like it could be very interesting. You have no age limits, and I'm sure you're looking for qualified personnel. You're not going to just take any schlub off the street and throw them into a high-tech position.
Well, it's interesting you say that, but we hire, and there's no age limit, so we're looking for those that do go to college or do go to technical school or maybe just go straight into employment and have experience. We have training programs, we have intern programs, we've got paid intern programs. So we offer a lot of educational development opportunities. We grow our next workforce. So it really is a great opportunity for stability in the workforce.
And a quick start.
A quick start as well. It's a great community to learn and grow. There's a lot of mentorship opportunities, and so it's just a really stable opportunity.
And here's the one thing that has always been a big thing of mine. You're promoting people from within.
This is true. A combination of hiring new, innovative folks for our workforce, and then promoting from within, providing developmental opportunities to grow. So there's opportunities to start at GS5s or a wage grade 3 blue collar job and just grow to be the next new leaders of our Air Force.
Yeah, I can just say, hey, did you hear the new program manager? He was a janitor last week.
Yeah, hey, I've
you
heard
can
of
be
worse.
anything working for the Air Force. You can definitely serve your country and work for the Air Force. It's a great culture.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
It definitely
I'm
is.
sure there are days when it's not, but
yes,
I mean,
with any
anytime
job, though,
anytime
right?
you get to play with airplanes, in my opinion, it's a good day.
Yes, definitely. The civilians are the continuity. They're there to support when that warfighter goes out. Civilians are definitely the continuity.
The glue.
Mm-hmm.
The glue that holds it all together.
Yeah.
Or in my case, the muck that gums it up.
Yeah, we've done that too.
Yeah.
All right, I'll come on over. I've got a resume somewhere.
You've got a resume.
Yeah.
So this week alone, yesterday was our highest day with outreach. We contacted outreach over 2,000 people on Saturday. So it was a really big day yesterday.
That's like a huge job fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So many people just interested in what we have to offer and had no idea that civilians could serve alongside the military. They just didn't know.
That's cool. Do they have to salute?
That's very cool.
They don't have to salute, right?
They do not have to salute.
We wouldn't know what to salute.
But there are some common courtesies that happen in the military, but definitely not saluting is one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you be nice to the guy with a gun. That's a common courtesy.
Yeah.
Just common sense.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like a wonderful opportunity, and not just in the United States, but all over the world as well.
Yeah.
Do you get to pick where you work?
So that's another good point. The military they go where they are told to go.
Right. I heard that word assignment earlier.
Those assignments, civilians get to choose civilian opportunities that they're interested in. They can apply, they interview, and then they select where they're going, and they get to choose their next location. So that's the difference between the military assignment and civilians. So they have options. Yeah.
So it was your fault that you ended up in Germany.
There you go. Something interested that I sought after, and I was hired to do that. Yes.
How long were you there?
I was there a little over 5 years. Yes.
Oh, wow. That's a bit of the time.
I was going to say, did you drive fast on the Autobahn too?
Sure did. I had to get used to stop driving fast when I got back to the States as well. Yeah. So I had an opportunity on the weekends when I was off. Paris, Italy, Belgium. I got to travel a lot. So just great opportunities working during the week, and then on the weekends was my time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sounds like we ought to join up.
Yes, we should.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've been speaking with
Paula Blackwell.
It was. Yes. I can't even read my own writing. For the United States Air Force.
For the United States.
If you guys are looking for a job,
check it out.
A lot of guys coming out of college are having problems finding jobs.
There you go.
So go talk to her. She's got a job for you.
Yeah, the Air Force is hiring.
Air Force is hiring. We were able to talk to over 10,000 people this week to let them know the Air Force is hiring, and if you're looking for opportunities, come see us.
Very good. I am Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and this is Eaa Radio.
Now here's another classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
Our next guest, yes, we have another guest. This is Eric Barscht, and he is the CEO of Vertigo Aero. Is a fascinating company. You had an amazing announcement the other day that you've teamed up with Continental Motors, and that you guys are going to do some exciting R&D. Tell us a little bit about what you've been doing. I know you've been part of the Limburg Innovation Forum. I know that Eric Limburg he founded this company. Is that correct?
So he was one of the 3 co-founders, as well as myself and Dr. Pat Anderson. So we've got 3 of us.
Oh, I know Pat Anderson.
I bet you do. So the 3 of us have all been working on, for lack of a better term, strange things in the future of aviation. And we've all kind of connected with each other off and on over the last 10 years. And a couple of years ago, we all came together to form Vertigo Aero. and really deliver some of the foundational technologies for propulsion of all of these crazy new aircraft we're seeing these days, where you're seeing urban air mobility aircraft, big drones, all kinds of new architectures for aircraft that are revolutionary, and there need to be technologies behind those to make those possible, and that's where we come in for the propulsion.
I think that's interesting. I didn't really, I had never heard the term IDEP, which I'm only somewhat familiar with now, but explain to us what that independent distributed electric propulsion means for the rest of us. Absolutely.
So integrated distributed electric propulsion, or IDEP. You're close enough. We'll hire you for marketing. So that's our acronym, really referring to the systems that we're developing, where it goes everything from generating the electrons in the aircraft, distributing them around, and then turning them into propulsion. And what that means in the near term is hybrid electric systems. And that's where we're really excited about this partnership that we've announced with Continental Aerospace Technologies. They've been in propulsion for more than 100 years. They know how to certify engines, produce them, great set of expertise there, and an innovative group of people. And we have a lot of expertise in hybrid electric systems, batteries, how do you make electric aircraft go? And so we're really partnered together for the first generation of these technologies to be hybrid electric, so that we can make really capable next generation electric aircraft possible with technologies we have access to now.
What are the batteries like? That's always what we're told, that's always the limiting factor these days.
Well, it
is. Are they getting better?
They are, but if there is a Moore's law for batteries, it's that they move forward at about 3 to 5% a year. So they move forward consistently, and over the long term, I will say all of us at Vertigo are very bullish on where batteries are going. But if you want to design a highly capable aircraft right now or in the next few years, you really need to be looking at hybrid electric technologies. The really capable battery electric aircraft, especially for commercial missions or vertical takeoff, that's probably 15 to 20 years down the road. So our goal is to provide aircraft developers with a hybrid system that's basically a proxy for a battery that you can't put your hands on right now, so that you can design the right aircraft instead of designing a compromised aircraft around today's technologies. And then as the battery technologies mature, we of course are experts on batteries. There are big battery packs in a hybrid system. And as the technologies are available, we will help transition our customers from hybrids through into batteries when it's possible.
So tell us a little bit about how you're going to marry this hybrid propulsion system to this actually very capable diesel engine that Continental has.
Absolutely. So Continental's Jet A engines are already certified. They're in the market. We don't see them as much in the U.S., but in Europe, that's a big product line because avgas is so hard to find. And so one of the reasons that we're going down that path with Continental is these markets are very global. And so avgas is really available in the U.S. You get outside the U.S. and avgas is hard to find. Jet A is very easy to find. So what we do with that engine is it's really a starting point. When we first got into hybrid aviation, we looked at all manner of aircraft engines. We looked at APUs, we looked at turbines, we looked at avgas engines, Jet A engines, and unsurprisingly, none of them were great off the shelf for turning a generator. They've all been optimized for decades to turn a propeller. Right. And so one of the things that made us really excited about finding the folks at Continental is they're not working with us to sell us the engine they have now. They're working with us to use that as a platform to develop the right engine for a hybrid system. And that involves making it a little bit lighter. There are a lot of things that are on an aircraft engine that we don't need to spin the generator. It involves pulling a little more power out of it, improving the cooling of it so we can put it into some different applications. So we'll wind up with an engine that's related to one of their current engines, but that's really optimal for what we're doing now with the next generation of electric aircraft.
And I understand why Jet A is so important. Avgas has lead in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lead is an EPA problem, and even here in the U.S., we've acknowledged that. We don't know when avgas is going to go away.
Right.
But the odds are very good that it will. So if you're bothering to work on next generation technology, you really shouldn't be messing with an avgas engine.
I think that's correct. A lot of the programs we're working with for these next generation aircraft are looking at concepts like urban air mobility. How do people move around cities and get where they want to go when they want to get there in the future? And the reality is that while aviation is a very U.S.-centric market, the U.S. and Canada is where a lot of the action happens in general aviation. I'm a pilot, I love flying, but around the world, the problem that urban air mobility is solving isn't general aviation, it's getting out of traffic. And the most congested cities in the world, the biggest populations in the world, are outside the U.S. And so you look at the opportunity here to bring these aviation solutions to get people up and over traffic, get people where they want to go much faster. That's a real global market, and we can bring that to countries around the world that don't have as much general aviation going on right now.
Do you find that in your travels, say here around the show, there are an awful lot of people that are talking about electric airplanes? Do you have sort of an eye at this point for this has really good possibilities and this one's more pie in the sky?
Sure. Well, so I guess
I'm not looking for names. I'm just
no, and I can't. Unfortunately,
That's
I can't
right.
give you names because we're talking to dozens of companies right now who are interested in applying our technologies. It's interesting because I think a lot of the vertical takeoff things are really interesting. Some of those architectures are going to work better than others, but there's a real potential to have kind of the next generation of the helicopter, if you will. Quieter, more redundancy, just a next generation architecture that's perhaps a better neighbor in urban areas to be quiet. There's some really interesting fixed wing applications, but it's also interesting because I have a lot of people walk up to me and say, hey, you've got hybrids. We want to put a hybrid in our aircraft right now. And we are a very kind of science-based and technology-based company, and so I have to then ask them, why? Because in some cases, that's a bad idea, and we don't want to hype our technologies in areas where it doesn't fit. And the analogy that I give is, jet engines came to be after piston engines, and they provided some great leaps forward. That doesn't mean that taking a jet engine and strapping it to the top of a Cessna 172 makes it better. It probably makes it worse. And likewise, electric and hybrid electric technologies open a whole lot of doors for aircraft developers, but that doesn't mean that force-fitting it into an aircraft that's already optimized around something else is actually going to be a good idea or make it better at all. So the best opportunities for new propulsion technologies are really to step back and reimagine what the aircraft itself looks like so you can take advantage of what the new propulsion technology can do.
I'm curious, when you mentioned earlier about asking people why when they say, I want a hybrid in my airplane. What do they have a ready answer of, because of, or did you really get them scratching their heads?
So the typical ready answer is they want it to be greener. They want it to use less energy. And the interesting thing about that is hybrids in airplanes are for a different purpose than hybrids in cars. In a car, you're starting and stopping, and so you're recovering all of that braking energy to turn it into thrust to start the car back up after it's stopped. We don't start and stop airplanes, and in fact, we've been recovering that energy since the days of the Wright brothers. Because when you're cruising along in an airplane, before you get to your destination, you throttle back and you coast down in speed and recover all that energy on the way down. You don't just drop to the ground when you pull the throttle back. So we're already getting those benefits back in aviation, and we really talk about for hybrids and for electric propulsion, it should be architecture enabling. If you could put distributed electric propulsion on an aircraft where you're controlling the airflow over the airframe differently, really making it a lot more aerodynamically efficient, there are some huge benefits. But if you're just putting it in a conventional aircraft, it doesn't really automatically make it greener. It's a matter of designing both the airplane and the propulsion system to match together, and that's where you get the benefits.
It's amazing. So you believe that the next airplane, or the first airplane that you guys are really going to work with, is how many years out from now?
I expect that we're going to be seeing low volumes of unmanned aircraft. We're working with both manned and unmanned programs. You're going to see some of that in as little as 3.5 years. For certified manned aircraft, we're probably talking about more like 5 years down the road, but it's definitely coming, and there's a lot of energy going into this field to really create that next generation of aircraft. So it's coming, and it's going to get here a lot faster than people think.
I believe it. I believe this is a fascinating decade coming up.
Absolutely.
Tell us a little bit more about where people can find you on the airfield here at AirVenture 2019.
Absolutely. So Vertigo Aero is over in the Urban Air Mobility Showcase. We're booth D11 over there, and we'd love to have you drop in and check out what we've got going on. We've got some displays on Vertigo as well as some displays on our exciting partnership with Continental Aerospace Technologies. And you can find us online at www.vertigoaero.com. That's VERDEGOAERO.com. And we love it when people inquire about it. It's a really interesting topic, and it's just a fascinating era in aviation.
I agree with you, and I cannot wait to see where things go, Eric. We've been speaking with Eric Bartsch here on EAA Radio. Eric, thank you for taking the time to come over and tell us about the exciting hybrid technologies.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Come back next year.
We will.
Here's an interview from AirVenture 2011.
And now, your host, J. Mont G.
Howdy doody, we are down on the farm. We're down here on the farm. And ultralights. We're having a great time down here. The weather is great. It's clearing up. There's all kinds of really cool airplanes down here, really neat people, and good food, good atmosphere. Flying is happening. There's a lot of helicopters flying around. Ultralight helicopters.
Noisy.
Yeah.
You can hear them.
Dale Kramer is joining me. And Dale, we're going to talk about your very cool airplane. Dale has a Laser electric twin seaplane. Now, for most they're going to be like, wait a minute. Not only is it electric, not only is it a twin engine, but it's also a float plane. Tell us about your airplane.
Well, not only is it a float plane, it is an amphibious float plane. So I can take off and land on water or land or water.
So tell us, what led you to develop this airplane?
Well, 32 years ago, I was at the ultralight revolution, and I built 1,200 airplanes, designed the airplane in 1979, and we built 1,200 aircraft between 1979 and 1985. We stopped building the airplane in 1985.
That was the original Laser?
That's correct. And throughout the years, I've kept my own aircraft and kept flying them, and I've always wanted an electric airplane. I've always dreamed of it. And for the last 10 years, I've made the attempt 3 times to electrify the Laser, and I always ran into technical problems.
What kind of technical problems?
Oh, just controllers that weren't up to snuff, motors that were too heavy, just problems that led me to pile a bunch of more stuff on my R&D pile and go on to something else. But this time in February, I started to the project to electrify it again, and it just it didn't have any major problems, and I ended up here at Oshkosh with an electric amphibian airplane.
Are you going to market the airplane now?
No, I'm here to promote electric aircraft. I'm here to show people that electric aircraft are practical and have endurance that is suitable for the type of fun flying we do with an ultralight.
So, what is the endurance from the airplane?
Well, with the it's about 45 minutes. But if I take the floats off and go back to the original wheel Laser, it's an hour and 15 minutes.
Well, that's not bad for battery power at all. That's better than an RC electric plane.
That's true, and that's one of the big differences between the two is we're not trying to expend all our energy in 8 minutes or so doing extreme aerobatics. We treat the batteries much more humanely when we discharge them at an hour.
So tell us about how this airplane works. You have 2 electric motors, or is there more?
No, there's 2. the same number of electric motors as we had gas motors on the Laser.
Okay.
We've always had 2 motors. It's been one of our unique features.
So each engine has one motor, basically, one electric motor.
Each nacelle on the wing has 1 motor, yes.
Okay, and how heavy is it now?
The motor on each wing is 6 pounds.
Well, it's nothing.
That's right. It weighs about the same as the original 5.5 horsepower chainsaw engines that powered a Laser, and is putting out over twice the power.
Wow. So, are you flying the airplane down here?
I've been flying every day. I've got over 5 hours flying at here in half-hour flights twice a day.
So, if you can get an hour and 15 minutes out of it on wheels, how long do you have to charge it before you can do that?
Well, that's another unique feature I have as an electric aircraft. Is I decided I wanted to be able to recharge quickly, and I built a pretty heavy-duty charging system, and I can charge in an hour and 15 minutes if I have the power to put into my chargers. And that takes 6 electric circuits and house circuits to do that.
6 in
15 amp circuits from 120 volts.
Wow. And what kind of battery is this you're charging?
These are lithium polymer batteries, the same batteries that are used in the model airplanes we talked about. But I use the more inexpensive ones because I don't abuse them too much.
And what kind of service life do you get out of a battery pack?
Well, I before I chose these batteries, I put a couple of the batteries through 250 cycles of use on a charging system, both at full power and at cruise power, down to 100% discharge, and I still retain 75% of the original capacity. So with those numbers, I've been able to determine that I can probably get 300 hours of flight endurance out of my batteries before I consider replacing them in a couple of years with the next generation batteries. And that's about $3,000 for the batteries, so for about $10 an hour, flight hour in batteries, I can stay in the air.
Are lasers, the original lasers, are they hard to find now?
Well, they're going to be harder. Now, after Oshkosh, people are going to want to electrify them, and the used market will go up. Anyway, there's 1,200 in the world, and hundreds are still flying, but there are still a whole lot in barns somewhere, so you should be able to go find one.
Now, tell me about the process for somebody to do what you've done and convert it from gas to electric.
Well, we're here at Oshkosh because this is the do-it-yourself capital, and I want people to come and look at what I've done, copy what I've done, and you have to be a do-it-yourselfer at this point to electrify an airplane like I've done, because I don't want to get back into any kind of production.
Well, how about a book or an instruction manual or something? Are you thinking of doing something like that?
Well, I've already got a whole build log on a forum, a radio control forum, that has chronicled the whole event since February, and I'm willing to put all the data on that and ask questions there, and they just have to get to the RC forum, rcgroups.com forum site.
rcgroups.com.
Yes.
Now, do you think that this conversion could be applicable to other ultralights as well?
Absolutely. It's sort of a building block system that could be used to go to a higher voltage, higher current, bigger motors. I've tried to design a system that could be integrated easily into other things.
Because if you remove the fuel out of the equation, that's quite a bit of weight you're taking out of the aircraft that you could be using for, for useful load.
Well, that's true. I think my fuel is 95 pounds of batteries that I can actually, if I had a square 5-gallon can with the lid cut off, I could fit them all in my 5-gallon can, so my 5 gallons of fuel.
That's amazing. And where is the airplane? Because people are going to want to come look at it.
It's down by the ultralight runway. There's a big Laser sign I got hoisted up. So if you get in the ultralight area, you should be able to make your way to the Laser.
What's the funnest thing you've done with this aircraft?
Oh, I had a flight just before I came. I termed the funnest flight I've had in any air vehicle, and I've flown a lot of different light aircraft and sailplanes. I took off the lake in front of my house in a very windy, whitecappy lake, and there's a hill behind the house, and I was able to ridge soar the hill with about 1/10 of normal cruise power. So I ridge soared for a while, then I went 6 miles away to a big bluff that had the wind directly on it, and I ridge soared it with the engines turned completely off, windmilling props, and I maintained above the hill for a half an hour ridge sorting. Then I came back and I cut a thermal up to about 3,000 feet, and this is all with the amphibious float plane, and I thermaled up to 3,000 feet, and I ended up spending 100 minutes flying.
Wow! Now, if you're soaring with it, tell us this: is there a way that you could convert the windmilling props while you're soaring into charging those batteries back up?
I've had that on my wish list for a lot of years, because in sailplanes I've always do that, and I want to extract energy from the thermal as I climb up to charge my batteries, and then use it in between thermals to get to the next one if I can't make it. And that's on my wish list for a controller, the ideal controller that I want to use in an electric airplane. I also want reverse thrust so I can use them as dive brakes coming into land.
Now, what about this, Dale? What about a top wing that's completely solar panels?
I think we're a ways away from that.
Just too heavy?
I think the weight is not the current you're going to get out of it at this point, unless you have a big solar impulse plane like in Switzerland, where they have a 150-foot wingspan, 10-foot chord, and they can keep it up. I don't think you can do that on a practical-sized airplane right now.
What about maintenance?
The engine is virtually zero maintenance. There's one moving part and two bearings. So, in case a bearing fails, and you can move your prop tip back and forth and look for play in the bearings to cut that off at the pass. And we're talking thousands of hours out of an engine.
Wow, that's amazing. How much is an electric motor?
One of the motors on my plane is just $1,000.
Wow. Now, charging, you're at Oshkosh, you're down here on the farm. Where do you, if you need 5 house circuits, where do you come up with that?
Well, actually, I brought 2 big 8-kilowatt generators with me, designed to charge the airplane in an hour and 15 minutes. But we can't use them where the airplane is parked, so I was able. They found me two circuits here, and I just turned the chargers down, and I can charge it in 4 hours now from 2 circuits.
Okay, well,
I can do it on 1 circuit too, but just takes longer.
So you could actually charge it overnight if you landed somewhere. If you wanted to go cross country and you landed it somewhere, you could just have them plug it into an outlet overnight for 8 hours, couldn't you?
Absolutely. When I get home, I'll probably build my travel chargers. I got 2 8-pound chargers that I want to carry along with me.
Can you carry them in the plane?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So then you're self-sufficient.
Yes.
What's the longest trip you've done?
No, I haven't gone too far. I'm still in the testing phase. I only have 15 hours on it. I've only been 50 from home.
Wow. Well, the time is coming, huh?
Absolutely. This time is here. People have to realize it. Build an ultralight with an electric motor, any kind of airplane with an electric motor.
So down here on the farm, folks, head south on the tram, get off right in front of the Cessna 195s and turn right, head on over, and you can see all kinds of neat airplanes. We've got Quicksilvers out here. I think I see a Challenger over there, huh? And some manufacturers here too, right? Challenger is here. I see Rotorway is down here, and we've got HKS, the engine manufacturer, down here. I would imagine Rotex is here too, huh?
Absolutely. Good assortment.
A lot of resources down here. And come down and check out these neat airplanes. There's a whole bunch of different types. And Dale Kramer's amphibious electric ultralight down here for all of you to see. We're going to take a short break and then come back for our last segment down here on Ultralights. I'm Jay Machi. We're on the fly on EAA Radio.
Now let's dip into the EAA Radio archives with a classic interview from 2016.
And we are back. Joining me now is author Mark Wortman. Mark, welcome back to AirVenture.
Steve, it's wonderful to be here.
You said you were here a couple of years ago.
Yep.
And you showed a movie at Theater in the Woods. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So I did an earlier book called The Millionaires Unit. It's about a group of aviators who came from very privileged background. And in 1916, they formed a squadron that became the beginnings of the Navy Air Reserve. And then when the U.S. entered World War I, then known as the Great War, they became the nucleus of the Navy's Air Service. And out of that group came the Navy's first air ace, the first American to fly in bombing missions. Sadly, the first American uniformed air casualty. That group included the future, during World War II, both heads of the War and Navy Department's aviation wings, so responsible for building up that huge Air Force that won the war, dazzled the world. And that was the inspiration for a documentary called The Millionaires Unit, like my book, and we premiered it here. It was a great evening at the Fly-In Theater, and it was amazing to see it on the screen there. I was a talking head and a consultant in the making of the film, and there was nothing more fun.
Good. Well, I wanted to set that up to let folks know that the new book that you wrote, 1941, Fighting the Shadow War, you are a history buff already, and you dove into this book. What was the inspiration for a book on 1941? I mean, there have been other books written about the run-up to the attack on Oahu, the attack on Hawaii, World War II, the entry of the United States into the war, but what was the inspiration for you?
Well, there were a few things that led me to this. Well, one was my father was in the First Army, and like most baby boomers, the big one was the war that was consumed our lives as children, and was really a big presence as I was growing up. Another was just the awareness that the U.S. didn't get into the war that was going on in China since 1937, with Japanese aggression there, and going on in Europe since September 1939. We didn't get in until we were, at least officially, until we were attacked. And so I wanted to understand what was going on with the country that we really allowed Hitler to overwhelm Europe and threaten to invade Great Britain, and we were seemingly sitting back in what was known then as isolationism. So I wanted to understand that better. And I also wanted to put all of this within a global context. We tend to think about what happened then as the United States was at peace, and suddenly we were attacked. And there was much, much more going on. And in many ways, we were actually neck deep in the war, especially in Europe, but also in Asia, well before Pearl Harbor. And what was going on in the U.S. domestic scene with the politics of isolationism versus particularly the White House's and President Roosevelt's desire for intervention in Europe, those politics were being reflected in the war itself. Hitler was very aware of the American domestic scene, and Japan was very aware of what was going on here. And so for them, their decisions in making war, and ultimately Japan's in attacking at Pearl Harbor, were tied to what was going on directly in the United States.
And I did enjoy that part of the book, how you put everything in a global context. That something I hadn't really connected before is decisions made in the United States, either moving toward or away from getting in the conflict, where actually Hitler and Japanese emperors and Japanese military leaders were watching that very closely and trying to interpret what the United States was going to do, who's going to fire the first shot. And it's a very a tense time, and I think we tend to gloss over 1941 from January until early December when we're teaching history, and it was really a very conflicted time. You had some very high-profile people involved, obviously the president and his cabinet, but also Charles Lindbergh. And you went back and actually read Lindbergh's diaries to understand more of what his thought process was.
Sure. Yeah, Lindbergh, he's of course a fascinating figure. Right. He was perhaps one of the best known people in the entire world. and certainly considered the foremost aviation authority in an age which aviation was really in the sort of the great technology of the moment. And he had gone to Germany and had, he had attended the Nazi Olympics in '36, and he had done an inspection tour of Nazi aviation. And he was deeply impressed. He was so impressed that he was actually planning to rent a house and move to Berlin. And he came back to the United States and became a chief spokesman for the isolationists. He was completely opposed to U.S. getting involved in the war in Europe. He considered it to be a European problem, not an American problem. I went through his diaries. They were published in book form, but they were expurgated, I found. And I went through the original diaries. He kept very careful notes about his day, his thinking. And he was remarkably obsessed with, in particular, with what he saw as the influence of Jews on Americans being pushed into a war he considered to be not an American issue. And he thought that Jews in America were a force that he considered to be other than American, and pushing America in secret into the war. So he had a lot of obsessions with that, and in many ways were very unfortunate. But he also eventually, 1941 as a year, ended up being a duel between him and FDR over would the U.S. go to war or not. And Lindbergh was a powerful force. He went around the country speaking at rallies. There would be tens of thousands of people who would turn out to hear him speak. And FDR, as a result of the power of the isolationists, said, "I'm not going to fire the first shot." He said, "I'm going to have to be pushed into the war by the American people." And so he was pushing our Navy well out into the Atlantic until finally we were patrolling within a few hundred miles of the British Isles. And in fact, way before Pearl Harbor, the Navy was in the fight. There were U.S. destroyers that were hit by torpedoes. The Reuben James was sunk in November 1941. So we were up to our necks in the war before Pearl Harbor. And there's always this question: Did FDR know that the Japanese were going to attack Pearl Harbor? Well, he did not. He did not. He knew that there was that war was imminent. But I've been to the FDR library many times, researching there, and one of the archivists there told me that there is every week of the year since World War II, there are researchers who are trying to find the smoking gun, and they have never found any direct evidence that says FDR's in any way anticipated the attack specifically at Oahu.
And in reading in your book, you get a sense of how conflicted he was. He knew that eventually the United States would end up in the war, but he didn't, as you said, didn't want to push America or make the first shot. He wanted the American people to be behind him. And it would be interesting to know what would have happened if the attack hadn't taken place on December 7th, how long the United States may have vacillated between, how much further would the Navy be involved. You mentioned the Navy being involved. Navy servicemen, flyers, were actually one of the people in the book is the person who saw the Bismarck and gave the British the coordinates to help sink that
It was
battleship.
Lieutenant Tuck Smith.
Thank you. Yeah. So we were there, but it would be fascinating to know what would have happened if.
Sure, and there's the other what if Hitler had not declared war on the United States?
Right.
We didn't declare war on Hitler.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Fascinating book. I encourage you to read it. I enjoyed the book, Mark. It was like I said, I've read other books about 1941 and the run up to the war, but I enjoyed yours very much. And
thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Mark Wortman. He's the author of 1941: Fighting the Shadow War. This is From the Stand. I'm Steve Buss, and you're listening to Eaa Radio.
Now here's another classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
Welcome back to Squawk 1200. I'm Afterburner Al. But right now we're speaking with Cortland Savage, who is the founder of Fly for the Culture. It's a nonprofit organization that is looking to involve people from historically underserved communities in aviation in whatever respect.
Cortland, during the break we were talking just a little bit. What would you say are some of the maybe misconceptions or barriers, or how much education do we have to do for the younger generation to actually make them understand they can do this? What are some of the maybe some myths that you have to take down?
Yeah, that people in underserved communities aren't interested in aviation. They just don't know. You have to actually just go there. So that's the number one thing, is just actually go there and talk to these young individuals. And also, one of the barriers of entering the aviation industry is finances, of course.
Absolutely.
That's the biggest barrier. So one way to get over this, if you look up Cortland Savage up on YouTube, or maybe it's on our Fly for the Culture page, I actually am doing a financial literacy video where I'm actually flying with a financial planner, and we're actually talking about finances, because one of the biggest issues is a lot of these young people don't have any financial literacy, because I am one of them. I didn't have any financial literacy. I blew all my money when I got in the military. I just blew it all. So a lot of this is just teaching them financial literacy, helping them maybe build credit so that maybe they can finance their own flight training. And another option is the option that I took is the military.
Sure.
I think the military is the greatest option. Actually, I think everyone should at least spend 4 years to serve their country. I served in the Air Force and in the Navy at first as a mechanic. Then I used the GI Bill to pay for college to go to become a Navy pilot. So what I suggest is a lot of these young people just enter the military at a young age, get that experience, get that GI Bill, and then work themselves up as I did.
Are the schools teaching what they have to teach about this, or is that really your role to kind of broaden everybody who's horizon?
Yes, yeah. No, the schools aren't, unfortunately, not talking about this too much, because there's actually a program that the Navy has for our ROTC, for people of color and wanting to enter ROTC, and I heard that they can't even give the scholarships away and it's because the young people just don't even know they exist, that they're out there, because I didn't know it exists. I would have took one. But that's what we're doing, is just kind of educating the public, using my social media influence to reach the youth. So you'll actually see on there recently, I posted a picture of a Navy weapon system operator who just got her wings, and it's just showing that, hey, look, there's somebody that looks like you, and she's flying a plane in the Navy as well.
If you'd like to join in with us on the discussion, at Eaa Radio is our Twitter account, Facebook, you can reach us there. We also have a YouTube chat as well, Eaa Radio. Please make your comments, and if you tweet at us, we might be able to even, or text us, you can even ask us a question. 155,000 commercial airline pilots in the United States. 94% of them are white. About 5% or so are black or other historically underrepresented groups. 1% are black women. Less than 1% are black women. What does the majority population need to do to help with this, and not just leave it on the underrepresented communities to fix this?
Well, the way the community can really help is supporting organizations that has already been doing this for years. As OBAF has been doing this for over 40-some years. They're experts at this. So supporting organizations like that, and also organizations like Fly for the Culture, who we're very good at promoting and getting the word out there and getting everyone excited. So I think that's the way the community can really help, is just support organizations that's already been doing it, that's really passionate about it. Like, I get excited, I'm smiling now just thinking about it. So, I think that's the best way we can really help.
So getting involved and also listening and just being supportive is one way.
Well, also resources. Flying planes aren't cheap, so we definitely need the resources to actually keep this going.
So you've had a little bit of background in the airlines, and the two of us have as well. So, of course, there's some pilot associations out there. There's ALPA, there's CAPA, there's American Airlines has their own pilot association. Are you getting help from the pilot associations?
No, I'm not. I'm not getting any help quite yet, but I'm sure they will reach out and help us. I'm sure they're willing to if I actually reach out to them. So,
it seems like that would be an excellent marketing group for you is to get to the pilot associations to do some outreach and to help promote their own their own airline and their own business.
Yes, I agree. So hopefully, maybe I'll get an email from them and we can work together.
I could maybe walk you down to one of them and introduce you. So
that'd be great.
So you mentioned to me as we were sitting out getting ready for this that this is your first time at Oshkosh. So
yes.
You have some early impressions, and what do you hope to see this week?
Man, I'm having a ball, and I have been here for like only a couple hours. So big thanks to AOPA for sponsoring our stay here, and also Bose Aviation for sponsoring my flight with the AeroShell team this morning. I flew with the AeroShell team and had a blast. I'll be uploading that footage.
Oh, so you were the one making that noise?
Yeah, that's me.
Those T6s, wow.
So I'll be uploading that footage so the young kids can see that first that experience from flying with an aerobatic team.
Wow. That sounds like fun.
Oh yeah, that's the one get that I want to have as far as an airplane ride would be to ride with them. That's just because I feel like it'd be quite a rush. I know it's a rush just watching them on the from the ground.
Well, and it's noisy, which is always fun.
Yeah.
Smoke and noise in airplanes, right?
Fuel to noise ratio, as some of our announcers say. Where do you see, what is your arc for your organization going forward, like a 5-year, 10-year plan? You don't have to bullet point it, but where are you seeing this going for you?
I see Fly Culture having a maintenance school, basically training AMPs, training young people to become AMPs. We're actually potentially talking to FedEx about helping out with that, and then also with Savage Aviation. I brought on some new board members that happen to come with some airplanes, like a Honda Jet, a Vision Jet, and a Kodiak. So or potentially looking into using those aircraft to actually have the young people fly them, and I have the young people work on them, and maybe start a little business there and keep the pipeline going.
So, Cortland, you said earlier that you're bringing people out, young people out, to give them like introductory rides or discovery flights. Is it just you and your organization doing that in the Charlotte area, or is it all around the country?
It's just me primarily doing it out of Lincoln County, KIPJ.
So we need more of you. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, I need help. I need help. Yeah, that'd be great. Primarily, it's me in the Charlotte area, and I get exhausted, but I keep doing it because I'm passionate about it, and I feel like it's very important.
Well, your passion shows, and I mean, you should be proud of all of your accomplishments and everything you're doing.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Tell me a little bit more about some of your favorite airplanes that you've flown so far.
Oh, some of my favorite airplanes is actually T6 and primary training with the Navy. I love flying that aircraft, and also with my last regional airline, I flew the CRJ 550, which is a new aircraft. So it was nice to be able to fly that and experience that, and the passengers love it. You don't have to gate check any of your bags. Yeah. So and it climbs like a rocket. It's like over 4,000 feet because it's so light with those big engines on there we're meant for 700. So those are a couple of my favorite aircraft.
I would say that probably is one of the best things that happened to the 700 was to become a 550.
It's probably what the 200 should have been to begin with. Just put those engines on that airplane, and that would have made it a lot more of a performer. So,
what? And talk a little bit about just your own airline experience in the sense that where did you fly and what did you like about it? As far as, communicate to the young people, what do you like about airline flying?
Oh man, it was a blast. I had so much fun flying for the airlines. We went to so many different places, primarily up and down the East Coast, but just being able to hang out with your crew afterwards, and it almost felt like I was on a vacation on these trips sometimes. I'm like, am I really working?
And getting paid.
And doing what I love, flying airplanes. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. So I recently actually resigned so I can do Fly for the Culture and Savage Aviation full time, so I can now help the airlines with more pilots and maintainers.
No more junior mans.
Oh, yeah, no more.
Well, and I think it's important to reiterate what we stated is that we're focused a little bit on the pilot side of this, but there are so many other opportunities outside of the airlines and also outside of being a pilot. Air traffic control, dispatch, maintenance, flight attendants. I mean, the entire aviation community needs some help.
Yes, we need aviation journalists, and that's something that many people never thought of, or me, or I never even thought about that. We need the flight docs. We need so many So anything that's in its regular world is in the aviation world, pretty much.
This is a good time.
No, we even need aviation radio hosts.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Talk to me afterwards. Give us a quick rundown of your social media channels and the best ways for people to get connected with Fly for the Culture.
Oh, yes. You can look us up TikTok, Instagram, Fly for the Culture, and Twitter at Fly_Culture. You can find us. And also on Facebook and LinkedIn. I actually do very well on LinkedIn, Fly for the Culture. Yeah, you can find us there. And also, you just shoot me an email at info@flyfortheculture.org.
Cortland, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
You're listening to EAA Radio.
Here's one first broadcast at AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And we are joined by Amelia Wilson from
NASA.
She was working on something called the High Tech program.
High Tech?
Before we came on, I was like, you mean NASA has high tech programs? Isn't all NASA a high tech program?
Ba-dum-bum.
Yes. Anyway, so explain high tech.
Sure, yeah. I'll just start with even what that stands for and the sort of things we're doing. So it's a hybrid thermally efficient core. And even just that's a lot to unpack, right? So there's the hybrid aspect of it where we're looking at extracting power from the core as it's rotating, right? And there's a little bit of that's done today, but looking to optimize that and take more power off to power like electric aircraft systems. Help with the hybridization aspect of it.
And just to clarify that, we're talking the core of the jet engine, not the core of the Earth.
Yes, that's right.
It's hard to get the core of the Earth.
We need to make
fly.
that distinction
yes,
here, right
very
here.
true.
Yeah.
So we're talking about like commercial turbofan size, roughly 737 A320 size is what we're targeting.
Okay, so you're obviously you want to increase the power of the engine, but not necessarily boy, that was a good one.
Good.
Converting it directly to thrust. You're talking about using it to spin a generator.
Right. Yes.
Okay. So
And that's just the one part of it. That's the hybrid part. There's also the thermal efficiency. So we're looking at advanced materials, ceramic matrix composites that have higher temperature capability than a lot of the metallic alloys that are used today in the hot section in particular.
Are you working with that new alloy you guys just licensed, the GRZ 897
GRX810
space modulator?
GRX810.
Yeah, that's
You're
it.
right, but that's not going in this. But it's similar kind of idea. Yeah.
Okay. So you're trying to get the temperature up to make it more efficient.
That's right.
And that's a pretty decent sized engine. So
Yes.
A 10% jump is huge.
Exactly, and that's the target goal for the project is a 5 to 10% efficiency improvement out of the engine. So, in theory, then, if you took that and put it on an advanced airframe in the future, you'd have even more efficiency benefit.
Yeah,
coming from that,
a lot less cha-ching at the gas pump.
Yes.
So, what exactly do you do on the program?
So I'm a systems engineer. I'm looking at things at a little bit of a higher level, like the overall integration of the engine components. We have a lot of what are called technical performance measures, how we assess what the components are doing, how those map up to the higher level project goals, right? I mentioned the 5 to 10%, but where is that actually coming from? So we have some metrics for the turbine, compressor, really everything that we're touching.
Now, how much of this at this point is just computer modeling and analysis?
So actually, we've been working on this for about 2 to 3 years. A lot of it so far has been component level development, like I mentioned. So we've done independent turbine testing. Later this year and into next year, we'll be doing a compressor test. But you're right in that for all these tests, we've also done some modeling just to predict how things are going in the test. So then earlier this year, we started a 5-year effort where we will actually be doing the integration, and then at the end of the 5 years, doing a full core demonstration. So kind of wrapping up the component level testing, moving on to overall integrated core.
So this is the iteration of existing technologies. Have you had any eureka moments? I'm like, oh my goodness, well, that's amazing. Why didn't we think of that before?
Not so much that I can think of. The materials work has been really interesting to me. I've not, that's not something that I've done before. So just seeing all of that sort of chemistry and how that's working was really cool to me. Not something that I even knew we'd put in engines, right? So
Right. You just say, yeah, make it out of metal.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Well, now you want to go on to the other side of the spectrum here. He's talking about eureka moments. What about those moments where you look at it and go, oh, crap?
I think something that comes to mind is we have a lot of materials labs at the Glenn Research Center, which is where I'm from. There was one we wanted to use for testing on this project, and it had been close to 10 years since it had been operated. So there was just a lot of even looking at the facility like, oh boy, we got a lot of work to do to get this up and running. So these are the things you don't think about when you're starting a project, but equally important.
Facilities and the equipment are everything.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So first you have to kick out all the spiders.
Right.
They must have enjoyed that.
And then it's like, wow, this oven is really old.
Well, who came up with the idea of hooking a generator to the engine core and then using power generated by that to help increase the thrust on the fan unit? Wouldn't you just think that the mechanical connection would be enough?
Yeah, I know it's something they do a little bit today, the hybridization part. Just looking to increase that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're not necessarily using that power in that engine.
Right, for electric aircraft systems.
Right.
Kind of thinking forward to more electrified aircraft propulsion, too, in the future. So.
Right, so think of this as more of an APU than a thrust engine.
Right.
See, there you go. So it powers everything.
You are the man,
Just think of how many microwave ovens they could turn on at the same time.
Yeah.
Your toast will be done in 0.6 seconds. So 5 years to finish up and hopefully have a working model, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, engine core demonstration is what we're calling it, right?
The Department of Acronyms is working overtime again.
Yeah, as always, yes.
The Department of Redundancy Department.
Yeah.
How do you enjoy it?
I think it's a lot of fun, yeah. So actually, this project is the only... I started at NASA and started on this project, so it's my first experience with it, but it's been a lot of fun learning about jet engines. I have an aerospace bachelor's degree, but I went with the Astro track, so I didn't learn a lot about... I know.
You
sorry.
were
Sorry to say
space,
that.
huh?
Yeah.
You can still get there.
Halfway there. But yeah, so learning just about how jet engines work has been cool for me, too.
Well, you never know. Maybe they'll use an electric-powered aircraft to get up to the stratosphere and then light the engine.
Hey, why not? Right.
Hey, they're talking about flinging them off the end of a flywheel, so why not this?
Yeah.
So how do you feel? I mean, engineering college prepares you to design things and come up with ideas. But
sure.
When you got out there, I'm sure it was like, wow, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, definitely. A lot going on. A lot of things you don't think about, right? Like doing a project at school, maybe you're focused on one area of like a technical area, but now in a systems engineering role, I'm kind of looking at everything all the time.
Right,
so
you got to make it all fit together.
Yes.
And play nice.
Yes.
And you've learned the one really big thing that they can't teach you in college, and that is everything that works good in theory doesn't necessarily work good in reality.
Yes, exactly.
Computer models. And then there's the other thing that I always say. Take your best time and money estimates, triple them, and you'll probably be about right.
Yes, definitely, for sure.
So, yeah, those are things that I'll teach you in school.
No.
Well, they're important lessons to learn, too, because there's a lot of stuff out there in theoretical fields that just doesn't work in reality.
One day it will.
Someday.
It will. Have no doubt.
Yep, you'll be over the rainbow when it works.
Maybe. Or we'll go over the rainbow.
Go over the rainbow.
So, systems integrate. Are you one of many systems engineers?
We have three on the NASA side. So our industry partners will also have systems engineers. But yes, 3 on NASA, 1 lead systems engineer. I'm a little bit lower level than that.
Well, you're just
as
getting
a young
started.
person. Yes, right.
But the sky's the limit. Get it?
Yep, got it.
Oh.
She probably has that over her desk.
Yeah.
Heard that before.
No, it's not a limit. It's her playground.
Oh, that's even better.
That is a good one. Yeah.
What was that line? I'm from Iowa. I only work in space.
Yeah.
So you can say the same thing.
All right.
And so far, it's going well.
Yes.
You think you guys are going to be on track?
Yep, I would say so. Yeah.
Good. I want to see this thing.
Have you run into any problems that have been real head scratchers?
I don't think so, no. Like I mentioned before, getting some of the test facilities and capabilities ready maybe wasn't something we were prepared to do.
But that wasn't necessarily in the scope of the program.
Right, exactly.
It is now.
Yes.
Here's your new lab. They opened the door, right?
Right, I know. We try to take credit for all those facility improvements we're doing, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you just put in a ticket because I need 37 outlets, please.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me like it's got a very interesting project, but here's my question.
Sure.
Okay. jet engines generate a tremendous amount of heat. How are you going to take that into consideration with the equipment required to hybridize the engine itself?
Yeah, that's a good question. Not really sure. That's a little bit outside of what I'm looking at, but
Okay.
yeah.
Well, it has an exhaust pipe, you know.
Yeah, but still, things get toasty.
That's
True.
correct. As long as you point the heaty thing away from the toasty thing, you're probably all right.
Technical terms.
Yes, take that back to your next engineering meeting.
That's what I'll say.
So
yeah.
what are we doing with that heaty thing?
I know they are, at least in the turbine and compressor areas, looking at different cooling hole patterns and that sort of thing. But, everything's a trade. So
Exactly.
how much cooling, we're going to lose efficiency, right? Those sorts of things. So
Well, it doesn't do it doesn't do your efficiency any good if it burns up because it's
Yes.
overheated.
It was great. It was
Yeah.
super efficient for about 39 seconds.
Yeah, and then it just flambéed.
Then it melted. No, I'm sure you guys have taken all that into consideration. And how big are we talking about? Are we talking like, you said it was an engine size of a 737.
that's right. And actually, I didn't mention this before. One of the things we're doing is shrinking the size of the core, so to increase the bypass ratio. So a little bit smaller than maybe they are today, but yeah. Similar
Okay.
to that
Now,
737
I'm
size.
kind of interested. When I think of a fan bypass engine, that's a thrust engine to me.
Yeah.
So what are you doing with the bypass there? You're running that through a power turbine as well?
I think what you said before is still a thrust engine,
Oh.
just with a bigger bypass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought this was strictly to turn a generator and nothing else with the exhaust.
Oh,
But
yeah.
now you're talking combination.
Yep.
So it'll fly the airplane and run the microwave.
Yes.
Good. Good.
Get your hot coffee.
That's right. Keep the TV on because I
Yeah.
want to watch a movie.
And I was going to say, keep that Wi-Fi going. That's
Oh,
critical.
that's even
yeah,
more
right.
important.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't have it on the way here. I was a little upset about it.
You want to have cranky passengers? Pull the plug on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, right. Or the air conditioning.
Yeah.
Can you? Well, 600,000 people. That's a lot of Wi-Fi.
Oh, air conditioning is easy to do because it's like minus 40 outside.
Well, yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, you don't want to sit next to that open window though.
It's a little drafty at altitude.
And in the back, we've got the really cheap seats.
Yeah.
Come with a blanket. Planning on staying?
Yeah, definitely.
See, now we're getting all the dirt out. So when her boss hears this, would you recommend that job?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Cool. So, all right, tell them you sent you.
Sorry?
You just tell people that you sent them.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So hopefully things are going to go well.
It sounds like a great opportunity. You're working with cool things and cool people.
Yeah,
And-
that sums it up.
But they're doing hot stuff.
Right. Very hot.
All right, we've been speaking with Amelia Wilson from NASA, and this is Digital Dave.
And this is Fast Eddie, and I'm sure she's glad it's over at
And-
EAA Radio.
At EAA Radio.
And now an interview from the EAA Radio archives from 2022.
And we're at the Blue Barn. David Lighting, who runs Young Eagles and those Eagle flights, and this Blue Barn behind us here is with me, and he's helping me host today's segment out here. You've put together a cool group. We just had Sean D. Tucker and Jimmy Graham, for crying out loud. How can you top that? But
I think we might be
right
able
to the point.
with,
Right to the point
with this
of
young
what they
man,
said. Yes.
Yeah, with this young man Tommy. So we talked about what's inside the Blue Barn. One of the programs we highlight is the Ray Aviation Scholarship Program, and this gentleman we have with us now, Tommy Hagen, is a recent recipient and a recent completed recipient of the Ray Aviation Scholarship Program. Just passed his check ride on his 17th birthday, and welcome, Tommy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's great to have you. Is this your first Oshkosh or no?
It's my second year.
Second year, okay.
Last year, yeah.
Oh, awesome. So let's talk a little bit about the program that you're here under and how you got involved, what you had to do, and how you made it happen.
All right. So it started with, years and years ago, wanted to be a pilot. So then once the time started to come when I got a little bit older, we started looking into programs to join and be a part of. And we came across EAA and joined EAA and then found out about the Ray Scholarship, and now here I am. So.
Now here you are.
And if I have the timeline correct, it sounds like you took a Young Eagles flight about 18 months ago.
Yep.
You got the Ray Scholarship shortly after that.
Yep.
You soloed on your 16th birthday.
Yep.
you got your license on your 17th birthday.
Yep.
And that was less than a month ago, and you're already flying Young Eagles.
Correct. Yeah.
That's as cool as it gets.
That's like the aviation dream timeline right there for a young aviator.
Yeah. So, what was your first interest? I mean, you obviously, before you went out for Young Eagle ride, you probably had some interest in aviation.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, it started going to the air shows since I could remember seeing Sean perform. So it immediately, lit the fire under me and got into flight simulators about 5 to 6 years ago. And I realized I can fly some of these things, so took over my life, and now I'm officially a pilot. So,
can you just talk a little bit about once you got involved with EAA and the chapter? It's 1252 that you're a member of. Can you just talk a little bit about what role they played in that journey and how they kind of helped you get to where you're at today?
Yeah, they played a huge role from giving me my first few introductory flights as a Young Eagle. Letting me have the controls once or twice, so that was a great time. But those people, they wanted nothing but to help me along with my, career and everything. And they've been by my side. They've done everything they can to get me where I need to be, and they've done an amazing job. Mike McCoy, especially, he's done a terrific job with getting me started and everything. So.
Well, thanks for giving a shout out to your mentor and sponsor.
Yeah. I think in aviation we all have had a mentor or mentors in many cases, because without them we wouldn't be, where we are today. And you're already, on the fast track to being one of those for somebody else. But what do you want to do with aviation? What's the the long-term goal, the short-term and the long-term goal?
Yeah. So I want to start working on all my ratings, all the licenses and everything, to become a commercial pilot, flying the big airliners. I want that to be my final career.
You want to see the world.
Yes, exactly. And once after I retire and everything, stay flying, bush flying, GA, just keeping it as a hobby. Definitely doing Young Eagles and everything I can to just stay with the program, stay with all the people. And
well, the cool thing about being an airline pilot, and I can say because I am one, is that it gives you a lot of time off to do those things. You don't have to wait till you retire. You can go fly bush, you can fly floats, you can fly aerobatics, you can do whatever you want while you still have a job, which is, by the way, your hobby too. So it's a pretty cool occupation.
Getting paid to do what you
don't
love.
let anybody. There's some people out there that maybe they're not as passionate as we are. Maybe they're a little worn out. Maybe they've been through 3 or 4 airlines. They will be sometimes negative.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever let them keep you from going for your goal.
Absolutely.
Because some people just won't spark like the rest of us do. So just keep your head up, keep driving. What's next for you? So you're working on your commercial or your instrument?
Probably going to do the instrument first, and then
makes sense.
Go all the way from there. So.
And you're from where? We talked about this already,
Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, but what airport are you based out of in Cleveland?
Lorraine County Regional.
Lorraine County Regional.
Yep.
Is that a big GA airport?
It's not bad. Untowered. We get some, corporate stuff coming in, but there's a big flight school. There's a smaller flying club, Discover Aviation Center. That's where I fly out of. Hence the hat. They're an amazing group of people. Great airplanes, great people. So
that's awesome. Are there some opportunities there for you to have a high school job?
Yes.
What do you do?
Well, right now I'm working in a warehouse at a garden center. So
okay.
Moving boxes.
I'm in at the airport. Well, you can do both. You can work at the airport and the warehouse garden center, I suppose.
So what kind of airplane did you do your flight training in?
The PA-38 Tomahawk.
Oh, they're still.
I know
those are still flying.
They are. They are. We'll have to hook them up with our friend Craig Anderson so they can try Tomahawk flying.
He loves that Tomahawk. He especially likes to get in a stall and watch the tail go side to side to side.
He was talking about coordinating a Tomahawks to Oshkosh gathering, so maybe you guys can be the 2 lead planes.
There you go.
Like that. That'd be awesome.
That would be perfect because I remember when you and Craig were Young Eagles, and it didn't seem like that long ago. I mean, I met you, David, in college. you're in college, and now look at you. You know, and you could do the same thing.
Absolutely.
You know, that's what it's all about, Tommy.
Yep.
You meet people and you say, hey, you know, that's kind of a path I want to go on. I want to do that. How do I do that? And just ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah.
You know.
So one of the things we often hear from current pilots that are interested in becoming Young Eagles pilots, at least locally, a lot of the folks I talk to, especially after they get their certificate, they're always a little bit nervous to take a passenger they don't know, especially a kid. What was that like, taking a kid flying for the first time? Was it someone you knew, or was it a stranger?
So the first one I didn't know, so that was a little interesting. You know how kids are. So I didn't know if he would try to grab on the yoke or anything and try to do anything, but it was great. He did nothing except look out the window and smile. So
it's all about that briefing. Don't forget
absolutely.
The briefing.
Yeah, big briefing before we even started the engine.
Yeah.
And then there was one person who I flew that I did know. It's one of my mom's friend's son. He had an absolute blast. He was just right as the wheels came up, he was screaming. He was like, "Oh my gosh!" So that felt really good to actually experience someone getting to get a taste of flying, because that was his first time on a plane. So it was great to experience.
Do your parents fly? Does anybody in your family
Neither
fly?
of them do.
See, this is the thing, you know. My dad flew, so I had that opportunity early on and to develop that passion. For you, now what you're going to do is you're going to pass this love you have on to your parents. And
absolutely.
So my guess is that the first flight you gave when you got your private was to mom and dad.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
That's awesome.
That was a great feeling, because my dad has done a lot behind the scenes, getting the
kudos to dad.
So I wanted him to be my first passenger. So right as I got certified, I immediately took him right up and flew over the house and just over some areas. But that was really nice to finally take him up, because I've been wanting to for forever.
Yeah, it's a dream come true.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I similar background. I had very supportive parents in aviation, but neither of them were pilots. But both also my first passengers, and definitely a really special moment. I think for them probably more special than even for us. We may not realize it until after the fact. But I did want to ask, again, kind of going back to Young Eagles, since we're here at the Blue Barn, home of chapters and Young Eagles. If someone were to ask you, I'm thinking about becoming a Young Eagles pilot, I don't know, what would you say? What's the reason though? What have you gotten out of it in just the 2 flights you've given?
I would say do it right away, because you will get to finally get the feeling of knowing that you're affecting someone's life and giving them the taste of flying, because that's the best thing in the whole world, is introducing someone to that and getting to see their reaction and how they react to actually flying up in the sky and everything. So yeah, it's for me, it's to give back, because I know there are a lot of people who took their time, their money to help get me up in the air. So I wanted to help the future kids to get up in the air as well.
Yeah, which is awesome. And there's so much you can do now that you have your private. I mean, you can get your seaplane rating, you can go and get your glider. It's easy to do glider now because you have a private already.
Mm-hmm.
So glider is a simple add-on. You go do that. You can go do that with a vacation. You can go to take your parents to Hawaii, and you can solo a glider and get your private all within a week there.
Yeah.
So those kind of things, those kind of opportunities are now there for you.
Absolutely.
Because you've checked that first box. So there's a lot of stuff coming along for you. We're super excited for you. I'm proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
So, David.
So, Ray, do we have time to talk about the Ray Scholarship?
I think we have about a minute. So, yeah, just real quick, let's tag the Ray Scholarship.
Yeah, I was just going to say, since Tommy was a recipient, just wanted to recognize the Ray Aviation Scholarship Program. Like we talked about, giving $10,000 to deserving youth through local EAA chapters. This is now I think we're now the 4th year of the program, and their support has only grown over time. The Ray Foundation now gives us over $1.5 million a year to pump into these scholarships, which is just absolutely incredible. Also, obviously, the supporters when we built the Air Academy Lodge over here on the EAA grounds, which allows kids to come have a true aviation summer camp experience. So before we let Tommy go, I just wanted to mention the Ray Foundation and how great they've been to the various initiatives that EAA has put on. Also, big supporters of the new museum edition we recently did over at the Education Center.
It's awesome. Oh, and we'll talk about that when we come back in the next segment. Tommy, Thanks for joining us. Thanks for making time to talk on the radio with us today and share our passions together. And I'm sure you're inspiring some kid that might be listening today. So
yeah, well, thank you very much for having me. Thank you for all the chances you guys have given me. So yeah,
you bet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. J-Mon G, we're on the fly at the Blue Barn. David Lighting and I will be right back with another guest. So hang on. You're listening to EA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2024.
Are you there?
I am. Now I'm here.
There you are.
Oh, I had no voice for a moment. I felt like Neo in the Matrix.
You'll never
Blank stare.
You'll never feel like Neo in the Matrix. Who are you kidding?
Anyway, joining us is Nicole Stevens,
our last guest of 2024.
And it says Noah on her shirt. That's not really her name.
No.
Her name is Nicole.
Right.
That's close, though, right?
Close. Starts with the same letter. Yeah.
And you're dealing with the NOAA website for aviation weather info?
Right. Yeah. The NOAA National Weather Service website. I work at the Aviation Weather Center working on the slightly newly released last October aviationweather.gov website.
So
okay, I'm writing that down.
You've got a new website, which means that you hired a new spider.
Sure. Yeah. We keep all the bugs around. We like to have those to help us out.
Her job is to get the bugs out of the website, not put more in. So what can we can find out everything about weather, I'm assuming.
Absolutely. Yeah. That website's full of all sorts of fun stuff. We've been coming to shows like this. We've been talking to pilots for the last decade or so, getting information. What do they want? What do they want change? What's new in technology that we need to include now? And we work to incorporate all of that into this new website. So we have it mobile responsive now, so you can look at it on your phone and tablet as well as on a desktop, where our old site was really designed for a desktop and only really worked on a desktop.
Now it'll work on my phone. I can't see it on the phone anyway, but at least it's there.
It actually scales, so it should work the same on a phone as a desktop, but some of your letters might be abbreviated, so it would say something, AWC instead of Aviation Weather Center. We kind of just contract some of the words so that you still get just as big a text on your phone as you would on a desktop.
That brings a question to mind. When you see the aviation weather forecast and it's all that international approved, can't they afford to buy the rest of the letters in the words?
Oh, no, we like to keep them small and make you guess.
Yeah, I believe that. What does that mean again?
Is that some kind of medieval torture?
And I think there's a vowel shortage as well. I think we should order more vowels.
It's that blasted, Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah.
They've got all the vowels.
So aviation weather hasn't changed much, but the way we present it has.
Yeah, absolutely. We're trying to come up with new ways, new technology. The whole website's built around this graphical forecast for aviation now, which is an interactive and fully customizable map. So you can zoom in and pan over your location. You can add the layers that you want. You can move the time slider forward and backward in time, kind of like a YouTube time slider on the bottom of the screen.
Wait a minute, we can scratch the weather now.
Yeah, now you get to decide your own weather.
If there's a submit button on the bottom, then you got something. We can change it.
Wouldn't that be something? If we get to decide the weather, right? Not just guessing the weather, we get to decide it.
Well, that's what they say, right? Everybody complains about the weather, but nobody does anything.
If only we got to actually decide the weather, not just predict the weather.
Yeah, there are those days.
Absolutely.
So how long have you been doing it?
Yeah, I've been working on the website for about 5 years now. We finally again got it released last October, and now I continue to do other research and development projects at the Aviation Weather Center, looking at new ways to show turbulence to pilots in a way that they can actually interpret it, showing icing, showing different products. And our goal at the Aviation Weather Center is to give the pilots, to give the traffic managers the best information they can have to create their own decisions, to make their own decisions.
What's the update rate? Is it like plus or minus 15 minutes or something like that?
Oh, even faster than that. The observations are updating every 5 minutes or less, so we have radar data that's as up to date as we can get it. We've got METARs updating. Those typically update once an hour, but we get them if we get a special or anything like that. That'll update right away when we get that as well.
Okay. Because we've been having a lot of those specials lately with all these pop-up storms all over the country.
Absolutely, and the smoke coming in and everything else as well.
I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah.
We haven't had that down in Pennsylvania this year.
Not recently so far.
But I understand
Not
it's
yet,
here.
at least. Yeah.
Wow. Those darn Canadians, they're trying to burn down the country.
Well, I was going to say, with all of the interesting weather that we've had this year, you people must be on your toes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, our forecasters at the Aviation Weather Center, they're the ones that put out your SIG mats, your GR mats, all of that stuff. And they've been keeping busy making sure that all the areas are covered, your convective forecasts are up to date, so that you guys know where and when you can fly.
And I was going to say, another thing that seems to be increasing are reports of people, passengers and crew getting hurt on airliners that encounter turbulence. Seems to be a fair amount of that these days.
It does sound like that, yeah. And I mean, if you're seated in your plane buckled up, you really shouldn't be going anywhere, but it does sound like they're hitting some more severe turbulence every once in a while.
Everybody takes the seatbelt off as soon as a little light goes out.
I know.
So no, I'm not doing that. Are you working on new technologies to help see clear air turbulence?
We work on different, or with different models and different people that are working on the models to evaluate them and make sure we're getting the most accurate and updated model. We get higher resolution, we're getting more aerial coverage, all of that stuff, and our team is evaluating it so that we know it's accurate before we share it with everyone else.
Well, one of the things that has always caught my eye, we've got more airliners and more airplanes flying than ever before. Is it possible that a lot of this clear air turbulence is the wake from other aircraft?
It could be, yeah. I mean, it could be microbursts, it could be other aircraft. I don't forecast a whole lot. Specifically forecasting, I do a lot of work with data and weather models, not necessarily forecasting itself.
Right. So you're gathering what is now, but not looking at what might be.
Yeah, well, I'll look at the weather models that are predicting the future, but I'm not necessarily the one putting a warning over a certain area.
Okay. Oh, I got it. So she's the one that draws all those little spaghetti lines on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, look, let's look, the letter E.
Those are done by our forecasters. Yeah, those GR mats, all the extra lines, all the options, all of that.
She's the one who's putting the information into the weather Ouija board.
I'm telling you, I love there's a guy in there who wasn't doing good on Wednesday, wasn't feeling well, and he said, let's put this in there and see if anybody notices.
Oh man, hopefully not, but I guess it could happen, right?
I hope not too. I'm sure they're very professional. I know I'm not, but anyway.
Well, the problem being is that the weather changes. It's very capricious at times.
Yeah, and it never tells us what it's going to do next.
That's exactly right, and it sits there and just says, hold my beer.
Absolutely, keeps you guessing.
It does.
Have you seen increases in severe weather? That's a dumb question. I mean, we've all noticed it on the news.
It all comes down to the time of year, the temperatures. If it's nice and warm and moist air, you're going to get more convection. You're going to get more of those thunderstorms. The public notices that more and
complaints.
And we see it. Yeah, absolutely. I know Minnesota's been getting tons of rain this year, this summer, which is new for them, and they're still dealing with some of that stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
And we in Pennsylvania were going without rain for quite a while, and then we just started getting series of pop-up and squall lines night after night.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we got hammered a couple of times, our area.
But we needed the water.
We did, but we didn't need the straight line winds that went with it.
Yep.
I mean, trees and power lines are down everywhere.
Well, next time, switch that off, straight line winds, before you hit submit.
I was trying to. It wouldn't let me do it.
Yeah, no, next time.
Yeah, next update.
I'm sitting there looking at it going, stupid website.
So there are so many mechanisms for pilots to get weather information. Do you recommend we start with you?
Yeah, actually, I do recommend that. All of those websites, the ForeFlights, your Garmin, your all of that stuff is taking info from our website, from our forecasters, from the models that we have already deemed the best for that product, and they're using our weather models. So ultimately, to get the big picture, all of everything, aviationweather.gov is what has all of the original information. Sometimes some of those other parties will repackage them or package the information that you might need for your flight, but to get the full big picture,
that
site would be a good place to start. Yeah.
Yeah, this flying's got so much planning involved.
It really does.
What happened to just getting in the airplane and going?
Well, now things are more complicated.
I guess. Or we're supposed to be more informed to make us safer.
Exactly. We'll try to give you as much information as we can so that you have a nice, safe flight with all the information that you can get and that you might need.
I'm in danger of information overload. That's my only problem.
Absolutely. And if you're getting different information from different sources, it is sometimes hard to pick what is the right source.
I mean, you can't even get 3 people with phones to give you the same forecast because they're all using different weather apps.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And, you know, a lot of the stuff comes from NOAA, too. The weather radar, the forecasts and everything.
The rock outside the window.
The wind chain.
Right.
You know, there's just a lot of stuff. It can be
But she can
overwhelming.
say with confidence that they're the best.
Of course.
Oh, we try. Yes, absolutely.
That'll be in your paycheck next week.
Not only are they the best, but they are the source.
They are the authority.
Yes. We've had fun with you guys in the past when we've had heavy weather roll through. And it was
when weather breaks, we're right there.
Right there. Yep, we'll fix it. When weather breaks, we'll fix it.
If only. Well, we've been speaking with Nicole Stevens of NOAA. Aviation Weather Center.
Right.
Got it. This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and we're signing off for last time on Silly Sunday. This is EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2023.
Hello, I am Squawk 1200. Just kidding. I'm Fareed Guillot, along with Paul Breidecker. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Fareed. It's nice to be with you again. As usual, we started out the day with a little Oshkosh wind and rain, but it's cleared out and the day is progressing like normal.
I'm told there's plenty of tent spray because I got a little bit of mist, but it wasn't bad. It only blew for about 30 seconds this morning, and it wasn't too bad. But our first guest is Lucien Dissler, who is the youngest pilot to fly a motorized fixed-wing aircraft. One of the youngest in the world at 14.
And the reason he could do it at 14 was because Lucien lives in Canada, so they have a different set of rules there. And as we were doing our pre-brief out in the lobby area, I found out that they got this idea here last year. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. With my dad, we actually one year ago came to Oshkosh for the first time, and we loved it. And from there, we were talking and came up with the idea to possibly make this a reality when we found out about such a low age requirement in Canada.
And had you even considered that before? It was just kind of you'd always thought you want to get it going as soon as possible, or this is just kind of one of those things where, hey, this is a good way to set a goal?
Well, I would say it definitely started out as, wait a second, I didn't know that, and it was almost like that's interesting, and just a small conversation, side talk, and then it was a conversation we kept coming back to, and it really did only start from Oshkosh, but for a very long time, both me and my dad have had an interest in aviation.
And you've told me that your dad, who's with us in the studio, Marco Dissler is here with us in the studio, was he the inspiration of you, or have you inspired him?
I would say it's been that the fact that I've always found aviation interesting, but what really inspired me was going to these different aviation events and these museums. That's what really sprouted that for me, but definitely with my dad. And he also is relatively new to going to ground school and doing all of his flights, so it's not like he's been a pilot for years.
So last year, did you quick run over and visit the Canadian government, or NAV Canada, Canadian government representatives to find out some more information about what it would take?
So what actually happened was that we found all of our info online, and then we have a airport which is what we ended up going to for all of my flight training, Brampton Flight Center, and we just talked to some representatives there, and yeah, it was something that was very possible. We had to find some instructors that had worked with younger kids before, and there you go. That from then, before I knew, I was flying.
Did you keep the same instructor through your training, or did you have several?
So because the period of time that I was flying was about 4 months, where I was really ramping up because I had 20 or 30 canceled flights in winter just due to weather conditions. What happened was I got, I would say, 2-3 instructors, and I would just try and fit in any time slots I could. But yeah, in general, I would just have these 3 instructors, and I'd use them throughout my entire flight training.
Actually, how long was it? I mean, from the time you show up to the airport until you accomplish this, how much time went by?
So ultimately, it would be from start to finish about 6 months, because we started in winter, and that would mean that we were doing all the ground school exam stuff, getting all that done. But in terms of actual flying, where we could consistently get flights in without canceled flights, I would say about 4 months is a good mark there.
I don't know about you, Fareed, but I'm impressed, because when I got my first certificate, I think it took me 11 months, maybe. You know, part of it was my own ability, I'm sure, and the other part of it was just, life got in the way. So, congratulations, that's impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
One thing I noticed, so if you look online, why don't you tell us how we can find the video of your solo flight first? How do you find that?
So what you can do is, if you just look on YouTube, Lucien Disler, LucienDistler, you should see the first video by Remove Before Flight, and you'll see my full solo flight.
Very good. So I just watched this recently, and one thing I noticed between my first solo flight and your first solo flight is that it was on video. In the first place, and I just noticed there's a complete difference in I see a lot of people's primary training, they've got a video record of all of that, and if anything, obviously it's cool to put that out there, but also, hey, you get a little bit of you can review your techniques and things like that.
So the thing, if you're talking about me doing recording my actual flight training beforehand, we tried, and I can't get into it now, but ultimately what happened was the fact that just due to these kinds of agreements that we'd have to write and contracts because of the instructors, because they are face recording, and then also recording inside of the aircraft, we managed to get upon an agreement that I can only record my solo flight. So it's only the flight that I recorded.
So we're visiting with Lucien Disler, who is youngest pilot to fly motorized fixed wing on his 14th birthday. It's quite an accomplishment, living in Canada. You might not realize this, but maybe you do, but you certainly have an opportunity to be an influencer in aviation. Are you telling your story everywhere you can? I know you're here, that's great, but on other social media events and things like that, so are you doing some reach out?
Absolutely. So for me, any opportunity I can get, I really like to kind of spread the story. I think it's a nice story for people, as well as other people that never really take that leap to get into aviation. There's a lot of people that want to do career switches, and it's just, I'm not sure I can. But really, it's very realistic flying. If you put the work in, you can double up with the job, or like I did, I had to do school. So in general, I just try to take any opportunity I can with news networks, and also just spreading the story, as well as with other companies.
So this is your start. What's next? What do you see for yourself?
For me, in terms of possibly becoming a commercial pilot, I think that's definitely on the table, because just my love for aviation, and I think that is a very possible path. However, above all, first I have to get a university degree, and then past that point, I think anything's possible, but I would really say it's quite likely to do so.
14 now, you've already soloed, that's really great, but you've got basically another 3 years before you can complete your certificate. So how are you planning on keeping the proficiency going and learning and growing from here?
So what I plan to do is I would like to continue with my flight training past the point that I am in university. And I think what will likely happen is I'll just be doing some flights every few months, maybe every 3 to 4 months, do check-in flights to be able to make sure that I don't have to redo any exams, tests, so on. And I'm just going to try and keep my license until we can continue, because on the one hand, everything with this requires a lot of planning, a lot of time, so yeah.
Was there something in your training when you were, taking flying lessons, something that didn't come so easy to you, or were you just a natural and this is just worked out really quick and really fast?
I would say that everything generally did move very smoothly, but I would say the only reason that it actually happened was from the goal setting that I did in my ground school with my dad, and that was the first step to this whole process. And I would say the goal setting of no matter what, we're going to do this exam on this day in 2 weeks, for example, and then just going full hard with that. And really just time management, but ultimately nothing was particularly difficult.
Even the landings?
The landings actually came pretty quick, and I would say the reason why I managed to pick them up so fast was because, first of all, Brampton Flight Center, the runways are actually very narrow, and I was for probably the first 3 to 4 hours of just circuit flying, that my first circuit flying with landings, I was under crosswind, and I think those harsh conditions really quickly just kind of got me better, so that when all of a sudden I have good weather, it feels way smoother to be able to do all my landings.
So it's a skill builder plus a confidence builder.
I would say so.
Yeah. What was the aircraft?
We were flying Cessna 172 RNS models.
Nice.
Tell me, so where exactly is Brampton Flight Center? You're in the province of Ontario, but it's a very large province. So.
Oh, yes. So it's about, from, if you're talking about, it's give or take, if you're talking from like Toronto a little bit into Oakville, Ontario, which is where we live. It's about a 30-minute drive inland, and in general, that drive was actually making things quite difficult. It's about a 40-minute drive every time.
So you're northwest of the Toronto city center.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you don't drive, of course.
No.
So,
Oh, and that's a difficulty. My dad had to dedicate a lot of time to help me out with that, since only my dad would be driving me down.
That's what dads are for.
Yeah.
That's great.
I had a similar story. Once I got my certificate at 17, I couldn't rent a car, even though I could fly people wherever. It was going to be another 7 years before I could be old enough to rent a car. Lucien, thank you very much for coming down here and accomplishing a goal you set a year ago. And please come back next year and tell us of your progress.
Yes, of course. Love to.
And is there any last words you would have for somebody who wants to do this and follow your footsteps about how to succeed?
I just would love to give out that message that flying is feasible, it's realistic for pretty much anyone with the time and dedication. And I hope that we can have a good aviation in the coming years.
Very good words. Thank you very much. You're listening to Eaa Radio.
Time for a look back at a classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
Good morning, this is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And we still don't know what it means.
Not a clue.
Not a clue. This is day 4?
Day 5.
Day 5, wow.
Well, for us, it's actually more like day 7.
Anyway, joining us is Miss Erin Miller. Can I call you Miss?
If you would like, sure.
Okay, because, I'm just not that observant.
If you want to be formal, sure.
Okay. And you wrote...
Or you can just call me Erin.
Okay, all right, Erin, how about we try that?
Okay.
You can just call me, Digital. No.
Most people just look at me and say, "Hey, you."
Yeah, exactly. In your case, it fits.
Thanks.
You wrote a book about your grandmother.
My grandmother was one of the women Air Force service pilots during World War II. Her name was Elaine Danforth Harmon. She actually used to come to Oshkosh, so you may have met her many years ago. You may have interviewed her. I think the last year she came here probably was around 2008 or 9.
Okay. Now, I thought they had been granted official veteran status.
So it's kind of a long, convoluted story, but during the war, they were not granted military status. In the 1970s, they went to Congress and lobbied for several years to get recognized retroactively. And a law was passed as part of the GI reauthorization bill in 1977 with the help of Senator Barry Goldwater and signed into law by President Jimmy Carter. And they were granted retroactive veteran status in 1977. So my grandmother received her DD-214 in 1979, 35 years after she served with the Women Air Force Service Pilots.
That's prompt service.
Yeah, our government in action.
And so she became a veteran. And her last wish was to be buried at Arlington.
So growing up, I always saw my grandma as a veteran. You know, she had a uniform. She came out to places like Oshkosh, gave talks, signed autographs. People called her a veteran. We went to Applebee's for free veterans meals. So, you know, I always thought of her as a veteran, and she passed away 4 years ago. And her last request was to be buried at Arlington National Cemetery. And she had attended several funerals for other women who had served with her at Arlington. So we didn't really think it would be an issue. Unbeknownst to our family, 1 month before my grandmother passed away, the Army changed their regulations and determined that the WASP were not allowed to be at Arlington National Cemetery on their own merit. So they rejected our family's application.
Wow, that's sad.
That is sad.
I mean, they got, well, you could say that they got shafted in life, afterlife, and all the way around.
Oh, I would definitely say that's a bum deal.
So how do you even begin to change minds about something like that?
So at first we were just a little confused because, like I said, my grandmother and my mom had attended several of the funerals with her at Arlington. So we were mostly confused because we were like, we've been to these funerals. What are you talking about? Then we realized they had changed the regulation. So we contacted our senator from our state of Maryland, and we kind of just got a letter back explaining why they had changed their minds, but not really offering to do anything about it. So I launched a campaign with my sisters in the media and on change.org. We had a petition. We got more than 178,000 signatures, a lot of them from aviation folks, EAA and the 99s and Women in Aviation, and all these groups came forward to support us, which was great. And eventually it got the attention of now Senator Martha McSally, who was in the House of Representatives at the time. So she came forward to help us and write legislation to fix this problem and force the Army to recognize the service of the WASP to be at Arlington Cemetery.
You had already attended WASP funerals at Arlington, so in other words, there were women already buried there.
Yes, that's why it's kind of confusing.
Yeah.
Because they were already there. The Army actually told us that it was a mistake that they had been there.
Oh, that's nice of them. Wow.
So a lot of them were buried with their husbands because their husbands served in the military in some capacity. So they were eligible as a spouse. So they didn't get a funeral with military honors until 2002 when there was another argument about it. And again, we thought everything was sorted out, but then it turned out it wasn't.
I don't understand what the big deal is. It's not like there's thousands that are going to be buried there.
Yeah, exactly. And the WASP pilots, they did a very important job.
They did a vital job.
They did a very important job, but the law from 1977 allowed any group or individual who was similarly situated to the WASP during World War II or any time previous to that to apply for the same status as the WASP. So there were 37 other groups in the same situation, the biggest one being the Merchant Marines of World War II, of which more than 9,000 died in service. So this law ended up covering a lot of different groups.
So they figured the easiest way to cut it off was to just get rid of the WASPs, because then, well, the WASPs don't have the status, so you don't get it either.
Right. Like I said, it was all very confusing to our family, so, you know.
Well, yeah, it's confusing to me, too, because, all these people did great service for their country during the war, and then they get slapped in the face for it.
Exactly.
Wow. I'm still flabbergasted at that.
I am too. It's stunning sometimes. You just got to wonder, what the heck are these people thinking?
Okay, so in typical government fashion, they put up an awful lot of resistance. How did you mount the fight?
So like I mentioned, I did media interviews. We had a petition online. I reached out to organizations like EAA, Women in Aviation International, all these great aviation groups that I call my grandma's second family. And some of them actually registered as lobbyists on Capitol Hill. They emailed their members, and that was great because there's hundreds of thousands of people becoming aware of this problem. A lot of members called their members of Congress, their senators, signed our petition, wrote to local media, wrote op-eds. So that was really supportive. The aviation community really came together to support our family in this. And once Martha McSally came forward and wrote the legislation, I spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill. I visited more than 150 offices in person on Capitol Hill with Senate and House of Representatives, making sure they were aware of the legislation and they would vote yes on it. And it moved through the House pretty quickly thanks to the leadership of Martha McSally, and was unanimously passed through the House of Representatives on March 22nd, 2016. Then it moved over to the Senate, and we had Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa and Senator Mikulski from Maryland that were the sponsors of that legislation. But the House bill moved over to the Senate, and moved through the Senate eventually.
Glacially, yes.
Eventually. But in the grand scheme of things, it took 19 weeks from the time Martha wrote the legislation until the time the President of the United States signed it into law in May 2016. So
actually, I guess that's remarkably
it's pretty,
short.
pretty quick for Washington. So
yeah,
you know,
I would say that's light speed for Washington.
Yes, so it was good, and like I said, all the support in the media and the constant attention to this issue really helped, I think, push it through.
Now, so she was buried there. Did she receive the full military honor?
So, not quite. Arlington National Cemetery has several levels of burial honors, the top one being full military honors. Since my grandmother and the other women Air Force service pilots got retroactive veteran status, they didn't technically have a rank. So on her DD-214 under rank, it says not applicable. So the full military honors are technically for officers, and since she technically was unranked, they gave her the equivalent of enlisted soldiers honors. But we already had so much going on, I wasn't about to deal with that problem. So
right. The main battle was won. We're not going to argue about the feathers,
that's another battle that perhaps
trim.
will come. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, how many women Air Service pilots are still alive? Do you know?
Yesterday, I was told there are 36 left by the National World War II WASP Museum directors. So.
Okay. Are they all planning on being buried at Arlington?
No. That's the other issue. I attended another funeral for Miss Lorraine Rogers, who actually has been in Oshkosh. I have a picture of her, my grandmother, and Sean Tucker together, I think around 2008. Nice. She passed away last year, and she was buried in May of this year. I attended her funeral at Arlington National Cemetery. But no, they are not all planning to be at Arlington. Most of them, I think, are going to be buried, where their families live.
Right.
My family lives near Washington, D.C. That's, I have other relatives there in our area.
It's a nice area. A little crowded, but nice.
Thanks.
Certainly a good tourist spot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's my grandmother, part of the reason she wanted to be at Arlington was because tourists visit Arlington more than, I think, 2 million a year. And part of it is to learn about the history of our country and who served our country. And she wanted to be a representative of the women Air Force service pilots there from when people visit, learn about, them as a group, a historic group.
What does it say on her stone? Just WASP or something like that?
It says Congressional Gold Medal and WASP World War II. That has her name and the usual.
Okay.
And it has her WASP wings, which my mom spent quite a bit of time getting someone to engrave the wings of the WASP on there.
Okay, because I'm sure they've got very, very strict rules on
yes, they do have particular rules about what you can put on your gravestone.
Okay. And you wrote a book about this whole thing.
I did write a book about this whole situation. It is called Final Flight, Final Fight, My Grandmother, the WASP, and Arlington National Cemetery. And the foreword is by Senator Martha McSally, who a lot of aviation people know, and it was very nice of her to write the foreword for my book. But the book is for sale here at the warehouse, and I will be signing books today at 1:15. And so I cover the situation we just talked about, but through that story I teach the history of the WASP, what they did during the war, and then my grandma's story, how she joined the WASP. She was one of 13 WASP from the state of Maryland. And the aviation community, I actually talk about Oshkosh in here. There's a whole chapter about Oshkosh because I kind of talk about the aviation community coming together, supporting our family, and how much it meant to me to come to Oshkosh and be embraced by them and know that they care about keeping the history of the women Air Force service pilots alive. So we appreciate that as family members.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, Aaron Miller. The book is available at the EAA warehouse. I'm Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2023.
Welcome back to Squawk 1200, 18 minutes past 12 o'clock. I'm Fareed Guillot along with Paul Prydecker. Joining us in the studio right now is Tom May, Beth May, and Mohammed Bryant. They are part of the Some Assembly Required drone team as part of the UAS for STEM program. Welcome, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's really interesting. This kind of reminds me. I don't want to cheapen it by saying this sounds a lot like Lego League and some of those other kind of programs to get kids really engaged in science and engineering and creativity.
Yes. Yes, it's like that. I would say it's like Lego League on steroids, maybe.
Yeah.
The technology is a lot more advanced. Our building blocks are receivers and transmitters and servos and drone airframes, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like that, but on another scale, another level.
And Tom, when did this all start?
Yeah, so the UAS for STEM program actually started about 10 years ago. We've been with it this is year 8.
This is our 8th year.
We didn't have a competition because of COVID, so we've only been competing for 7 years. And the whole program has really grown from a grassroots effort with just a handful of teams to we're now reaching out. We have an international competitor last year. We've been fortunate enough to be able to come to the EAA and really experience and let the kids experience the full aviation industry. And we've now grown to a competition of 12. We have a beginner and an advanced class. And that part of it really enhances what the students get to experience, because now as they start off small, they can grow to even more complex.
The UAS for STEM program this year is bigger than it's ever been. 6 teams competing in the beginner class, 6 teams competing in the advanced class. And we're in the advanced class since we've been doing this for so long.
Yeah.
And Mohammed, I'm guessing you've got an active part in this, and you're active and a participant. And how did you get started?
So yeah, originally I was a homeschooler, so I didn't really get out that much, and I kind of found a makerspace near my house. So I went out there and I checked it out, and then I ended up meeting Tom, and he ended up introducing me to drones. That year I actually became the pilot, and we ended up winning first year for that.
Did you know anything about drones before that?
No.
Or is it just
No.
You didn't even know what was possible?
No, I did not. He let me fly it inside the makerspace, and I was really surprised because it was it's a drone inside the library. And
A small one.
A small one. But it was still a drone. I was just really nervous, but I really grew throughout that COVID year. I got to practice on the flight sim. And yeah, no, it was pretty fun.
So what does it take to win first place?
Lots of practice and dedication. Some good CADing skills to 3D print your models for different designs. That's also another thing that I did. I was a modeler, so I modeled a lot of the parts and different designs on the drone that you may see.
Let me add to that real quick, because it's really also a lot of teamwork, because our team is 10 this year, and Mohammed's got these fantastic CADing skills and piloting skills.
And collaboration skills.
But the engineering viewpoints and all the other talents that come in, even students that aren't engineers at all, bring in a very different perspective, and we incorporate all that into the design process, and that really makes it a much more robust solution.
And I just need to admit, Mohammed's CADing skills are mad. He's got mad CADing skills. And engineering and prototype. Okay, let me tell you about his first prototype.
Computer assisted drafting for those people that...
He walked into the room with a cardboard box this big, about 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet. He said, "This is my first prototype for the grabber that has to pick up a water bottle attached to the drone." And we looked at him and we thought that the prototype was in the box. The prototype was the box. When you fold all the flaps and you add some rubber bands and strings, you pressure force the box on top of the bottle, and the space between the flaps will pick it up.
Oh my goodness.
And that was his first prototype for the grabber, and that was very successful.
I'm thinking about your comment about teamwork, and in aviation, that's what it's always about. No matter what aspect of aviation you're in, nobody's by themselves. I mean, even if you're just in an airplane by yourself, it's still a team in terms of the maintenance, it's air traffic control,
Ground
it's your
support.
instructor, it's everything. That sounds like you've taken advantage of that to the max. So.
Yeah. Something you mentioned was the makerspace, and that's kind of a new term, I say, within the last 10 years. They're kind of popping up everywhere. So if young people are looking around to kind of a way to engage science and find those unique tools and devices that they may need to create, and also the kind of the brain the brains there, it's kind of the knowledge of the other people in the makerspace. Is that kind of what you found there?
Yeah, so it was actually there at the makerspace where I first learned how to solder and first learned how to build with Legos, the Lego techniques and all of that stuff. And when I was younger, I would also go there, and I would see like the FTC robots just moving around and lifting up different things, and I would be like, when will I be old enough to do things like that? And then sooner or later, I ended up joining a drone team, and it ended up being really successful.
And those are kind of like community-based areas that can really help you with your skills and meet other people that can teach you those things if you don't necessarily have access to that within your own family or your own kind of friend circle.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about, next few years from now, do you see yourself as designing, an engineer? You want to be a pilot? You want to do all three? You want to go to the moon?
I want to do a lot of things, but I think whatever I do in the future, I want to make sure that it has something to do with engineering, because that's like a really strong path, and I like making things with my hands. I grew up building decks because my dad, he was a roofer, so that was like pretty interesting, and I ended up doing a lot, and I want to thank my parents a lot for that. My mom's a scientist, and I kind of like grew up around STEM and building and making things, so I think it was like natural for me to go into engineering.
We're speaking with Mohammed Bryant, Beth May, and Tom May, talking about UAS for STEM, and that is, it's a little bit of engineering and creativity, and of course some competition as well. Talk a little bit about how the Explorer post in your area figured into all of this, Tom.
Fred, that's a really great question. The way it actually formed was about 26 years ago. My wife and another person, Bob Ekman, formed a group. They just wanted to get together a bunch of kids to learn more about science and technology. And from there, that sort of grew. After a couple of years, Bob brought it into the Boy Scouts. It was part of an adventure program. That's a co-ed program for high school students. And from there, that grew into what we now call the Explorer Post. We go through probably 40 to 50 students per year. We do robotics, rocketry, and now drones. That was the genesis of how all of that started. And then we found the UAS for STEM program, which was great because they give us a curriculum, there's training material. They actually have to go through a complete FAA ground school. They learn theory of flight, FAA rules and regulations, all the airspace requirements that you would for almost becoming a private pilot.
And are you working to spread this around the country?
Yeah, Archie Stafford was sort of the STEM person who created UAS for STEM, and he is actively promoting it. He does a great job bringing that to all the other high schools around the country, even around the world.
Yeah, the host for UAS for STEM is the Aeronautic Modeling Academy, Academy of Aeronautics Modeling. I always mess it up. AMA. Right. And so Archie and his wife Terry actually started this program in partnership with the AMA. So their team, the AMA people, Kyle Jarras and others, and Emily Rice, and Archie and his wife, they run the whole competition, and they have teams from across the country. And we have to do a preliminaries back in April and qualify to come here for the finals, and it is open to international teams, so we expect to see international teams probably next year.
Mohammed, what are you working on now? What's your next project?
College.
All right.
Honestly, yeah, because I just graduated this year, so I'm going to work on, thank you, I'm going to work on getting college in place. I'm probably going to go to a community college for 2 years to save a lot of money, and then transfer out to like a better school.
What was it like, the competition its first 2 days, the air venture?
Yeah, it was like really stressful. Our team was reviewing everything over and over again. We were doing pre-checks to the pre-checks. We were doing pre-flights to making sure that our drone is all coordinated, and the GPS, we got the GPS lock and everything, and it was just like really intense, and it was really fast-paced, like boom, 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 next.
And what did you learn from some of the other teams and talking with some of the other competitors?
I learned that all of them have their unique and individual characters that I wouldn't normally get to see because they come from different places in different parts of America. And it was really interesting seeing their designs for their drone mechanism, and I think that helps plant innovation for the next competition to come. Yeah.
Well, you can always learn from others, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
What else have you looking at so far in the context of what you were here for? What else have you seen around the convention that's inspired you?
I've seen a lot of drone companies that I like to go around and follow. There was one that was doing a delivery one. I thought that was pretty interesting because it had a really neat mechanism where it comes down and it releases the payload, which is kind of like what we were doing. So we ended up kind of forming some sort of bond. And then it was really cool because their mission is literally what we're doing. We're we're descending on packages, picking them up and taking them and unloading them, and it's really interesting. And I do like to do pull-ups at the military.
Every army
pull up. Well, Mohammed, Tom, and Beth, thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to following your success in the future.
Thank you, Paul and Fareed.
Here's a classic interview from 2011 in the EAA Radio archives.
And now, your host, J. Mont G.
And here we are back on the farm, down on the farm, at the Ultralight Barn, the Big Red Barn. Boy, what a nice day it is down here. Folks, if you haven't been down to check out Ultralights, you really need to head south and see this great venue. At the opposite end of the north-south runway from Warbirds is all these little guys flying around down here, and it is just a hustle and bustle of flying activity. Right now, for our last segment, I'm joined by Dan Grunlow, and Dan is the editor of Light Plane World Magazine, as well as the forum's chairman down here. Good afternoon, Dan.
That's right, Jay. It's fun to be here. I'm glad to tell everybody about the Light Plane World newsletter and about the forums tent. Let's
do it. Let's talk about it. Tell people what to expect when they come down here on the farm.
Well, our forums tent here next to the barn has forums about every subject that you could imagine, a wide range because so many different types of ultralight airplanes. We have 27 forums through the week. The best in our field from all over come and share their knowledge, and we pack that tent throughout the day.
How many forums a day do you have?
4 or 5 each day. I think 5 a day. I have the best job really because I get to decide who comes. I get to recruit them, talk them to come in and give their talks, and then they start coming back year after year. So we have some presenters that keep coming, and they provide service to their builders, the people they've sold airplanes to. So it's a way to get more information, to learn about what's going on in ultralights and light sport aircraft.
So you have flying safety forums, you have manufacturer support forums, you have some training forums probably. What else?
We have speakers like Artie Trost come and talk about their flights, their long-distance flights.
She's a neat lady.
Oh, my gosh. Artie raises the bar for all of us, especially we men. Those of us who say they can't fly very far, then Artie flies thousands of miles.
So she does a
shouldn't
seminar.
say her age, but she's older than many of us, and she outflies most of us.
Well, she looks pretty chipper to me.
Yes, she is. She's spry.
So what does she? If she's going to give a forum, what basically does she do? A slideshow presentation?
Artie is her other occupation is a motivational speaker.
Oh, well.
So she travels around the country speaking at boys' clubs and various kinds of groups to motivate people to get out of their shell and do exciting things. And she comes on stage in her flight suit and tells stories about her adventures and helps inspire people to do more. So she's talking about her adventures, the things she sees along the way. I think on this trip she had 2 airplanes following with her. I didn't listen to her interview earlier.
Yeah,
I don't know how much
she had.
about
She had a group of airplanes.
But she's an inspirational or motivational speaker. She can get you want to try to follow her lead, I know I do.
So what else? Engine manufacturers, when they do a seminar, what do they talk about?
Sure. The forum that is Phil Lockwood talking about Rotax engines, and he's been coming for years, and he has some great presentations where he points out all the little problems that people have, gives advice about maintenance, and usually is quite to the end of the period. He's one of our best speakers, and he's been coming for years. So engine maintenance, problem solving, that kind of thing, announcements about new products or new features on new engines. And so we have several engine manufacturers, several airframe people, builder groups come in, like Leonard Milholland sitting over here with his engines and airplanes. So a wide variety of things.
Tell us what's exciting that's happening because you're doing the magazine, so I know you've got your finger on the pulse, so to speak, of what's happening in ultralights.
For me, what's exciting is to see the renewed interest in the single-seat ultralights. Over time, everybody wanted something bigger and faster, and airplanes got bigger and faster and more expensive, and now there seems to be more interest in people flying the traditional fun ultralights that weren't really designed to go distance, though they can. What's exciting? Well, meeting Artie Trost, I just found out that one of our planes down here, a little metal ultralight called the Ultra Cruiser, that pilot flew from New York.
Wow.
Flew from Kirk Mills, flew that Ultra Cruiser from New York, and it turns out to be the original prototype that the designer built 10 years ago. And this was his first long-distance flight. He had never gone anywhere. Hops in an ultralight and goes 1,000 miles. He said all his friends said he was crazy. But a long-distance flight is just a lot of little flights stacked together. And he landings in fields and had to land for weather, but it was great to listen to his story. So the exciting part for me is meeting these people and getting fired up about their experiences and wanting to go try to imitate what they do.
You know, Dan, it just struck me as you said that is actually one of the safer aspects of ultralight flying is that you can land just about anywhere.
Kirk and I discussed that, and that's true. As long as you have a place to go, you always have a place to land. You don't have woods under you. You can go anywhere with a chart. I think nowadays a cell phone is required safety equipment. As long as you have a chart, a cell phone, and a plastic card to buy gas, you can cross the whole country.
Yeah. Well, and now they even have these devices like the Spot Messenger,
sure,
where you can sync it by Bluetooth to your iPhone, and you can send messages through satellite. You don't even need a cell phone signal. So that if you're in the backcountry with your ultralight, that makes it just that much safer.
Yeah, and my new job, I've been doing the seminar tent for 15 years, but my new job with the Light Plane World newsletter has been fabulous too, because I get to read these stories before anybody else does and bring them to the readers. And I want to encourage everybody to look for Light Plane World. I think it's the most fun. I try to emphasize the fun, which is what we have. We have a lot of fun down here. We focus on fun, and I try to bring that into Light Plane World.
Now, Dan, Ultralights is a part of regular EAA, not a separate division. So how does somebody get your magazine?
They can anywhere by going to the EA website, ea.org. I can make it even simpler. If they just remember the words Light Plane World. If you type Light Plane World in any search box, it'll go right to the website.
The online edition?
You'll see my picture, the online edition. They can receive it monthly as an email. They can read it online. You don't have to be an EA member. It's something that's provided to anybody that's interested. It's mostly member-written. People send in their stories, favorite videos. We have expert articles by instructors and builders. But if they just remember the word Light Plane World, and find the box that says subscribe here, and it'll start coming into your email mailbox.
That's excellent. What kind of features do you typically have? And does it come out monthly, or is it bi-weekly? Or
it's a monthly newsletter in several parts. there's a news section, and I try to bring the latest news. And that's kind of fun, too, because with being online, you can get the news out faster than the print media. And so I'm trying to scoop the magazines all the time. So there's a news section, what's hot this month. And then I try to have 3 or 4 feature articles, either from instructors, how to fly, or stories about people's flights. A wide variety of things. That's the cool thing about ultralights and sport is we have so many different kinds. The fixed wings, the weight shift trikes, the powered parachutes, the electric airplanes now.
I see a lot of helicopters over here. Now, helicopters technically cannot be in light sport, right? They have to be ultralights.
They've been our friends here for a long time because we share the facility. They generally fly in the middle of the day when it's windy and bumpy for our littler planes. We share the operational air, but it's also true at local club fly-ins. Helicopters mix well with everything, as long as they have their own arrival procedures and everybody's looking out. Ultralights and helicopters fly together. And here, even when the helicopters are flying, we have incoming ultralights. And everybody knows to make way, and we have spotters on the ground. So we've been sharing the facilities here with Rotorcraft for a long time, and it works great. We keep the place hopping all day because we have something going on all day.
There is always something going on down here on the farm, that's for sure. A lot of activity down here, and you're kind of, you're south far enough, you're kind of out of the way of the hustle and bustle of the north part of AirVenture, and that's probably nice for you guys because you guys get nice calm air down here.
Yeah, we have a good place to fly, and we get to fly a lot, and that's part of the big appeal. That's appeal, and I would tell other light sport pilots, yes, you can display elsewhere on the grounds and have a lot of people on the plane. But if you want to fly and you have an ultralight or light sport that can operate from our runway, people get to see you fly down here, and we draw a crowd at flying periods because people want to see those takeoffs and landings. That's the fun part of actually doing it.
It truly looks like a beehive when you guys are going at it about 6:30 at night.
It is, and it's wonderful. I've been flying here myself for 15 or 20 years, and I fly my little plane up here, and it's the greatest thrill. For me, though, is just, in my last issue of Light Plane World, I asked the question in the poll, why do you come to AirVenture? And one of the options wasn't, probably the most important one, is to meet the people that are here and get inspired by their energy. We come to see the planes, the air show, to see the latest products, but it's bumping into these people, these other pilots and builders, and getting fired up by their enthusiasm to charge our batteries for another 51 weeks of flying. So that's, for me anyway, these people.
Now, your magazine, it's member written, you said, quite a lot of it. What about on the safety side? What do you guys put in the magazine to boost safety within the ultralight community?
The best feature we have for safety is a piece written every month by Tim Bogenhagen, EAA's ultralight
director,
and he puts in a Q&A every month, popular questions and answers that people have each type of aircraft, and those are always safety related. We have articles written by instructors. I especially go out and try to find the experienced instructors that give advice on how to use the radio or how to make good landings or how to be safe in the pattern. So I'd say a lot of our stuff is related to safety and fun and getting the information out about what's new. So,
Artie's trip, we were talking to Artie about that earlier. It seems to me that something like that, a trip that she experienced, would be quite educational for other people. Things that she learned, because that's got to give you some experience with some things that you may not normally deal with. So if you're planning a cross country, having a resource to, well, how is my Quicksilver going to do at 7,000 feet? How does a Rotax engine behave at 10,000 feet or 12,500 feet altitude? And things that GA pilots like myself don't think about. We would never think of changing jets in a carburetor, for example.
Certainly on a long-distance flight with some of these engines, if you're traveling into different weather zones, you can have problems if you don't pay attention to things.
So
like
I would imagine that your magazine features a lot of this kind of thing to help people prepare.
It's there all the time, and you're right. to learn how to do it, you need to read about other people's experiences. You get so many tips from reading their experiences. And I would encourage people to look at Light Plane World and go to the archives and read the back issues. We've put out about a year and a half now, and there's a lot of great material there for the ultralight and light sport pilot.
Excellent, Dan. Dan Grenlow is the editor of Light Plane World magazine and the head of forums down here on the farm in ultralights. And that wraps up another edition of On the Fly. Tomorrow, you can join us at 1 o'clock. We'll be over at the Light Sport Mall, as a matter of fact.
Great.
Yeah, we'll be at the Light Sport Mall tomorrow. And then on Saturday, it's Seaplane Day. So we'll be out at the Seaplane base on Saturday, 1 o'clock as well. So everybody get on down here to the farm. Here, a lot going on. And we'll see you tomorrow over at the Light Sport Mall. I'm J-Mod G. We are On the Fly.
Here's an EAA radio interview from Oshkosh 2023.
This is Squawk 1200. I'm Farid Guillot along with Paul Prydecker, 1233. We're into our next guest, who is David Zahn, NASA's Advanced Air Mobility National Campaign. Now, it seems like a lot of words there, but it's kind of a forward-looking, strategic look at how our airspace is going to be utilized in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Advanced Air Mobility Project is under the Aeronautics Research Mission Directorate. So that's everything inside the atmosphere, from supersonic, low boom travel, all the way down to nano drones. And so what we're doing is trying to reimagine that airspace and introduce new entrants into the NAS safely and efficiently.
And we just had people in this group that was doing what's called UAS for STEM, and so they're working on kind of the frontier of what's possible for drones, and certainly some national manufacturers are also working on that as well. And so obviously the government and some of the agencies that support it are trying to figure out how this is all going to work together in time before you're pushed by everybody else.
So I think advanced air mobility goes just a little bit beyond UAS. UAS is a very important part of that, but we want to look at different mechanisms of propulsion. So electric propulsion, vehicle configuration and design, so lift plus cruise, multi-copter, tilt wing, and then higher levels of automation with respect to air traffic controllers, as well as pilots, and then even some of the UAS operations, remote cargo, up to air taxis with humans.
And David, of course, your group and groups like you, of course, are at the forefront of trying to advance all of this. No pun intended. But then you need regulatory support from the FAA about how all of this is going to work, since we're all sharing the same airspace. What's the coordination like between you and our regulators?
So I like to say that the FAA is our customer. At the end of the day, NASA is a research agency, so we have to explore the art of the possible and separate the real from the imagined. And the FAA, they're regulators, they're a regulatory agency. So how we work best is asking their participation on what their needs are, on what they anticipate the roadmap looking like for integration. And then we invite them to take their regulator hat off and put a research hat on and explore opportunities. The number one thing we want to impart is that none of our explorations are regulations. They're just possibilities that we can integrate safely and efficiently and keep in the United States #1 economical and technological leader in aviation.
Let's look like maybe a specific example here. What I've seen a lot is especially in the eVTOL area, the electric vertical takeoff area, there's a lot of companies that are trying to solve the helicopter from the 34th Street helipad kind of thing, and moving people around more often. When you look at something specific like that, what are some of the factors that go into designing the future?
I think reimagining the airspace, and so we've kind of coined a term of airspace architecture and subsequent airspace architects that look at tailoring airspace procedures and departures and approaches based off of vehicle design, operation, and environmental condition. So how we look at a fixed wing today, we build a procedure that fits a Cessna 172 and a 777, but we don't necessarily need to build that road for like a Prius and a F-150 the same way. We can tailor that airspace volume to the body geometry of the aircraft, the design performance, and ultimately what their operation is. If it's compensation for hire for passengers or just cargo, that's ultimately efficiency is their goal there.
David, it's quite common in today's environment and world to start talking about sustainability. And in general, when we hear about sustainability, the obvious things come to mind, like fuels, carbon footprint, those things. But what you're doing is really, you're in a more global sense, you're looking at sustainability of the industry by creating new paths and new mechanisms, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a holistic approach. So looking at even the surveying of landing surfaces. So spatial data integrity, I think, is the linchpin of all of these operations. You can't have a precision approach without a precision survey. So the supporting cast on the ground, in the aircraft, and then in a TRACON or Air Traffic Control Center will all take a part in this new evolution of UAM or advanced air mobility.
I think I want to write that down. That was a good phrase.
I do like that.
Yeah.
Do you also look at how these new facilities are going to interface with like the ground network and things like that as well? How far does your planning go off site of where landing areas and takeoff areas and things like that go?
That is a very important area of research that adjacent projects are working on. It's called a multimodal transportation model. And this industry, whether it's a UAS or eVTOL, will really hinge on pairing that multimodal model where we're bringing an Uber or ride-sharing service paired up to a eVTOL landing at your local hub or airport. So you don't want to have somebody waiting 20, 30 minutes for an eVTOL, right when they're dropped off somewhere.
What are some of the things that you have discovered as you sort of try to plan this future that you didn't expect? Some things that may have popped up and say, okay, this is going to be an interesting thing to solve.
Public acceptance. I think, the studies that have come out have been far more optimistic than what we had observed. We originally took a conservative approach to looking at building airspace over zoning areas. So agriculturally zoned areas, commercial or residential, and building visual or acoustic pollution models on what public acceptance might be. Then when they pooled some of the participants and occupants of those areas, they're actually quite receptive and excited about having this capability in and around their area.
The aviation world is often characterized as having a shortage of people, pilots, avionics technicians, engineers, dispatchers, you name it, there seems to be a shortage. Do you have career opportunities at NASA? And you're trying to desperately fill them?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that shortage is across the board, right? From every aspect, from entry participants into aviation to senior researchers.
So, when you're looking for those workers, what do you expect them to be excited about?
Reimagining, right? So we don't want to document history, and so I think a lot of aviation as education centers have done a very good job of introducing forward-leaning concepts. So if you're at a flight school or a university in an aerospace engineering program, if you're just teaching what is done today, you might as well give a history degree. And these institutions have done a very good job of partnering with NASA and FAA and next-gen offices to introduce those concepts so these new students and emerging markets can start tackling those problems before they get to their industry or agency.
Talk a little bit about your background, how you got to this point.
Yep, military. So I was an Army Black Hawk pilot. Shout out to all the Army guys out there. So I did medevac and air assault, and I ended up taking a rotation in airfield operations. So building low-level helicopter routing in Iraq. And I think that helped building some of the airspace concepts for that vertical takeoff and land, high-density models we're anticipating, for UAM.
We're looking at the eVTOL market, and I mean, you can sit on the back of United Airlines airplane, and they're already running advertisements for running their eVTOL aircraft between Newark and New York or Oakland and San Francisco. Obviously, the limitation at the moment technologically is electrical supply, batteries, things like that. Is NASA working on a solution to that to, be able to get these to fly for an hour?
Yeah, that's part of that sustainability, right? If we can keep something in air, the only way to maintain superiority is to scale that technological ability. So as we scale that, we have to look at infrastructure models. So we're partnering with our community engagement activities with municipalities, so looking at their power grids. Do we have an adequate power grid that can supply enough resupply energy between buses or traditional electric propulsion with rail carts, and then introduce a new form of vertical electricity where we're taking people from to and from pinnacle landings on buildings and around, around the shopping areas. So that's a big part of it.
We just have a few minutes left, but we're speaking with David Zahn of at NASA's National Air Mobility Campaign. Do you have any? NASA has a presence here. Is your specific focus have any sort of visual displays or things like that that people can at least interact with or find out more about?
We have a number of them. So, like I said, advanced air mobility is a large portfolio. So, as we look at supersonic low boom transportation, we have a model set up there, and actually one of the test pilots is here with us. So, people want to take pictures, ask questions, engaging from that corridor aspect or even the vehicle design. We also have that airspace architecture model where we're shrinking those concepts, and we have a visual where you can look at some of the routing, some of the air traffic management techniques, and some of the safety initiatives that we're putting around this industry.
You used to be located in what I think we called it the government pavilion, but now you're in one of the hangars, aren't you? Where would somebody come to see you when they're here today?
Just off of Forum Stage 9.
Okay.
Very good.
Very good.
And do you take suggestions? I mean, if someone has an idea to contribute to the air mobility campaign.
Absolutely. I think most of our work has come from the needs and anticipations and questions from the participants, whether it be industry, academia, or just government officials that are genuinely interested in this area and its safety and efficiency.
David, I want to thank you very much for coming here today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Look forward to hosting you guys at the NASA tent.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to come over and see you. David Zahn is with NASA's National Air Mobility Campaign. You're listening to EAA Radio.
This is the voice of EAA. EAA Radio. Online at eaaradio.net.
Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport is proud to sponsor EAA Radio. They look forward to visiting with you in Hangar C while you're here. GRB is just 50 minutes north of Oshkosh. 2 FBOs with 280,000 feet of hangar space, fuel, and maintenance on site. 5 major airlines serve 11 nonstop routes and all major car rental brands. Enjoy EAA and explore all that Northeast Wisconsin has to offer. FlyGRB.com.
Here's a program note. For 51 weeks out of the year, EAA Radio replays the broadcasts from that 52nd week, AirVenture Oshkosh. Our radio archive dates back to 2004, and we play a few historical interviews from that archive every hour. So occasionally you'll hear a bit of history that has changed since it originally happened. Maybe a federal official who's gone to another job, a future product that turned out not to be, or a company that's no longer in business. We'll always tell you which year the interview was recorded before it plays. So don't be thrown off when you hear from FAA Administrator Blakey or the proposed Eclipse 400 single-engine jet. Aviation's always changing, and EAA Radio streams those programs from the past to make you smile when you recall that was one of the years you came to Oshkosh.
Welcome back to Squawk 1200. I'm Fareed Guillot along with Paul Prydecker, and to finish out this hour, we have Sean, Nick, and Jared from the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers. I kind of got that mixed around, I'm sorry, but I'm going to do a visual joke. Gentlemen, we need to talk about your flare. Those of you watching in the video stream, you can see that they have these lovely yellow vests and a lot of pins. It's pretty cool.
Thank you. We're having a competition to see who can get the most flare.
A flare off.
I feel like I'm winning at the moment.
I think you're out. Yeah, you even have like stuff that dangles and everything.
Oh, a ton of stuff.
I was only given my vest last night, and I haven't gotten any pins yet, so I was intimidated to take it off because of Sean.
We're always happy to have you guys come and visit with us, because what you do is so important to the system. You're all are excellent professionals. The pilots and air traffic control, they work together as a team. I realize that sometimes some team members are better than others, and we want to talk about VFR and IFR operations, and start out by just talking about the things that you've learned, the things that you'd like to pass on. If you could wave a wand over to every pilot and say, "Do this," what would it be?
So, Paul, I would start with, we want to talk to you. And it might sound intimidating to be on the frequency if you're a newer pilot, but we want to talk to you. We want to be able to give you advisories, traffic advisories, give other aircraft flying in the system advisories on who you are. Again, because if you're not talking to anybody, we're going to see a primary, or we're going to see an intruder is what it looks like. It looks like an eye on our scope, and we're going to get an altitude readout if you're showing your mode C on, but we're not knowing what you're doing. So if we have aircraft IFR on an airway and you start climbing, we're not sure of your intentions. So we got to call that traffic to that aircraft and try to figure things out. So we do want to talk to you. Also, a big point for me is, if you run into a problem and we're talking to you, we are going to be able to respond a lot quicker.
Of course.
And if you're not, we have to then find you, give you a code to squawk, and be able to acknowledge your position, radar ID you, and then go from there. So if you run into a situation like you have a VFR entering IMC conditions, you don't have a lot of time before you become disoriented. That's precious seconds that we're losing. That's pressure that we're losing on trying to find your position when we should be helping you get back to where you came from.
And for the VFR pilot, of course, what we're talking about is, we teach people to, file a flight plan, but what we should really be teaching is get flight following.
Yes, sir.
Get flight following, get a squawk code, start talking, just so, as you said, your response time is quicker, and it really helps the other pilot then be able to understand where the traffic might be and things. So, I think VFR pilots sometimes think, I don't need ATC. That's an IFR world, but that's not true.
Correct.
Well, you can compare and contrast the two. Everybody gets taught to do VFR flight plans, and it's still a great idea. It's a great tool, but I think they're more designed for when you're flying in places where you can't have air traffic service, or maybe it's you don't have radio reception or something like that, where you might go down and nobody knows. Now we've got your route, we've got the color of your plane, we've got all that information to come and try and get search and rescue and save you. But if you're actively talking to us, that happens before you even ditch the plane. As soon as I lose a radar target as you're descending, I've already got people en route. It happens before the accident or possible accident even happens. So I think the time difference is huge, and I feel like flight following almost, in some cases, can replace a VFR flight plan, provided you're in congested airspace and places where there's good coverage and good ATC.
Well, of course, where you're in SoCal, and I forget, Nick, you're
John Wayne Tower.
Also
John Wayne Tower.
Also, and then you're in Albuquerque Center, so you each have some different functions, but it's all in congested airspace. Yeah.
Nick, talk a little bit about some of the challenges. I mean, the SoCal is just thick with.
I think I'm just going to reiterate, pick up flight following. We've talked to hundreds of pilots over these last few days down in Oshkosh, and it seems like they don't want to be a hassle to air traffic controllers when it's the complete opposite. Like, getting flight following makes our job easier. We get to point out where you are to other pilots and keep pilots separated, and we get to use different altitude restrictions, so it just makes our job a lot easier.
Yeah, I'm Southern California as well, only on the approach control side, and I think something that is a recent development that might be news to some pilots is because of the staffing crisis that's both in the pilot side and the air traffic side. We need pilots, so the pilot salaries go up, and one day Jimmy says, I want to be a pilot, and tomorrow he's flying in the airspace with an instructor. And it takes us 2 to 4 years to train a controller to get to that point. So because we're in this place where we've got a ton of flight training happening now, and the controllers haven't had time to get trained and get back up and running at a full staffing level, when you're talking about especially IFR procedures and getting instrument ratings, anytime as a pilot you can cancel, we're talking IFR versus VFR, if you can cancel IFR and do some of that stuff VFR, maybe you're in Albuquerque or Southern California where it's good weather, that's going to give you much more flexibility on how many approaches you can get done and how fast, and your imprint on the system, because the separation standards there's still a ton of protections for you as a VFR pilot. We just don't have to have you 3 to 5 miles away from the next guy, and it makes it a lot easier on us, and that in turn gives you more chances to get what you need done.
I've been in aviation training for let's call it 30 years, a while. And one of the things I used to try to communicate to my instrument students was that if you're going into an airport that's maybe non-towered and you're making position reports, telling somebody that you're at the final approach fix on an ILS does not tell a VFR pilot where you are. That you should say, well, I'm 6 miles north, because what does VFR know about that terminology? So this is the questions about education. Do you have a lot of outreach and do kind of what we're doing here around the system to try to educate pilots what works and what doesn't?
I think this is the mecca for it, but in Southern California, I've gone to multiple airports and pilot functions, and they buy me pizza, and I answer their questions and answer for the actions of my coworkers. So yeah, we do as much outreach as we can. Tell them about your coffee stuff that you and Wendy are doing.
So my wife also works. She's also here with us. She works at Albuquerque Tracon, so she works the airspace around the airport, and she helps facilitate coffee with controllers, which we actually did over at the NBAA yesterday morning. And it's awesome because it just puts controllers and pilots in the same room, and we can just talk about anything in the system, what's going on, what can we do better, what can they do better, how do we work better as a team, and be able to make sure that we know that we are on the same team. We want to be a crew member with those pilots and be able to help you guys move through the system, and that really is our goal. And of course, answering questions for them. A lot of pilots last year, I know were very nervous to talk to us because we talk so fast, or they just would be a little bit intimidated, and we want to break down those barriers and just let them know that could not be more untrue. We want to talk to you, and if we are talking too fast, just let us know, new pilot or not. If you're having a hard time understanding, just tell us to slow down, and we will do that.
We're speaking with Sean, Nick, and Jared of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association. You kind of stole my question, but that's okay. Basically, I was going to say, I think a lot of pilots are just afraid of saying it in the wrong order and everything else. But the thing is you're kind of like a therapist on a couch. Is that we're here to help.
Well, one thing,
what.
I mean, you've flown for an airline. I flew for an airline. People have the idea that airlines kind of set the model for communicating. I've heard some horrendous things from the airline world. We all make mistakes.
Correct.
It's best just to say, hey, that went over my head. Can you please repeat it, rather than guessing. Every conversation we've had this week, somehow the concept of a shortage comes in. You guys don't have enough controllers.
Yes, sir.
What are you trying to do to fix it?
Well, unfortunately, like where I'm at here, so I'm just a controller. I work the boards. I also do development on scenarios for new training, but we are in a staffing crisis big time. Yeah. We've been on 6 to 8 work weeks for almost 10 years at my facility. We work 10-hour days a lot of times, and I'm not really sure what is being done behind the scenes, but we need help on that.
You need help.
Yes, sir. We do need help, and the training at our facility on an average takes about 3 years from start to finish when you walk in our door. And I mean, you can't just pick up 10 people tomorrow and then add them to our numbers. It just doesn't work like that.
Is that on not just one position, or is that to be fully qualified on several positions, depending if you're at a center or approach control or whatever?
In our area specifically, we have 8 sectors. And you need to be checked off on both those positions on an associate, which is going to be our D-size, what we call it, who works next to the radar controller to help do landline communications, and then also on the radar position. So we have, in theory, it's 16 positions you have to check out on.
So age range, when can you start? When can how old do you have to be a controller?
I believe you can apply at 18, but most people don't get in until early 20s.
31 is the cutoff, I believe.
Okay.
If you're over 31,
yeah, 31,
you are not eligible.
I got hired 20 days before I turned 31, and I had to run through college to get there, let's just say that. We used to take a majority of our controllers from the college side, the CTI schools, and obviously from the military.
Sure.
But when we started to see this staffing crisis on the horizon, we obliterated the military list. Those guys came in right away, guys and girls. They've got experience. They're easy to check out. The 3-year program might only be 2 for some of those people. That was the most efficient route. Then you take the college. And it's not to say that college or military or even off the street hires have different aptitudes, but the military and college are some sort of a filter that's already there. People don't go to college for an aviation something unless they like aviation.
What's the bottleneck? Is it just the lack of people, or is it lack of ability to train them? Where's the bottleneck in the system?
Well, once you get hired, you have to go to Oklahoma City.
Okay.
And essentially, it's a do or die situation where you get put in a simulator, depending on if you're going en route or terminal. and essentially you take finals, every few weeks, and then they average your score at the end, and if you make it, you go to a facility, and if you don't, that's the end of your career. So my understanding is that Oklahoma City can only take so many people, and so with the instructors down there, the amount of instructors down there, I know that they're working double shifts down there. There's just not enough people to manage everything.
And that leads into where are you here at EAA for people who are interested in maybe exploring the career or just talk to you more about their own techniques as they're flying around?
I would definitely say to come check out our booth. We have a booth right in the shadow of the tower, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association booth. We do pilot talks just about every hour on different topics, whether it's VFR, flight following, communication, IFR. We have multiple talks, and after all those talks, we have a Q&A where we want pilots to come up to talk to us if they have questions about certain things. If I can't answer them, if it's something that an approach controller, we have somebody from every walk of life over there.
Thank you guys for what you do.
Controllers are people too. Sean, Nick, and Jared of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association. Up next from Home Builders HQ, it's On the Fly. You're listening to EAA Radio.
Hi, this is David Hartman. When I'm not at the theater in the woods, I'm always listening to EAA Radio.
Need help promoting your company? We can help. EAA Radio is heard by thousands of people every day at AirVenture, and during the rest of the year at eaaradio.net. Sponsorship opportunities are available right now. Contact us at info@eaaradio.net. Call us at 920-550-1210 or come visit us on the field during AirVenture.
EAA Radio is streaming onto the World Wide Web 24/7 all year long. Once you get to Oshkosh, you can hear us on AM 1210 and FM 96.5. In fact, you can preset your FM radio right now to 96.5. Go ahead, right now, 96.5. I'll wait.
Listening to EAA Radio.
And there we are, EAA Radio, AM 1210 and FM 96.5.
Time for a look back at a classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
Welcome back to Squawk 1200, 1233 here on Whitman Field at AirVenture 2021. I'm Afterburner Al along with Paul Prydecker. Just to give you, if you want to text or call us, it's 920-550-1210. Info at eaaradio.net. You can tweet us at @EARadio, and of course listen live on eaaradio.net. And you can see us here in the studio if you want to watch along or just listen, considering that we're still wearing the same blue shirts that we've always done. So there's nothing that important to see, but you maybe want to see our guest, Ben Templeton. And if you're watching right now our live FlightAware feed, or you have your favorite flight radar of watching the airplanes, a little light coming in right now.
It is, but I was watching yesterday, and the usual stream from, Ripon, Fisk into the airport. There was just a number of aircraft, and a number of them were, the small J3 Cubs, which we love. Yeah. And we're going to have Ben tell us a little bit about his adventure.
Right, and so if you ever watch someone progress on move across to their destination, Ben had people watch for a long time as he flew the entire contiguous 48 states in a J3 Cub. Welcome, Ben.
How are y'all today?
Pretty good.
We're happy to be here. We're glad you're here too.
Yeah.
How did you conceive of this adventure?
We were sitting at a lunch one day with the guys from Triple Tree Aerodrome down in South Carolina, and they had mentioned someone taking their Cub to all 48 states, and I said I'd be happy to do it and get the support of everybody across the country. So we went for it from there and planned for a couple months.
And how did you decide which way you were going to go? From looking at your progress, it was a counterclockwise around the country.
Yeah, it was basically a big counterclockwise circle with a couple zigzags every so often. There was no real rhyme or reason. It's just kind of the first plan that came to mind was go north first, so we stuck with that for the whole route of the trip.
So what are the basics? How long did it take? What about weather? Did you have any mechanical issues? Was this the flight of your dreams?
Yeah, it was fun. We didn't have many mechanical issues at all. We had a brand new Dodge Dream Machine engine. There's a Continental C90, and that ran great the whole time. The trip took 35 days itself. I left on June 1st and got back July 5th. And then it was 7,700 miles, 140 hours of flying, and 107 stops for the whole trip there.
Were the stops pre-planned in general? You kind of had an idea about where you would end up at that night?
Yeah, I had a general idea of where the stops were going to be each day. I had no real plan of where I was going to stay or where I was going to end up for the night, just wherever it got dark, wherever the weather stopped me. And then I had people helping me call ahead. Mainly my mom. She called each airport on the way that I was stopping at, make sure they have fuel and everything. And that was how it went for the whole trip.
That's what moms are for.
Yeah,
it's great.
I noticed in some of the posts of where you stopped that you found some pretty interesting places, like I think it was in North Dakota or northern Minnesota, that hangar with the checkered floor that you were parked in. So tell us a little bit about the people you met along the way.
Yeah, there was a lot of great people that reached out and wanted to help support the trip. You mentioned the checkered floor. That was the Fagan fighter group up there. That was the Fagan family with a bunch of fighters. They brought me in for the night, and we watched some airplanes fly, and they put me up in a hangar there and gave me a place to stay. And there's people all around the trip that wanted to help out and give us a place to stay, or at least show me what they have for their airplanes and just support everything on the trip.
You were. I read an article about flying Route 66 and landing at some of the places, and the author talked about landing at this one place, a restaurant, and you did the same thing. You parked your airplane next to this restaurant or hotel or whatever it was, and you got the famous picture from Route 66, where some airport's really adjacent to that.
Yeah, that's airport is Amboy. It's in Amboy, California. It's in the middle of the desert. It's an old gas station and a rundown motel. It's almost a ghost town. The gas station's still open, and there's just a gravel strip that's kind of 45'd off Route 66, and you can taxi down the road with no cars coming and get your picture there with the Roy's Motel sign, and that's a famous picture for aviation all around the country.
Did you have opportunities to just promote aviation in general when you would be out, on overnight somewhere? I mean, could you see some people and tell them what you were doing and kind of get them engaged in saying, I'm doing this, you can too? Yeah, that was the main goal of the trip, was to talk to as many people as we can about just promoting aviation in general, kind of what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then one of the big promotions I had, I was stopping at Julie Clark's house for the night, and we flew over to an airport close to her, and I actually gave a talk to an EAA chapter in California, and they were pretty supportive of the whole trip.
We're speaking with Ben Templeton, who just completed an Odyssey, flying the lower 48 in a J3 Cub, and his website is benflies.com. I believe that is the website. And early on in the trip, did you ever have a moment like, oh boy, what have I done?
There was a couple times where it was kind of like, wow, I'm in a Cub, I can go 70 miles an hour, and this is a long way to go. But I just kept flying and was flying 6 to 12 hours a day in the air and just kept going, and they kept counting off states day by day, and it went pretty well. So I'm just a little curious about the mountain passes. How did you do that? Yeah, the mountain passes, they made me nervous at first planning. I was looking at it, a 6,000 foot pass, 8,000 feet, and never really flown a Cub that high, or most people haven't because it's a Cub. Mm-hmm. And I just started flying through there, did as much reading as I could about it, and I followed Interstate 90 and the river. Sure. Basically from Wyoming all the way to Oregon, did the northern route, and it was no problem at all. I never had to get above 8,000 feet in the Cub. We had a mixture cable in there, so it did just fine with that. And on the backside, when you started coming east, what did you do? For the southern route, I went down the middle California in the valley, and then I went down basically through Amboy and followed Interstate 10 all the way through the desert, and then went up north to catch Colorado up there.
Sounded like you had kind of a slightly sportier engine in the Cub, but how long does it take to kind of chug up to 8,000 feet? For 8,000 feet, when I got to 8,000, I was taking off from about 4,500 feet, and that took right at about 30 to 40 minutes to get there. And that was climbing pretty hard, but not trying to burn up the engine at all. Right, because you're watching the oil temp and whatever else you you could monitor at that point.
Yeah,
basically. Did you have a few extra engine monitor, or is it just this kind of the standard Cub instrumentation?
It was a bone stock panel. It had an oil pressure and oil temperature. That was it for the engine monitor there.
Wow, that is so classic. Right. So, what's next? What's your plan? You going to do another one of these, some variation of it, or how do you see your next adventure?
For the next, Oshkosh is the next adventure in the Cub. I just got here on Saturday. It was 12 hours. Coming up here took 2 days. I would love to take an airplane, maybe a little bit faster, but love to take an airplane to Alaska just to say I've done it, and hopefully do some flying in Hawaii one day.
Do you have some career aspirations?
Yeah, one of my main goals for flying, love to fly for Delta and around the Atlanta area. I live in Greenville, South Carolina, so we're close. I fly with a lot of friends down there, and I'm going to college close there, so I'd love to fly for them or work around there.
Are you in one of their aviation programs?
I'm not in a Delta aviation program.
No, I mean for the college. Is it an aviation program associated with the college?
Yeah, I'm going to Middle Georgia State University. I'm taking an aviation management degree. I won't be flying with the school, although they do have a flight school with them.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Wow. It's like a dream. I mean, it would just be such a cool thing to do.
One thing I wanted to get back to, just kind of the nuts and bolts of the trip, and that is the other thing we didn't talk about a little bit was weather, because obviously it's a VFR thing. Were you ever delayed, or because of some of the technology now available, you're able to at least maybe salvage some of those legs that you had?
Yeah, the Cub, it's a day VFR only airplane, so there was some weather. We had great weather the whole trip, though. The longest I was stuck in one place was a day at a time, but there was a couple hours here and there. But with all the new radar technology, and I was low enough to have service most of the time, I could fly around it and know when to stop and wait on weather. So that went pretty well the whole trip.
And if I interpreted right, your parents kind of met you at a couple spots too along the way, or did they send you out and
see you in a month?
And see you in a month?
Yeah, it was all the flying was a solo trip. My parents and a couple friends, we spent about 5 days in Vegas just to see what it's all about there, and that was about it. I had a lot of friends that I knew throughout the country from flying RC models that I met on the way.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that in the few minutes we have left, because that's one part that I remember reading about your background is you're really into RC. You also are kind of accomplished in competitions as well.
Yeah, I've competed around the country some with IMAC, which basically it's an aerobatic routine, and you're judged off of that flying with a model. It's an IAC routine. You fly with an RC plane, and then we also just fly for fun and do freestyle around the country at all the Fun Fly events. And then a couple of my friends, Jason Ashley and Tim Hanstein, are all flying up here this week for Oshkosh.
How old were you when you first got started with RC?
I was 9 years old when I first got started with RC, and I've been
doing it ever since.
Yeah, my dad, my grandfather, and me all fly RC.
Wow.
What did you learn about the Cub during all of this adventure? What did you learn about the airplane that you may not have known before?
I knew I could fly the airplane and everything. You just learn how everything's going to work in the Cub. You learn the whole airplane and what it wants at every altitude and every weather condition.
And then tell me one thing that Ben wants to do this week at AirVenture.
I'd just like to meet as many people as I can and want to learn about the trip and people who love to support the trip.
I didn't see, but do you have a fixed location, or are you just up here and experiencing it?
The Cub's parked over in Vintage by a couple DC-3s, but I've been walking around the whole AirVenture, so if you see me, come up and say hey.
Well, we're glad that you joined us today. His website is benflies.com. He is Ben Templeton. He just completed a 35-day odyssey flying a J3 Cub across the contiguous lower 48. You're listening to Squawk 1200 on EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2013.
From the stand on EAA Radio, we're going to talk with John Cudahy, who is with the International Council of Air Shows, and you're the president of the organization.
I am indeed.
Great. Good to have you here, and you've obviously been here before.
I have. One of my favorite places in the world, actually.
Good. Tell us a little bit about ICAS. What's it all about?
ICAS is a trade association that specifically serves the air show industry, both the people who put on air shows, the people who perform at air shows. Most of the performers here this week are members of ICAS, and then the companies that serve the business with insurance and concessions and that sort of thing.
Good. Do you have to be an air show person or a producer or something like that to be a member of ICAS?
You don't. You just have to have an interest in the air show business, and we have a lot of people who are sort of avocationally interested in the air show business who are members of our organization.
Good. Now, I know ICAS has standards that you set for air shows that you encourage people to live up to. Obviously not regulatory, but more guidelines and best practices.
Yep, that's what we call them, is guidelines, and there's some legal mumbo-jumbo about that, but the business works pretty hard to identify best practices and then pass them along to the people who work in the business, and especially those people who are just coming into the business. It gives them sort of a way to avoid reinventing wheels that have been, in some cases, been invented many years ago.
Right. How long has ICAS been around?
We were formed in 1967, so I shouldn't do math in public, but that's closing in on 50 years.
There you go. And how many members?
We have just over 900 members.
All right. This has been an unusual year for air shows, obviously. How is ICAS working and trying to rectify the situation?
Well, it has been an unusual year. Your next guest is Senator Jim Inhofe, and he has been instrumental in helping us get verbiage in defense authorization bills and that sort of thing to try to get the military to take a new look at their decision to withdraw support for U.S. air shows with the statics, Blue Angels, Thunderbirds, and that sort of thing. The impact on the air shows has been pretty dramatic. We had about 25% of the shows in the United States have canceled. Some of the rest of them that have gone on have seen pretty significant reductions in attendance. Oshkosh is a good example of how air shows can proceed without that kind of military support. Crowds here this week seem to be very strong, and I think that's in part because the people who organize the air show portion of it recognize that there are things besides military jets, and they do a good job of showcasing those sorts of things.
Sure. And you're working, I would think, also with EAA on the issue of the FAA's air traffic control bill, I guess, and the potential that might spill over to other air shows.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary specter, actually. In a year when the air show industry is suffering already, to have that kind of additional expense and reduction in resources could be very disastrous for the business. And we are watching it very quickly, working closely with EAA to do whatever we can to make a difference.
It is one of those wonderful things to be here at Oshkosh and out here on the deck, so we get to spend the week at the airport and get to listen to things like the Ford Tri-Motor take off in the middle of our interview.
Yeah, the kind of interruption we all welcome, actually.
Exactly. So what does the future hold for air shows? Where do you see things going?
Well, the big issue is military support and whether or not the government is going to start charging essentially user fees for services that had been provided by the FAA at no cost in the past. We are nearing a number of forks in the road, probably within the next several months. The military is going to have to make a decision very soon about what they will do, both about putting airplanes in the air to support air shows next year and whether or not they will conduct air shows on bases throughout the country. Similarly, I think as this issue with EAA and the FAA move forward, we'll get a bit better resolution on whether or not that is something that's going to impact the whole industry. I have the utmost optimism about the resiliency of the business, and I think that some of the shows are already starting to do what Oshkosh or EAA has done here this week, and that is take a fresh look and make sure that the entertainment value is maintained even if the military isn't participating. So all over the country we're seeing case histories of people who've tried one thing and had varying levels of success, and that will continue through the rest of this season. I think it'll put us in a good position next year. We all want the military back, and that's fairly important, but if they don't come back, I have a very high level of confidence that the industry will adjust, continue, and prosper.
Good. An article that I read just recently, I believe it was out on the East Coast, they were trying to re-energize an air show that had been gone for maybe 10 or 15 years, and the airport manager basically said, the air show industry is dying. and we don't want an air show. And I thought, wow, that was the first time I've heard anyone say anything like that publicly, and it really isn't. I mean, yes, it's a bad year, but it will survive.
Yeah, and you know, everything depends on your perspective. Right. If you take a late July, early August perspective on the air show industry, there's reason to think that the business is struggling. But if you take even a 2013 or certainly a 2012, 2013, 2014 perspective, there's every reason to be optimistic. Frankly, I know the man that made that comment, and I think he was in an internal battle in his own community about airport issues, and I have not talked with him yet about it, but I suspect that that was part of a political situation rather than his assessment of where the industry really stands.
Well, that's good. And, you know, the technology like we're seeing here with the big screens, the onboard cameras, any insights or thoughts that you have of what the next generation of air shows are going to look like?
Well, as always, EAA is at the forefront of that sort of thing. I don't know that every show in the country can afford or would have the opportunity to have something like Eaa Rossi, but certainly these kinds of technological innovations, bringing people inside the cockpit of aircraft as they're performing, making use of all the electronic developments to increase the entertainment value of an air show. I think those will be the sorts of things that we see. And the reason I'm optimistic about the future of the air show industry is I know that our members are natural-born innovators, natural-born entertainers, and they'll find a way to make air shows just as entertaining and enjoyable as they always have. So some of it will come from technology, but some of it will come from showmanship. I mean, we had right here at AirVenture in the past, we've seen Jimmy Franklin and his jet-powered Waco. Just this week, we see Eaa Rossi, the jet man. The industry knows how to innovate, and really, I think that the air show community brings a lot of innovation to the aviation industry generally at air shows that are then sometimes incorporated into other aspects of aviation.
Good. I know this is sort of like asking a parent for their favorite child, but is there an act or several acts that you just look forward to seeing when you go to air shows? I mean, you must attend quite a few air shows every year.
I do. I mean, you know, I hate to draw on the past to answer your question, but certainly anytime Jimmy Franklin turned on the jet Waco, everybody in the audience paid attention, and I think for me personally, because I go to so many air shows, I like to see those kinds of things that are particularly innovative, the people that are sort of moving the boundaries of what the air show industry is about.
Good. Now, the International Council of Air Shows, we're talking to John Cudahy, who's the president. Your big the wrap-up of the year is your convention in Las Vegas, and I've heard that it is quite a place to be and to be seen. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, first of all, it sounds like you haven't been, so I'd like to extend an invitation for you to join us.
I'm just hoping my boss is listening, so he'll buy the airline ticket. Yep.
When the air show people are together during the air show season, they're all about the business that they're doing. The people who organize their events that's the most stressful 3 or 4 days of their lives. And the pilots and the other support service providers are all about getting the job done that weekend. So when we gather in Las Vegas each year, they get a chance to share each other's company, which is a very important part of what we do. But they also get to wrap up the just concluded air show season and continue the planning for the next air show season. And for that reason, it really is a critical part of our industry, and it is the event around which our organization has grown during the last 46, 47 years.
I understand there's a pretty good talent show.
There is. It's a relatively new development. Entertainers must entertain, and without airplanes available to them, they sing and they dance and they tell jokes, and it is a good opportunity for people to cut loose and enjoy themselves.
Excellent. John, some final thoughts from you before we wrap up today?
Yeah, I want to once again congratulate the organizers of AirVenture. It's once again set the standard for the air show business in this country and around the world. the innovations that we expect to see in the air show industry are often on display here at AirVenture, and this year, of course, has been no different.
Good. John Cudahy, he's the president of the International Council of Air Shows. It's been a challenging year, but we're looking forward to the remainder of this year and into 2014, and the ICAST convention coming up in Las Vegas in December.
Yep.
So it should be fun.
Thank you.
John, thanks for joining us today. And that will wrap it up for the program from the stand. I have had a great time the last couple of days talking to some wonderful folks from the air show industry, so I want to thank all my guests publicly. And also thank you to our remote broadcast crew throughout the week from Eaa Radio. Appreciate the support and putting up with all the last-minute changes and shuffles that go into a live broadcast. So with that, my name is Steve Buss, and it has been my pleasure to be with you from the stand, broadcasting live on Eaa Radio.
Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
Welcome to Eaa Radio. I'm Wireless Mike, and joining us today is Danny Sims with the FAA, giving us some tips on weather briefings. So a lot of people, when they got their private pilot's license, they were taught, this is how you get the weather. And, maybe it's been a few years since they've really, had a lot of practice doing that. What tools are available, and what do you guys recommend for getting a good, solid weather briefing?
Yeah, Mike, and thank you for letting me be here to talk about this, because we get a lot of feedback from the pilot community about exactly what you said. There's so many weather products out there. Which ones should I be looking at for aviation purposes, and what's going to help me, and am I understanding them correctly? So before I get into some of the tools themselves, one of the things that we really like to stress is develop a process. And you can start this process 6 to 7 days out in advance of starting to look at the weather. One of the things we really like at that stage is using a prog chart. As I said, 6 to 7 days out in advance, you can start to look at those. They give you the big picture. Now, of course, we're not advocating you make your go, no-go decision at that time, but at least you're going to see, okay, is there going to be a frontal zone in my area that I'm interested in going in? Am I going to have to fly through that? Low pressure system? Where are the areas of precipitation moving? You can get a lot of that information. And just like today here, we got a nice southerly flow of moist air coming up out of the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to bring some showers and thunderstorms to the area. So you can get an idea of that at the very beginning. So there's prog charts. We really, really stress those to get that big picture look. There's some weather prediction models that are running that will go out 6 or 7 days. They're primarily geared toward the meteorologist, but we've given some guidance on where you can find those on the web. They're provided by the National Weather Service, and you can look at those, again, to give you an idea of what's going to happen. Keep in mind, 6 or 7 days out in advance, there's a lot of uncertainty in those forecasts. And so don't hang your hat on it, but again, you can get that big picture. And then as you start to get closer in time, 3 to 4 days out in advance, there's some other products you can start looking at. One of the things that I really like to stress to our pilot community is the Storm Prediction Center Convective Outlook products. It's not designed for aviation, but again, it gives you a big picture of where thunderstorms are expected for the next 3 days. They provide a verbal description that goes along with that gives you some more detail. But then it gives you an idea of, am I going to have thunderstorms when I'm looking to fly? So those are some things. Then we start getting 48 hours in advance. You also then can start talking to flight services to get an outlook briefing. Again, a good tool, and I'll come back to that in just a second, the role of flight services here. But then as we start to get closer and closer, we start turning to what I like to point our users to is the aviationweather.gov site. Not because it's the best, but we have worked with NOAA very much on that. We in the FAA, we have developed weather products that we've then transitioned and are available there. The price is actually very good since it is free.
It's free.
Right,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys did some a big update to that not too long ago.
That's right. The Weather Service just this past fall finally made live a big update that made it accessible on phones, tablets, virtually anything. It's a different look and feel, as many people will tell us. But once you start getting into it, and once you get a little bit more training and familiarity with it, the responses have been pretty favorable. It allows you to animate a lot of products on the fly, being able to zoom in, zoom out, to focus on that area that you're interested in. And that's really starting with that big picture, 6 to 7 days out advance. Then as you move closer to when you actually want to fly, narrowing your focus to the region that you're concerned about.
And once what other products do you have? Other, if you're don't have the aviationweather.gov, you don't have the flight service briefing, are there other ways to access this information?
Well, with the internet, with the advent of the internet, that information's available practically at your fingertips all the time. It's just a matter of where do you get it. Our industry partners are fantastic about providing that. I mean, I don't know the number of weather-related sites on the internet that are providing you this information, but it's available. It really is. I think the big thing is not so much where do I find it, but how do I understand it, and what is it that I use? And that's what we were trying to work with our pilot community also. From coming to events like AirVenture and hearing from them, my role is primarily overseeing the research of new products, but by coming out here, I've heard it over and over again. As a community, we need help in understanding these products. And so that's where we want to really put forth some more efforts. And whether that's in collaboration with Weather Service, weather industry, working with flight services too, about what we can do better. I said I wanted to go back to flight services because as you start to get closer, they are available. They can give you a formal briefing, Outlook briefing, then your standard briefing. They can give you updates too. But there seems to be this idea that if a pilot does his self-briefing, that he doesn't need to call flight services. And I don't think anything could be further from the truth there. And also there seems to be this idea that we in the FAA are pushing for do your own self-briefing. We don't want you to call flight services. And again, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, we think that's the optimum way to go. Because if you get in the habit of looking at the weather on a regular basis, you're aware of what's going on, you are prepared. Then when you do call flight services versus someone who hasn't looked at the weather, calls up flight services and say, I'm going from point A to point B, what's the weather like? Flight services is going to provide you a lot of information. I'm willing to bet you're not going to retain all of that. Whereas if you've done your homework ahead of time, you have an idea of it, you can then call them. In fact, you can even shorten your briefing to say, this is what I'm seeing. Do you see the same thing, or am I missing something? So I think it sets up a very, very efficient process, but it's good for everyone involved. But the key to that, practice, practice, practice. Get in the habit of looking at the weather daily to get an idea, even if you're not intending on flying, just looking at it and seeing what's being forecasted, and then see if that is actually happening or not, the verification of it.
And what kind of, are there tutorials out there? And like, somebody hasn't, been practicing reading the weather a whole lot and like, I'm a little bit rusty. What do you guys have for like, self-study courses online?
Right. And the FAA over the past couple of years has put out some really good information. Advisory Circular 9192 talks about pre-flight weather briefings, which is a government document. You can download it, but you got to read it then. There's also been some very, very good training modules that have been put out that are available at the FAA Safety Team, the FAST website, self-briefings for the VFR pilot, and then another whole separate module on self-briefings for the IFR pilot. And I really want to stress that even if you're VFR only, take both of those courses, because the IFR course, it's not difficult, but I'm willing to bet it's going to give you information that you hadn't thought about. And in those situations where inevitably it's going to happen, you're VFR only, but you find yourself into IMC, you find yourself into a situation that, I'm not supposed to be here, you'll be better prepared to know what to do and to get safely out of it.
Right, and that's as a flight instructor, I'm going to just interject here. For safety is first. I was going to go flying with a student friend of mine, and nothing big. We just looked cross-country flight for him to, first cross-country, and the weather was forecast to be VFR. We took off, and there was an 800. I mean, it just turned to an 800 overcast, and I'm like, what are you gonna do? He's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, if you were by yourself, what are you gonna do? I'd go back. I was like, great, let's go back. I don't want to be here.
and Mike, that's a great example, because every pilot I have spoken to over the being here for 4 years has that same exact story. The details are a little bit different.
Yeah.
I was expecting VFR, and I got up and did that, and that just indicates that even though technology has gotten better,
sometimes
we're still not perfect on the weather. There's uncertainties, and sometimes it's just not. Our forecast is a little bit wrong. Let me just leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, that actually brings up another thing. So weather briefings don't end just when you start the flight. You can still get weather as you're going along.
And you should get that. Get updates. It's a service that's available to you. Make yourself make use of it. I was talking to an older gentleman earlier this week, and he said, I remember the days when I did all my preparation on the ground, and then when I was took off, I was on my own. There was nothing that was provided into the cockpit. You don't have to do that now. Take advantage of that services that they're available to you.
There's always flight service you can call on the radio, and if you have a radio, you can do that. Also, a lot of these ADS-B in, if you have some of that.
Right. And it's available to you, but what we're seeing is that make sure you understand it. Let me just also real quickly say that we did an effort with a pilots group a few years ago. They came to us with this very question about what can we do better. So we put together a process. We briefed it to them. We've used that over and over and over again. Here's a process that you can utilize. It's in line with the advisory circular that I mentioned earlier, but we've used that to continue to brief it. Others have seen it and said, that's great. Can you provide that to our group? And we're absolutely happy to do that.
Right. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time, but please go out and study your weather and stay proficient. Thank you, Danny Sims with the FAA, coming in and sharing all of your time today and talking about weather. And you're listening to EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2023.
We have another really incredible guest with us today, Amy.
Are we doing aircraft manufacturers now?
Well, we're talking about people that are involved in aviation, aerospace. They build all kinds of stuff.
Well,
That's
it's
really
EAA,
cool.
so it would make sense to talk about maybe kits and
yes.
other miscellaneous. I mean, this is a broad spectrum talk show. So who've we got, hon?
We have Ron Luck with us today, and Ron is the CEO and president and owner of Compair Aviation, and they are known for a number of different kinds of aircraft. But I looked at mostly composite airplanes, 500 of them. But Ron is passionate about composites,
Yes,
unlike
I am.
aluminum. So what is it that makes you passionate about composites?
Well, aluminum is wonderful, but you can do all kinds of stuff you can't do with aluminum. You can compound curves, you can make parts, and it's lesser of a part count. Plus, when I buck rivets, everything gets weird. It's just all dented, and it does.
It's hard on your hands too.
Yeah. No, aluminum
bucked
doesn't
a lot
like
of rivets.
It doesn't
and-
like me.
Yeah.
It's just what it is. It just doesn't like me.
I get it.
So is your business kind of the professional side of what people do with 3D printers? I mean, where they design something and then
We
this
do
thing
use the
just-
3D printers and stuff, but no, we make everything. We have our own big 3-axis CNC machine, so we do everything that way, which is kind of cool.
Where are you located exactly?
We are located in Florida on the East Coast. So if I walk out on the ramp in my office, I can see the vehicle assembly building at Cape Canaveral.
Oh, that I know exactly where that is.
Yeah.
So
we walk out and watch Elon or whoever launch, and it's gotten to be there's a launch. You walk out, there it goes, and go back in. You know, it's because you're so used to it, and we have customers that come in and like, can I see a launch?
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Is that a weird sensation?
It is, because one of my customers came in and he said, I said, yeah, I'll call Elon and tell him, hey, can you do this at 3 today? You know, I've got a guy here who wants to see you go.
Yeah, we'll put it on Twitter. Oh
Yeah.
no, it's not called Twitter anymore.
Ooh.
Sorry, but you're a contractor to the aerospace industry, really, aren't you?
We do some work for SpaceX, Blue Origin, ULA, because our CNC house does that kind of stuff. We have some big CNC machines that do that.
Well, but that makes sense from a location perspective and also from a skills perspective with your workforce that you would be able to do that. The best part of that, though, is that makes it more affordable for you to do the kits.
Yeah, and we have access to very smart people, which I'm not one of, but no, we do. The resources at the Space Center are incredible. So in that respect, we're lucky. And it's easier for us to recruit people because who doesn't want to live in Florida? Well, okay, some people don't. But
yeah, I was going to say, I live in Florida, and right now I'm very happy that I'm here.
a little toasty down there.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
I sweat better than I shiver, so it's okay.
When I was over at your display the other day, the exhibit the other day, I saw these aircraft that I had not seen before, quite honestly. I saw the 6.2 of the Comp Air, the
That's
Piston.
that's our new one.
And then the mock-up. No, it wasn't a mock-up. It was just a bare fuselage of the turbine, which I guess you're going to put a Walters into.
Yeah, the 601D. So that airplane will fly. That's an actual flight article.
And so is it sold already?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is.
Oh, darn.
But
I thought
he's willing to make a deal if somebody else comes.
Yeah, okay. Well, now, how did you happen to pick the Walters engine for that?
We've been using Walters for a very long time. In fact, we were the first experimental company, home built, to pick up and use a Walter engine and then offer them for our kits. So we have about 280 Walter powered airplanes flying.
That's a lot of turbine aircraft in the kit industry.
Yeah.
I would say that's a healthy chunk.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We know people on the field who have built smaller aircraft, and they hear, build a turbine airplane?
Why not?
That's a composite that carries 6.
Yeah.
That sounds like an incredible project. I mean, is it overwhelming to some people?
I would imagine for some people it would be, but it's not that. What that, particularly the new airplane, is the culmination of what we've learned over the years in building airplanes to make it simpler and easier and stronger, lighter. So what you see there is an awful lot of experience.
We're speaking with Ron Luck, who's the CEO of Comp Air. And down in should we say Titusville? That's the
that's where the office is. Yeah,
that's where all the rocket launchers are too. And I mean, so when you mentioned that you've learned a lot of things over the years, what changes to the way you build the kit parts, or what's the most dramatic one that you remember?
Well, we've learned how to build parts to make it easier for the builder. So things that are fixtured properly, that interlock and make it so you almost can't make a mistake. Where the hinge points go for instance, in the bottom of the wing, it's all molded in, where you can't mess up. You can't. It's all molded for you. The holes are there. You just push a piece of CNC, it goes in. So it does. It works really, really well. It does take some of the artistry out of it, though.
Yeah, but in a lot of ways, as the kit manufacturer, you kind of want to do that, right? I mean, you want to standardize what the product ultimately becomes. And even though, yes, it's experimental aviation, every time they start to change things, your heart palpitates a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. We hate. I'm sorry to say it. We hate changes. And if people ask us, "Oh, can I do this? Can I do that?" and the answer is, "Well, we tried that before, and it doesn't work. So no, and they do it anyway. And then the other one is the automotive engines.
It's okay. You can say it. It
gives me pause.
Gives you pause is fair because it opens a giant unknown, and there have been some bad accidents that have happened because of those unknowns.
Yeah.
And we are not dissing auto engine installations by any stretch of the imagination, but it just opens up this big giant, I'm not using negative metaphors or anything like that. It just opens everything onto a different plane, and these are the reasons why, even with the new kinds of test rules that are coming out for test flying your kit airplanes, if you've got an uncertified engine or an unknown engine, you're going to end up out there for a long time in test phase.
Yes. The other thing that happens, and as a manufacturer, when an engine fails, and it's whatever it is, nobody reports that. They only say, "Oh, a comp air crashed," or "a comp air went in." No one says, "Oh, well, it was an LT whatever engine, and that's what the failure was." They just know it was my airplane.
Correct. And that's bad publicity, no matter how you slice it. I get that. I really do get that.
Well, I'm imagining as a builder, I'm getting on with my turbine comp, and I'm making good progress, and it's time to swing the engine in there. I'm not going to do that in my garage because I'm not building it in my garage anyway. But how? You've got to have help to do that.
It's not a particularly heavy engine, so it's no harder to install and hook up as a Lycoming or a Continental is. It's different. Yeah. And we also offer assistance. We've flown out to different airports with an engine guy and say, "Hey, let me look at this." We've gone out to just do the first runs. The funny part about the difference between like a piston and a turbine is, as soon as the engine starts, if it's a piston, you're happy. It's like, "Oh, good, the engine starts, everything's great." With a turbine or a jet, it's just the opposite. It's like,
"Oh
now
boy,
what?"
the engine started. Now what?
Oh boy, the engine started, because that's when the bad things start to happen. So it's just kind of an interesting teaching, and that's what we try to do. We emphasize safety and that in teaching to our customers.
There's got to be a lot of teaching, I would think, because you see a lot of customers who are coming from a pure piston background.
Right.
What's involved in getting them up to speed for that Walter?
We encourage people to come down to the engine manufacturer, and they have a cutaway engine, and they will go through the different components of the engine, how it works, what it does, and then we prefer to do the first runs on the engine if they'll let us do it, to fly somebody out there and do the first runs and the first taxi tests and everything, and teach them how to start the engine and properly manage it. Because once you do that, a turbine engine is a more reliable, far better engine. Well, not really better, but they're great. They really are. But it's a different management.
Correct. Are you seeing that? That is the engine that everybody wants in that airplane now?
Well, yeah, everybody wants it. Everybody wants all the power they can get. Let's face it. Everybody wants an airplane that lands at 20 miles an hour, cruises at 300, costs $2 an hour to run. That's what I want. But so yeah, they all want all the power. They burn a lot of fuel.
Yes, they
do. So you do have to take that into consideration. But yes, I love the engines.
But you've constructed this airplane so that it holds a lot of fuel.
Yeah, we carry, in the turbine, we're carrying about 230 gallons. So it gives us a really good range.
I saw that first fuselage at the exhibit. Where is the completion of the first kit? I mean, is it complete? I don't mean built, but have you?
Oh yeah, we've
built the whole thing, and
we have full production tooling.
Oh.
So where on the field can people find you?
At Titusville Field?
No.
Here we're in booth 315, 314.
Perfect. Now.
By Theater in the Woods.
By Theater in the Woods. Now, at Titusville and online, where can they find you?
Just look us up, compairaviation.com.
Okay, that makes sense.
We're at Merritt Island, and at Sebastian Communications, we own their hangar. We own them now. And at Titusville, we're on the west side of the airport. We have a big building there.
Fantastic. But they should call before they come there.
And we give tours. We're happy to receive people. It's great.
Wow. Hey, Ron, thanks for coming. We barely scratched the surface. I feel like we want to do another session, but we don't have time. No. So, Ron Luck, thank you so much for joining us today on EAA Radio.
Well, thank you very much.
Here's an interview from 2016.
And good morning. Welcome back. We are talking about Pearl Harbor today, and joining us right now, Ken Peach, who is probably one of the leading experts on interstate cadets. At least that's what they tell me. You probably recognize that name from the air show. He does a great air show routine. Of course, the Jelly Belly Interstate. How did you come to start doing aerobatics in an interstate anyway?
That's a pretty good story. I bought my interstate in 1973 from my uncle Leonard, and we had a guy at the airport that was trying to build a tandem seated with a 23012 airfoil, which is the same as a T-craft airplane, and he was having trouble with certification and stuff like that. I looked out the window of our hangar, our FBO that my dad owned, and I saw Leonard's airplane sitting in the back row, and it was kind of neglected. And I went out and looked at it, and sure enough, it has the 23012 airfoil. It has the tandem seating. It's aerobatic rated because it's CAA. And I went back and I called my uncle and I bought it. And then in 1974, I had heard about Chuck Driscoll out in Seattle doing an act where he dropped an aileron, and he even dropped a elevator.
Oh, my.
That's not my style. and so I called him, asked him if he would mind if I did his act in the Midwest, because I didn't think I was going to go anything more than that. And he said he didn't mind, nice guy. And so I went out and took off without the aileron, about 2 feet off the ground. Next time I got a little bit higher, and then I put a parachute on and went up higher and did some aerobatics actually with one aileron. The airplane flies really quite well with it. It turns better to the right than to the left because of the down aileron.
Okay.
On the left side, makes it turn right. So consequently, when I do my act, I scrape the wing on the ground. I have a bag of flour out there to make it look bad, and I use the left wing because I want that down aileron into the ground effect to get out of there. And so, anyhow, I took a long time telling you how I got the interstate, but that's it.
So, an interesting point you just made is that. And I don't think we see this as much anymore, but there were regional air show acts,
That's right.
Just like, I'm going to do this act, I'm going to do your act in the Midwest
That's
kind of
right.
thing. And we don't see that much anymore.
No, it doesn't seem like it, and it is kind of a nice thing. I do meet a lot of regional guys when I do go around. I was an airline pilot and ended up retiring early to do this when Jelly Belly got a hold of me in 2007, which I got to say, I'm connected with a really good company. It's a family-owned company. Herm Rowland and his crew, the whole family work there. It's old Americana capitalism company that I'm really proud to represent.
And it gives you an opportunity to have a really fancy paint scheme on your airplane as well. Lots of colors.
And besides that, I get to eat the Jelly Bellies too. Besides the ones we give out at the shows.
I was going to say, you're a very popular performer, not only because you fly a great act, but you're the candy man.
Well, the thing is they know me by Jelly Belly Man, not by Kent Peach anymore.
Right. Yes,
which is fine.
That's good. So, is talking about Pearl Harbor, Cornelia Fort, who was a flight instructor in Hawaii, December 1941. She was up flying in an interstate cadet. Even though in the movie Tora Tora Tora, I think it's a steerman that's in there.
That's right.
But it is a female flight instructor and a male student. She was out flying, and as I understand from the way it was written, they were out flying, and she thought the Army Air Corps was buzzing by her and doing a simulated run on her and her student. She was going to get the buzz number and report him to the authorities until she saw the rising sun go by and realized it was something completely different.
That's all in the book Daughter of the Air by Rod Simbeck, and she has an excerpt right in there that says that very same thing, that's what she saw, and she was flying the Interstate Cadet, and we believe it's 37266, and we had a article in the January 2012 article in Smithsonian Aerospace magazine, and it was called Pearl Harbor Mystery. And since then, Greg Anders has bought the airplane from me, and Greg has really been doing a lot of research, putting a lot of time and money into this because of the importance of Pearl Harbor. I'm feeling personally that we're getting right back close, almost the same thing, and I'm really worried about that, of course. But that being said, I want Pearl Harbor to be remembered. And I have been a Pearl Harbor nut since even before Tora Tora Tora. So when I saw Tora Tora Tora, I really got interested. I found out that she was flying that as an interstate, which I bought in '73. So
Right.
I'm all over this now, and I ended up buying 6 airplanes to get this airplane, to get it out here, to get it displayed. But I ran out of time, and thank God Greg Anders come along and took over. He's a heritage flight flyer. He flew F-15s. He's very knowledgeable and very. He wants it right. He wants the story correct, and he's working very hard to get it right. And we're believing that this is the airplane. We're 99% sure of it.
So after the Japanese start the attack, Cornelia takes over. She flies back to the home field, parks the airplane. They literally get out, run for cover.
Yep.
The airplane ends up getting strafed. Another flight instructor is actually killed on the ground.
Yep.
At the
Bob
airfield.
Tice, yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then basically December 7th, 1941, all civilian air. There is no more. General aviation is grounded.
That is correct.
So the airplane with bullet holes and everything is pushed to the back of the hangar.
Yep.
What happens after that?
Well, it sits there until I believe it's 46, or 45 or 46. As soon as the war is over, then they get it back out again and they fix it up and they fly it. It was in Hawaii until the 1970s, and then it came back over here. And a guy from Arizona bought it, and then it just kind of stayed in disrepair for a long time. And then I bought it from Kurt Westlake out in Florida, and like I say, he wouldn't sell me just this airplane. So I got a whole bunch of interstate cadets sitting up in container buildings up in Minot, North Dakota right now. But seeing as though I'm flying air shows, it's good to have the parts.
There you go.
Yeah.
When did the history of the airplane become apparent? I mean, you said that when you bought it, Kurt already knew what he had.
Yeah.
But where was the discovery kind of made?
What I did is I went, before I bought the airplane, I thought, well, you got to research it before you buy it, right? So I went and got the FAA records of this airplane, 37266, and it went there June 9th of 1941. And it was being flown all the way through, and up until December 7th, 1941. It's all the records are there. It was sold at Oleander's Flying Service on John Rogers Airport. This airplane is a credited airplane.
Good. Now, some people have said, well, Cornelia Fort's logbooks don't reflect the same numbers because it's different, but that's correct. There's an explanation for that as well.
There is, and this is where Greg has really done some research on that. And Tim Talon had a picture of 37345 that she had in the logbook on December 7th, 1941, with the California Air National Guard sitting in line with a bunch of other ones. I've been out there. I've been working with the museum out there trying to get more information, but because it's air show season, I haven't done a lot of it. But that's where that airplane was. There is no way that airplane could have got over in a time. My other airplane was built. My other airplane was 37361. This was 37345. Hers was built in October. Mine was built in November. There's no way mine was built in November 3rd, 1941. What is it? 1 month and 4 days before Pearl.
Right.
This one was just a couple of weeks before, and it never went over there. Right. And she had in her logbook that she flew it before it was built.
Right.
So there's just no way that was the plane.
Yeah, and I think the Sport Aviation article that we actually have sitting here really goes into in depth as to Cornelia Fort. She had her logbook. She was a very meticulous record keeper.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, she goes off to eventually become one of the early WASP, actually before the WASP program was official, and unfortunately is killed in a mid-air collision.
Yeah.
But she takes all of her logbooks back to her family home in Nashville,
and it burns down.
Which burns.
Yeah.
So now she, and thinking about it, her mindset at that time was she was trying to recreate logbook entries.
She wanted to be a pilot. She wanted to be an airline pilot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It's an interstate cadet. I flew this one, and I think this is the number kind of thing.
So another thing that shows that it wasn't 37345. She put in there that it had a Continental engine, and a Continental engine was in 37266, but 37345 had a Franklin engine.
Okay.
And so there's another thing that shows that it was not that airplane.
Yes.
I mean, there's no way it could have been that plane.
Yeah. And it's amazing to unravel history like
that.
It is.
It's fun.
It's just fascinating.
Yeah, and it's got to be right. Matter of fact, you reminded me, John Fleshman from the Air and Space magazine gave me a voicemail. I got to get back to him because we want to talk about it and relive it again and put it back in the Air and Space. I think that's what he wants, but we'll see. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Are we going to see this airplane fly this week?
Greg's going to fly it.
All right.
Yeah, and then somebody's going to shoot him down. Not at.
He's going to shoot at. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And is that tonight?
I believe it is. Yes.
All right. So if you're not in on the information for tonight when the day air show ends, the Boeing Centennial Plaza is going to become Pearl Harbor, 1941, December 6th.
Yeah, neat.
You know, it'll be a recreation as best we can do here.
Yeah.
And Cornelia is going to go out with her student December 7th, and who knows what happens after that. So
kind of gives you a chill, doesn't it?
It really, really does.
When you think about what happened there with all those sailors and everybody, I mean, the whole world changed. World War II started at that time when that airplane was flying.
It's amazing story, and we appreciate you saving it and bringing it back and talking a little bit not only about this cadet, but of course the Jelly Belly cadet. And when are you flying in the air shows?
I'm flying today, all 3 acts.
All 3 acts?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Now, there's weather coming in, so I think they're redoing the schedule, so it may not happen. But whatever happens, I'm just glad to be here in Oshkosh.
Excellent. Kent Peach, we appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us. You're listening to From the Stand, and this is EAA Radio.
Let's take a listen to a classic interview from 2019.
This is Squawk 1200. I'm Afterburner Al along with Paul Prydecker. Joining us right now is Keith Clark with the Phillips 66 Company, and he is here to talk about Save a Life, Verify Fuel Type, which is very important because one of the, I'm not going to try to quote percentages, but fuel starvation is one of those things that seems to be one of those recurring causes in accidents and incidents. Welcome, Keith.
Thank you for having me.
And I'm sure your initiative is centered around educating the pilot group and educating fuelers at FBOs. So tell us about this initiative.
Yes, so we came up with this Save a Life, Verify Fuel Type to bring awareness to the training that's available out in the industry. You know, we have to have communication and verification every time because we have to be perfect every time. One mistake can have catastrophic issues.
So when we talk about verify fuel type, I can think of an obvious example, Jet A into a 100 low lead airplane, but there must be other examples that you're dealing with.
Yeah, the main one we see is just the communication. You know, a lot of pilots come in and say, top it off, 10 gallons per side. And in the FBO, they don't want to ask what kind of fuel. So what we tell the FBO, hey, verify, make them confirm the fuel type. So don't say jet fuel, make them say, please confirm fuel type. So we have a conversation every time.
So when you're talking about jet fuel, then there's another variable in that in terms of Jet A positive or not. So so you're encouraging all of this to be communicated at that time.
Yes. So if you don't communicate the fuel type, especially with Jet A, because you may need positive PRIST or FSII.
Sure.
And so you have to make sure that the fuel order is correct and everybody does it. And then on top of it, we have the secondary program is verification. Before you leave, when you sign that credit card receipt, look at the fuel type before you sign it to make sure you got what you ordered.
So you're talking both to pilots and to vendors, servicers at the same time. You're trying to get the whole circular flow of people who are involved in this transaction to verify the fuel type.
Yes. So, you know, the fuel that we make is all tested and certified to meet spec. But if you put the incorrect fuel into that aircraft, you will have an issue. And most of the time, if you put jet fuel into a piston aircraft, it will crash on takeoff. So what we're trying to do, we've been training FBOs forever. And this year at Oshkosh, we decided to come back and go after the pilots, you know, and talk directly to the pilots. So at the Phillips 66 tent, we've got coins, and I've been having conversations every day or all morning and asking them, what's the process? How do you communicate? And it's been very interesting so far, and I've had very good response. People said, I never thought about that. I didn't think about that I needed to do that. And I said, you can't assume that FBO knows what kind of fuel goes into your aircraft. We got to verify it, but we have to communicate first.
In informing this campaign, what are a few examples that you can share of typically where a pilot will get themselves in this situation? Are there specific stories you have?
Yeah, unfortunately, if you look back over the last 6 years, there's been 6 people that have died in misfueling instances. We've had 7 people that have got very lucky, but we've had 5 aircraft crash, and we've also had 5 line staff people that have made a mistake. You know, they didn't show up to work that day to misfuel an aircraft. They made a mistake, and nobody caught it. It was not good training, not good communication, and definitely not good verification. So that's why after the last one that happened, you know, in the industry, and this is an industry problem. So after the last one that happened, you know, we went back and said, what can we do different? And that's where we came up with a heart. It's a heart that says save a life, verify fuel type. And we put that out on the trucks. We put it out everywhere we can to make pilots and FBOs remind themselves, hey, what I'm doing every day can have catastrophic events if I make a mistake.
And Keith, I know you're on the field and having these one-on-one conversations with people who are coming to your tent, but you mentioned about, you know, some other training initiatives. Is it social media? Is there something on your website? How are you reinforcing this?
Yeah, so we've got a website called www.verifyfuel.com. And if you go to that website, it'll take you to the heart. There's training out there from NATA. It's under preventmisfueling.com training that's been out there for years, all the way back to 2016, I think. And there's a section for FBOs, but there's also a section for pilots. So what we're doing is if you go to our website at verifyfuel.com and click on the heart, you can get to that training. It's no charge. We've also done webinars. We've been talking about, you know, this campaign since early 2020. And we continue to reach out. We've sent stickers all over the country. We've sent them to Phillips 66 FBOs, but also to any FBO. And we'll send those decals to you at no charge. If you go watch the webinar, you can get the email address, and we'll send those decals out and hopefully be able to get everybody to do the training so they understand the consequences.
Keith, you've talked a lot about, you know, communication, making sure there's, you know, we're all using common language. We understand what fuel. You talked about verification. Would you advise a pilot to monitor the fueling process?
That's always best if you can monitor it. Mm-hmm. But as I talked to some pilots this morning, they said 90% of the time they're there. But I said, what about the other 10%?
Exactly.
And I said, you know, one of the interesting questions I ask them, I say, hey, I got something I'll give you, but I want to have 2 questions. The first one is, how does that conversation, these coins, you know, some people call them challenge coins.
Yes.
We're calling them conversation coins. So what I'm doing is I'm talking to them, and I said, your first question is, what do you do when you communicate? And they sit back and they think about it. And then after they tell me, then I ask them, what do you do when you sign your credit card receipt? Do you go look at the fuel type? And you should see their faces. They're like, no, I don't. You know, everybody's in a hurry. Everybody's trying to get things done fast, and that's how mistakes are made. And unfortunately, you know, over the last 6 years, there's been 5 fatal or 5 bad mistakes, and we've had fatalities in the industry. And
well, and you already mentioned it, but it just bears stressing that rather than assume, it's better to assess, and the assessment is through verification and.
Yep.
Sure.
Communication and verification. That's our buzzwords. Those are the communication, but then you got to verify that you got what you got.
Sure.
So,
when we get into so someone, you know, lands for a fuel stop, have you discussed about like the mindset of the quick turn and things like that? Is that one of the fail points?
Yeah, I think, you know, you get into situations where pilots are. I had a pilot tell me this morning that, you know, he landed and he wasn't even really paying attention. And he said, he said, top it off. And he said the pilot or the truck showed up and he realized that he'd never told him what kind of fuel. And it was a jet truck. And his aircraft took Avgas 100. So he said it was really close. If he would have walked away, a mistake would have happened.
And the experience that Paul and I have had is that sometimes even our airliners can be fueled over the wings. So it's not just a single point for Jet A only. So you can get fueled with the nozzle just like your 100 low lead would be. And some of the lighter jets also, that's the only way they do it.
Yeah.
So, this is definitely an overwing fueling issue. If it's a single point and you hook it up a single point, that's direct fit. But, in this, people say, hey, we got duckbill nozzles. We got special nozzles on the jet truck that are going to prevent this. But it won't prevent it. It's just a tool. Because this last aircraft that was misfueled, they actually used a duckbill nozzle and they put it at a 45-degree angle and trickled it in. So the mistakes can happen. So you have to communicate and you have to verify every time because you have to be perfect every time.
Well, and it's a team effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it starts with the pilot. We tell people, the pilots, and that's why, the pilots have thanked me. They can't believe that Phillips 66 sent somebody out to spend all week here to talk about misfueling. But it's important to us to communicate and to make sure that everybody in the industry understands that the training's available from NATA, preventmisfueling.com, but you can get it there from verifyfuel.com. And there's other training available out there, so go watch it.
And Keith, where are you in the field?
I'm at the Phillips 66 tent, and I'm kind of directionally challenged because there's too many airplanes and came in on a bus.
I think it's that way.
Yeah, it's that way. It's straight behind me about, walking.
So you're close to the main convention display area. You're close to the big airplanes?
Yep.
Okay.
We're at the Phillips 66 tent. There's a bunch of oil there. I'm sure that if you ask where the Phillips 66 is, we can find it.
I wanted to go back just briefly and say, so someone is misfueled, say, with Jet A, and they're supposed to have 100 low lead. Why does it usually only present itself on takeoff and you're not figuring it out when you're taxiing out?
Because you have enough fuel in the line of avgas to get you just high enough off the ground to be in no man's land, and that's when the jet fuel hits it. And jet fuel will not operate a piston airplane. It's coming out of the sky. So by the time you realize it, there's nowhere to go. And if I've heard stories of people saying they were able to crash land or whatever, but their engine starts sputtering, they try to turn, they ruse, and they fall out of the sky.
Keith, I want to thank you very much for joining us today.
Hey, thank you for having us.
Keith Clark is with Phillips 66, and it's Save a Life, Verify Fuel Type. Check it out. That's all for Squawk 1200. For Paul Prydecker, I'm Afterburner Al. You're listening to EAA Radio.
Let's go back to 2012 for this classic interview.
Yes, who do we have with us?
I forget, but I've got a cue card here, and it says this is Doug Stewart. He is from the Pilot Proficiency Center, or project. Rather.
We went over that with you.
I know, I crossed it out, too. That's what's really bad.
Can't teach him anything.
The Pilot Proficiency Project over at the Learn to Fly Center. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you folks doing today?
Well,
good. How about you?
Well, it's getting towards the end of the week. It's starting to become hard.
Yeah, it is. Things are falling apart with us already.
Entropy. Anyway, Pilot Proficiency Project. I can't even talk peace that fast. What exactly are you guys doing over there?
Okay, what exactly we are doing is running a project. We've realized, we being SAFE, Society of Aviation and Flight Educators, that one of the main reasons pilots are starting to get into trouble, not necessarily with fatal accidents, but certainly with landing accidents, some takeoff accidents, because of a lack of proficiency with the cost of flying, the fact that fuel's so expensive. Pilots aren't flying as much and they're losing their proficiency. And so we came to EAA with this proposal to run a project that comprises 4 seminars in the morning before it gets real noisy, dealing with proficiency issues, a vast variety of things. Rich Stoll and I yesterday did one on tips and tricks for tailwheel pilots. It started at 8 in the morning. We had them standing 5 deep.
Wow.
to do it. So pilots are excited about this. But then we also, with the wonderful cooperation of the Redbird folks, Jerry Gogar was thrilled to help us out with this. We have an FMX over there, and we have created 11 different scenarios. They're pre-programmed, 11 different scenarios. Some are IFR, some are VFR. There's high-density altitude takeoffs and landings. There's even a fun one, a landing on the Ronald Reagan in the middle of San Diego Bay. You better have your short field skills up.
Now, what exactly are you flying?
It's a 172, a G 1172 in the FMX.
Carriers are huge.
Well,
so provided you don't fly into the end of it.
Let me tell you, I've been there and done it, and I got it on the deck, but I had to turn off on that other takeoff runway, so I wanted to go back and do it again, and the second time I ran right into the back. But you get behind the power curve there in a 172, it can be interesting to try and drag it in on the backside of the power curve. Anyway, we have 11 different scenarios. Pilots have to sign up the day of that. Yesterday, every slot was filled by 9 o'clock.
Wow.
We also have, not only in the FMX and these scenarios, but we also have sign-ups to work with their crosswind trainer, which is actually over at the Redbird tent. You do have to sign up to Learn to Fly Center, but then pilots can go to work on their crosswind landing skills, and anyone who has flown that the Redbird crosswind landing trainer,
Is that the one where you sit in the chair, and the chair can move X and Y back and forth?
Chair moves back and forth. You do not have control of pitch and power. You don't control glide slope. That's set. So you're not working with wind shear or things of that issue on your glide slope. You're working just with the crosswind component.
Right, just trying to stay on center.
Exactly, but it's reading out digitally. When you land, it reads out digitally how far you are from the center line in inches and your angle relative to the center line in degrees. So there's... there's no fibbing it.
I was going to say, there's some bragging rights there.
Yes, there certainly is. It was neat when they opened up at the Skyport. We had a contest for everyone who was there, for all the instructors and whatnot, and it comprised a short field landing on the Reagan and then the crosswind trainer. And the top 3 people then had to fly in a crosswind trainer. And boy, was it a gusty day! But there was also hail, and hail was the form. We all had buckets of ping pong balls.
Wow! I don't think they covered that one in the weather briefing. 50% chance of ping pong balls on final.
Yeah, it was a hoot. But what I'm really happy to say is that this pilot proficiency project, I had gone to Rod Hightower and said, this is what we'd like to do, and we were greedy. We wanted an entire building to do it. And he said, well, we'll give you the Learn to Fly Center this year as a proof of concept, and I think we've proven it. I got to see Rod for a few moments yesterday, and I said, have you been over to check it out? He said, not yet. And I said, well, look for your reports, because we knocked it out of the park here.
Good.
Well, that's always good. I've always been a firm believer in pilot proficiency, especially after I tried a crosswind simulator and completely lost it.
I think it was the same crosswind simulator.
It might have been.
The first year was here.
You did better than I did, and you scared the heck out of your instructor's wife one night in crosswind.
Yeah, well, that was a long time ago, and you don't take a student pilot who doesn't have a lot of experience, give him a 172 fully loaded, and then do night crosswind landings.
Exactly.
Not a good situation.
Yeah. Exactly. They have taken that up. If you did it the first year, there was just a white line out in front of you. Now there's actually, you see a runway. They've upgraded it quite a bit. It's still doing the basic side to side, but you actually have visuals.
The one thing that I learned, they always it's very easy to crab an airplane down to the runway, but then in the last 20 feet, it gets incredibly busy.
Exactly.
You got a whole lot to do. What I started to do was I would just, as soon as I was on the final, I would set up the slip and just fly it all the way down to the runway.
Absolutely.
I found that to be easier.
That's the way I teach it. I've got over 10,500 hours of dual given. And personally, that's quite often the way I fly. When I'm in my tail wheel, quite often because I'm forward slipping, I might have to kick it out into the side slip so I'm not crabbing. But when I'm teaching, especially the student pilot, I teach get established in that side slip out there at least a couple 100 feet above the ground for your last quarter mile or so of final, so that you can work that slip rather than having to transition from the crab into the side slip. It really makes it a lot easier, especially for the beginning pilot, and actually sometimes for those who've been flying thousands of hours.
Yeah.
Well, that is for sure. What have you seen in the line of weak spots on pilots?
The line of the weak
well, usually
spots.
right above the belt on the left side. Okay.
Actually, certainly the crosswind skills atrophy very quickly. The other one, I do a lot of technically advanced training, and a lot of pilots start to really rely on their automation. Sometimes the weak spot is they move into this equipment, technically advanced equipment. The weak spot is trying to catch up with the automation management. Why did it do that? And they start pushing buttons. They get kind of impulsive on their button pushing and just bury themselves deeper and deeper into the problem. The other thing then becomes that they become dependent upon this automation. And we all know automation fails. In fact, when I flew out here, it was an 8-hour flight. There's a fuel stop in the middle. My autopilot failed as soon as I leveled off. I will typically hand fly my departure until I level off. I'll couple up while I manage my energy and get fuel and all of that set, and then I'll go back to hand flying sometimes. As soon as I leveled off, the autopilot failed. What I'm seeing is that a lot of pilots become so dependent upon that automation that when the autopilot does fail, they have lost their hand flying skills, and particularly when we're talking IFR and people are in the clouds. If they can't hand fly that approach, and so what I advocate and work with my clients, and people do come from me from quite far distances to fly with me instruments, is what I personally do. I alternate hand flying, automate. So one approach I'll do will be hand flown, the next approach is going to be coupled, because I need both skills. And then that's where I see a lot of the atrophy going on. And then, just the basic stick and rudder skills, because people aren't flying.
What about navigational skills? I mean, we got all these whiz-bang GPS things take you right to the bathroom door. And
but GPS does stand for go perfectly straight, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And should it fail, batteries go dead, whatever.
Absolutely. In fact, I even see pilots who are no longer bringing charts with them. Of course, with the advent of ForeFlight and WingX Pro and these wonderful iPads, now there's no excuse not to have a chart with them, as well as an AFD. A lot of pilots, AFD, what's that? That was
it was
that,
a
that green book
we used to use under the table,
that sat back on the table at the FBO. There's no excuse not to have them, but that's a very valid point, is that pilots become so dependent upon that magenta line. Personally, even when I am flying with GPS, I've got a technically advanced Cardinal. I've got an Aspen in it and a 430 WAS STEC 55X. It's a pretty sweet airplane, but all the fields that I use are just information data fields and needles. I learned on needles, and it's rare that I ever look at a moving map.